Despite being terminally ill with only 2 years to live, he suddenly became an ancient dragon lord during the apocalyptic transformation. Hereditary atavism disease. Only 3 cases existed worldwide, and Qin Chuan was one of them. At 20, with both parents dead and diagnosed with a terminal illness, the doctor's well-meaning consolation fell on deaf ears as his heart had already turned to ash. But just as he stepped out of the hospital, the sky suddenly changed. A massive space-time vortex appeared overhead, bringing the bustling city streets to a standstill as everyone's gaze was drawn skyward. Congratulations! Blue Star has been chosen by the stellar beast god. In 1 minute, all inhabitants will be transported to the endless sea. Each person will receive their own beast island and a random beast companion to resist alien creatures and plunder evolution. Only the strong shall obtain immortal life and divine power. The heavenly voice thundered, and Qin Chuan felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. If he could become a god, what was there to fear from terminal illness? The entire population erupted in excitement. Some wept tears of joy, others rejoiced at escaping their deaths, while some worried about randomly receiving weak pets and dying immediately upon arrival. The moment the countdown reached 0, Qin Chuan's vision went black as he was transported to a massive island resembling a primordial forest. Towering trees, mountain ranges, and the salty sea breeze surrounded him, while beast roars shook the heavens. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, knowing this island was fraught with danger. Congratulations on becoming a Beast Island Lord. You have 1 random beast companion opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? A virtual prompt floated before his eyes. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and clicked random. Random error occurred. Please try again. Qin Chuan was stunned and clicked again. Random successful. Congratulations on obtaining the unique beast companion dinosaur. Dinosaur. Qin Chuan was utterly shocked. Wasn't it supposed to be only existing creatures? Could his atavism disease have granted him a prehistoric being? Before he could recover from his amazement, golden light flashed before him, and a massive dragon nest appeared out of thin air. Beast Island Lord, Qin Chuan. Divine value. 0-100 obtained by beast companions killing alien creatures. Awakens divine nature when full. Dragon Nest Tier. First tier produces 1 random dragon egg every 24 hours. Can upgrade when experience is maxed. Dimensional Warehouse. Starter Pack X1 stored items remain static, unlimited capacity. In 5 days, the harsh winter will descend, freezing the endless sea as alien beasts launch massive invasions. If the dragon nest is destroyed, the island lord loses everything. Qin Chuan felt an immediate sense of crisis, understanding that only by nurturing dinosaurs could he defend this island. He immediately opened the starter pack and received Random Dragon Egg X1, Essence X1, Gold Coins X500. Since the dragon nest hadn't completed its first 24-hour cycle, he could only rely on the egg from the gift pack. Hatch immediately. Green light enveloped the dragon egg as a crack appeared, followed by a small head poking out. Despite being newborn, it was already the size of a large dog, with sharp teeth and a massive skull. Typical carnivorous dragon characteristics. Hatching successful. Species, Giganotosaurus. Weight, 40 kilograms, maximum 15 tons. Level, juvenile. Consume 1 essence to grow to adolescent stage. Primary skills, passive skills, randomly acquired after absorbing alien beast cores. Qin Chuan could barely contain his excitement. The Giganotosaurus was known as an apex predator, with bite force second only to the Tyrannosaurus rex. While others started with cats and dogs, he was already at the top of the food chain. The young dragon made soft calling sounds, showing affection and dependence. Only then did Qin Chuan remember the purpose of essence. Killing alien beasts can drop essence and gold coins, with an extremely low probability of obtaining alien beast cores. He nodded and without hesitation, invested his only essence into the young dragon. Essence 1, total essence 0. Species, Giganotosaurus. Weight, 8 tons. Stage, juvenile. Consumes 10 essence to grow to adult form. Attributes, none. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Almost instantly, the little creature that had weighed only 40 kilograms suddenly swelled to 8 tons. Brown-black muscle patterns crisscrossed its body like heavy armor. Its massive head was the size of a small car, with 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs like unsheathed saber. 7 exotic beasts would struggle to survive a single bite. Now this looks like an ancient behemoth. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up, his sense of security instantly maxed out. Compared to the randomly assigned ordinary beast companions others had, his starting point was already far ahead. Congratulations, Beast Island Master, on taking your first step. You may now lead your beast companion to conquer Beast Island, gather resources, and continue evolving and developing. Before the harsh winter arrives, strengthen yourself as much as possible. As the notification ended, Qin Chuan understood that this vast beast island still harbored scattered exotic beasts. To continue nurturing his Giganotosaurus and upgrade the dragon's nest, he would need to quickly hunt them down and obtain their essence. How many levels do beast companions have in total? he immediately asked. There are 9 levels in total. Juvenile, young adult, complete form, beast king, beast emperor, overlord, divine, super divine, and immortal. 9 levels. Qin Chuan frowned, mentally calculating the essence required. I only have 5 days left. Who knows what scale the beast tide will reach after 5 days. Currently, he only possessed basic combat capability and hadn't formed a proper system, couldn't afford to let his guard down. Grrrr. A suppressed growl suddenly echoed from the deep forest, as if someone was issuing a challenge. Roar. The Giganotosaurus raised its head and unleashed a deafening dragon's roar, instantly drowning out the mysterious beast's call. Let's go. Time to test the juvenile Giganotosaurus's strength. Qin Chuan's eyes blazed with excitement as he patted the Giganotosaurus's sturdy hind leg and headed toward the source of the sound. The Giganotosaurus stretched its formidable hind limbs and charged forward. Trees and grass were flattened in its wake, and its heavy footpads left deep craters in the ground. Qin Chuan followed closely behind, witnessing firsthand the crushing effect of that 8-ton frame, and couldn't help but gasp. Size truly was everything. After several minutes of running, the area ahead opened up, revealing a steamy wetland. By the muddy banks, 7 or 8 terrifyingly large crocodiles lay sprawled, their bodies covered in thick scales. These must be 3 times bigger than saltwater crocodiles. Qin Chuan's heart pounded. The first exotic beast he encountered was already this terrifying. Exotic beast, armored giant crocodile. Weight, for tons. Stage, young adult. Attributes, none. Skill, death roll. Description, armored giant crocodiles possess extremely high defense and are extremely difficult to kill. Crocodile hide can be crafted into armor that enhances beast companion's defense but reduces agility. The information panel appeared simultaneously. 4 tons, already astounding compared to any crocodile on Blue Star, yet still inferior to the 8-ton Giganotosaurus. The threat was manageable. Attack. Qin Chuan issued the command. The next second, the Giganotosaurus burst forward. At nearly 40 kilometers per hour, it reached the armored giant crocodile almost instantly. Before the giant crocodile could react, it found itself staring at massive jaws with nearly 12 tons of bite force snapping down. Crack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones, the armored crocodile's neck was crushed in one bite by the Giganotosaurus, its massive body instantly collapsing into the swamp's muddy waters. The remaining crocodiles finally sensed the danger, roaring as they whipped around and lunged at the intruder with gnashing teeth. Bang! The Giganotosaurus's thick tail swept horizontally, its tremendous force creating a massive wave of mud that sent 2 ambushing crocodiles flying, their heavy scales denting on impact. Immediately after, the Giganotosaurus opened its maw to tear and bite. Throats shattered, blood sprayed in mere moments. All 3 crocodiles lay dead. At the wetland's edge, the remaining crocodiles were intimidated by the killing intent and dove into the water one after another, creating streams of bubbles before vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Qin Chuan immediately commanded the Giganotosaurus to stop fighting underwater. Would still burden this adolescent predator against these amphibious hunters. It wasn't fully grown yet and couldn't afford to be reckless. Notification sounds chimed in succession. Armored crocodiles defeated 3. Divine power 3. Essence 3. Gold coins 300. Crocodile hide 3. As the data scrolled across his screen, Qin Chuan clearly felt a warm current flowing through his body, and the heavy sensation brought on by his illness lightened somewhat. Divine power. It really could strengthen the body. He clenched his fists, new hope igniting in his heart. If he could hunt enough exotic beasts, he could completely escape his ailments. His gaze fell on the loot, crocodile hide, and he immediately pondered, add defense for the Giganotosaurus? The data showed that while crocodile hide could boost armor, it would reduce agility. The Giganotosaurus was already massive and not particularly agile. Further reducing its mobility would certainly eliminate its advantages. Clearly, this material was better suited for medium-sized beast companions. Since it wasn't suitable for his own use, he'd sell it. Qin Chuan asked, "Can I sell this at the World Trading Post?" The system responded, "Sale possible. Open Trading Post." "Open it," he nodded. A blue light flashed, and a virtual marketplace interface appeared before him, with a chat box below the public channel for island masters. However, sending a message cost 10 gold coins. The message feed scrolled with complaints one after another. "Brothers, this beast island is too brutal. It actually spawned 4-ton crocodiles. My beast companion just got dragged into the water by a crocodile. I'm done for. Crocodiles aren't something you can mess with. I advise everyone to stay out of the wetlands. But we can't avoid them. Without crocodile hide for armor, the beast tide in 5 days will be even worse. Are there any pros who've killed crocodiles? I'll pay 300 gold for 1 crocodile hide. Dream on. Who could kill a crocodile on the first day? Even if someone did, they'd keep it for themselves. Who would sell?" Watching the scrolling messages, Qin Chuan smiled somewhat wickedly. In the entire endless sea, he was probably the first to take down crocodiles, and he'd killed 3 in one go. Since someone was offering 300 gold coins, he might as well raise the price to earn some startup capital. He typed in the chat box, "Hey, guy above, I've got crocodile hide, but I want 400 gold coins. Interested?" Just the moment his message appeared, the channel fell silent for 2 seconds, then instantly exploded. Holy crap, someone's actually selling giant crocodile hide. You've got to be kidding me. Wait, this is only day 1. How did you manage to take down a giant crocodile? That thing weighs 4 tons. The chat immediately exploded with messages. This guy must have randomly gotten an elephant or rhino, right? Only those massive beasts could possibly kill a giant crocodile. Bullshit. I got an elephant, and even after working my ass off, I could only wound the crocodile, can't finish it off. In front of his screen, Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, watching the comments fly by, a slight smile playing at his lips. The skeptical voices grew louder. I think this guy's just messing with us. Don't believe him. Exactly. If it were real, why wouldn't he just list the crocodile hide directly instead of asking around like this? Too lazy to explain, Qin Chuan directly uploaded a piece of giant crocodile hide to the marketplace, pricing it at 400 gold coins. The transaction instantly triggered a system notification. Congratulations, Beast Island Master. Successfully sold giant crocodile hide X1. Gold 400. Total gold, 1190. The marketplace page flickered briefly as the hide marked sold out appeared and vanished. The chat exploded. Did the marketplace just flash? There really was a piece of crocodile hide. Boss Qin Chuan. This is a real boss. Taking down a giant crocodile on day 1, that's terrifying. Damn, who was fast enough to snag that? I called dibs. Haha, I can't believe my random click actually got it. Thanks, Boss Qin Chuan, now I can craft some gear. Watching the flood of amazement, Qin Chuan grinned from ear to ear. These early-stage Beast Island Masters were pathetically weak, perfect timing for him to make his first fortune. Since 400 gold coins sold instantly, raising the price to 450 was completely reasonable. Supply and demand, after all. If everyone didn't start with only 500 gold coins, he'd have priced them at 1,000. Without hesitation, he listed his remaining 2 crocodile hides at 450 each. Congratulations, Beast Island Master. Successfully sold giant crocodile hide X2. Gold 900. Total gold, 2090. The comments exploded again. 3 pieces of giant crocodile hide. Boss, no, Megaboss. How exactly did you kill that crocodile? Megaboss, can you reveal what beast you randomly got? It's way too powerful. Megaboss, can I form an alliance with you? I want to ride your coattails. Yes, I want to ally too. If my Beast Island gets destroyed, I could seek refuge with the Megaboss. Staring at his screen, Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Alliances? Unnecessary for now. As long as he played it steady and smart, he'd be the undisputed strongest player. But soon, friend request notifications began flashing frantically. Over 100 million alliance requests. Applicants from every corner of the endless sea, with a significant portion claiming to be attractive women, a paradise for perverts. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan had zero interest. On Blue Star, 100 million fans would make him famous overnight, but in the endless sea, weak allies would only drag him down. He decisively disabled the friend request function, cutting off the harassment. Then, taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze toward the distant sea, painted red by the setting sun. Time to continue hunting. His goal was to evolve his behemoth dragon to adult form before nightfall. Qin Chuan steeled himself, setting his first milestone. Since the giant crocodiles had been thoroughly intimidated by the Giganotosaurus, they all retreated into the wetlands and refused to come ashore. Qin Chuan didn't force his way in, instead positioning the Giganotosaurus to ambush from the jungle shadows. Whenever a crocodile couldn't resist crawling onto land to bask in the sun, it would strike immediately. This tactic proved devastatingly effective. Under repeated surprise attacks, the nearly brainless giant crocodiles could only be slaughtered one-sidedly. Killed 8 giant crocodiles. Divine points 8, essence 8, gold coins 800, total gold coins 2890, giant crocodile hide 8. As his divine points climbed once again, Qin Chuan could clearly sense subtle changes in his body. More abundant stamina, sharper senses, and skin that looked unchanged but felt more elastic. The improvements seemed modest, but like water wearing away stone, they would eventually accumulate into a true divine body. In his warehouse, 11 essence crystals lay quietly arranged enough for the Giganotosaurus to undergo evolution. Unfortunately, despite hunting 11 giant crocodiles, not a single beast core had dropped. To grant his pet additional attributes, he'd have to continue hunting. Even so, prioritizing the Giganotosaurus's growth was urgent. An adult's combat power would surely reach new heights. Upgrade the Giganotosaurus. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate, investing 10 essence crystals. As for the dragon nest, he wasn't in a rush. As long as the Giganotosaurus was strong enough, essence would be easy to obtain. Essence 10, total essence, 1. Species, Giganotosaurus. Weight, 15 tons. Level, adult. Requires 100 essence to grow to Beast King level. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. The Giganotosaurus's scales reflected a deep, cold gleam in the sunlight, its body now a full 2 sizes larger than before. 15 tons in weight, nearly 6 meters at the shoulder, 15 meters in length, rivaling even a Tyrannosaurus rex. Its 14-centimeter dagger-like fangs gleamed menacingly. I'm probably the first Beast Island Lord in the Endless Sea to raise a pet to adult stage. Qin Chuan's fatigue vanished, replaced by the exhilaration of leading the pack. Next, he tossed the 8 crocodile hides into the marketplace. They sold out in less than a second. Congratulations, Beast Island Lord, successfully sold giant crocodile hide 8. Gold coins 3,600. Total gold coins, 6,490. His steadily climbing gold reserves boosted Qin Chuan's confidence. Currently, the marketplace offered few purchasable materials, but this was merely a brief gap during the beginner period. Once other island lords survived the opening phase, they would inevitably list various materials, including rare beast cores. When that time came, with his wealth in hand, he could both use them himself and buy in bulk to resell at higher prices, monopolizing the market. The prerequisite was, while everyone else was still in the beginner stage, accumulate as much capital as possible. 3 hours remain until sunset. Deep-sea dragon lizards will come ashore to hunt at night. Please take shelter immediately, Beast Island Lord. Warning: deep-sea dragon lizards are complete-form exotic beasts with a high probability of possessing water tribute beast cores. The sudden notification jolted Qin Chuan from his thoughts. High probability of water tribute cores? So far, Qin Chuan had killed countless giant crocodiles, but had never seen what a beast core looked like. If he could take down the deep-sea dragon lizard, it might bring him a massive boost. With this thought, he found some relatively dry high ground and made fire by drilling wood. Then he commanded his giant beast dragon to tear off a large chunk of bloody flesh from the skinned, armored giant crocodile. He skewered the meat on a wooden stick, letting the flames lick it as fat sizzled, and the air quickly filled with a savory aroma. Qin Chuan chewed the roasted meat while patiently waiting for nightfall. The giant beast dragon stood guard before him like a steady fortress, lying down and closing its eyes without orders, soon emitting steady snoring sounds. 3 hours passed in a flash as the setting sun sank below the horizon and darkness completely fell. Well-fed and satisfied, Qin Chuan leaned against the giant beast dragon's tail and dozed off drowsily. Boom! Roar! Under the night sky, a thunderous crash mixed with a roar suddenly exploded, yanking Qin Chuan from his dreams. He snapped his eyes open to find the giant beast dragon still lying down, but already alert, ears perked toward the distance. Looks like the deep-sea dragon lizard has come out. Qin Chuan's heart tightened as he sprang to his feet. In the distance, large swaths of trees were falling one after another, with occasional tragic wails echoing through the air, as if 2 massive forces were tearing and fighting each other. Qin Chuan patted the giant beast dragon's thick leg, signaling to advance, and the two quickly moved toward the source of the commotion. By the faint moonlight, he finally saw clearly a massive creature was savagely slaughtering armored giant crocodiles. The thing had razor-sharp fangs, blade-like claws, and a long, powerful tail, looking overall like a western dragon that had lost its wings. Whenever it pounced on a crocodile, the victim had virtually no chance to fight back. It even knew to flip its prey over, using steel-like claws to slice open the weakest armor plates on the crocodile's belly, then feast on the entrails with blood and flesh dripping everywhere. Trouble-typical agility type. Qin Chuan frowned and quickly pulled up the data. Beast, deep-sea dragon lizard. Weight, 7 tons. Level, adult. Attribute, water. Skill, high-pressure water stream. Description: the deep-sea dragon lizard possesses extremely high agility, but lower defense and slightly weaker attacks. Consuming the lizard's heart can greatly increase a beast companion's agility. The information matched his speculation perfectly. Incredible speed with attribute enhancement. He looked up at his giant beast dragon, uncertain whether it could defeat this opponent in direct combat. At that moment, after devouring several crocodiles, the dragon lizard crouched at the wetland's edge, eyes still fixed on the water surface, waiting for the next kill. Qin Chuan immediately put the giant beast dragon into hunting mode. Its massive paws lifted and fell lightly, making almost no sound in the mud as it quietly circled behind the dragon lizard. The dragon lizard's attention was completely focused ahead, completely unaware that a mountain of flesh was approaching from behind. Gurgle. In the wetland, a giant crocodile slowly surfaced to breathe, causing slight ripples on the water. Boom. The dragon lizard suddenly exploded into action, shooting toward the crocodile like an arrow from a bow. The burst of power from its beast core made it appear almost instantly beside the crocodile, clamping its jaws around the creature's neck. Whoosh. The crocodile, caught in the death grip, thrashed its fortune body wildly, sending water splashing everywhere. However, the dragon lizard's bite force had its limits and couldn't completely tear through that thick armor. Perfect opportunity. Attack! Qin Chuan shouted in a low voice. Thud! 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 The giant beast dragon pounded the muddy ground, its legs launching like steel springs as its massive form stirred up a gust of wind, charging straight at the entangled dragon lizard. Roar! Hiss! The dragon lizard sensed the massive commotion behind it and immediately released the giant crocodile, letting out a threatening hiss toward the behemoth dragon. Crash! In the next instant, the two colossal beasts collided head-on, the shockwave blasting a half-meter-high wall of water from the surface. The behemoth dragon, with its terrifying 15-ton weight, gained the upper hand and opened its blood-stained fangs, lunging straight for the dragon lizard's carotid artery. This is it. Qin Chuan rejoiced inwardly. If that bite connected, the dragon lizard would surely die. However, the dragon lizard's natural agility saved it. With just a slight turn of its head, it dodged the fatal strike, then suddenly opened its mouth to gather power. Blue patterns lit up between its scales, like countless electric arcs crawling across its surface. Boom. A high-pressure water jet shot forth, forcefully sending the 15-ton behemoth dragon flying backward. Crash! The behemoth dragon carved a dozen-meter furrow through the wetland, mud and water splashing everywhere. Fortunately, its thick hide meant it suffered only superficial wounds. Hiss! The dragon lizard, having succeeded, raised its head in a long hiss, as if declaring its dominance. Roar! The behemoth dragon rolled to its feet and responded with furious rage, shaking water droplets from the surrounding canopy. With a water attribute core's enhancement, it can even knock down the behemoth dragon? I must have that core. Qin Chuan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he mentally commanded the behemoth dragon once more. Thud, thud, thud. The behemoth dragon charged violently, its limbs pounding the ground like heavy hammers as it reached maximum speed. The dragon lizard used its agile body to dodge repeatedly while slashing with its claw slash. 3 deep gashes, visible to the bone, appeared on the behemoth dragon's face. Though not fatal, they only increased its fury. Crash! A massive tail sweep struck the dragon lizard's head, making stars dance before its eyes. WHOSH taking advantage of its opponent's daze, the behemoth dragon lunged down, its massive jaws clamping onto the dragon lizard's front limb. Tear! The entire limb was ripped clean off, blood spraying and staining the wetland crimson. The excruciating pain instantly cleared the dragon lizard's head. It endured the injury and opened its mouth to gather energy again. But the behemoth dragon gave it no chance, pouncing forward. Crack! With a crisp sound, the dragon lizard's neck bone snapped, its massive body convulsed a few times, and it died on the spot. Deep Sea Dragon Lizard defeated. Divine Points x3. Essence x3. Gold Reward x 500 Total Gold, 69.90. Dragon Lizard Heart x1. Water Attribute Beast Core x1. All the dropped loot was collected into Qin Chuan's dimensional space. As the divine points flowed into his body, he felt his body become lighter again, refreshingly comfortable as if reborn. Well done, champion. You've earned this heart as your reward. Qin Chuan raised his hand, and the 30-kilogram dragon lizard heart materialized from thin air. No wonder the dragon lizard had been so agile. This powerful heart was the source. The behemoth dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it in 2 bites. Then a transformation occurred. Its already thick hind leg muscles instantly swelled, their definition sharp as if carved by blade and axe, radiating explosive power. Its heart also expanded accordingly, its beating thunderous like war drums. This greatly enhanced the behemoth dragon's agility as well. The Giganotosaurus was a well-balanced creature in terms of defense, attack, and agility, essentially a hexagonal warrior. Now, having devoured the still beating heart of the deep-sea dragon lizard, its entire nervous system seemed ignited by flames, with power, speed, and reflexes all surging simultaneously. Especially when facing agile prey, its injury probability was drastically reduced. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate. He retrieved the crystal-clear blue core that seemed to contain the whispered songs of ocean tides, weighing his options mentally. In the initial stages, the most precious resources must be prioritized for the strongest combat. Force only the sharpest blade could claim more spoils of war. Fuse the water attribute beast core. As soon as he spoke, the blue core slowly rose and suddenly transformed into a stream of light that merged into the Giganotosaurus's body. In the next instant, sea blue patterns flickered through the gaps in its thick scales, spreading rapidly across its surface like water veins. Water attribute Beast Core 1. Randomly regenerating water attribute skill. Species, Southern Giganotosaurus. Weight, 15 tons. Level, Adult. Attribute, Water. Primary skill, Torrent Breath Beast King level achieved. Can evolve into Raging Sea Storm. Passive skill, Aquatic Affinity significantly enhanced movement and healing speed in water. As the core was completely absorbed, the Giganotosaurus's aura surged once again. Qin Chuan gazed at this terrifying monster that had truly become a dragon entering the sea, his lips curling slightly. With the water attribute core, hunting armored giant crocodiles underwater is no longer a challenge. For the entire previous day, the Giganotosaurus could only probe from the shoreline, using its terrestrial advantage to hunt isolated crocodiles, not daring to venture into the deep wetland networks. Now, Qin Chuan judged, it would take at most a few hours to clear out the entire crocodile population in this wetland that meant mountains of materials. Go! Qin Chuan raised his hand and commanded. Boom! The Giganotosaurus leaped into the wetland, its limbs powerfully churning the mud, its massive tail creating surging waves. Blue patterns lit up as surrounding water elements were forcibly compressed. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a several-meter-wide azure torrent that crashed into the water surface. Bang! The water surface exploded, and over a dozen armored giant crocodiles that had been lurking were overturned by the towering water column. Shrieks and the sound of shattering scales intertwined as the Giganotosaurus, empowered by its aquatic affinity trait, moved through the swamp like lightning. It was complete, indiscriminate slaughter. Qin Chuan watched from the shore, his blood pumping with excitement. The monster-killing speed was like mowing grass, with no opportunity for counterattack. Defeated 27 giant crocodiles. Divine Essence 27. Essence 27. Gold reward 2,700. Total gold 9690. Crocodile hide 27. In just 1 hour, the entire wetland was devoid of life. Qin Chuan stood quietly on the shore, suddenly aware that he too was undergoing subtle transformation. His 5 senses had sharpened to the point where he could detect the wing-beat frequency of a mosquito several meters away, and his blood surged with unprecedented vitality. Direct feedback from the Divine Essence enhancement. Check Divine Essence. 41,100. Another significant step toward truly condensing his divine spark. Qin Chuan rubbed his fingertips, anticipating what kind of authority he would gain upon achieving godhood. He sold all 27 crocodile hides to the marketplace for gold, then returned to the nest with the Giganotosaurus after completing the sweep. Before entering the dragon lair, he weighed the 31 glowing essence crystals in his storage, enough for 1 nest upgrade. Upgrade Dragon Lair. Essence 10, total essence 21. Lair tier, 2nd tier. Daily output, random dragon eggs 2. Lair experience, 0-100. Qin Chuan looked at the new notification, his heart sinking slightly. He hadn't expected the next upgrade to require a full 100 essence crystals as well. It seemed the tasks ahead remained arduous, and Qin Chuan truly felt the scarcity of essence. However, this also gave him tremendous motivation as long as he could grow rapidly within this limited time. Winter would arrive in 5 days, and only by commanding a massive dinosaur army could he achieve true security. With the shelter still under construction, he had to sleep on the ground under the open sky, resting against the broad flank of the Giganotosaurus. He needed to restore his energy first so he could continue his sprint tomorrow, and he was curious about what kind of dragon eggs would appear in the nest come morning. As the moon set and sun rose, Beast Island welcomed a fresh dawn. The moment Qin Chuan opened his eyes, he noticed 2 new eggs in the dragon nest, one slightly larger than an ostrich egg, while the other was even more massive than his entire body, making him shudder just thinking about what might hatch from it. But he didn't rush to incubate them. Instead, he first checked his account to see if the crocodile hides he'd listed overnight had sold. Congratulations, Beast Island Master. Successfully sold armored crocodile hide X2, gold 900, current gold, 10590. Huh? That's not right. Qin Chuan stared at the numbers in confusion. Usually his items sold instantly upon listing. How had only 2 hides sold overnight? Logically, very few Beast Island Masters could single-handedly kill armored crocodiles, so the hides should still be rare commodities. Puzzled, he switched to the trading market. The moment the page loaded, Qin Chuan nearly jumped out of his skin. Dozens of pages were filled with crocodile hides, all uniformly priced at 50 gold coins, burying his 20-plus listings at the very bottom. This bizarre scene left his mind reeling. He'd considered himself the only Beast Island Master in the entire server who could randomly summon dinosaurs, making him theoretically the strongest. Could someone else have drawn even more outrageous beast companions? But in Earth's history, dinosaurs were apex predators. Filled with confusion, Qin Chuan opened the public chat. 50 gold per crocodile hide, what a steal. My beast finally has some armor. We have the Guardian Alliance to thank for this. They're helping the weak by keeping crocodile hide prices down. Damn, if I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have bought from that big shot last night. 450 gold, enough to buy 9 hides now. Crocodile hides were never worth much anyway. That guy Qin Chuan was just maliciously inflating prices yesterday. I hate him. Can we get refunds? Give me back my hard-earned money. I want a refund too. The flood of messages made Qin Chuan's scalp tingle. Where had this Guardian Alliance come from overnight? Opening the player list, he saw row after row of names prefixed with Guardian XXX, clearly guild tags. And they weren't the only ones following this Model Pioneer Alliance, Star River Alliance, Endless Sea Alliance. All sorts of flashy names had emerged. Impressive. In the time he'd slept, billions of Beast Island Masters had formed alliances. Clearly, These groups had shared strategies for killing armored crocodiles and were now coordinating to flood the market with low-priced goods, driving prices to rock bottom. The result was crystal clear: his 20-plus crocodile hides. Basically unsellable. Could he tolerate this? Originally, Qin Chuan had planned to make another fortune from the giant crocodile hide to accumulate startup capital, but now it seemed that plan had gone down the drain. He leaned against the tree trunk, his fingertips sliding back and forth across the chat window on the light screen as notification sounds chimed continuously. Among them, a girl with the username Guardian Alliance leader Yi Qingwan was particularly eye-catching. Her messages were being shared and liked by countless people. Yi Qingwan, giant crocodile hide no longer meets our needs. I'm preparing to take on the crystal scorpion, and we'll have new materials for sale at competitive prices. Random player, awesome. Crystal scorpions are even tougher than armored giant crocodiles. Only top players can hunt them. Random player B, the Guardian Alliance is so generous. Can I join? Yi Qingwan. Sure, but after joining, you'll need to share your resources and contribute to the alliance. Random player C, resource sharing is fine. Please let me join. Random player D, count me in too. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged on the ground, chin resting on his hand, watching the scrolling text on the screen as he gradually pieced things together. Yi Qingwan was the founder of the Guardian Alliance, and she was accepting members almost indiscriminately, expanding her team at breakneck speed. In 4 days, the endless winter would arrive, and the endless sea would freeze into one massive ice continent. When that time came, organizations like the Guardian Alliance with their massive membership and countless beast companions would become truly formidable forces. Once they survived the beast tide, their power would skyrocket, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't sweep across the entire sea region. Qin Chuan wasn't opposed to teamwork, but the phrase resource sharing was enough to make him think twice. As the only island lord in the entire server with a dinosaur companion, he would inevitably control more rare resources in the future. Sharing them unconditionally would be like working for free. But this created another problem. Going solo would likely make him a prime target for these alliances. Having to weather both the beast tide and defend against these organized island lords would dramatically increase the pressure, filling him with a growing sense of urgency. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed hundreds of alliance invitations had appeared in his message box. Word of his first-day victory over the armored giant crocodile had already spread, and various alliances were naturally competing to recruit him. Scrolling down, he spotted Yi Qingwan's personal invitation quietly sitting among them. Yi Qingwan. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Yi Qingwan, leader of the Guardian Alliance. My beast companion is a polar bear. You showed impressive strength taking down the armored giant crocodile on day 1. Would you be interested in joining my alliance? I could make you vice leader, and we could explore the endless sea together. Vice leader meant being second only to one person but above thousands of others, and the Guardian Alliance was currently the hottest organization around. Qin Chuan paused for a few seconds, but ultimately clicked decline without hesitation for 2 reasons. First, joining would inevitably expose his unique dinosaur companion, and if they ganged up to steal it, he wouldn't stand a chance. Second, he absolutely couldn't accept sharing resources. So he had no choice but to decline Yi Qingwan's invitation. Meanwhile, at this very moment on a certain island in the endless sea, a woman in her early 20s was leading 2 polar bears to explore Beast Island. The woman had fair skin and stunning beauty, with delicate and well-defined features. Her shirt was stretched into an exaggerated scurve by the weapons on her chest, and her every step exuded irresistible charm. Her gaze lingered on the message list, specifically on Qin Chuan's rejection message that had just arrived, and her expression clearly froze. He actually rejected me? This woman was none other than Yi Qingwan, who had invited Qin Chuan. She considered herself quite capable in both strength and intelligence. On the first day, she had figured out how to kill the armored giant crocodile and generously shared the method with other Beast Island lords. She had also formed the Guardian Alliance with numerous members. By all logic, when she extended an olive branch and offered the position of vice leader, the other party should have accepted gladly. Yet Qin Chuan had clicked reject without hesitation. Quite aloof, isn't he? Fine, rejection it is. Yi Qingwan withdrew her gaze and gently stroked the polar bear's broad neck, a smile playing at her lips. My Guardian Alliance doesn't need one more strong fighter anyway. When winter comes, arrogant people like him will definitely be among the first to be eliminated. In her view, only by banding together could one survive after winter arrived. Going solo would ultimately lead to elimination. Therefore, Qin Chuan's rejection didn't cause much of a stir in her heart. On the other side, Qin Chuan closed the private message window and immediately set about hatching the 2 dragon eggs before him. With only 4 days left until winter, he had to grow stronger like crazy during this time. He stood up from the ground, his gaze falling on the 2 dragon eggs beside him, and commanded in a deep voice, "Hatch immediately." Crack. The smaller egg responded first, with fine cracks appearing on its shell. Moments later, a pointed little head broke through the fragments, letting out a tender and sharp cry. Hatching successful. Species, Quetzalcoatlus. Description, largest flying dinosaur, wingspan up to 15 meters, ruler of the skies. Weight, 20 kilograms, juvenile, maximum 500 kilograms. Level, juvenile stage. Attributes, none. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Quetzalcoatlus. Surprise flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The largest flying creature in Earth's prehistoric array, properly cultivated. Just one would be enough to dominate the skies, and carrying a person would be effortless. Getting such a powerful weapon randomly made him very satisfied. Let's see the second one. Qin Chuan turned to the giant egg beside it that was nearly as tall as a person. His anticipation growing an egg this large couldn't possibly contain just an ordinary dinosaur. Crack. The giant egg also showed fissures, with fragments falling away layer by layer, as a massive creature comparable to a juvenile Apatosaurus slowly poked its head out. Hatching successful. Species, Amphicoelias fragilimus. Description, the largest known terrestrial creature on Earth, slow-moving but possessing world-destroying destructive power. Weight, 1 ton, juvenile, maximum 220 tons. Level, juvenile stage. Requires 100 essence to grow to adolescent stage. Attributes, none. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. His 220 tons. Qin Chuan drew a sharp breath. His Giganotosaurus at full level was only 15 tons, but this creature was a complete land monster. If given powerful attributes, it could sweep through almost everything. But the next line of requirements made him frown. It needs 100 essence just to reach adolescent stage? He instinctively compared. His Giganotosaurus needed the same amount of essence to grow to Beast King level. After the brief shock, Qin Chuan understood the more essence required, the more terrifying the Amphicoelias' combat power would be once fully grown. Such a massive creature would be like having an impregnable fortress guarding the home. Qin Chuan felt reassured looking at the juvenile Diplodocus weighing a full ton. However, with his limited essence reserves, he couldn't afford an upgrade right now. So he stored the giant beast in his dimensional warehouse until he could gather enough materials for enhancement. As he slowly raised his hand, whoosh, the enormous body vanished instantly, as if its weight had been drained away. Next, Qin Chuan focused his attention on the Quetzalcoatlus. Painlet was currently the best choice for boosting his combat power. Essence 11, total essence 10. Species, Quetzalcoatlus. Weight, 500 kilograms. Level, adult. Note, requires 50 more essence to evolve to Beast King level. Qin Chuan confirmed the upgrade without hesitation. The next second, the juvenile pterosaur's skeleton thickened, its wing membranes stretched rapidly, and its chest cavity expanded, growing to full size in an instant like an inflating kite. Its spear-like beak gleamed with cold light. A high-altitude dive would be enough to pierce through any prey. Let's test the speed. Qin Chuan leaped onto its back, gripping tightly with his legs. Whoosh, the wings beat against the air as the Quetzalcoatlus shot up from the ground. Within minutes, they had climbed to 2,000 meters, with the entire beast island spread out below them. The island covered approximately 50,000 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to a small country. There were 8 billion such beast islands, not counting the ocean territories. Gazing at the endless sea, Qin Chuan mused, it truly lives up to its name. During this aerial reconnaissance, he spotted a rocky area ahead of the wetlands where multicolored crystals reflected the sunlight. A group of massive colorful scorpions. Exotic beast, crystal giant scorpion. Weight, 5 tons. Level, adult. Attribute, mutant earth. Skill, refractive crystal shield. Description, crystal stones can disperse attacks. The more crystals, the stronger the defense. Additionally, these crystals are extremely rare building materials that can be used to construct shelters. Excellent. Qin Chuan stroked his chin. If he could harvest these crystals, he could build a crystal base to protect the dragon nest, making it impervious to beast tide raids. With his plan set, he rode the pterosaur back to the dragon nest, stored the megalosaurus in his dimensional space, then flew back to the rocky area. After landing, the megalosaurus materialized with a thunderous presence, its towering silhouette casting shadows among the rocks. The dozen or so crystal giant scorpions in the rocky area sensed the intrusion and raised their heavy pincers and tail stingers in unison. The crystals clinked and clattered against each other, their hardness evident at first glance. Let's test their durability first. Qin Chuan commanded the megalosaurus to activate its skill torrent breath. Blue patterns lit up across the dragon's body as energy gathered, and it suddenly opened its massive maw. Buzz, a compressed blue water column blasted forth. The crystal giant scorpions immediately curled up and crouched low, retracting their tail stingers with crystal shields fully deployed. Bang! The water column struck the scorpion armor and was instantly refracted and dispersed by countless crystal facets. The scattered water streams sliced through the surrounding rocks but didn't leave even a single crack on the giant scorpions. Tough as expected, Qin Chuan murmured quietly, though this was within his expectations. After all, the torrent breath hadn't been upgraded yet, so the damage it dealt was extremely limited. It was perfectly normal that it couldn't break through their defenses. Even if the giant beast dragon bit down with full force, unleashing dozens of tons of terrifying bite pressure, it might not be able to pierce through that diamond-like crystal shell, and could even end up breaking its own fangs. At this thought, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing this situation was going to be tricky. While he was still weighing his options, a low grinding sound echoed from the other side of the rocky terrain. Over a dozen crystal giant scorpions slowly raised their tail stingers, surrounding the giant beast dragon in a semicircle. Bearing several tons of heavy crystal armor on their backs, they could only move by dragging their thick shells and crawling laboriously, as slow as armored turtles, posing no real threat to the giant beast dragon. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened as he locked onto every detail of those giant scorpions from afar. Soon, he spotted a crucial weakness. Their tail stingers were connected by segmented joints that could only bend up and down, unable to twist sideways. If forcibly snapped off, the giant scorpions would likely collapse rapidly from blood loss. Let's give it a try. Attack! Qin Chuan raised his hand and gave the command. The giant beast dragon roared and leaped into action. Boom! Its 15-ton body crashed down heavily onto the nearest giant scorpion's back, causing the thick armor to crack with a sharp snap. The giant scorpion trembled all over from being trampled, yet instinctively raised its tail to counterattack, only to have its stinger immediately caught in the giant beast dragon's massive jaws. Crack, crack, crack. The fangs grinding against the crystal shell produced sharp, piercing sounds as the giant beast dragon shook its head vigorously, its muscles twisting like steel cables. After several violent wrenches, a crisp snap rang out as the tail stinger broke clean off at the joint. The next second, blood gushed out like a burst pipe. The giant scorpion's limbs convulsed briefly before going completely limp, and within just dozens of seconds, it collapsed from excessive blood loss, crumbling into scattered crystal fragments across the ground. It actually worked. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Without the giant beast dragon's combination of size and strength, other contracted beasts would probably exhaust themselves to death before managing this kind of dismantling kill. With the tactics confirmed, what followed was efficient harvesting. The giant beast dragon rampaged through the rocky terrain as Qin Chuan repeated the same process, breaking tails and draining blood, one scorpion after another. In less than half an hour, all 15 crystal giant scorpions in the rocky area had been cleared out. Defeated 15 crystal giant scorpions. Divine power 45. Essence 45. Reward coins 7,500. Total coins 18090. Crystals 60 tons. Mutant Earth Attribute Beast Cores 6. The notification panels popped up one after another, with massive amounts of loot stacking up in the list. At the same time, the surge in divine power brought changes that swept through his entire body like a heat wave. Every sensory cell activated, making even the slightest movement within dozens of meters crystal clear. Divine power at 86, another big step closer to godhood. Qin Chuan clenched his fists, feeling his blood boiling with excitement. However, the euphoria lasted only a moment before he quickly calmed down. Compared to the divine power surge, the 6 beast cores before him and the full 60 tons of rare crystal were the real hard currency that made his heart race. According to his plan, building a small dragon nest shelter required only 1 ton of crystal. Since materials were abundant, he decided to splurge 10 tons and build a large shelter directly, then sell off the remaining 50 tons entirely. Looking across the endless sea, probably no one had managed to kill crystal giant scorpions yet, let alone produce 50 tons of raw crystal all at once. Once he put them on the market, he didn't believe those people could sit still. Crystal giant scorpions weren't armored giant crocodiles. The hunting difficulty was worlds apart. Thinking about making another killing profit, Qin Chuan broke into a pleased smile. He wondered if, after he put the crystals on the market, that bunch would still hold grudges over his previous profiteering behavior. Qin Chuan returned with a massive haul of materials. Clutching the precious crystals in his hands, he decided to immediately begin constructing a sturdy shelter for his beast lair. Without hesitation, he dumped a full 10 tons of crystal from his dimensional space on the spot. In the past, forget 10 tons moving even a single block would have been backbreaking work for him. But now, with his divine attributes significantly enhanced and his strength dramatically increased, transporting any amount posed no problem. The crystals had natural adhesive properties, requiring no binding agents. He simply needed to stack the crystal blocks like bricks. Qin Chuan wielded the crystals, constantly adjusting angles and gaps. After 4 to 5 hours, a 60-square-meter crystal house with a square exterior rose from the ground. Sunlight struck the crystal walls, refracting into scattered rainbow light. Though the scale and intensity of the beast tide remained unknown, breaking through this crystal barrier by force would be no easy task. From the remaining 50 tons of crystal, he planned to test the waters by selling 20 tons first, pricing them at 1,000 gold coins per ton. Not unreasonable. Before opening the marketplace, he first glanced at the public chat. At that moment, Beast Island lords were flooding the screen discussing crystal giant scorpions. Guys, we only have 3.5 days left, and my beast lair is still completely bare. Has any expert taken down a crystal giant scorpion? I need crystal materials. The crystal giant scorpions feel way harder than the armored giant crocodiles. I can't kill them at all. Wasn't Alliance leader Yi working on conquering crystal giant scorpions earlier? How's the progress? We're all waiting for affordable crystals. Yi Qingwan replied. Don't worry, everyone. After a morning of effort, I've successfully killed one and am currently dissecting it to find weak points. Once I identify the weakness, I'll share it with everyone. What? You killed one? Alliance leader Yi is amazing. Incredible. Alliance leader Ye's polar bear truly is a top-tier beast companion. Go Alliance leader Yi. We're all counting on you. Same polar bear, but I can't even beat a crystal giant scorpion. Alliance leader Yi really is heaven's chosen. The scene shifted to a rocky area on a certain beast island. Broken stones lay everywhere, and the air was thick with salty, fishy odors. Yi Qingwan knelt beside the giant scorpion's corpse, holding a short blade and carefully cutting through the hard crystal shell, trying to find fatal weaknesses in the muscle structure. Beside her, two polar bears, one regular, one water-attributed, had fur covered in gashes and half-dried blood scabs, showing how brutal the morning's battle had been. Yi Qingwan considered herself superior to 99% of Beast Island lords and destined to become a top powerhouse in the Endless Sea. Yet even she had been pushed to exhaustion by this single giant scorpion. After trying for ages, she still hadn't discovered any true fatal weakness in the scorpion's body. It seemed bringing crystal prices down to accessible levels would take at least several more days. Just as she pondered this dilemma, the marketplace suddenly displayed a new listing. 20 tons of crystal, priced at 1,000 gold coins each. Holy crap, what's happening? Someone's already selling crystals. It's Qin Chuan, the big shot who sold armored giant crocodiles yesterday. No way. What's Qin Chuan's situation? How many did he kill? This is terrifying. Have to admit, though Qin Chuan's a bit greedy, his strength is genuinely terrifying. Qin Chuan, please, could you lower the price a bit? I really can't afford it. However, just as the chat erupted in excitement, Qin Chuan's 20 tons of crystals sold out in mere seconds. A series of system notifications exploded across the world channel with continuous ding sounds. Congratulations to the Beast Island Lord for successfully selling 20 tons of crystals. Gold coins 20,000. Total gold coins 38,090. No matter how high the price, it couldn't stop the massive player base. There would always be someone eager to add shelters to their beast lairs. Watching his gold coin counter skyrocket, Qin Chuan's grin stretched from ear to ear. Didn't expect it to sell out so fast. Almost at 40,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan had just refreshed the shop and immediately spotted that shocking 20T transaction record. Freezing on the spot, she had fought tooth and nail to take down a single crystal scorpion and only got 4 tons of loot. 20 tons meant 5 scorpions. What kind of beast pet does this guy have that can go toe-to-toe with giant scorpions? Her mind went blank. Messages flooded the channel. Boss Qin Chuan, what exactly is your beast pet? How can it kill crystal scorpions? I'm guessing it's a large beast pet like a tiger, rhino, or elephant, combined with superior tactics. So demoralizing. We have large beast pets too, but can't pull this off. The gap between people is just too huge. Without tactics, even 10 elephants would be useless. Qin Chuan glanced at the chat and chuckled helplessly. What tactics? It's all about raw power. While the hype was still hot, he decided to list his remaining 30 tons of crystals all at once. The moment the system notification appeared, the entire channel erupted. Holy crap, another 30 tons? Did he wipe out every scorpion in the Rocky Zone? Wait, is Boss Qin Chuan's beast pet some kind of god? He's unstoppable now. Killed at least 15 giant scorpions, must have gotten tons of beast cores. Boss Qin Chuan, I'm a cute girl, can we be friends? I'll do anything. Boss Qin Chuan, I'm a mature woman with great skills. You guys are going too far. Now you're trying to seduce him. Qin Chuan was stunned. Back on Blue Star, he was just a single guy, but here in the Endless Sea, he'd become quite the catch truly. Only the strong had the right to choose their partners. Yi Qingwan, watching from her screen, grew more alarmed by the minute. She had thought herself the strongest, only to realize that in the eyes of true powerhouses, her achievements were nothing but a joke. Unable to contain herself, she sent another alliance invitation to Qin Chuan. You have declined Yi Qingwan's alliance request. Instantly rejected. Rejected again. Yi Qingwan stared at the notification, her composure starting to crack. This was the second time she'd been turned down. Qin Chuan had zero interest in forming alliances. Only sheep flock together, he thought to himself. Congratulations to the Beast Island Lord for successfully selling 30 tons of crystals. Gold coins 30,000. Total gold coins 68,090. With all 50 tons of crystals converted to cash and 60 to 70,000 gold coins in hand, Qin Chuan had no doubt he was now the richest player in the Endless Sea. Just as he was basking in his success, a message box suddenly popped up with gray background and golden text. Yi Qingwan has used Alliance Leader privileges to initiate a temporary conversation with you. Yi Qingwan, Mr. Qin, could we talk? Qin Chuan paused. So forming an alliance came with this kind of privilege? He had clearly disabled friend requests and private messaging, yet somehow Yi Qingwan could bypass it completely. Looking at the temporary chat message from Yi Qingwan, Qin Chuan didn't respond immediately, but instead pondered the Alliance Leader privileges. What exactly are these Alliance Leader privileges? He first asked the optical brain. The optical brain quickly listed the 5 alliance tiers. 1. Iron, no privileges. 2. Bronze, can initiate temporary chats with any Beast Island Lord. 3. Silver, with permission, can teleport to any ally's Beast Island. 4. Gold, each member receives a fixed 100 essence points daily. 5. Diamond, each member receives a fixed 500 essence points daily. After reading this, Qin Chuan was secretly amazed the benefits of creating an alliance exceeded his imagination, especially those last 2 tiers. Instant teleportation would dramatically increase alliance assembly speed, while the gold tier's daily 100 essence was practically a cheat code for power advancement. What's required to upgrade alliance tiers? He inquired further. Hidden points are required. The higher the hidden points, the higher the alliance tier. What are hidden points? Hidden points include combat power, beast pet strength, and reputation. What are my hidden points then? Searching. 160,000. 160,000? What tier could I achieve if I created an alliance? Silver tier. Qin Chuan was slightly stunned straight to silver. Though it made sense when he thought about if his combat power ranked at least top 10 in the Endless Sea, his giant beast dragon crushed same-tier beast pets. And as for reputation, ever since he'd sold giant crocodile hide and crystals, many people already ranked him alongside Yi Qingwan as a trending figure. A single person could match massive alliances with tens of thousands of members. Can I create an alliance with just myself? Yes. Alright then, I want to create an alliance. His goal was clear: quickly upgrade to gold tier for a steady 500 essence daily. Please enter alliance name. He thought briefly. Let's call it the Dust Breaking Alliance, symbolizing leaving everyone in the dust, far ahead of the competition. Creation complete. Dust Breaking Alliance Leader Qin Chuan. Current ranking, 55th in the Endless Sea. Qin Chuan paid no attention to this ranking, since other alliances typically had thousands or tens of thousands of members, while he only had himself. After handling alliance matters, he finally remembered Yi Qingwan's temporary chat. By this time, Yi Qingwan was already feeling quite irritated waiting on the other end. Her status as leader of the Guardian Alliance had accustomed her to being the center of attention, so actively reaching out to Qin Chuan only to be ignored left her increasingly frustrated. Acting all aloof. Once my alliance upgrades to silver and I bring hundreds of experts, we can still take down that crystal giant scorpion, she muttered through gritted teeth, anger building inside. Just as she was about to give up, a new message suddenly appeared on her screen. What did you want to talk about? Qin Chuan's brief reply came into view. He finally replied. Yi Qingwan was quite surprised. She had just been angry moments ago, but seeing Qin Chuan's reply immediately made her forget all about her previous irritation. Her fingers swiftly moved across the light screen as she hurriedly sent a message. Mr. Qin, could you tell me how you managed to kill the crystal giant scorpion? Don't worry, I won't let you share this information for nothing. I'll give you 1,000 gold coins as thanks. Qin Chuan looked at the text flickering on the light screen, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth as expected. She was here seeking advice. Without hesitation, he replied. Simple. Step on the crystal giant scorpion's back, then bite off its tail stinger and let it bleed out. After sending this brief message, there was silence on the other end for several seconds. Yi Qingwan could hardly believe her eyes, and after a long pause, she typed, "That's it?" Qin Chuan replied again with just 2 words, "That's it. Are you kidding me? My polar bear isn't even as strong as the crystal giant scorpion's pincers, let alone stepping on its back." Yi Qingwan's tone was clearly displeased. Mr. Qin, if you don't want to tell me, fine, but why lie to me? Seeing her doubt, Qin Chuan couldn't be bothered to explain further. He certainly couldn't reveal that his beast companion was a Giganotosaurus that would instantly attract countless envious and prying eyes. So he simply closed the light screen and ignored her. Discovering that Qin Chuan had gone completely silent, Yi Qingwan reluctantly ended the conversation and prepared to find other solutions. The moment Qin Chuan closed the chat interface, a system notification from the Endless Sea suddenly appeared. Attention! Mysterious sea creatures will land on islands tonight. All Beast Island Lords, please prepare. Sea creatures are not exotic beasts but indigenous beings of the Endless Sea, possessing high intelligence and social behavior. To encourage all Beast Island Lords, during this sea creature invasion, mysterious treasures will randomly appear on certain Beast Islands. Finding them will yield extremely generous rewards. Additionally, killing sea creatures has an extremely low probability of dropping rare exotic beast cores. As soon as the message was sent, The entire channel erupted. Mysterious treasures? Could it be top-tier equipment? I think it's more likely materials, like essences or exotic beast cores. If it's really generous rewards, maybe hundreds of essences directly, that would be incredible. It's only the second day, and no one has reached Beast King level yet. If someone finds treasure, they'd instantly become number one in the endless sea. Dream on. With odds of 1 in 7 billion, it's basically impossible for any of us. True enough. Better get some sleep and stop dreaming. Qin Chuan glanced at the scrolling comments, thinking the crowd's analysis made some sense. Although his luck had been explosive in obtaining the unique dinosaur, he didn't believe good fortune would strike twice. The probability was simply too low. Rather than the so-called treasure, he was more interested in what kind of dinosaur tomorrow's hatching dragon egg would bring him. As night deepened, he had the Giganotosaurus patrol the island's perimeter while he returned to his simple wooden hut, preparing to rest early. After today, there would be only 3 days left before winter's arrival. This was also the final sprint time for all Beast Island lords. It was already deep into the night. Qin Chuan felt no drowsiness whatsoever, riding his pteranodon in circles above Beast Island. Despite claiming he wasn't interested in treasure, he still wanted to try his luck. What if fortune smiled upon him? But after several hours passed, the coastline showed no signs of activity, and not even a shadow of the mysterious sea tribe had appeared. Estimating it was already 11 or 12 o'clock, he yawned and decided to call it a night, landing at the dragon's nest and crawling into his crystal shelter, storing both his Giganotosaurus and Pteranodon in his dimensional space. With this crystal barrier protecting him, he wasn't worried about nighttime ambushes. Before he knew it, he had fallen into a deep sleep. At 3 in the morning, the entire Beast Island was shrouded in silence, with even the creatures that had been roaring all day finally quieting down. Thump thump, thump thump. Accompanied by rustling growls, Qin Chuan frowned in his half-awake state. Damn it, what the hell? He suddenly opened his eyes, his heart skipping a beat at the sight before him. Hundreds of humanoid monsters stood densely packed outside the crystal wall. They had elongated limbs, their entire bodies covered in uneven protrusions like barnacle infestations. Their heads resembled ugly anglerfish, swaying with tentacles. The monsters wielded bone clubs, pounding against the crystal wall while making hoarse communication sounds, clearly treating the prey in the shelter as their midnight snack. So these were the legendary mysterious sea tribe? If he were alone, this sight would be enough to scare anyone to death. Qin Chuan rolled out of bed, his mind instantly alert. Since the sea tribe had appeared, the treasure was probably here too. He raised his hand and waved. Giganotosaurus, break out and kill them. Clear out these disgusting barnacle freaks. Boom. The multi-ton Giganotosaurus was deployed to the outside world, its landing impact making the ground tremble slightly. The next second, a deafening dragon roar tore through the night, echoing across the entire island. Fear instantly crumbled under its overwhelming presence. Roar, roar, roar. The attacking sea tribe immediately fell into chaos. The Giganotosaurus opened its mouth, blue light suddenly gathering. Whoosh. A torrent breath blasted out, instantly tearing dozens of sea tribe members to pieces. Crunch, crunch. It lowered its head to bite and tear, the sound of breaking bones like crunching cartilage. With every step it took, monsters were trampled into pulp. In less than a moment, the remaining sea tribe members howled in terror, fleeing toward the coastline in a panic. Qin Chuan curled his lip behind the crystal wall. I thought they'd be tough. Turns out they're useless. They don't even drop essence or divinity points. What a waste of effort. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed 2 objects crackling with electric arcs flickering in and out of view among the pile of corpses that had been trampled into mush. Qin Chuan picked them up and took a glance. Congratulations to the Beast Island Lord for obtaining Lightning Attribute Beast Cores X2. The golden system notification flashed briefly across the light screen, yet it stirred up tremendous waves in Qin Chuan's heart. Finally got something good. He patted the broad back of the wind god pterosaur, beaming with joy. I knew it. There's no way a whole swarm of sea creatures would show up and leave nothing behind. At this moment, what Qin Chuan needed most were offensive attribute cores, and these 2 lightning cores came at the perfect time. If the dragon nest hatched 2 more large dinosaurs tomorrow, this lightning power could be put to immediate use, and his overall combat strength would skyrocket accordingly. With this thought, he guided the wind god pterosaur to circle low over Beast Island twice, wanting to confirm whether that so-called 1 in 7 billion treasure had landed on his territory. The result was obvious. Wasn't that super lucky survivor? The island was completely empty. Fortunately, with 2 lightning cores crackling with blue-white arcs as consolation prizes, Qin Chuan didn't feel disappointed. Collecting his thoughts, he rode the dragon back to the crystal sanctuary, stood down from combat readiness, and enjoyed a comfortable sleep. The next morning, the sun should have emerged from the horizon, but thick dark clouds pressed it down mercilessly. Thin rays of light filtered through gaps in the clouds, illuminating only the snow falling across the sky. Qin Chuan pushed open the crystal door of the sanctuary and cold wind mixed with snowflakes hit his face. With each breath, it felt as if the bitter cold drilled directly into his chest. With only 3 days left on the winter countdown, even the weather had changed its face, and the freezing of the sea surface seemed imminent. If not for his current high divinity value, just this one night's temperature drop would have been enough to kill him. He shivered and immediately noticed 2 new dragon eggs in the nest. They were slightly smaller than the Diplodocus eggs, but their patterns were very regular and their color lustrous. Qin Chuan suppressed the urge to hatch them immediately and first opened the system chat window, wanting to see who had claimed yesterday's treasure that would directly determine the current direction of the Federation ranking ladder. The announcement panel quickly displayed, Sea Creature Event concluded. Congratulations to Beast Island Lord Qin Yahweh for obtaining the mysterious treasure chest. Sure enough, someone else got it. Qin Chuan murmured, his gaze lingering on the 3 characters, Qin Yahweh. Sounds like a girl's name from the sound of it. The world channel was instantly flooded with messages. Sister Yahweh, you got the treasure chest. Come out and show yourself. Let us admire you. Don't hide it, share the joy. Quick, tell us what's inside. Let me be jealous. Soon, Qin Yahweh appeared to reply. Pretty lucky. I was just strolling by the seaside and found treasure. It's really nothing special, just 500 essence and 5 beast cores. The channel erupted. Holy crap, 500 essence. This treasure chest is insane. That's enough to cultivate so many beast kings. Sister Yahweh just became a god. Please let me follow you. I can cheer you on. Faced with the bombardment of flattery, Qin Yahweh sent 2 more messages, claiming her beast pets weren't that strong, and even if upgraded to beast king level, their combat power would be limited. 500 essence. Qin Chuan stood frozen in place, his eyes glazed over. Over the past few days, he had worked non-stop, grinding monsters, dismantling ships, hunting sea creatures, and had barely accumulated less than 100 essence crystals. Now someone else had walked away with 5 times that amount overnight. The number flashed repeatedly in his mind like a heavy hammer, making his breathing quicken. I need to find a way to win her over. The thought had barely emerged when he remembered his original Principlino alliances, no teaming up. But the temptation of 500 essence was overwhelming. Reason and desire wrestled for several moments, until only one conclusion remained. Although this went against his original intention of not forming alliances or teams, he simply couldn't resist the temptation of 500 essence. While Qin Chuan was contemplating recruiting Qin Yahweh, he clearly wasn't the only one with such intentions. The first to speak up in the chat channel was Yi Qingwan, her avatar flashing as her tone carried both complaint and helplessness. Sister Yahweh, couldn't you keep a lower profile? The Boundless Sea is full of all kinds of people. You just announced publicly that you have 500 essence points and made your beast pets sound so vulnerable, aren't you just asking to be robbed? Qin Yahweh, thinking it was no big deal, quickly replied in the channel. It should be fine, right? They don't know where my beast island is located. Yi Qingwan snorted coldly, immediately shattering her naivety. You think finding your location is difficult? Winter arrives in 3 days, and all beast island lords will be able to leave their islands and move around. Finding you is just a matter of time. These words hit like cold water, and Qin Yahweh immediately panicked. This, surely no one will actually come to rob me. The other beast island lords in the channel instantly burst into laughter. Haha, you can delete the word surely someone will definitely rob you. Sister Yahweh, you'd better not run into me, or I'll take all your essence and won't even leave you your clothes. This girl must be hopelessly naive. If we don't rob her now, when will we? Faced with the overwhelming teasing, Qin Yahweh was completely dumbfounded, her screen filled with panicked text bubbles. Woo woo. Dear brothers and sisters, I'm just an 18-year-old girl, you can't bully me like this. Seeing this, Yi Qingwan immediately seized the opportunity. Sister Yahweh, why don't you join my Guardian Alliance? With me here, whoever dares touch you, I'll be the first to take them down. Frightened out of her wits, Qin Yahweh barely thought before typing her agreement. Yes, I'm willing to join. However, before she could submit her application, another Golden Alliance badge appeared in the chat box. Zhongli, leader of the Star River Alliance. Sister Yahweh, don't rush to decide. The Guardian Alliance only ranks 3rd, while my Star River Alliance currently ranks 1st. If you're going to join, you should naturally come to the Star River Alliance. With big shots openly clashing, the channel instantly exploded. Holy crap, Yi Qingwan, Zhongli leaders from the top 3 alliances are all here. Front row seats to watch the big shots. Bow down. If I had that treasure, having alliance leaders compete to recruit me, just thinking about it is amazing. Yi Qingwan was furious. Zhongli, Sister Yahweh already verbally agreed to join my Guardian Alliance. What do you mean by poaching her? Zhongli replied calmly. She hasn't formally applied yet, so why can't I invite her? Is yours the only alliance in the Endless Sea? Yi Qingwan angrily retorted. Zhongli, don't go too far. Zhongli dropped a direct threat. I'll put it this way, if Qin Yahweh dares join your Guardian Alliance, once winter arrives, I'll be the first to destroy your Guardian Alliance. I have that capability. Meanwhile, on a desolate yet vast beast island, a young man in his mid-20s stood with his hands behind his back, the rocks beneath his feet dampened by sea spray. Beside him lay 5 elemental lions, their manes fluttering in the wind. This person was none other than Zhang Li, leader of the Star River Alliance. In just 2 days, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and though he kept a low profile, he had already become frighteningly powerful. Hiss! As that threat was thrown out, the entire chat channel erupted. After all, since everyone had crossed over to the Endless Sea, the chat had always been quite harmonious. But the appearance of the treasure immediately created divisions among the major alliances. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan roughly understood what was happening. The Endless Sea's sudden revelation of the treasure was truly meant to stir up hostility among the major alliances. Whoever could recruit Qin Yue into their camp would see their power skyrocket, naturally making them a common threat in everyone's eyes. Qin Yue looked completely bewildered at this moment, frantically pleading in the channel. Big shots, please stop fighting. If I had known this treasure would be such a hot potato, I'd rather not have it at all. Please spare me. What worried her more was the approaching beast tide. But now, before the tide even arrived, she had already become a target. It was like carrying a lantern to the outhouse asking for trouble. The tension in the channel grew thicker by the minute. Yi Qingwan angrily pointed at Zhang Li. Don't get too cocky. If it comes to a real fight, I'm not afraid. Zhang Li snorted coldly. Is that so? After the beast tide, let's settle this face to face. Do you dare? That single sentence immediately silenced Yi Qingwan. Although the Guardian Alliance ranked third, its members were a mixed bunch with only a handful of experts, while Zhang Li's Star River Alliance only recruited island masters with explosive beast combat power, making their overall strength far superior to hers. Yi Qingwan gritted her teeth in defeat. Fine, you win. It wasn't worth risking her entire alliance for a mere 500 essence, so she had to temporarily give up on Qin Yue. Zhang Li seized the opportunity to extend an olive branch. Sister Yue, join the Star River Alliance, and I'll give you the safest protection. Just as Qin Yue hesitated, Qin Chuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Sister Yue, do you know me? The moment his message appeared, the channel erupted. Holy crap, even Boss Qin Chuan showed up. Today's really a gathering of the big shots. Qin Chuan wants to recruit Qin Yue? He's got the power for it. Don't forget, he was the first to sell crocodile hides and crystals on a large scale. His beast pets must be terrifying. Seeing Qin Chuan appear, Qin Yue was stunned for a moment, then replied, I know you. You're the first big shot to appear in the Endless Sea. I even tried to add you as a friend, but got rejected. Qin Chuan smiled calmly. Since you know me, come join me. You know my capabilities, I'll prioritize supplying you with any rare materials. Zhang Li flew into a rage. You little punk, a few crocodile hides and crystals make you think you're a big shot? Even the Guardian Alliance doesn't dare cross near you looking for death. Qin Chuan's lips curved upward. Do you really have what it takes? Being questioned, Zhang Li actually laughed out loud. Dare to steal my recruit? I'll take you out first. Qin Chuan didn't back down. If you've got the guts, come and try. I'll be waiting. As the only island master in the Endless Sea who possessed dinosaur beast pets, Qin Chuan was brimming with confidence. He knew that once he recruited Qin Yue, his power would surge again. By then, his dinosaur army would begin to take shape, and combined with powerful exotic beast cores, he would fear virtually no one. Qin Yue had been hesitating about whether to join Qin Chuan's alliance. Just then, Qin Chuan dropped a devastatingly confident reply in the channel, his words cutting like a blade and instantly shattering all her doubts. Her eyes lit up as she transformed into a fangirl on the spot in her mind. Qin Chuan was the first player to make a legendary name for himself in the Endless Sea, not only claiming the advantage of being first, but likely commanding a crew of powerhouses and terrifying beast companions. Boss Qin Chuan, I want to join you, she typed excitedly. Seeing her message, Qin Chuan's lips curved slightly. All right then, I'll send you an invite. The invitation window popped up immediately. Qin Yue clicked accept, and they officially formed an alliance. This scene made Zhang Li, who was watching nearby, turn livid with rage. He had finally scared off his competitor Yi Qingwan and was ready to reap the benefits, only to have Qin Chuan appear out of nowhere and completely ruin his plans. That was a full 500 essence points, practically ripped right from his mouth. Kit, you've got guts, I'll remember you. Zhang Li snarled in humiliation, throwing out a threat before turning away with trembling fists, but aside from his impotent rage, there was nothing he could do. With that, this recruitment battle came to a temporary end thanks to Qin Chuan's forceful intervention. After joining the dust-breaking alliance, Qin Yue looked at her panel and was stunned. Wait, Boss Qin Chuan, why are you the only member in this silver guild? Just me. Is there a problem? Qin Chuan replied matter-of-factly. Huh? I thought you had tons of strong players under you. Aren't we screwed now? The Star River Guild will definitely come after us. Don't worry. If I dared to cross them, I'm not afraid of them. Qin Chuan said calmly, his tone confident. But Chen Yahweh still felt uneasy and asked tentatively, Boss Qin Chuan, can I ask what your beast companion is? No. You'll know when the time is right. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Qin Chuan dropped another bombshell. All right, now pay your protection fee 300 essence points first. Chen Yahweh's face fell. Boss Qin Chuan, do you have to be so direct? You need to understand that your value lies in those 500 essence points. Only I can keep you safe. I'm not asking for all your resources, I'm letting you keep 200. That's generous enough. Her heart sank as she realized she was trapped. The Leave Alliance button was grayed out. Unless the leader kicked her out, there was no way to quit. Reluctantly, she made the transfer. Member Chen Yahweh has transferred 300 essence points to you. Total account essence, 355. Seeing the bright notification, Qin Chuan grinned. This was much more efficient than grinding dungeons. Boss Qin Chuan, I've given you the essence. I want a crystal shelter. Do you have any spare crystals? Chen Yahweh seized the opportunity to make her request. No crystals at the moment. But Silver Alliances have teleportation abilities. Contact me immediately if you're in real danger. Qin Chuan closed the chat window after speaking. On a beast island somewhere, the salty sea breeze rustled through the leaves. Beneath the towering trees, a tall, graceful woman with a neat ponytail and delicate features sat against a tree root, chin resting on her hand as she stared at the closed chat window in a daze. 3 snow foxes sat orderly beside her, their fur white as snow, occasionally twitching their ears. This woman was Chun Yaoi in terms of beauty. She was no less stunning than Yi Qingwan, a radiant beauty indeed. Sigh, did I just get scammed? Chen Yahweh muttered, feeling even more dejected. A hint of regret seemed to creep in, but at this moment, Qin Chuan held over 300 essence points, truly an overnight fortune. First, he planned to use 100 essence to upgrade the Giganotosaurus to Beast King level. Upgrade the Giganotosaurus. Qin Chuan commanded. Essence 100, total essence, 255. Species, Giganotosaurus. Weight, 15 tons. Level, Beast King. Upgrade to Beast Emperor requires 1000 essence. Attribute, water. Main skill, Raging Tsunami. Upon reaching Beast Emperor level, can evolve into Wrath of the Sea Emperor. Passive skill, Aquatic Affinity gains increased speed and accelerated healing in water. As the upgrade completed, the Giganotosaurus's body underwent some changes. Its surface shimmered with a faint silver glow, complemented by blue patterns beneath its skin, giving it a more fluid appearance. Finally, Beast King level. Qin Chuan gazed at the majestic beast dragon, his heart filled with excitement. Its power had undoubtedly taken a massive leap forward. The skills had evolved as well. In 3 days, the endless sea would be frozen. Having a Beast King level companion gave him an overwhelming sense of security. Only then did Qin Chuan remember he still had 2 dragon eggs left to hatch. Let me see what these will produce. Hatch, Qin Chuan commanded. Crack. At that moment, the 2 dragon eggs lying quietly in the nest began to show cracks. Roar, roar. 2 small heads poked out from the eggs, making weak cries. These little dragons had powerful hind legs, but very small front limbs, with relatively short snouts. Most notably, small horny protrusions grew from their foreheads. Are these Carnotaurus? Qin Chuan paused in surprise. Species, Carnotaurus. The Carnotaurus's extremely powerful hind legs grant it incredible running speed, excelling at ramming prey while charging. A medium to large predator. Weight, 20 kilograms, maximum 4 tons. Level, juvenile. Indeed, they were Carnotaurus. With a maximum weight of 4 tons, they weren't bad at all. Qin Chuan wasn't disappointed. After all, Carnotaurus excelled at running with unmatched speed. Once the endless sea froze, that flat expanse would become the Carnotaurus's domain. Nothing could outrun them. Upgrade both Carnotaurus to adult form and grant them mutated Earth attribute cores. Qin Chuan proceeded without hesitation. Essence 22, total essence, 233. Mutated Earth attribute cores 2. Random new skills acquired. Species, Carnotaurus. Weight, 4 tons. Level, adult. Consume 100 essence to grow to Beast King level. Attribute, mutated Earth. Main skill, partial enhancement upon reaching Beast King level. Can upgrade to Crystal Spike Assault. Passive skill, Hardened Hide enhances the beast's defense, reducing damage taken. As the upgrade finished, the Carnotaurus had reached adult form. Their powerful hind legs especially radiated explosive strength, perfect for charging into battle. The skills granted were also highly suitable. Partial enhancement could form crystals on their heads during charges, dealing even greater damage to targets. The passive skill was excellent too. Hardened Hide meant they wouldn't need to fear being overwhelmed when charging into beast hordes. After upgrading the Carnotaurus, Qin Chuan had originally planned to save the remaining essence for emergencies. However, the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. His efforts to win over Chen Yahweh had already made him enemies in the shadows, particularly with the Star River Alliance. The unpredictable scale of the beast tide in 3 days was reason enough to abandon his conservative approach. Upgrade the dragon nest. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, and issued the command. Essence 100, remaining essence 133. Dragon Nest Tier, 3rd Tier. Daily output, random dragon eggs 3. Nest experience, 01000. Brilliant light surged from the dragon nest as the circular structure visibly expanded, its walls of interwoven wood and bone armor becoming more imposing. Qin Chuan studied the interface, his brow furrowing. Over 300 essence down to just over 100 in the blink of an eye. It's nowhere near enough. I need to find a way to get more. He had initially planned to advance the Diplodocus to its juvenile stage. Once that massive creature reached maturity, its combat power would be formidable. But then he reconsidered, what if a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared randomly in the next 2 days, and he lacked the essence to utilize it? The thought was immediately dismissed. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Alert! To help Beast Island Lords better adapt to the coming winter and beast tide in 3 days, the endless sea's temperature will plummet to 30 C starting tonight, entering rapid freeze mode. Small groups of exotic beasts will appear on the ice fields. This is your last chance to rapidly increase your strength. After the freeze ends, the endless sea will enter a 2-day silent period with no new events until the beast tide arrives. So the endless sea is going to freeze over? No wonder it started snowing this morning. Qin Chuan looked up at the gray-white sky, where snowflakes whipped by the cold wind stung his cheeks. Knowing this was the final event, his spirits lifted considerably. The previous 2 events, the deep sea dragon lizard landing and the sea clan's assault, had both yielded substantial materials. This final freeze event would surely offer even richer rewards. If he could use this opportunity to break through his divinity threshold and condense his divine core, while stockpiling essence and exotic beast cores, he could spend the following 2-day silent period in focused development. When the beast tide struck, his dinosaur army would truly demonstrate its might. Qin Chuan opened the chat channel to see how other Beast Island lords were reacting. My god, how can it just freeze like that? Aren't there still 3 days left? Did they move it up? The notification explained this is to help us adapt early, so they're starting the freeze. When the real beast tide hits, -30 won't be enough to stop it, probably -100 at minimum. -100 degrees? You're kidding. Even with divinity, you couldn't survive that. You'd become a popsicle. I just realized something. If the sea surface freezes tonight, can't we leave our islands? Well, I think we actually could. Leaving would be great. We could check out nearby islands. Maybe even team up. Team up? You're way too naive. This endless sea is a dark forest with only hunters and prey. If another Beast Island lord discovers you, you're as good as dead. That's right. 3 days until the beast tide arrives. With resources running scarce across Beast Island, the big players are itching for a fight and could launch massive invasions of other island lords' territories at any moment, using the initial freeze as their excuse. The weak are destined to tremble in fear tonight, while certain others are already sharpening their blades. My 4 fierce tiger beast companions can barely contain themselves. Tonight we're not just hunting beasts, we're going to plunder. Haha, someone declared with maniacal glee in the public channel. Another message immediately flashed. Look at Thysamion's already planning a massacre. Does everyone remember that girl who hit the jackpot this morning? Tonight's the perfect time to find her. Exactly. Shin Yahweh is sitting on 500 essence points. Whoever finds her Beast Island strikes it rich. Before the words had even sunk in, the chat exploded with discussion. To these bloodthirsty island lords, Shin Yahweh was a juicy piece of meat just waiting to be devoured. Seeing these messages, Shin Yahweh, who had been monitoring the channel, was scared out of her wits and quickly typed, "You're all despicable. Leave me alone. I'm under Qin Chuan's protection now. If you mess with me, he won't just stand by and watch." Sister Yahweh's right. Qin Chuan is incredibly powerful. Anyone who touches her is asking for a beating. Someone chimed in, though it sounded more like a detached warning than genuine support. At that moment, Qin Chuan paid no attention to the channel's chaos. He chose to rest and catch up on sleep, preparing for the coming freeze. As darkness fell, the sea returned to deathly silence. Ice layers several meters thick gleamed ghostly white, stretching endlessly under the moonlight. Towering waves that had once reached several meters high were now frozen into massive ice hills. Finding beasts in this vast frozen wasteland would be no easy task for anyone. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had his Quetzalcoatlus, allowing him to soar high and become a human radar system. He could then send his Carnotaurus as the vanguard with his Giganotosaurus bringing up the rear, forming a hunting party to venture deep into the ice fields. The Quetzalcoatlus spread its wings and took flight, with Qin Chuan surveying the landscape from above. To his surprise, he spotted 4 or 5 beast islands scattered across several nautical miles near his own territory. He had no idea what level of development those island lords had achieved. Originally, he'd planned to scout out his neighbors first, but while scanning the ice fields, he suddenly caught sight of 12 snow-white figures. Across the frozen expanse, 12 silver-white beasts moved slowly through the ice. Qin Chuan immediately changed his plans. Hunting the beasts first was the safer bet. The nearby islands could be visited anytime, but missing tonight's hunting opportunity would be a real loss. He activated his analysis. Beast, giant snow ape. Weight, 2 tons. Level, adult. Attributes, none. Skill, mountain shaking strength. Description, fur possesses extremely high cold resistance properties. With the analysis complete, a business opportunity immediately presented itself. Winter was coming, and the extreme temperatures of -100 degrees would surely be unbearable for many people. If he could hunt enough snow apes, he wouldn't just harvest essence points, he could also stockpile warming fur. More importantly, tonight he could definitely break through to 100 divinity points, which was currently his top priority. Alright, Carnotaurus, begin the hunt. Qin Chuan commanded from his aerial position. Receiving their orders, the 2 Carnotaurus immediately went full throttle, one left and one right, charging at breakneck speed toward the snow apes. The snow apes wandering in clusters across the frozen wasteland seemed to sense the approaching danger, immediately turning to look at the 2 massive creatures charging toward them from behind. The howling wind carried ice shards, and a layer of white mist drifted through the snow ape's fur. Roar, roar, roar. Over a dozen snow apes let out simultaneous shrieks, bristling their back fur as they charged forward in an exaggerated display, hoping to intimidate their enemies with sheer bravado. But to the carnivorous Carnotaurus already locked in hunting mode, this display seemed more like ignorant provocation. Roar! With a deafening bellow, both Carnotaurus kicked off the ground, their massive bodies surging forward like heavy battle tanks. Built for speed, they tore through the snow clouds that erupted from their charge. The distant snow apes had barely covered half the distance when they skidded to a halt, their round little eyes fixed on the monsters twice their size, unable to identify what these creatures actually were. Crash! Crash! The Carnotaurus closed in instantly. As their localized enhancement activated, a layer of crystalline material covered the horns on their heads. Bang! Bang! Their headbutts thundered down like giant hammers, sending the frontline snow apes flying. The sharp crack of shattering ribs mixed with the blizzard's roar, completely crushing the snow apes' will to resist. Though the snow apes weighed over 2 tons each, they couldn't match the explosive speed of the 4-ton Carnotaurus. With a thought from Qin Chuan, the 2 Carnotaurus crossed paths in their charge, cutting back and forth through the ape pack. Any snow ape that got hit either collapsed unconscious or fell with broken bones, left for the belatedly arriving Giganotosaurus to finish off with crushing bites to the throat. The entire battlefield became a one-sided slaughter. In mere moments, all 12 snow apes lay dead. Defeated 12 giant snow apes. Divinity points 12. Essence 12. Reward coins 1200. Current total coins 69230. Snow ape pelts 12. Done. The Carnotaurus really are terrifying. Qin Chuan observed from high above, a smile playing at his lips. The Carnotaurus were like heavy cavalry once they charged in formation. They could easily tear through any beast's defensive line. Checking divinity points. Divinity points, 98100. Just 2 more, and I'll obtain a divine core. Wonder what type it'll be. Qin Chuan mused to himself. Based on the data patterns, divine cores likely had different grades or special abilities, and he'd have his answer tonight. Suddenly, he spotted 10 more snow apes scattered in the distance. To improve efficiency, he split his 2 Carnotaurus. One headed south to pursue 7 or 8 snow apes, while the other went north to hunt the remaining 2 or 3. As the distance increased, Qin Chuan's connection with the northern Carnotaurus noticeably weakened. He had to fly south first, where the larger group required careful control to prevent his Carnotaurus from getting injured. The northern targets were fewer. One Carnotaurus could handle them alone. However, when the northern Carnotaurus reached its target area, the 3 snow apes already lay dead in pools of blood, clearly killed by some other force. The Carnotaurus, now without Qin Chuan's guidance, froze for half a second, its brown-red eyes searching blankly for the next enemy. Roar! But just then, an angry bellow erupted from all around the Carnotaurus. In an instant, 5 massive gray bears emerged from nowhere, immediately surrounding the Carnotaurus. They wore armor crafted from giant crocodile hide, the scales gleaming coldly under the snow's reflection, clearly indicating they were not wild beasts but tamed creatures under someone's control. What kind of exotic beast is this? Why does it look so much like a dinosaur? A young man in his early 20s appeared atop a nearby ice mound. His face was filled with shock, yet he still studied the massive creature. Indeed, it was his 5 gray bears that had surrounded it. The encircled Carnotaurus raised its head and roared furiously, its deep voice thundering across the ice plains like rolling thunder. Good heavens! This really is a dinosaur, the young man muttered to himself, his heart pounding wildly. Are you kidding me? The data never mentioned that exotic beasts could include such monsters. After a brief moment of shock, he forced himself to calm down and quickly opened his ability interface. Strange, I can't analyze it. Could it be an ultra-rare exotic beast? If I kill it, might it drop unexpected materials? His thoughts raced as he gritted his teeth fiercely. Whatever. Fortune favors the bold. Attack. Kill it. Upon receiving the command, all 5 gray bears roared in unison. Though they were all adults, their average weight was only 500 kilograms, vastly different from the 4-ton Carnotaurus. The young man remained confident they had the advantage in numbers, plus the crocodile hide armor, and one of them even possessed water attributes. Logically speaking, hunting down one dinosaur shouldn't be impossible. Whoosh! The bears pounced simultaneously. The Carnotaurus, burning with rage, kicked off with its powerful hind legs and charged explosively forward. Bang! With one savage ram, the crystallized keratin on the dinosaur's head struck like a war hammer, sending one bear flying straight into the ice layer, its fate unknown. Before the remaining 4 could react, the Carnotaurus skidded to a halt, its tail sweeping in a half-arc before turning back. Bang! 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 3 consecutive thuds echoed as 3 bears were hurled into the air like torn sacks, crashing down and sending ice shards flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, only one remained. It bared its fangs, light patterns flickering on its chest, as it prepared to unleash its water attribute skill. Quosha blue water column shot forth, striking the dinosaur's chest armor heated, but only managed to make it step back twice. The hardened skin provided excellent damage reduction, almost completely negating the elemental impact. The young man who witnessed the entire scene turned deathly pale. 5 adult bears couldn't withstand just 2 charges. His Adam's apple bobbed as cold dread crept up from his heart. The ruler of Earth from 65 million years ago, why did I have to encounter it? Fear completely overwhelmed greed. The young man didn't even care about his beast companions anymore, turning and sliding down the ice mound in a flash, running desperately toward his beast island. At this moment, saving his life was the only rational choice. Beast companions could be retrained in the beast den if lost, but if he died, he'd lose everything. Your beast companion gray bear has died 1. Your beast companion gray bear has died 1. Your beast companion gray bear has died 1. System notifications echoed continuously in his mind, mixing with the sound of cracking ice beneath his feet. Clearly, these 5 gray bears were completely finished. At this moment, Qin Chuan was still commanding the Carnotaurus and Giganotosaurus to hunt down the 8 snow apes, completely unaware of what had befallen the separated Carnotaurus. The 2 teams were too far apart. He could only sense through their soul bond that the Carnotaurus was still alive, but couldn't perceive what it was encountering. 8 giant snow apes eliminated. Divinity points 8, essence 8, gold reward 800, current total gold 70,030, snow ape pelts 8. Divinity points have reached 100. Would you like to condense your divine core? Cold system notifications appeared in succession. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Finally, I can condense my divine core. Condense. The next second, a new notification descended. Congratulations to the Beast Island Lord for obtaining an exclusive divine core. Beast Island Lord, Qin Chuan. Divinity points, 61,000. Divine core, dim god. A dim light bloomed in the depths of his consciousness as a transparent diamond-shaped crystal suddenly appeared at his forehead, then sank beneath his skin. With a thought, Qin Chuan understood its purpose. When beast companions died in battle, he could grant them the ability to resurrect in the beast lair. Divine cores have 5 tiers: dim god, domain god, lesser god, main god, and immortal. Each advancement awakens a new ability. As this information flooded in, his physique rapidly transformed. His skin became more resilient, bone density increased, and his reflexes sharpened considerably. However, this change was still far from his conception of divine. Clearly, before reaching main god or immortal status, the divine core's enhancement to personal combat power was limited. It was more about the overall advantages brought by deep bonding with beast companions. Especially the heaven-defying skill of Dragon Lair Revival made him eagerly anticipate future advancements. If I reach domain god, perhaps I'll possess even greater power. Qin Chuan calculated silently, then posed a question. If I encounter other Beast Island Lords, how can I distinguish their divine core levels? The system immediately provided an answer. Divine core colors correspond to levels: transparent, dim god, blue, domain god, purple, lesser god, red, main god, 7-colored, immortal. I see. Qin Chuan committed this to memory. To advance quickly, I need to hunt more high-level exotic beasts. Materials and divinity points must come from higher source. It all depends on how many I can kill in the approaching beast tide. While pondering, he suddenly remembered the other Carnotaurus. Strange, hasn't that fellow dealt with those 2 or 3 snow apes yet? Why is there no kill feedback? Qin Chuan looked up toward the north and immediately rode his Quetzalcoatlus into the sky. Wind howled past his ears as snow swirled around them. Upon reaching the destination, a bloody scent hit his nostrils first. Before him, the Carnotaurus was biting and tearing at a dying gray bear, while 4 corpses of the same species lay scattered across the snowy ground. These are beast companions? The giant crocodile leather armor worn by the gray bear was particularly conspicuous. Qin Chuan immediately realized there must be another beast island lord nearby who had been hunting snow apes, but encountered his Carnotaurus. Yet there was no human corpse in the snow. The other party had likely abandoned their beast companions and fled. This means my Carnotaurus has been exposed. No, I absolutely cannot let that person escape. Qin Chuan's expression darkened. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. With the endless sea about to freeze over, if that person spread intelligence about dinosaurs appearing on the ice, wouldn't he face collective persecution? Nearly half an hour had passed by now, and with the divine attribute boost, that beast island lord should have long since vanished without a trace. Yet Qin Chuan didn't dare let his guard down for a moment, directing his Giganotosaurus and two Carnotaurus in a carpet search across the vast ice plains. Meanwhile, the young man who had abandoned his beast companions was running for his life, his feet practically smoking as he wished he could sprout 2 extra legs. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outpace the massive beasts behind him. Even from a great distance, he could hear the deep, brutal roars of the Carnotaurus, their calls making the ice surface tremble slightly. Damn it! These dinosaurs aren't actually coming for me, are they? The young man's heart nearly burst with terror. Spotting a crack in the ice ahead that was just wide enough for one person, he immediately dove in, ignoring the ice shards scraping painfully against his cheeks. Whoosh! An icy wind swept past, and just as he squeezed into the ice crevice, a Quetzalcoatlus with a wingspan of over 10 meters soared overhead, its massive shadow engulfing the ground. Holy crap! There are flying dinosaurs too? Is that a pterosaur? The young man poked his head out halfway, trembling all over. Qin Chuan was riding on the pterosaur's back, but due to the distance and angle, the young man couldn't make out the human figure, assuming the Quetzalcoatlus was just another unknown terrifying beast like the Carnotaurus. Crack! 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 The sound of splitting ice followed close behind. Only something as massive as the 15-ton Giganotosaurus could make the ice surface fracture with every step. This thing must weigh over 10 tons. A Trex. Through the ice layer, the young man caught a glimpse of a muscle-bound giant with razor-sharp fangs slowly passing overhead, each step sending ice fragments flying. His face went from deathly pale to ashen gray, his breathing caught in his throat as he pressed himself deeper into the ice cave, terrified of being discovered. High above, Qin Chuan guided his Quetzalcoatlus in circling patrols, but ultimately couldn't penetrate the thick ice layer to pinpoint the young man's location. He had no choice but to temporarily give up and lead his dinosaurs away. Hearing the footsteps and roars gradually fade into the distance, the young man finally let out a long sigh of relief, his entire body going limp against the ice wall. I'm completely screwed. I should slap myself silly for messing with that thing. He was on the verge of tears. With his gray bears, he'd been doing pretty well, and if he could just make it through today, tomorrow he'd be able to add 2 more adult gray bears to his pack. Now all 5 gray bears were wiped out, and he'd have to start from scratch. Worse yet, with only 3 days left until the beast tied, this was practically a death sentence. Filled with despair, he opened the chat channel with trembling hands and typed just one line. Brothers, whatever you do, don't leave Beast Island. There are dinosaur beasts roaming the ice plains. My 5 adult gray bears just got instantly killed. They didn't stand a chance. The moment the words dinosaur beasts appeared, the chat channel exploded. Up until now, aside from sea creatures, everyone had only encountered mutated versions of Earth's native species strong, but still manageable. But dinosaurs? Those were the rulers of Earth for 160 million years. If they really had appeared, none of their current beast companions would stand a chance. This was enough to put everyone on high alert. The young man's words sent the chat channel into complete chaos. Are you kidding me? I've killed plenty of mutant beasts, but I've never seen a single dinosaur. What nonsense. You probably just ran into some new species that looks like a dinosaur and got scared out of your wits. I think it might be some new type of mutant beast that this guy mistook for something else. Exactly. Dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago. There's no way they could just pop up now. This is the endless sea we're talking about. Anything's possible. Maybe there really are some out there. Give me a break. Stop trying to scare people. Seeing that no one believed his revelation, the young man frantically hammered his keyboard, the keys clattering loudly as he shouted back in the channel. Do you think I've never watched Jurassic Park? Even if my eyes were playing tricks on me, I can still tell the difference between dinosaurs and mutant beasts. Those were clearly Carnotaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex. As soon as this message appeared, the channel was flooded with gasping expressions. Whoa, do you think this could be some kind of Easter egg? If we kill dinosaur mutant beasts, might they drop ultra-rare materials? Now that you mention it, I think there might be something to this. Maybe they really do drop legendary items. Hey buddy, share those coordinates. If it's close by, we could team up and check it out. Right? If they're really rare mutant beasts, let's go hunt them down. The young man's words had completely sparked everyone's curiosity. Chen Yahui's recent treasure discovery was still fresh in everyone's minds, and many were eager for another similar Easter egg opportunity. However, some people quickly threw cold water on the idea. Hold on. Are you all crazy? His 5 gray bears got instantly killed if you go there. Won't you just be delivering yourselves on a silver platter? Yeah, from what he's saying, it sounds like there's more than one dinosaur. If it's a whole pack, are you really confident you can handle them? Forget it, forget it. Don't tempt fate. If his gray bears couldn't survive, my few wolves would be dead before they even showed up. After these sobering comments, most of the Beast Island lords regained their senses. Everyone knew their own limitations if they tried to be clever and ended up losing everything. It would be a complete disaster. The young man held back his frustration and typed, "Fine, whatever. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But I'm telling you, these dinosaur mutant beasts are definitely going to drop good stuff." Just as he was about to close the chat window, the avatar of Zhongli, leader of the Star River Alliance, suddenly lit up. "The dinosaur mutant beasts you mentioned, do they really exist?" Seeing this message, the young man immediately sat up straight and replied frantically, "Boss, if I'm lying, may I die a horrible death." Zhongli had been quietly observing, and now, convinced the young man wasn't lying, he responded coolly, "Send me the coordinates. I'll check the distance. If it's not too far, I'll bring some strong players to explore the area around your beast island." This single sentence made the young man so excited he nearly jumped up. "Fantastic. Thank you for trusting me, boss." The young man had been worried about surviving the next beast wave, but now, if he could help Zhongli obtain rare materials, it would be like gaining a powerful backer. Zhongli added another line. "Let me be clear, if you dare deceive me, you know what the consequences will be." The young man immediately beat his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, boss. I might lie to anyone else, but I'd never dare lie to you. You're the #1 alliance leader in the Endless Sea." He then posted the coordinates directly in the chat window. Coordinates were like longitude and latitude once shared. His Beast Island's location would be exposed to everyone. Of course, even if the location were exposed, it's not like tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people would come rushing over. The Endless Sea is vast and boundless, with many people extremely far from this particular area. They lack high-speed transportation and couldn't possibly cross the waters in a short time. It would take dozens of days, even half a year to arrive. Besides, that young man had already lost his beast companion and faced almost certain death, with beast tides potentially erupting at any moment. So he couldn't care less about whether his position was exposed. Zhongli frowned slightly upon receiving the coordinates. That's quite a distance. He calculated silently. Even if he first teleported through a teammate's beast island and then flew long distance on a wind attribute Golden Eagle, it would take at least 8 hours, which would inevitably delay his snow ape hunting. The young man urged anxiously in the channel. "Big shot. Don't worry about coming. Just taking down one dinosaur would be way more profitable than grinding hundreds of snow apes." Zhongli found this reasoning quite sound and immediately posted an announcement in the Alliance channel, beginning to gather manpower to head to the coordinates for investigation. Meanwhile, on an ice field near another beast island, the setting sun reflected off the snow as Qin Chuan rode on the back of a massive polar bear, directing other polar bears to hunt snow apes while her long blade flashed with cold light. Just then, she also learned about the dinosaur beast intelligence from Alliance members. There's actually a dinosaur beast? This is an opportunity. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. "I absolutely cannot let that guy Zhongli get rare materials again, or I'll fall completely behind." She stared at the chat window, weighing her options. There weren't many capable fighters in her alliance, so what if Zhongli got there first? After pondering for a moment, she suddenly thought of a perfect candidate: Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan had been in a league of his own since the mass transmigration to the Endless Sea began, universally recognized as a top-tier player. Combined with his alliance with the wealthy Chen Yahui, his strength was ridiculously powerful. Those 500 essences in his possession were enough to upgrade Beast Companions to Beast King level. If she could get him to act, never mind a dinosaur beast, even something several times stronger would be manageable, and she wouldn't have to fear direct conflict with Zhongli since the two were already at odds. But this guy has refused me repeatedly. Wouldn't inviting him again be too undignified? After hesitating briefly, Qin Chuan gritted her teeth and set aside her previous displeasure, using her guild leader privileges to initiate a private conversation with Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, Mr. Qin, are you there?" At that moment, Qin Chuan was leading his beast companions across another part of the ice field, searching for snow apes. He suddenly received the pop-up and raised an eyebrow. "What does this woman want with me now?" Though puzzled, he still replied, "Qin Chuan, what's up?" Seeing his response, Qin Chuan quickly typed, "Qin Chuan, I do have something to discuss. Have you seen what's happening in the chat channels?" Qin Chuan, busy hunting snow apes, no time to look. Qin Chuan, someone discovered a new type of exotic beast, possibly some kind of Easter egg. It's very powerful, no weak team could handle it. I'd like to form a temporary team with you. Split the rewards 50-50. How about it? Qin Chuan looked up toward the distant snow-capped peaks, his confusion deepening. "Qin Chuan, new type of exotic beast? I haven't seen any." Qin Chuan, it's supposedly a dinosaur beast that only spawns in one location, which is why I'm urgently looking to team up with you for dragon hunting. Qin Chuan. Upon hearing about the dragon hunters, Qin Chuan couldn't hold back his frustration. Sure enough, his dinosaur beast companion had been discovered. He immediately opened the chat channel and searched using keywords, scrolling up until he found the conversation between that young man and Zhang Li. His coordinates on the ice field had been posted. Qin Chuan's brow twitched. Failing to eliminate that guy on the spot was truly a mistake. Right now, he wasn't prepared for a direct confrontation with a group of Beast Island lords. Qin Chuan quickly assessed his combat strength. The only creatures he could rely on for a frontal assault were the Giganotosaurus and two Carnotaurus. The Diplodocus, lacking a suitable beast core, was painfully slow. Even if it reached adolescence, it wouldn't be much help. If dozens, or even hundreds of Beast Island lords truly assembled into a dragon hunting party, their beast companions alone could number in the hundreds. No matter how powerful the Giganotosaurus was, it would eventually exhaust itself. At this moment, fighting Hedon would be suicide. The safest choice was to temporarily retreat once they approached. Just then, Yi Qingwan sent a temporary team invitation. Qin Chuan rejected it without hesitation. Who forms a team to hunt their own prey? What a joke. Seeing that Qin Chuan hadn't responded for a while, Yi Qingwan grew anxious and sent another message. Mr. Qin, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we can take down the dinosaur beast, our strength will definitely increase dramatically. Qin Chuan's reply was straightforward. I saw that even the grizzly bear was instantly killed. That dinosaur beast is at least Beast King level or above. Better not go seeking death. Yi Qingwan was immediately speechless. Seriously? The mighty boss of Endless Sea gets scared just hearing about dinosaurs. Qin Chuan dropped a line saying, think whatever you want, and closed the chat window. Yi Qingwan stared at her screen, stunned for a full 10 seconds. I've seen cowards before, but never one this cowardly. Fine, don't go then. After blocking the channel, Qin Chuan refocused on the real business, hunting snow apes and accumulating essence. Over the next 6 or 7 hours, he commanded the Giganotosaurus and two Carnotaurus to sweep across the ice field, leaving virtually no group of snow apes unscathed. When he finally took stock, corpses littered the ground. Snow apes killed, 67. Essence obtained, 67 pieces. Gold coins earned, over 6,000. Pelts collected, over 60, bringing the total to 87 including previous ones. Even his divinity value had risen accordingly. If he could continue hunting, advancement would be within reach. But in another hour, this area would no longer be safe. Qin Chuan decisively called it quits, storing the Giganotosaurus and two Carnotaurus in his dimensional space, then mounted his Quetzalcoatlus and soared straight into the sky. Based on his time calculations, Zhang Li and his group should already be approaching the coordinates. Qin Chuan had no desire to encounter them for now, so he continued climbing to an altitude of 4,000 to 5,000 meters. His dark god-level vision gave him eagle-like eyesight. Even from the clouds, he could see the ground with perfect clarity. After about half an hour, the scene below came into full view. A densely packed dragon hunting party of over 30 people, led by a man in his 20s riding a male lion with 4 more lions at his side, was Zhang Li. The 30-plus people behind Zhang Li each brought their own beast companions, all ferocious creatures, including gray wolves, cheetahs, leopards, hyenas, tigers, and more. The group of humans and beasts spread across the snowy plain. A rough count revealed over 150 beasts, with more than 100 of them surrounded by elemental auras of wind, earth, water, and other elements. These attribute-enhanced wild beasts had long transcended ordinary categories, their combat power having skyrocketed. Most striking of all was the male lion beneath Zhang Li, flames dancing through its mane and casting the night in crimson hues. To Zhang Li's right, a man in his 30s or 40s rode an enormously sized tiger that similarly emanated Beast King level pressure. I didn't expect their beast companions to include more than just 1 or 2 at Beast King level. High above, standing on clouds, Qin Chuan was secretly surprised. He had thought only he had advanced his giant dragon to Beast King level first, but now realized there were quite a few island masters with similar development progress, likely even more hidden in the shadows. Alliance leader, we've reached the coordinates that kid sent us, but there's not even a hair around here. Were we deceived? Could those dinosaur beasts have already left? Impossible. Since it's an event-triggered Easter egg, it won't disappear unless someone kills it. Several Xinghe members discussed in low voices. Where's the guy who sent us these coordinates? Zhang Li looked around, his brow furrowed. Almost simultaneously, the young man hiding in the ice cave, who had nearly fallen asleep, heard the commotion and scrambled out. Boss, I'm here. You sent the coordinates? Zhang Li frowned slightly. Yes, me. The young man nodded repeatedly. Didn't you say there were dinosaur beasts here? Why is there nothing? There are. An hour ago I still heard dragon roars, right around here. I was afraid they'd smell me, so I've been hiding in the ice cave, not daring to come out. The young man hastily explained. Zhang Li's eyes flashed as he nodded slightly. Thank you all for the trouble. Spread out in all directions to search, and report immediately if you find anything. With the order given, The 30-plus people immediately drove their beast companions into the night, leaving deep furrows in the snow. Qin Chuan watched leisurely from above, a smile playing at his lips, as if they could find anything. Sure enough, half an hour later, everyone gradually returned. Alliance leader, there aren't even snow apes around here, let alone any dinosaur beasts. Someone complained. Zhang Li's expression instantly darkened. Kid, you dare deceive me? Sensing the killing intent, the young man's face went pale. Alliance leader, I wouldn't dare deceive you even with 100 times the courage. There really are some around here. It's just that now I don't know where they've gone. You bastard. In another hour it'll be dawn, and by then even the snow apes will depawn. Your one sentence has cost us an entire night of development. The man scolded harshly. Zhang Li's face was iron dark. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the night for major development, but now all their time had been wasted on travel with nothing to show for a complete loss. Kid, I told you when I came that if you dared deceive me, you'd face the consequences. Seeing Zhang Li's murderous intent, the young man trembled all over. The young man had originally wanted Zhang Li to come and help him get revenge by killing those dinosaur beasts, while also showing off in front of the boss. But the ice field was completely empty, without even a shadow of a beast in sight, and he himself had become the prey in everyone's eyes. B-boss, I really didn't lie to you. The young man's voice trembled, and he could barely stand steady. Alliance leader, let's retreat. One of the accompanying men frowned and whispered. We might catch a few snow apes on the way back to make up for our losses. Otherwise this trip will be a total waste. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the young man, his tone heavy as a boulder pressing down on ice. Kid, I think you're deliberately mocking me. Killing intent burst through the ice. The young man's legs went weak, and he immediately knelt down, turning all his storage boxes inside out, trembling as he offered up more than 30 essence stones. Boss, Alliance leader, these are the essence stones I've saved up over the past few days. I'll give them all to you. Please spare my life. The man beside Zhang Li reached out and seized all the essence stones, distributing them in just a few seconds, but each person only got one stone, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Can you not kill me? The young man held on to his last thread of hope, his voice dry. Zhang Li waved his hand with a half-smile. Don't worry. How could I kill you? Go back. Thank you for your mercy, Alliance leader. The young man kowtowed frantically, then ran desperately toward his beast island. He had barely run 10 meters when Zhang Li raised his hand and waved lightly. Roar! The lion suddenly pounced out, its iron hammer-heavy front claws knocking the young man down. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was crisp and piercing as the young man's head was instantly crushed by the fangs, without even time to scream. Brushing off the blood, Zhang Li's face was grim as he led his team away. All of this was clearly seen by Qin Chuan high in the sky. Ruthless and merciless, quite a character indeed, Qin Chuan commented quietly. At that moment, Zhang Li suddenly looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the heavens. Alliance leader, what's wrong? Someone asked. Nothing, I saw wrong. Let's go. Zhang Li withdrew his gaze, and the group's figures soon disappeared into the vast ice field. Only then did Qin Chuan look away and return to his own beast island. The sun rose, and a new day arrived. Only 2 days remained until the beast tide erupted. When Qin Chuan entered the dragon's nest, 3 brand new dragon eggs lay quietly in the center, 2 of which were even larger than the Giganotosaurus egg. 3 dragon eggs. Qin Chuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. If I could hatch a Tyrannosaurus Rex, I wouldn't have to hide anymore when trouble comes. Hatch! Crack! Fissures spread rapidly, and 3 large heads emerged from the broken shells almost simultaneously. Qin Chuan was stunned at first, then cried out in joy. 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex. 1 Giganotosaurus. He looked around at the 3 hatchlings. His heart pounding had originally only dared hope for 1 Tyrannosaurus Rex, but ended up with 2 directly, and even the third one was a Giganotosaurus. My God, am I dreaming? Qin Chuan pinched his arm hard, the pain clearly shooting through his nerves. This was real. When he had first been transported to the endless sea, he had dreamed daily of hatching a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the system had first given him a Giganotosaurus, it still felt somewhat lacking. He never expected that on the 3rd day, he would get 2 directly. Hatching successful, 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex and 1 Giganotosaurus species. Tyrannosaurus Rex, also known as T-Rex, possessed the strongest bite force in history and stood at the apex of the food chain, its power requiring no further explanation. Current weight, 50 kilograms, growth limit, 20 tons, level, juvenile stage. Giganotosaurus weight, 40 kilograms, level, juvenile stage. The moment this information appeared, Qin Chuan immediately pulled up his personal panel to check his inventory. Only 220 essence crystals remained. To simultaneously advance 2 Trex and 1 Giganotosaurus to Beast King level would require at least 333 essence crystals, yet he only held 220. The numerical gap stabbed at his obsessive-compulsive nerves like a thorn, and thinking about how for Beast King level dinosaurs were within reach, yet temporarily unattainable, made Qin Chuan's eyebrows twitch violently. The next second, he thought of Qin Yahweh. That girl should still be clutching exactly 200 essence crystals in her hands. As soon as the thought arose, Qin Chuan opened the private chat window. The moment he clicked it open, a flood of unread messages came rolling out. Boss, are you there? Boss, it's so cold tonight. I couldn't even kill a single snow ape. Woo woo, I don't even have warm clothes. Boss, are you busy? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Boss, it's been 3 or 4 hours now. You should have seen them by now. Woo woo, you wouldn't just take my essence crystals and ignore me, would you? Men's words are all lies. I'll never trust men again. Go die. Several hours later. Woo woo, boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things about you. Please reply to me. Boss, I know you must be killing snow apes. Could you send me some fur? I'm freezing to death. Boss, I feel like I won't survive until the beast tide arrives, shiver. After reading this waterfall of messages, Qin Chuan's scalp tingled. He really was being inhuman, taking someone's essence crystals and then leaving her hanging. Regardless, Qin Yahweh was the only member in the alliance. Qin Chuan quickly replied, sorry, I was killing snow apes all night and didn't notice the notifications. Are you okay? Meanwhile, far away on a certain beast-taming island, Qin Yahweh was curled up in a mountain hollow. Her hands were frozen white, and she could only barely survive the cold night by hugging the snow fox in her arms. 2 trails of tears at the corners of her eyes hadn't yet dried when Qin Chuan's reply suddenly popped up. Boss sent me a message. Woo woo, that's wonderful. I thought he had forgotten about me. In her excitement, she immediately typed, Boss, I thought you only looked for me when you needed essence crystals. Qin Chuan replied, I'm really sorry. Here are 10 snow ape pelts to keep you warm. With that, he directly transferred 10 snow ape pelts. The warm yellow trading notification flashed by, and Qin Yahweh was instantly moved to tears. So this boss had been thinking of her all along. She carefully sent another message. Boss, can I make a tiny request? Could you turn my notification sound to maximum volume in the future? I'm afraid that if someone kills me, you won't even notice. Qin Chuan, sure. Qin Yahweh, hee, thank you, boss. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then gathered his courage. Do you have any spare essence crystals? I need them urgently. After sending the message, even he felt embarrassed to ask. After all, Qin Yahweh was already weak to begin with, and despite finally hitting the jackpot, she had contributed almost everything to him. Thinking about this, he felt somewhat guilty. Qin Yahweh never expected that the powerful ally she had latched onto was truly after her essence, but she couldn't really refuse. She asked weakly, Big brother, how much more essence do you need? Qin Chuan replied, 113. On her storage panel, only 120 essence crystals remained, their cold numbers glowing mockingly. If she transferred them, she'd be left with single digits. As she hesitated, Qin Chuan sent another message. Sister Yahweh, consider the few hundred essence you're giving me as an investment. At critical moments, it can protect you from any harm. Trust me. After a few seconds of pause, Qin Yahweh gritted her teeth and nodded. All right then, I'll give it to you. Essence 113, total essence 333. Qin Chuan immediately checked his panel. The upgrade requirements for his 3 dinosaurs were instantly met. In high spirits, he sent another message. Sister Yahweh, thank you so much. Don't be so formal from now on. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me brother. Okay, brother Qin. You can just call me Hui Hui from now on. A string of smiling emojis appeared on the screen, and the distance between them seemed to close instantly. After brief pleasantries, Qin Chuan focused and began the upgrade process. All essence was immediately invested into the Tyrannosaurus and Giganotosaurus. 2 lightning attribute cores went to the Tyrannosaurus, while the water attribute core remained bound to the Giganotosaurus. Essence 333, total essence 0. Lightning attribute beast core, 2 water attribute core 1. Rex Tyrannosaurus. Weight, 20 tons. Level, Beast King 1000 essence needed for Beast Emperor. Attribute, lightning. Main skill, Thunder Roar evolves to Lightning Storm domain after Beast Emperor upgrade. Passive, Energy Storage Cell stores electricity when hit. Releases wide-range lightning when fully charged. Giganotosaurus. Weight, 15 tons. Level, Beast King. Attribute, water. Main skill, Raging Tsunami. Passive, Aquatic Affinity. With the upgrades complete, Qin Chuan now commanded 4 Beast King level dinosaurs, and the lightning-water combination of the Tyrannosaurus and Giganotosaurus was absolutely perfect. The Giganotosaurus could summon towering waves while the Tyrannosaurus covered them with lightning. Just thinking about it made his blood boil with excitement. Qin Chuan thought to himself that if they'd had this lineup last night, Zhang Li's group definitely wouldn't have escaped. Just as he was reveling in his explosive power increase, a system announcement suddenly appeared. Announcement: 2 days remaining until the Beast Tide arrives. All Beast Island Lords, please prepare accordingly. Beast Tide rules. 1. Beast Tide creatures do not drop materials or divinity points, but reputation points can be accumulated. 2. Successfully surviving the beast tide will grant generous rewards based on reputation ranking. 3. The top 5 island lords by reputation will receive additional special rewards. Qin Chuan stared at the announcement, slightly stunned. What exactly were these special rewards for the top 5? Massive amounts of essence, or piles of beast cores? Qin Chuan's face was full of confusion. Qin Chuan then opened the chat channel to see what other Beast Island lords thought about this announcement. As soon as the channel lit up, messages flooded in like a torrent, nearly overwhelming the screen. Holy crap! Rewards are distributed based on reputation. But the announcement doesn't specify how much reputation you get for killing one beast. Who cares? Just kill as many as possible. This is the first beast tide in the Endless Sea, so the intensity probably won't be too insane. Maybe the beasts will be easy to kill. Look carefully, the top 5 in reputation rankings get additional special rewards. What could it be? Extra essence? Divinity points. Since it's called a special reward, it's definitely something we've never seen before. Can't just be ordinary essence. One thing's for sure, this reward will make the strong even stronger. I bet after the beast tide ends, we'll be able to identify the 5 strongest Beast Island lords. No need to guess. The top 5 will definitely be the current top-ranking alliance leaders. Not necessarily. Li Tong, leader of the Iron Lion Alliance in 6th place, jumped from outside the top 10 to 6th in just one day. Could be a dark horse. Don't forget about boss Qin Chuan. His guild ranking isn't that high, but he's been leading by a huge margin personally. Even if he's not first, he'll definitely make top 2 or 3. Anyway, everyone keep pushing. Even if we can't make top 5, we need to farm reputation for resources. Qin Chuan stared at the screen and took a deep breath. My only beast companion, the dinosaur, has the fastest growth rate. Getting into the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. Despite his words, he didn't dare let his guard down. Among billions of competitors, who knew how many dark horses were lurking? If someone overtook him and he lost that special reward, the consequences would be unthinkable. His resolve was seethed, had to push his strength to the absolute limit before the beast tide arrived. But the Endless Sea had now entered a quiet period with no new public events, leaving only the scattered beasts on the island as resources. During his earlier patrol on the wind god pterosaur, he'd seen clearly. The entire Beast Island was just a beginner's transition zone, and clearing it completely would yield at most 200 essence. Though the marketplace had trading options, it was only the 3rd day, and almost no one was willing to sell essence. This predicament wasn't unique to him. Everyone was desperately searching for ways to grow stronger, but none were lucky enough to recruit someone like Chun Yahweh into their faction. For most people, there was only one way to rapidly gain power in 2 days: plunder. Perhaps the gods had planned it all along, setting these 2 days before the beast tide as a quiet period to force the Beast Island lords to slaughter each other, further eliminating the weak, while making the strong stronger and the weak weaker, or even dead. Thus, for powerful Beast Island lords, this was a feast. For the weak, it meant death and destruction. A massacre that would sweep across the entire Endless Sea was about to unfold over these 2 days. After the beast tide rules were announced, the atmosphere in the chat channel suddenly turned sinister, with messages rolling like thunderclaps. Listen up, everyone. I'm heading out to raid. Get your essence ready, or don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Haha, these last 2 days are for desperate strengthening. My tiger beast is getting impatient from hunger. I'm setting off. Anyone near my beast island is in for bad luck, won't show mercy. Oh god, these guys who randomly got powerful beasts are becoming monsters. What chance do we have without any trump cards? We're just waiting to die. Folks, human nature can't withstand such tests. Those without enough strength better find protection, or they won't even survive to face the beast tide. Meanwhile, Chen Yahweh, staring at the chat window, felt her heart tighten with fear at this string of threats. Though she had 5 snow foxes, most of her essence had been taken by Qin Chuan. All 5 foxes remained at adult stage with only common water and mutant earth attributes. They stood virtually no chance against real predators. Oh no, am I going to die? Chen Yahweh's face went pale as she regretted giving all her essence to Qin Chuan for the first time. If she had used it all on her snow foxes, she could have pushed 1 or 2 to Beast King level and at least had fighting power. In panic, she quickly messaged Qin Chuan. Brother Qin, have you seen the chat channel? These guys are starting their raids, what should I do? Qin Chuan replied promptly. Don't worry, I guarantee it. If anyone forces their way onto your beast island, message me immediately. I'll teleport over to protect you right away. Okay, thank you, Brother Qin. Receiving his reply, Chen Yahweh finally breathed a little easier. Qin Chuan wasn't concerned about the coming slaughter. With his 4 Beast King-level dinosaurs, unless hundreds of island lords swarmed him at once, they couldn't cause any real trouble. After handling that, he mounted his pteranodon and headed deep into his island to hunt scattered beasts. Once on the ground, he released his Giganotosaurus for a sweep. Adult-stage beasts couldn't even cast their skills before being easily torn apart by the Beast King-level predator. However, hunting scattered prey was extremely time-consuming. After 3 or 4 hours, he had only killed 15 beasts, gaining 15 essence crystals and corresponding divine points. Qin Chuan shook his head. The newbie period islands have too few monsters. Experience efficiency keeps dropping. With that, he recalled his Giganotosaurus to the dimensional space and continued searching for targets. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, he keenly spotted 12 fast-moving black dots appearing on his island's coastline. Looking closer, he saw 6 black panthers and 6 gray wolves, with 2 men following behind them. One was around 30, tall and thin in a crisp suit. The other was in his 40s with a bulky frame. The two had clearly teamed up for island raiding. Brother Lu Yi, this is our first collaboration. My gray wolves will attack first, then your panthers can ambush. After we kill this island lord, we split the essence and materials 50-50. Just don't backstab me. The bulky middle-aged man spoke slowly. Haha, Brother Zhou, you don't trust me? Don't worry, I always keep my word, the man named Lu Yi said with a laugh. Clearly, he and Zhou He had suddenly appeared near Qin Chuan's Beast Island with one purpose in mind: to raid and plunder. Their target was crystal clear, Qin Chuan's dragon nest. These two were among the nearest Beast Island lords that Qin Chuan had discovered during his earlier reconnaissance in the area. Normally, Beast Island lords in each region only operated around their own islands, as venturing too far would bring unbearable risks and costs. Interesting. I was too lazy to go hunting, but you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep, Qin Chuan said with a slight smile, mounting his pterodactyl and soaring straight toward the dragon nest. The moment he landed, he released 2 Carnotaurus, ordering them to hide in the forest behind the nest and wait for the right moment. He then lazily lay atop his crystal shelter, hands behind his head, quietly waiting. Soon, the 2 intruders arrived at the designated coordinates. Lu Yi was the first to act, commanding 6 black panthers to sneak into the bushes on both sides, clearly planning an ambush. What they didn't know was that from the moment they entered these waters, Qin Chuan's gaze had been locked onto them. His extraordinary vision from the dark god realm allowed him to see every move with perfect clarity. When Lu Yi finally spotted the crystal shelter in the distancia, 3-story-tall structure gleaming like crystal, his eyes widened. This guy's loaded. That shelter is massive. Absolutely ridiculous. How many crystal scorpions did he kill? Zhou He was equally shocked. Qin Chuan lazily sat up and looked down at the 2 men. Friends, you're trespassing, aren't you? This is my beast island. The sudden voice startled both men. Damn, where did he come from? Lu Yi cursed under his breath. Zhou He looked up with a smile. Friend, we mean no harm. We're just short on essence and want to borrow some. Not much, just 100 crystals will do. Once we get them, we'll leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 gray wolves beside him bared their fangs, ready to attack at any moment. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. I've never seen such polite robbers before. Harmony brings wealth. Zhou He waved his hand. It's not worth risking our lives over some essence crystals. Fair point. But 100 is too little, make it 200, Qin Chuan said calmly. Hey, now you're being reasonable. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, but then he noticed that Qin Chuan showed no intention of handing over any essence. Qin Chuan casually pointed at the 2 men. What are you waiting for? Hand over the essence. Huh. Lu Yi was stunned, then his face darkened. This punk is playing us. Zhou He stopped wasting words and raised his hand with a fierce shout. Attack. Whoosh! 6 gray wolves suddenly leaped from the grass, crushing fallen leaves as they charged straight for the top of the shelter, their gleaming fangs ready to tear Qin Chuan to shreds. Not even one Beast King level, and you dare to rob me. Qin Chuan slowly raised his hand. Roar. Boom. 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 In an instant, a terrifying dragon's roar accompanied by thunderous footsteps echoed from the forest behind Qin Chuan. Bang. 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 In just one encounter, the 6 gray wolves that charged forward were scattered by the 2 Carnotaurus. System notifications immediately popped up. Your beast pet gray wolf has died too. Moments later, 2 more died from severe injuries. Zhou He's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling. Well, what the hell are those things? How can this guy's beast pets be so huge? This isn't scientific. Lu Yi beside him was also stunned speechless. Roar! The Carnotaurus bellowed and charged again. Their 4-ton bodies moved like bulldozers, crushing everything in their path. Bang. Bang. The system prompted again. Your beast pet gray wolf has died too. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 6 gray wolves were eliminated, leaving the remaining 2 trembling and too scared to advance. Zhou He was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that he forgot to continue controlling his wolves. When he came to his senses, he saw the 2 massive Carnotaurus already pouncing on their final prey. Adrenaline surging, he screamed. Lu Yi, what are you standing there for? Get your Black Panther to kill this kid. These aren't ordinary beast pets, they're dinosaurs. Lu Yi's palms were sweating. Damn it. Yesterday, the chat channel mentioned dinosaurs appearing near our beast island. Turns out they weren't wild beast theory, this kid's pets. What? How can he have such beast pets? This isn't fair. Zhou He also shuddered. Last night's dinosaur beast incident even alarmed Zhang Li from the Star River Alliance, who led a large hunting party but returned empty-handed. They never expected to encounter them here. Stop standing around, run. Lu Yi knew clearly that even if the Black Panther joined the fight, it wouldn't be a match for two Carnotaurus. He turned and ran, wishing he had rocket boosters. I won't let you leave here alive. Qin Chuan's cold voice fell as he raised his hand and waved. Giganotosaurus, attack. Bang. The ground shook violently as the 15-ton Giganotosaurus thundered into view. Damn it. He has more. Lu Yi looked back in terror, his soul nearly leaving his body. The Giganotosaurus blocked their escape route in just a few strides, its fangs like sabers that could easily tear a person in half. Boss, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Lu Yi desperately fell to his knees. Zhou He also prostrated himself on the ground. Boss, spare my life. I'll never dare again. Both men kowtowed frantically. Qin Chuan slowly approached. Hand over all your essence crystals. The two wanted to cry, but had no tears. They had planned to team up and rob others, only to kick an iron plate with their very first target. Yes, yes, I'll give them up. Lu Yi didn't dare hesitate, offering up all 45 essence crystals he had left. Zhou He likewise produced 63 essence crystals. Qin Chuan looked at the glittering crystals in his hands, secretly amazed. Just one casual robbery netted over 100 essence crystals. Robbing was clearly much faster than grinding monsters. What about your gold coins? He pressed. Boss, we spent all our gold on materials. There's really nothing left. Can you let us go now? Lu Yi stammered tremblingly. Run, run faster. Qin Chuan raised his hand slightly. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Let's run. Lu Yi and Zhou He kowtowed frantically to Qin Chuan like pecking chickens, then turned and bolted toward the coastline at full speed. Qin Chuan remained expressionless and raised his hand again. Bang bang, the giant beast dragon, already poised to strike, shot out like a cannonball. Damn it, didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? Lu Yi looked back to see the giant beast dragon kicking up dust as it pursued them, and his soul nearly left his body. Zhou He's face turned ashen as his feet never stopped moving. I told you to run, but I never said I wouldn't kill you. Qin Chuan's voice was ice cold as he forcefully pressed his arm downward. Raging sea tsunami. The skill erupted as the giant beast dragon stomped heavily on the ground. Azure light burst from between its scales, and the earth beneath its feet split as if sliced by a blade, cracks spreading outward. In the next instant, countless water columns gushed from the fissures, forming a towering wall of water. Roar! The giant beast dragon bellowed, and the water wall instantly collapsed, transforming into a sky-covering tsunami. Trees along its path snapped in half under the water's impact, debris flying everywhere. Impossible. Even a beast king-level skill couldn't be this powerful. Zhou He turned his head, his legs gave out, and he collapsed directly onto the muddy ground, completely drained of the courage to flee. You bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Yi bit through his lip and commanded his 6 Black Panthers to charge against the current. Boom. The massive wave crashed down with city-crushing force. The Panthers launched their crystallization skill midair, but their crystallized bodies only lasted for the blink of an eye before being completely swallowed by the torrent. Damn it all. Lu Yi watched the wave bearing down on him, despair filling his eyes. Crashing the next second, he and Zhou He, along with the Black Panthers in the tsunami, were torn to shreds. Seems it's not that Beast King level skills are overpowered, but that my beast companion is too fierce. Qin Chuan gazed at the dissipating water mist. Even he was shocked by the giant beast dragon's power. This was his first time unleashing the giant beast dragon's Beast King level skill. He knew it would be strong, but he hadn't expected it to be ridiculously powerful. As the waves receded, Lu Yi and Zhou He had been swept away without a trace, dead beyond any doubt. Similar hunts were playing out across the entire Beast Island at this very moment. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but worry about Qin Yaohe. Beast Island might also be under invasion. He opened the chat window. Qin Chuan. Hui, are you safe over there? Qin Yaohe was hiding deep in the forest and immediately replied. Qin Yaohe, thank you for your concern, brother Qin. No one has invaded here yet, so I'm very safe. Qin Chuan. Good to hear you're safe, but don't let your guard down. Stay hidden, and tell me immediately if there's any danger. Qin Yaohe. Thank you, brother Qin. By the way, my beast companions are very weak. What should I do if a beast tide comes? Qin Chuan. When that happens, I'll temporarily lend you one of my beast companions to guard your beast nest. Hearing that Qin Chuan would lend her a beast companion, Qin Yaohe felt both grateful and anxious, worried about holding him back. Qin Yaohe. Brother Qin. One probably won't be enough to hold them off, right? At least 2 or 3. The beast tide will definitely be massive. I think I should just abandon my beast nest and teleport directly to your beast island when the time comes. Qin Chuan hadn't expected this girl to be thinking of him, so he smiled and reassured her. Qin Chuan, don't worry, one will be enough. Your beast nest absolutely cannot be destroyed, or you'll lose your chance in the competition. Seeing his confidence, Qin Yaohe stopped insisting and could only wonder in her heart about brother Qin's beast companion. It must be a large predator like a lion or tiger, or possibly a massive creature like a rhinoceros or elephant. After finishing his conversation with Chun Yahui, Qin Chuan casually glanced at the chat channel and found it quite lively. Haha, indeed, killing and looting was still the fastest way to get rich. Messages were rapidly refreshing in the world channel. Player A. I've already wiped out 2 beast islands and earned over 100 essence. Player B. Humph, showing off with just over 100? I've destroyed 4 beast islands and almost saved up 300 essence. Player C. Damn it, you bastards. You won't even spare someone like me who only has a dozen essence. Player D. Give it up. You're lucky to still be alive. I just took a look around, and several beast island lords nearby have been taken out. Player E. These people only pick on the weak. If you're so tough, go find boss Qin Chuan. He's got that rich lady Chun Yahweh backing him, so he must be loaded with essence. Player F. Screw boss Qin Chuan. He just hasn't met me yet. If I really run into him, I'll take him down just the same. In the channel, a bloodthirsty beast island lord was spamming boastful threats, his arrogance reaching the sky. Player G. You? If you really met Qin Chuan, you'd probably get killed instantly. Player F. Believe it or not, both my beast pets have reached beast king level. If I encounter him, I'll definitely take him down. That guy and I have a grudge. Player H. Oh? You have a grudge against boss Qin Chuan. Player F. I just joined the Galaxy Alliance today, and this guy stole Qin Yahweh, who should have belonged to our alliance. If that's not a grudge, what is? When I meet him, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. Qin Chuan couldn't help but facepalm as he read these messages. He stole Qin Yahweh? That was clearly Zhang Li's grudge. So how did it suddenly become his deep hatred? Obviously, these Galaxy Alliance newcomers had been brainwashed by Zhang Li, and unable to find him, they turned into keyboard warriors spewing nonsense. Qin Chuan casually typed a line. Qin Chuan, hey buddy above, drop your coordinates and let me see how you're going to kill me. Just the moment he appeared, the channel exploded. Player I, ha, boss Qin Chuan is here. Where's that guy? Wasn't he going to kill someone? Drop those coordinates. Player J, yeah, you talk such a big game, so have the guts to share them. Player K, this guy only talks big. Now that boss Qin Chuan actually showed up, he's chickening out. Player L, don't forget, boss Qin Chuan was way ahead from day one. His strength isn't weaker than those top-ranked alliance leaders. The young man being watched got so angry, he started ranting. Player F, humph. A bunch of bootlicking brain-dead fans. Even if I really drop my coordinates, would he dare to come? Qin Chuan was about to close the channel when this comment caught his attention again, and he immediately replied. Qin Chuan, if the distance isn't too far, I'd be quite happy to make the trip. The young man responded mockingly. Player F, hee hee, I've seen this routine plenty of times. If I really drop my coordinates, you'll definitely say it's too far and not come. You're fine with PV monster grinding, but when it comes to real PvP, you're useless. I'll have you crying in minutes. Mocking voices rose one after another in the channel. Player I, no way, you've been babbling forever. Where are the coordinates? Player J, stop wasting time, clown. Besides talking big, what else can you do? Qin Chuan shook his head. The other party still hadn't revealed their coordinates. But undeniably, his growth rate was also quite remarkable. At least when it came to plundering essence, he had already surpassed this so-called chosen one with his unique dinosaur beast companion. Zhang Li, Yi Qingwan, and others were also frantically hunting on their respective islands, their rapidly increasing essence causing the entire channel to buzz with excitement. As the Beast Island masters trash-talked each other, an arrogant young man suddenly dropped his coordinates. I'm sharing my location. That kid surnamed Qin, wanna have a go? My flame rhino is itching for a fight. No wonder he's so cocky, it's actually a rhino, and a fire tribute one at that. Flame rhinos can tank and deal damage, definitely not easy to handle. Qin Chuan stared at the coordinates, his finger lightly tapping the map. The straight line distance wasn't far. At the Quetzalcoatlus' top speed, it would take at most 2 to 3 hours to reach. I wasn't planning to go out, but since he's asking for death. Qin Chuan muttered under his breath, leaping onto the Quetzalcoatlus' back and taking off directly. The young man remained completely oblivious, continuing to provoke others in the channel. In just half a day, he had accumulated nearly 300 essence cores and tamed 2 more Beast King level flame rhinos, his confidence swelling to its peak. Hey Qin, do you dare to come? I'll be waiting on Beast Island. On the other end of the channel, Qin Chuan's avatar had gone silent. Haha, this kid's all talk probably closed the chat window. Don't forget, Qin Chuan might already be on his way. Even if he comes, it's suicide. I'll plunder his essence and advance straight to Beast Emperor. Qin Chuan, don't be impulsive. 2 Beast King level flame rhinos aren't easy prey. There are only 2 days left until the Beast Tidino point, wasting time over some trash talk. Opinions varied, but the Quetzalcoatlus had already broken through the clouds and departed. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan watched the channel scroll by. Star River Guild has recruited another strong player. Fire tribute cores from flame rhinos are quite precious now. Qin Chuan's continued absence led her to conclude he was being cowardly yesterday. When she invited him to hunt dinosaurs together, he had similarly declined. The armored crocodile and crystal scorpion were probably just lucky breaks. Thinking of last night's snow ape incident, where Qin Chuan hadn't even put the extra ape pelts up for sale, she became even more convinced of this assessment. Seems like he's not even as capable as me. 3 hours later, the young man was still spamming the channel every few messages, his tone growing increasingly arrogant. No one knew that high above in the blue sky, a dark shadow was gliding along the cloud layer. According to the coordinates, his beast island should be right below. Qin Chuan surveyed the sea surface from above, locking onto his target. The Quetzalcoatlus then instantly dove downward toward the location below. At that moment, the young man was constantly spamming the chat channel to assert his presence, clearly relishing this feeling of superiority. You mindless fanboys, weren't you always kissing up to that guy Qin? He's been silent for 3 whole hours without daring to make a peep. Now you know who the real boss is, right? He typed frantically with smug satisfaction. Damn, that kid was really arrogant. But seriously, is Qin Chuan really this much of a coward? Well, there goes his mighty image in my mind. Everyone should just give up on him. He probably doesn't dare face the flame rhinos at this critical moment, especially with the beast tide approaching. The mocking comments in the chat rolled faster and faster, and the young man's grin stretched almost to his ears. This way of putting others down while elevating himself gave him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Just as he was basking in his smugness, his ears twitched as if catching some faint sounds, and he suddenly whipped around toward the dense forest behind him. Who's there? He barked, his entire body tensing up instantly. 5 massive rhinos immediately stepped forward half a pace, forming a fan-shaped defensive formation. 2 of them were completely crimson, with flames seeping through the cracks in their skin, clearly Beast King-level fire tribute, Flame Berserker rhinos. Then, a figure emerged unhurriedly from the shadows. Under the moonlight, the newcomer's robes fluttered slightly, his expression calm and composed. Seeing that the person appeared to be around his own age, the young man's face immediately darkened. Who are you? How dare you invade my beast island? Qin Chuan's lips curved slightly upward. Weren't you looking for me this whole time? And now you're asking who I am. The moment those words left his mouth, the young man instantly realized, his pupils contracting. Qin Chuan, you actually dared to come. In this endless sea, is there anywhere I wouldn't dare to go? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying an unquestionable dominance. The young man's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy's beast island be nearby? Otherwise, how could he have arrived in just 3 hours? His surprise lasted only a moment before he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Qin, I never thought you'd actually come here to die. Enough talk, let's fight. As his words fell, the 5 rhinos beside him roared in unison, their massive hooves pawing the ground with murderous intent. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over them. All 5 rhinos had reached the 2-ton size category. In the endless sea where combat power was measured by tonnage, this was indeed enough to make someone proud. What? Don't you want to learn about my beast companions first? He was somewhat surprised by his opponent's blind confidence. Wang Yong scoffed. Is that necessary? Even if you have large-type beast companions, it makes no difference to me. You just need to know that the person who's going to kill you is called Wang Yong. As he said this, he raised his hand to stroke the thick horn of the flame berserker rhino above his head, his eyes brimming with confidence. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and focused his mind, preparing to summon his water attribute Colossal Dragon perfect for countering the flame rhinos. But just as he raised his hand, Wang Yong suddenly gestured for him to stop. Wait a moment. I can't let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a name for myself slip away. After saying this, he immediately opened the chat channel's input box. Qin Chuan glanced at it and understood his intention. Sure enough, Wang Yong typed 2 lines in the channel. Everyone, I take back what I said earlier. That guy Qin isn't a coward, is an idiot. He actually came running to me. Too bad the chat channel doesn't have live streaming, or everyone would love to watch this one-sided massacre. Whoa. As Wang Yong's message was sent, the channel instantly exploded. Holy crap. Qin Chuan actually went looking for this guy? No wonder he's been silent for 3 hours. Turns out he was tracking down this keyboard warrior through the network. Qin Chuanju, you've been played. This guy is obviously trying to provoke you, and he's got 2 Beast King level pets. Looking at the messages in the chat box, Wang Yong smiled slightly and continued. Everyone, I only need 3 minutes to take this guy down. Then I'll show you what a real boss looks like. This guy is really arrogant. 3 minutes to defeat Qin Chuanju? What a joke. Damn, it's so frustrating that we can't watch the battle between Qin Chuanju and this guy. I wonder what kind of beast pet Qin Chuanju has, and whether he can beat this loudmouth. At this moment, Yi Qingwan also happened to see the content in the chat channel and was immediately surprised. Qin Chuan really want to find him? Is he really that bold? Seeing Wang Yong's smug expression, Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. It's true what they say, when the forest is big enough, you'll find all kinds of birds. I've seen arrogant people, but never anyone this arrogant. Can we start now? I'm in a hurry, Qin Chuan said. Show your beast pets, Wang Yong said, immediately raising his hand to control his 5 raging rhinos. Instantly, the 5 rhinos became alert, snorting hot white vapor from their nostrils, eager for battle. Qin Chuan didn't waste words and immediately raised his hand. Bang! Bang! The ground shook with tremendous noise as 2 giant beast dragons suddenly appeared, landing heavily on the ground. Roar! With 2 terrifying dragon roars, the giant beast dragon's massive forms loomed like 2 small mountains. Wang Yong's smug smile froze instantly upon seeing the giant beast dragons, his pupils contracting violently as he wondered if he was hallucinating. These are dinosaurs? Damn, how is this possible? How do you have this kind of beast pet? When the giant beast dragon's amber vertical pupils locked onto Wang Yong, his face instantly turned pale as paper, all his previous arrogance vanishing. You just said 3 minutes? Qin Chuan stroked the giant beast dragon's skin covered in blue patterns, looking at his opponent with amusement. Wang Yong was now so shocked he couldn't speak for a long time. Obviously, these suddenly appearing giant beast dragons were beyond his comprehension. This isn't scientific. How can you breed such monsters? This is impossible. Wang Yong was nearly hysterical now. After all, anyone facing 15-ton behemoths couldn't remain calm. Too much nonsense, Qin Chuan said as his words fell, slowly raising his hand and pointing forward. Attack! Roar! After a furious roar, the giant beast dragon immediately charged toward the 5 rhinos. At this moment, veins bulged on Wang Yong's face. Kill you, and this giant beast will be mine. Flamestorm. Obviously, seeing Qin Chuan's beast pet had awakened greed in Wang Yong's heart. He immediately steadied his emotions and controlled his rhinos to attack. As the 2 Beast King-level rhinos took their positions, they immediately raised their horns and charged violently toward the giant beast dragon. Boom. The next moment, terrifying flames instantly burst from within the fire rhinos, and the intense heat caused the surrounding trees to burst into flames. The rhino horns also turned red-hot. If they struck, the scorching flames would immediately flow through the horns into the giant beast dragon's body, causing massive burning damage. Qin Chuan felt the scorching heat rushing toward him and slowly raised his hand. Crack! Bang! 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 Instantly, massive water columns erupted from the ground, immediately transforming into towering waves that crashed toward the fire rhinos. This is impossible. They're both Beast King level, so how can your water attribute be so strong? At this moment, Wang Yong watched the overwhelming flood rushing toward them, his face turning deathly pale with fear. As the massive waves crashed down, Wang Yong didn't dare take any chances and immediately raised his hands in defense. The 5 rhinoceroses instantly stopped their charge and lowered their massive heads in unison, shielding Wang Yong behind them. Their thick hooves sank into the wet sand and gravel, forming an impenetrable wall like 5 bronze barriers. Hiss! The overwhelming seawater came crashing down with tremendous force. The blazing flames surrounding the 2 Beast King-level rhinoceroses were instantly extinguished, and the scorching air temperature plummeted to freezing in an instant. The violent currents surged against the rhinoceroses' massive bodies, creating countless splashes, but ultimately failed to tear Wang Yong to pieces. As the giant wave receded, Wang Yong was left completely drenched like a drowned rat, and the 2 Beast King-level rhinoceroses had lost all traces of their flames. He had originally hoped to rely on the rhinoceros' size to withstand the water attribute beast companion, but the behemoth dragon's body was simply too enormous, and its skills were truly terrifying. After experiencing this battle, combined with his previous encounter with the Beast Island Master, Qin Chuan was almost certain that the larger the size, the more horrifying the skills. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but imagine. If his own Diplodocus grew to Wang Yong's level, or even reached adulthood, combined with large-scale destructive skills, what kind of terrifying power would that be? However, now was clearly not the time for daydreaming. After extinguishing the flames, the behemoth dragon directly switched to close combat mode, charging forward with thunderous momentum, its massive form creating deafening roars. Counterattack! Counterattack! Wang Yong panicked and frantically urged his rhinoceroses to engage in battle. However, before the rhinoceroses could react, the behemoth dragon had already opened its gaping maw. Its hunting instincts made it extremely vicious. Crack! Blood splattered as one adult rhinoceros had its neck bitten clean through, dying instantly. The other behemoth dragon's tail swept horizontally like a heavy hammer, sending 2 rhinoceroses flying several meters before they tumbled to the ground. In just one brief encounter, all 3 adult rhinoceroses had fallen. The remaining 2 Beast King-level rhinoceroses charged forward under Wang Yong's frantic roars. Bang! For colossal beasts collided head-on, causing the ground to tremble and sand and stones to scatter. But with such a size difference, the 2 Beast King-level rhinoceroses were still being dominated, without even a chance to lift their heads. Crack! Crack! The behemoth dragon's sharp fangs bit into the rhinoceroses' necks, twisting forcefully. The clear, piercing sound of thick bones breaking echoed as both Beast King-level rhinoceroses died instantly. This was the most direct and lethal method dinosaurs used to hunt herbivorous giants. Qin Chuan glanced at his watch. The entire battle had lasted just over a minute. Wang Yong's carefully cultivated rhinoceroses were completely annihilated, and his earlier arrogance was nowhere to be found. His face was deathly pale, and his whole body trembled. "Where's that arrogance you had just now? Why aren't you acting tough anymore?" Qin Chuan spoke calmly. Thud. Wang Yong dropped heavily to his knees, his voice trembling. Qin Chuan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have run my mouth. Please spare me. I used to be your fan. Damn, I thought your backbone was as hard as your mouth, but you only have this much courage. Qin Chuan frowned and raised his hand, signaling the behemoth dragon to act. A massive shadow loomed over him, and Wang Yong's face turned ashen as he screamed desperately. Surname Qin. I'm with the Star River Alliance. If you dare kill me, the Alliance leader will never let you go. Then let him come find me. As Qin Chuan's words fell, he raised his hand again. No. Wang Yong screamed hysterically, but it was too late. With a vicious crunch, the colossal dragon bit down, giving Wang Yong no chance to resist, as he was instantly severed in half. Essence 305, total essence, 428. Gold coins 30,000, total gold coins, 108,200. Crystal 2 tons. Looking at the information panel, Qin Chuan smiled slightly. He hadn't expected this guy to be so incredibly wealthy. Over 300 essence points was quite a windfall. After confirming his spoils of war, he commanded the colossal dragon to retreat into its beast ring, then summoned his wind god pterosaur. Leaping onto the dragon's back, he spread its wings and flew directly toward his own beast island. Meanwhile, the chat channel had exploded with activity. It's been almost 3 minutes. Know how's boss Qin Chuan's battle going? Holy crap, that arrogant guy's avatar just went dark. That means he got taken out. It really is. Boss Qin Chuan is mighty. Less than 2 minutes to deal with 5 rhinos. That's insane. Those were 2 Beast King-level rhinos. Crushing keyboard warriors in real combat, so damn satisfying. Anyone else want a challenge? Drop your coordinates. Yi Qingwan, who had been following the battle, stared at the darkened avatar in complete shock. This doesn't make sense. Even with my 3 Beast King-level polar bears, it would take hours of fierce fighting. What kind of beast pet does he have? Her confidence crumbled instantly, but her competitive spirit was equally ignited. Qin Chuan, I'll surpass you sooner or later. Just as Qin Chuan flew away from Wang Yong's beast island, 3 silver-white beams of light descended from the sky, landing directly near the beast nest. This was the exclusive teleportation privilege of the Silver Alliance allies, could instantly teleport to each other's beast nests with permission, or without permission if the ally was dead. The person who initiated the teleportation was Zhongli. That idiot Wang Yong. I told him to keep a low profile, but he never learns. Zhongli cursed as he looked at the body severed in half on the ground. I just sent him a message asking him to approve the teleportation, but he never replied, added the man beside him grimly. Obviously, Wang Yong had been too terrified by the colossal dragon to handle communications, let alone give approval. That Qin guy stole Qin Yahweh, who should have belonged to my Star River Alliance, and now he's killed my newly recruited general. This bastard really deserves to die. Zhongli gritted his teeth. The man crouched down to examine the rhino corpses, his face instantly turning pale. Alliance leader, look at these rhinos. This method of killing. Zhongli also bent down to look. All 5 massive rhino corpses had been killed with single strikes, their necks cleanly bitten through, as if pierced simultaneously by a row of sabers. What kind of beast pet could inflict such terrifying wounds? Zhongli felt a chill in his heart. The neck wounds on all 5 rhinos looked exactly like they had been struck down by a row of sabers stabbing in unison. Absolutely terrifying. This man surnamed Qin poses a tremendous threat to us. If we want to dominate the endless sea, all these top-tier powerhouses must be eliminated. Zhongli gazed down at the steel-skinned rhinoceros at his feet, its body severed into several pieces with blood still fresh, his voice low and grave. To him, the prominent figures on the leaderboards were never the real concern. The truly troublesome ones were those dark horses hiding in the shadows with unknown backgrounds, and Qin Chuan was the perfect example. Since crossing over to the endless sea, Qin Chuan had dominated almost every competition, leaving all competitors far behind, and had unexpectedly gained a group of fanatical followers. If he openly recruited allies, his current influence could probably create the most massive alliance in the endless sea in an instant. But it was precisely this influence that kept him cautious. Among the over 7 billion Beast Island lords, all kinds of people mingled together, and no one knew how many terrifying powerhouses lurked in the shadows. Once his unique beast companion dinosaur was exposed, those with covetous intentions would swarm like vultures, and the killing intent would skyrocket exponentially. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Qin Chuan understood this principle well. The man beside him wiped the blood droplets from his blade and reminded, the beast tide is coming soon. Our immediate priority should be figuring out how to gain more reputation during the beast tide. Only with reputation can we compete for the special rewards. Zhongli nodded. There are only 5 special rewards in total. With our strength, securing one shouldn't be difficult. The key is seeing who gets the remaining 4. If that man's surname Qin shines too brightly, we'll have to find a way to eliminate him first. 3 hours later, Qin Chuan rode his flying mount back to his beast island. The moment he landed, sea wind carrying the scent of salt hit his face. He casually opened the chat channel, and, as expected, people were still hotly discussing the news of his killing Wang Yong. Qin Chuan mused to himself that after taking down Wang Yong, the Star River Alliance would definitely not let this slide easily. However, his island coordinates hadn't been leaked yet, and no one in the outside world knew his beast companion's identity. This was his greatest trump card. At this moment, he was more concerned about the approaching beast tide. Only by breaking into the top 5 and obtaining a special reward could his overall strength reach the next level. Looking at the over 400 essence points accumulated on his panel, he quickly made a decision. Advance his strongest ace, the Diplodocus, from juvenile to adolescent stage. Essence 100, remaining essence 328. The prompt on the screen instantly refreshed. Species, Barosaurus. Weight, 120 tons, maximum 220 tons. Level, adolescent stage. Consume 1000 essence to grow to adult stage. Enveloped in light, the little creature that originally weighed only 1 ton transformed into a living steel fortress within mere moments. The 120-ton massive body was like a backbone extending from the earth itself, with every bone containing terrifying power. It slightly raised its head, its elongated tibia towering like mountain ridges. Its thick dragon tail swept gently, causing surrounding towering ancient trees to snap in masses. When its foreclaws moved, the island's ground even trembled slightly. Qin Chuan looked up at this newborn giant beast, a trace of awe flashing through his heart, and this was only the adolescent stage. If it could advance to adult form, its might was unimaginable. The largest creature in Blue Star's history truly lived up to its reputation. The only regret was that this amazing size came at the cost of speed. For now, he could only use the Diplodocus as an unexpected trump card. With such an enormous size, even in its juvenile stage, it could easily handle ordinary Beast King-level companions. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan only had 1 mutated Earth attribute core and 1 water attribute core left in his possession. Both cores had limited destructive power, so he dared not use them carelessly. Facing this dual-chamber dragon before him, he pondered repeatedly. What attribute core would be most suitable for such a colossal creature? His mind quickly sorted through the known information: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, plus wind, thunder, and lightning, making exactly 8 fundamental attributes. Water, fire, and earth were common enough for ordinary beast companions, but using them on a dual-chamber dragon would be woefully inadequate. After all, this giant beast required an exceptionally vast amount of essence for growth, and basic attributes alone couldn't unleash its true potential. Besides these 8 conventional attributes, isn't there something more suitable for it? Qin Chuan asked aloud. The system quickly responded. The endless sea is rooted in the 8 major attributes, but beyond these, there exist mutated attributes and superior attributes. Take Earth attribute. For example, its mutation becomes crystallization attribute, while its superior form is the terrestrial vein attribute. Hearing this, Qin Chuan instantly understood that attributes were also divided into 3 tiers: basic, mutated, and superior. Then what are the mutated and superior forms of fire attribute? He pressed further. Fire attribute's mutation is lava attribute, and its superior form is fission attribute. As for the terrestrial vein attribute you mentioned, the system continued explaining. It grants beast companions the ability to manipulate crustal energy, capable of triggering earthquakes and tsunamis. Triggering earthquakes and tsunamis? That's absolutely incredible. Qin Chuan's eyes widened as his heart raced with excitement. So attributes had such extensions. If he hadn't asked, he would never have known about these hidden levels. Then how can I obtain a terrestrial vein attribute core? He immediately inquired. The system replied. After the first phase of the beast tide ends, the underground world will be unlocked. At that time, Beast Island Masters can obtain evolution cores through mining veins, with a chance to upgrade attributes to superior forms. Qin Chuan nodded, temporarily suppressing his excitement. The current beast tide hadn't even erupted yet, and the underground world dungeon remained locked. Obtaining superior attributes was completely out of reach for now. This also revealed that the endless sea still concealed countless secret realms and dungeons, waiting for true powerhouses to explore them. Since he confirmed that Earth attribute's superior form was terrestrial vein attribute, Qin Chuan no longer hesitated. Originally, he had planned to find a core that could enhance the dual-chamber dragon's mobility, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Terrestrial vein attribute was naturally compatible with the dual-chamber dragon's massive size. Once it matured, The earthquakes and tsunamis it could unleash would be absolutely terrifying, especially since skill power correlated directly with body size. Unable to obtain a superior core for now, he decided to use the only mutated Earth attribute core he had, letting the dual-chamber dragon adapt in advance. Qin Chuan pressed the core against the dual-chamber dragon's chest, and the radiance quietly seeped in. Species fragile dual-chamber dragon. Weight 120 tons. Level juvenile stage. Attribute mutated Earth attribute. Primary skill partial enhancement. Passive skill hardened skin. As the attribute merged, the dual-chamber dragon's originally rough scales quickly darkened, with intricate rock patterns emerging on the surface. The tangible hardness noticeably increased, significantly boosting its defensive capabilities. After completing all this, night had fallen deep. Time slipped away quietly, and tomorrow would be the final day before the beast tide's arrival. Qin Chuan also looked forward to seeing what dragon egg would be randomly generated for him tomorrow. The next day, as the new day's sun slowly rose from the horizon, pale light scattered across the frozen sea surface, yet brought not even a trace of warmth. After a night of cooling, the endless sea had grown even more bitterly cold, with the very air feeling like sharp blades against the skin. Many Beast Island lords who had already reached the dark god level still shivered uncontrollably in this damp, cold though not enough to freeze them to death. The bone-piercing chill was unbearable. Qin Chuan wrapped himself in thick snow ape fur, his shoulders gleaming with white frost, which finally brought some relief to his stiff limbs. He returned to the dragon nest, his gaze immediately drawn to the 3 dragon eggs at the center of the lair. The shells were dark gold in color, yet smaller than ostrich eggs. Qin Chuan picked one up to examine it, his brow furrowing slightly. This small? Don't tell me these will hatch into some worthless little dinosaurs. Just as he was about to activate his hatching skill, a golden light screen suddenly appeared. A world announcement had arrived. Announcement. Only 1 day remains before the beast tide arrives. 1. Temperature will continue dropping with blizzards over the next 24 hours, reaching 150 C. 2. The beast tide begins at midnight and ends at 6 o'clock, lasting 6 hours. 3. This beast tide will feature 3 unnamed new beast types: agility type, assault type, and defense type. All Beast Island lords must prepare immediately, hold your defenses, and resist the beast tide. The light screen shattered, and the air suddenly grew heavy. Qin Chuan took a deep breath of the frigid air and casually opened the chat channel, where countless messages flew by at lightning speed, as lively as scalding oil poured into ice water. Everyone, the exciting moment has arrived. This beast tide will probably eliminate 2/3 of us. Sob. I'm definitely in that 2/3. I don't even have a single Beast King level creature yet. I don't have a Beast King either, but I've set up spike traps, trip wires, and rolling logs in advance. Whether they can stop the new beasts is up to luck. Buddy, those traps won't be nearly enough against an overwhelming beast tide. Look at me building wooden walls, first protecting the beast nest, and buying time is what matters. The guy above is right. 6 hours survive that, and we win. You're all just thinking about staying alive, but I'm thinking about killing more beasts to earn reputation and climb the rankings. Exactly. The first stage beast tide is the perfect chance to overtake others. Survive, become a big shot. Can't hold out, game over. Stop talking tough and go build defenses if you don't have enough crystals. I'm logging off. Good luck to everyone performing beyond expectations. After the beast tide ends, we'll punch Qin Chuan, kick Zhongli, and become gods of the endless sea. The channel gradually quieted as all Beast Island lords gritted their teeth and threw themselves into preparations. Qin Chuan also closed the chat window, his fingertips lightly tapping the ice-covered wooden railing. 3 completely new beast types, not even named yet. This wave is definitely not simple. He muttered to himself, his gaze returning to the 3 dragon eggs beside him. But it's not my turn to worry yet. My unique dinosaur isn't just for show if even I can't hold out. Which of the billions of Beast Island lords could survive? He focused his energy, placing both hands on the eggshells. Let me see what kind of dinosaurs you really are. Hatch. Crack. The eggshells split with spreading fissures, fragments scattering as 3 fuzzy little heads poked out, making soft but sharp roar sounds. These are velociraptors. Qin Chuan was slightly stunned. Hatching successful. Velociraptor X3. Species, Velociraptor. Velociraptors are extremely ferocious by nature, possessing exceptional agility and speed, excelling at ambush attacks to deliver fatal blows to their prey. Weight, 5 kilograms to maximum 200 kilograms. Level, juvenile stage. Attributes, none. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. So it really is Velociraptors. Qin Chuan stood beside the incubation pool, somewhat surprised. Since setting foot in the endless sea, the dinosaurs he had hatched were almost all medium to large-sized. Even the most lightweight Quetzalcoatlus weighed 500 kilograms. Compared to Giganotosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, and Carnotaurus, these 3 velociraptors before him were undoubtedly much smaller. However, He knew very well that smaller carnivorous dinosaurs were often more ferocious, especially velociraptors, whose agility and alertness were almost abnormal, which was the foundation of their invincibility. Qin Chuan quickly reviewed his dinosaur roster in his mind. 1. Quetzalcoatlus controlling air superiority. 2. Carnotaurus serving as heavy cavalry. 3. Long-range deterrent heavy hitters Giganotosaurus and Trex. 4. Ace Diplodocus. Now with the addition of velociraptors, they could perfectly serve as personal bodyguards. Beast tides usually erupted at night. When he couldn't command from high altitude, riding Quetzalcoatlus ground operations were the safest approach. With velociraptors guarding by his side, he wouldn't fear sneak attacks. Perfect, now my dinosaur army is taking shape. Everything is ready, we just need the beast tide. Qin Chuan felt elated and immediately took out Essence. Essence 33, remaining total Essence 295. With the energy infusion, the 3 juvenile velociraptors instantly grew to adult size. Species, Velociraptor. Weight, 200 kilograms. Level, adult. Amid sharp screeches, their forms completely solidified, streamlined muscle contours tensed, amber vertical pupils contracting and expanding like liquid metal. Gray-blue halos appeared around the iris edges, giving them a 270-degree field of vision far exceeding humans' 120 degrees. During high-speed running, they could easily lock onto prey several miles away. Their incredible dynamic vision was astounding. Most terrifying were the 13-centimeter sickle-shaped claws on their second toes, gleaming with obsidian-like luster in the sunlight. Once they launched an ambush attack, they could almost instantly disembowel their prey. Qin Chuan stood with hands behind his back, solemnly instructing, "You 3 are my imperial guards. When the beast tide comes, you must stay by my side at all times." Roar, roar, roar. 3 low growls rang out in unison, as if responding to the command. They clearly understood. Their intelligence was not low, which both surprised and delighted Qin Chuan. Beep beep. The chat window suddenly flashed with a message from Chen Yahui. "Brother Qin, the beast tide is coming soon. I don't feel safe at all. When will you send the beast pet you promised to lend me?" Qin Chuan replied, "Don't worry, I'll teleport over right now." Seeing the response, Chen Yahui immediately made a new request. "Brother Qin, you're already so strong. Just lend me 2. I'm afraid 1 won't be enough to guard the beast nest." Qin Chuan was both amused and exasperated. "Still negotiating with me? Don't worry, one of my Beast King level pets is worth 3 of others' Beast King level ones. 1 is enough." "Wow, really? Then hurry over and let me see." Her tone was full of excitement and anticipation. After all, since Qin Chuan arrived at the Endless Sea, he had been unstoppable, but what his beast pets were remained unknown to everyone. Qin Chuan said, "But let me make this clear first, I'm lending you my beast companion, so don't go bragging about it in the chat channels." "Hee hee, don't worry, I promise to keep it secret." Chen Yahui immediately agreed. She had actually been curious about why Qin Chuan kept such a low profile, and after much speculation, she could only imagine ordinary fierce beasts like elephants or tigers. Since joining the alliance, she had given almost all her beast soul essence to Qin Chuan, and it was precisely this essence that had allowed Qin Chuan's strength to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short time. As repayment, Qin Chuan was prepared to lend her a giant beast dragon to guard her beast nest. The moment Qin Chuan sent the teleportation request, Chen Yahui immediately confirmed it. Whoosh! A beam of white light descended from the sky, engulfing Qin Chuan's figure in its radiance, and he vanished the next second. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on an unfamiliar beast island. The ocean breeze carried a faint fishy smell, towering trees reached skyward, and occasional beast roars echoed through the air. The first thing he saw was a girl with a high ponytail, delicate features, and a tall figure. Chen Yahui stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes full of anticipation. "Brother Qin, I finally get to meet you in person." She ran toward him with quick steps. "You're so low-key that I thought you might be some chubby shootin', but you're actually quite handsome. Thanks for the compliment, but please don't compliment me anymore." Qin Chuan felt helpless at being praised. Chen Yahui stuck out her tongue and didn't dare say more. Qin Chuan noticed that beside her were already 6 snow foxes, all adults with snow-white fur and tail tips bearing faint earth-colored and water-colored light patterns, all dual earth and water attributes. Because he had taken all the essence, their combat power could only be considered mediocre. "Brother Qin, what's your beast companion?" Chen Yahui finally asked the biggest question in her heart. Qin Chuan raised his hand and opened the dimensional space. Rumble. A southern giant beast dragon was teleported to the ground. Its massive 15-ton body hit the earth, causing violent tremors in the soil and sending debris flying. Its thick hind legs stomped out 2 deep craters. Its sharp front claws left several scratches with just a light flex, and an overwhelming biological pressure swept over them. Chen Yahui's expression instantly froze, her heart pounding wildly, almost thinking she was seeing things. You call this a beast companion? This isn't a beast companion at all. This is clearly a dinosaur. This isn't scientific. Why do you have this kind of beast companion? The shock lasted only a moment before being replaced by wild joy. Ha, I bet right. I really latched onto a super powerful ally. This is great, I don't have to die. My alliance leader actually has a dinosaur beast companion. Ha. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, remembering the mentions in the chat channels about exotic dinosaurs appearing. It turned out to be Qin Chuan's beast companion all along. Don't get so worked up. Qin Chuan had anticipated her surprise, but he hadn't expected this girl to be so dramatic, though it was understandable anyone who saw a dinosaur couldn't possibly stay calm. Chen Yahweh looked up at the giant beast dragon with complete admiration. Brother Qin, just this one is enough to help me defend my beast nest. Thank you. All her worries swept away, and her whole body relaxed. I told you before to trust me, giving me the essence won't leave you at a disadvantage. Qin Chuan smiled. Whoa, I'm so moved. I'll work hard from now on and try not to hold you back, Chen Yahweh said emotionally, tears and snot streaming down her face. Under normal circumstances, with her randomly assigned snow fox such a small beast companion, she would be among the first casualties once the beast tide erupted. But now, she finally didn't have to live in constant fear. Qin Chuan warned her solemnly. I'll leave the giant beast dragon to guard your beast nest, but without me there, no one will be controlling it. After I leave, you must stay far away. I'm not sure if the uncontrolled giant beast dragon might attack indiscriminately. Yes, I understand. Chen Yahweh nodded frantically, wiping away tears with the back of her hand. Qin Chuan had previously let the bull dragon act independently, and he discovered that even without its master present, the giant beast dragon could still fight on instinct. This was exactly why he dared to leave the giant beast dragon on Chen Yahweh's beast island. One giant beast dragon was more than enough to guard the nest, and even if it died in battle, Qin Chuan still had ways to resurrect it. After explaining all the details, Qin Chuan activated the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, he was back on his own beast island, quietly awaiting the arrival of the beast tide. The endless sea had grown increasingly cold as the beast tide approached, with howling blizzards sweeping across the surface. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, a world announcement thundered. Announcement: 5 hours remaining until the beast tide arrives. Reputation leaderboard is now active. Reputation rules. Rankings will be updated in real time based on the number of exotic beasts killed by each beast island master. Those who remain in the top 5 when the beast tide ends will receive special rewards. As the announcement faded into silence, 5 brilliant orbs of light appeared in Qin Chuan's retinal projection, suspended at the very top of the leaderboard. These must be the special rewards, right? They look like physical items. Qin Chuan stared at the orbs, his brow furrowed with curiosity. The chat channel instantly exploded. These rewards aren't very big. Could they be super rare exotic beast cores? Impossible. If they were cores, there'd definitely be attribute fluctuations, but these 5 orbs show no fluctuations at all. They're definitely something else. Whatever they are, getting one would multiply your strength several times over. They look like rings to me. Rings? Who needs storage rings when we have dimensional space? Who says rings can only store things? They could very well have special abilities. The person above is right. 5 different colors, they probably correspond to different abilities. Whatever they are, I'm determined to get a special reward. Stop guessing, everyone. The beast tide is almost here. Let's survive first. Prepare for battle. Fight hard to climb the rankings and claim the rewards. Qin Chuan scanned through the channel and also noticed that the shapes inside the orbs did indeed vaguely resemble rings. The beast nest had never been stingy with rewards. Perhaps these really were heaven-defying divine artifacts. No matter what, in this round of the beast tide, first place could only belong to him, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's gaze held unprecedented determination as he prepared to charge toward the summit. 11:55 p.m. With each passing second, only 5 minutes remained until the beast tide erupted. The howling blizzard had just subsided, but the world was frozen solid by temperatures of minus 150 degrees, where water turned to ice instantly and the cold cut to the bone. Rumble. The entire endless sea seemed to suddenly experience a massive earthquake as the thick ice layers cracked inch by inch. In the next second, countless crawling beasts swarmed out from the fissures. The first to emerge were slender reptilian monsters, covered in gray-black hardened skin, with sharp, elongated claws, twice the size of humans, bristling with fangs, resembling beastly versions of ghouls. The public chat was instantly flooded with shouts. The beast tide is here. The beast tide is here. I see them, damn it. Why are there so many? It's a sea of black as far as the eye can see. How do we fight this? These must be the first wave of agility-type beasts. There are too many of them. Haha. My beast companion is a beast king-level cheetah. When it comes to speed, I'm no slouch either. The first wave of beasts is nothing to worry about. Don't celebrate too early. We have too few beast companions after all. With thousands upon thousands of these black masses attacking together, it'll still be quite the challenge. Life and death are fate. Wealth and honor are heaven's will. The time to test us has come. Woo, there are too many beasts. I'm doomed. Can someone save me? Ah, I feel like I'm going to die too. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. A bunch of weaklings. Eliminating you early saves us from competing for resources. Excitement and despair intertwined in the channel. But Qin Chuan didn't spare a glance that swarm of agile beasts was charging toward his beast island. He leaped onto the top of the crystal shelter and raised his hand in signal. Bang, bang, bang. Two Tyrannosaurus Rex and one Giganotosaurus appeared in response. As his three main Beast King level forces, they were all restless and ready. Next, two Carnotaurus stepped forward to the front lines under his mental control, prepared to charge at any moment. Three Velociraptors flanked Qin Chuan on both sides, guarding him like loyal sentries. Formation in position. Come on, it's time to test these 5 days of results. Qin Chuan's eyes blazed as he stared intently at the black beast tide charging toward them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The beast army shrieked in unison, surging forward one after another toward the shelter. Prepare to charge, Qin Chuan shouted. The two Carnotaurus lowered their heads and pawed the ground, ice shards flying from beneath their feet, white-hot breath streaming from their nostrils, showing no fear in the face of thousands of enemies. The beast tide grew thicker and thicker, moving as fast as a locust swarm, snapping trees at their roots along the way. From a distance, it looked like a black tidal wave roaring toward shore. Qin Chuan raised his hand again, pointing forward. Charge. Whoosh. The two Carnotaurus shot forward like unleashed wild horses, leading the assault. Their heads rapidly crystallized at high speed as they crashed into the beast tide. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever they went, the beasts were almost instantly killed. The black mass of creatures was forcibly torn open by these two spearheads from left and right, their formation instantly thrown into chaos, yet unable to stop the endless waves of attacks from behind. Qin Chuan desperately controlled the Carnotaurus, unable to let them stop. The Carnotaurus's advantage lies in its incredible speed and ramming damage, but once it stops, it would be instantly overwhelmed by the beast tide. Huffing and puffing, steel-like hooves crushed the earth as Qin Chuan controlled the Carnotaurus, charging into the beast tide like a cannonball firing the first shot. Just as this charging momentum reached its peak, 4 or 5 alien beasts silently swept in from behind the shelter. The moment they appeared, their blood-red pupils locked firmly onto Qin Chuan atop the shelter, arching their backs and gathering strength and pouncing. Qin Chuan remained completely oblivious to the danger behind him, not even turning his head once. Whoosh! 3 velociraptors suddenly raised their spines, their sharp rear claws cutting cold gleams through the air. Bang! They leaped and twisted, instantly disemboweling those alien beasts. Fresh blood splattered across the pristine ice surface as several corpses crashed to the ground. After this brief harvest, the velociraptors crept back to Qin Chuan's side, maintaining their guard positions with perfect precision, leaving no opening for further sneak attacks. Meanwhile, the beast tide grew increasingly fierce. Even the ferocious Carnotaurus charging Hedon had become surrounded layer by layer, its speed restricted. Rumble accompanied by a deep roar, the massive beast dragon ahead stopped observing. It opened its jaws in fury, its draconic cry piercing the air as the earth instantly exploded. Boom! Multiple water columns burst through the surface, transforming into towering waves dozens of meters high that crashed mercilessly into the alien beast horde. Crack, crack, crack. The extreme cold of minus 150 degrees descended instantly, and the raging waves froze solid within seconds, turning clusters of alien beasts into lifelike ice sculptures. Thunder roar. Qin Chuan's mind stirred, and both tyrannosaurs simultaneously opened their massive bloody maws. Roar. Rumble. Violent thunder exploded in the clouds as purple lightning coiled like angry serpents. Bang, bang, bang. The ice-sculpted alien beasts were shattered to pieces by the sonic blast and electrical current combined. The remaining survivors that hadn't been frozen also bled from all 7 orifices under the dragon's roar impact, collapsing dead on the spot. Attack! Qin Chuan raised his hand in command. The beast dragon and tyrannosaurs charged side by side, left and right, tearing into the newly surging alien beasts. Numerous agile alien beasts used their jumping ability to leap onto the tyrannosaurs' backs, attempting to shred them with concentrated attacks. However, when their claws and fangs struck the tyrannosaur's hide, over half the impact was absorbed by energy-storing cells and converted into electrical power. Sizzle. Electric arcs danced along the scales as energy accumulated to its limit. Boom. Dozens of thick lightning bolts exploded outward from the tyrannosaurs as centers, instantly charring all alien beasts they struck. Truly impressive. Qin Chuan was also shocked by this terrifying scene, his heart involuntarily racing. His son the other side of the battlefield, 6 or 7 alien beasts took advantage of the lightning flashes to break through the tyrannosaur's blockade, charging straight for the top of the shelter. The 3 velociraptors desperately intercepted them, but one slipped through the net, climbing up the framework to reach Qin Chuan. Crack! Qin Chuan backhanded his arm up, grasping its neck in one motion. Oomph. Though I may be weak, I'm still at the Dark God realm. Did you think a single beast could ambush me? How presumptuous. As his words fell, his 5 fingers exerted force. Crack! Bones snapped crisply as the alien beast's neck was instantly twisted, and it fell silently to the ground. Compared to his beast companions who could harvest hundreds of alien beasts with a single skill, Qin Chuan's personal battle record wasn't particularly spectacular, but with his own formidable physique, cleaning up a few stragglers was still more than manageable. Nothing more than that. We've killed quite a few alien beasts by now. I wonder what my reputation ranking has reached, he pondered silently. Qin Chuan opened his panel for a glance, and his ranking immediately appeared. Reputation leaderboard. First place, Zhang Li, reputation value 180,000. Second place, Li Tong, reputation value 170,000. Third place, Yi Qingwan, reputation value 160,000. Fourth place, Wang Ji, reputation value 155,000. Fifth place, Guitu, reputation value 140,000. Sixth place, Qin Chuan, reputation value 130,000. 15th place, Chen Yahui, reputation value 20,000. As the leaderboard slowly unfurled in the air, Qin Chuan's gaze locked onto his own name, and he froze completely. What? 6th place? I didn't even make it into the top 5? Are you kidding me? A barrage of questions exploded in his mind given that spectacular performance just now. The top 5 should have been a sure thing. How did he slip to 6th? What went wrong? Looking further up the list, he discovered that Yi Qingwan had actually shot up to 3rd place. I'm not even as strong as Yi Qingwan. That's complete nonsense. Doesn't that make my unique beast companion a total joke? No, something's definitely fishy here. Was I still being too conservative? In just a few seconds, Qin Chuan was completely bewildered, his thoughts in complete chaos. Meanwhile, Zhang Li's Beast Island echoed with thunderous roars of battle. 12 lions were positioned on all sides, with a full 6 of them having reached Beast King level. The flame lion raised its fiery mane, each pounce and charge clearing vast swaths of enemies. The other lions followed closely behind, tearing any intruders to shreds. With this overwhelming force, Zhang Li's ranking remained rock solid. As the leader of the Star River Alliance, he commanded vast numbers of powerful warriors and resources, enabling him to collect essence and rare beast cores immediately, rapidly upgrading his beast dens to high levels, hence his current 12 lions. Taking first place is a piece of cake. I was worried Qin Chuan might overtake me, but it looks like he doesn't even qualify for the top 5. Zhang Li stood with his hands behind his back on the high platform of his shelter, his air of superiority unmistakable. In his eyes, Qin Chuan's threat had completely vanished. Instead, Yi Qingwan, who had suddenly jumped to 3rd place, was more worthy of his vigilance. On the other side, Yi Qingwan's Beast Island was covered in ice and snow, with 10 polar bears roaring continuously. 4 Beast King-level polar bears stood in formation, their ice hammer-like front paws smashing down and instantly crushing the beast tide. Excellent. Top 3 is secured. It looks like I've surpassed Qin Chuan. I thought he could go toe-a-toe with Zhang Li, but apparently I overestimated him. With this ranking, Yi Qingwan was thoroughly satisfied the special reward was hers, and she felt even more confident about what lay ahead. The chat channel was also exploding with activity. What the hell? How is it that Qin Chuan, who's so strong, didn't even make the top 5? That's not right given his consistent performance. Even top 3 wouldn't be surprising. Something's definitely wrong here. Haha, looks like boss Qin Chuan isn't as strong as we imagined. The top 5 are the real overlord-level Beast Island Masters. This beast tide is like a truth-revealing mirror who's strong and whose weak is crystal clear. Those who were hyping up Qin Chuan just made themselves look like clowns. At this moment in the chat channel, quite a few people immediately began gloating over his misfortune. Qin Chuan stared at his ranking, utterly speechless. The dramatic contrast was hard for him to accept. Can you tell me why my ranking is so low? This doesn't make sense, he demanded on the spot. The system notification immediately popped up. Due to your beast companion fighting on 2 islands, your average reputation has been lowered. Please recall your beast companion promptly for continuous ranking improvement. Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood so reputation had an average score mechanism? Just like in a classroom with both top students and underachievers, the poor performers' low scores would drag down the entire class average. The Beast Tide leaderboard worked the same way. To prevent Beast Island Masters from forming alliances, this rule was particularly unfriendly to lone wolves, truly a balancing mechanism of the endless sea. But if he recalled the giant beast dragon, Chen Yahui would face the battle alone, essentially throwing her into a death spiral. If he didn't recall it, he'd struggle to climb the rankings. What Qin Chuan truly cared about wasn't the top 5 resources, but the difference in special reward intensity. So he asked the system again, is there a big difference between the special rewards for 1st and 5th place? The system responded coldly. The special rewards for the top 5 on the reputation board are of consistent intensity. Only the resource rewards differ. With this answer, Qin Chuan had clarity. Securing a top 5 position would suffice, though climbing higher would certainly be better if the opportunity arose. Beep beep, a message arrived. Brother Qin, I saw you didn't make the top 5. I heard it's because I dragged down the average score. Qin Yahui's message was filled with guilt. Should I just abandon my beast island? I can't let you miss out on the special reward because of me. She was already considering withdrawal, prepared to teleport to Qin Chuan's beast island and abandon the competition entirely, just to stop being a burden. Qin Chuan refused. A king unable to carry a bronze player? That would be utterly humiliating if word got out. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. It's just an average score, I can pull it back up. Your job is to lie back and relax. Those simple words moved Qin Yahui to tears. Qin Chuan gazed at his dinosaur legion still locked in battle and slowly raised his hand. In that case, I guess I'll get serious. Diplodocus, come forth. Boom. A massive creature weighing over 100 tons crashed down instantly, shaking the ground violently and sending dust flying everywhere. Partial crystallization. Qin Chuan activated his skill, and the Diplodocus's long tail was instantly encased in crystal, transforming into a terrifying weapon. Bang! The crystallized giant tail swept across, and within sight, exotic beasts were pulverized in waves. Limbs and organs scattered like bloody rain. Trees were shattered in a fan-shaped pattern. The scene was utterly gruesome. Though the Diplodocus moved slowly, it was the absolute killing machine against these mindlessly charging exotic beasts. Rumble. The Tyrannosaurus seized the moment to unleash thunder, lightning tearing through the night sky as masses of exotic beasts were instantly reduced to charcoal. During the brief lull, Qin Chuan glanced at the leaderboard. 4th place. Meanwhile, Qin Yahui had also shot up to 10th. Clearly, the Diplodocus's single-tail sweep had played a crucial role. Watching his ranking climb, Qin Chuan finally breathed a small sigh of relief. At this moment, the overwhelming beast tide had surged to its most ferocious stage, agile types charging at the front, with attack and defense types following close behind. The attack-type beasts were a full 2 sizes larger than the agile ones, their front claws gleaming coldly, fangs interlocked, roaring like demons from hell. The defense types had thick armor and bulky frames. Though fewer in number, they were extremely troublesome. But this level of difficulty barely registered in Qin Chuan's eyes, whether in tonnage or strength. These beasts were far inferior to his Giganotosaurus and Tyrannosaurus. Every time the Giganotosaurus and Tyrannosaurus plunged into the beast horde, they unleashed a combination of tearing bites, trampling, and thunderous roars. The beasts were crushed with bones shattered and blood splattered, falling in droves with each breath. Though the Diplodocus moved clumsily, whenever it found an opening, a single tail sweep would send over 100 beasts flying instantly. After several tail strikes, the accumulated kills had already exceeded 1,000. This one-sided slaughter sent Qin Chuan's reputation points skyrocketing like a rocket. He opened the leaderboard and quickly scanned the top 5. First place, Zhang Li, 200,000 reputation points. Second place, Li Tong, 185,000 reputation points. Third place, Qin Chuan, 170,000 reputation points. Fourth place, Yi Qingwan, 165,000 reputation points. Fifth place, Wang Ji, 160,000 reputation points. If I maintain this pace, reaching first place isn't impossible, Qin Chuan assessed silently. Meanwhile, the chat channel completely exploded. What just happened? How did boss Qin Chuan jump from 6th to 3rd in the blink of an eye? No way. He just had 130,000 reputation points. Now he's gained 40,000 more. Holy crap, 40,000 reputation points. How many beasts does that take? At least 1,000. And it was a short-term burst too. Absolutely devastating. Haha. I told you boss Qin Chuan was the strongest. Certain jumping clowns host the real clown now. Quick, tell me what trump card he played. I'm more curious about his beast companions. TV always been a mystery. Damn it. I'm fighting tooth and nail just to break 10,000. Forget the top 5. I'll just accept my fate and stay put. The shock wasn't limited to ordinary beast island lords. Zhang Li, who had always considered himself secure in first place, was also stunned by the dramatic changes in the rankings. How is this possible? How did his reputation suddenly skyrocket? Was he pretending all along and only now getting serious? The intense sense of crisis turned Zhang Li's face ashen. Damn it, you're forcing me to get serious. He immediately ordered his dozen lions to charge the beast tied together. After multiple rounds of fierce battle, the lions were already exhausted, but their master's command could not be disobeyed. They could only roar continuously and carve out a bloody path through sheer force. During the repeated charges, 2 adult lions collapsed from exhaustion and were swallowed and torn apart by the beast horde. However, Zhang Li, now bloodthirsty, paid no attention and wanted first place and would never let anyone take it from him. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan, who had been smugly confident that she had surpassed Qin Chuan, was equally stunned when she noticed the anomaly on the prestige rankings. My third place has been taken away? Damn it. This guy is absolutely nerve-wracking, a complete talent freak. Qin Chuan stared intently at the rankings, her mind filled with disbelief. She knew very well that the mainstream powerful beast pets of Beast Island lords were mostly similar fierce tigers, male lions, elephants, rhinoceros, and the like. To achieve such explosive performance with the same type of beasts relied entirely on talent. However, she had no idea that Qin Chuan's main force was a unique dinosaur, nor did she know that he was currently fighting on two islands simultaneously. If it weren't for Chun Yahweh dragging down his average score, he would have already secured first place. Qin Chuan glanced at the real-time updated prestige rankings and was still trailing Zhang Li by tens of thousands of points. At this rate, he indeed had a chance to claim first place, but the fluctuating numbers on the leaderboard also indicated that Zhang Li was sprinting recklessly, with both their growth rates nearly matched, though Zhang Li was slightly weaker. Is this guy really planning to work his beast pets to death? Qin Chuan muttered to himself while looking at the rankings. Time slipped away minute by minute. Over the next several hours, Qin Chuan's prestige value skyrocketed, pulling the dark horse Li Tong from second to third place, while he himself surged to 600,000 points. Zhang Li had 610,000 points, with only a 10,000 point gap between them. The beast tide numbers are declining, and the gap will be hard to close. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Chen Yahweh consistently dragged down his average score for every beast Zhang Li killed. He had to kill 5, or even more. Once the number of exotic beasts decreased, it would be even harder for him to turn the tables. On the other side, Zhang Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, seeing himself maintain first place with a narrow advantage. Looks like first place is secure. It wasn't in vain that I sacrificed 5 beast pets. Qin, you're ultimately a step behind me, though you are indeed my strongest opponent. With less than an hour remaining before the beast tide ended, the remaining exotic beasts were scattered and sparse, indeed insufficient to close that final 10,000 point gap. This was the confidence that allowed Zhang Li to relax. Yi Qingwan's ranking had dropped to 5th, nearly falling out of the top tier, but she managed to hold on and still had hope of competing for special rewards. Qin Chuan stared at the stagnant leaderboard, his brow furrowed, and opened the chat window. Qin Chuan, hui, are you safe over there? Chen Yahweh, brother Qin, the beast tide is almost over. Your dinosaur is too powerful one skill after another. The area around the beast nest has become a glacier, and the exotic beasts can't even attack. Qin Chuan, that's good. I'm preparing to recall my beast pet, so your ranking might drop significantly. Chen Yahweh, brother Qin, go ahead and recall it. I'm satisfied just being able to defend the beast nest. After confirming that Chen Yahweh was safe, Qin Chuan immediately activated the teleportation to recall the giant beast dragon. Returning to his own beast island, the burden of fighting on 2 islands instantly disappeared. First place is mine. Looking at the mere 1,000 or so exotic beasts remaining, Qin Chuan immediately raised his hand, preparing to launch the final sprint. As Qin Chuan recalled his beast companions, he launched his final charge. The 4 beast king-level creatures surged into the remaining enemy forces like 4 streaks of black lightning. The crushing sounds of impact mixed with the cracking of bones as the surviving beasts were torn to shreds before they could even cry out. Meanwhile, the reputation panel above Qin Chuan's head flickered wildly, the numbers climbing like a progress bar pushed to its limit within mere moments. He had surpassed Zhang Li. With only 5 minutes left until the beast tide ended, the system displayed the real-time leaderboard. First place, Qin Chuan, reputation value 660,000. Second place, Zhang Li, reputation value 620,000. Third place, Li Tong, reputation value 580,000. Fourth place, Guotu, reputation value 550,000. Fifth place, Yi Qingwan, reputation value 510,000. With the rankings revealed, the champion was beyond doubt. On a distant island, Zhang Li stared at the glowing screen, his gaze locked onto that 660,000, as his face twitched uncontrollably. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, he suddenly roared in fury. It's almost over. How can he still have 40,000 more reputation than me? He would never know that this mere 660,000 was the result of Qin Chuan dividing his attention between 2 islands. If Qin Chuan hadn't helped Chen Yahweh from the start, his reputation would have easily reached over 1 million. The world chat channel was instantly flooded with messages like a tidal wave. This seals it. Qin Chuan is amazing 666. The number 1 in the endless sea. Even Zhang Li got crushed. Absolutely terrifying. You never know the outcome until the last moment. Qin Chuan totally proved everyone wrong. The endless sea is about to change hands. Qin Chuan, is your peerless alliance still recruiting? I want to ride your coattails. Those speaking were the strong survivors who had fought their way through the beast tide. The other half had fallen permanently silent. Over 3 billion beast island lords had perished on the spot, while billions more, though alive, had lost their beast nests and were completely eliminated from competition. From the moment, everyone was transported to the endless sea. Each person had been thrust onto a battlefield with no exceptions. In the Star River Alliance voice channel, the atmosphere was equally explosive. Guild leader, before the beast tide, we gave you most of our essence to upgrade your beast nest and enhance your companions, but you still didn't take first place. Yeah, you promised to share the rewards if you won the championship. What do we do now? Stop arguing. The guild leader did his best. If anyone's to blame, it's that Qin guy for being too monstrous. With the resources Qin Chuan gets from first place, won't he just skyrocket? This guy can't be allowed to live. He's a threat just by existing. Listening to the continuous accusations, Zhang Li's expression darkened like a storm cloud. He had carried everyone's hopes, yet was crushed by Qin Chuan's absolute strength. While his opponent's peerless alliance had only 2 members, winning solo made the achievement's value undeniable. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his chest, his voice hoarse but persuasive. I've disappointed everyone, and that's my fault. But the gap between him and me is only 40,000 points, and that 40,000 can easily be overcome in the second phase of the underground world. You have to trust me. The alliance leader is right. A gap of 40,000 points isn't insurmountable yet. The endless sea will soon enter its second phase, the underground world, which marks the true end of the beginner period and the start of the 10,000 Races War. These words ignited the entire Star River Alliance, uniting everyone once more. They shared a common enemy, Qin Chuan. Given the chance, they would definitely overtake him. The first phase Beast Tide came to an end, and the system announcement echoed in everyone's minds. Beast Tide concluded. Distributing resource rewards. Qin Chuan waited quietly, his gaze steady and composed. Congratulations on ranking first in this Beast Tide. Resource rewards. For 1,000 essence, 100,000 gold coins, 800 divinity points, 5 cores each of the 8 major attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. I never expected first place to yield such abundant resources. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. 4,000 essence and 40 beast cores represented enormous wealth, while 800 divinity points brought him within reach of becoming a domain god. The 100,000 gold coins equaled his entire previous savings. As the divinity points flowed into his body, scorching power coursed through his meridians, and he felt his body undergo a transformation, as if possessing inexhaustible energy. Qin Chuan quickly formulated his allocation plan. 1. Immediately upgrade the dragon nest level to ensure steady daily growth. 2. Enhance his 2 main battle pets, the Tyrannosaurus and giant beast dragon. However, what he truly anticipated was the upcoming special reward. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted into chaos. The beast tides over. Why hasn't the special reward been announced yet? Hurry up. They mentioned the special reward was a ring, but what does it actually do? If regular resources are displayed on the announcement board, they surely won't hide the special rewards. Just as the discussion reached its peak, a new announcement flooded the screen. Announcement: special reward divine rings, ready for distribution. 5th place, Yi Qingwan, special reward ring of evolution. 4th place, Guatu, special reward ring of symbiosis. 3rd place, Li Tong, special reward ring of the forge. 2nd place, Zhang Li, special reward ring of 10,000 beasts. 1st place, Qin Chuan, special reward ring of fusion. Special reward divine rings, distribution complete. The channel instantly exploded. Holy crap, actual divine rings? The name alone sounds overpowered. I knew it. These things are definitely not ordinary. They must give beast pets cheat-like abilities. The top 5 were already strong, and now they get bug-level divine rings? How is this game even playable anymore? It's over. The endless sea will be ruled by these 5 ring masters from now on. Qin Chuan remained silent, focusing entirely on the ring that had suddenly materialized in his palm. The ring bore a peculiar design, resembling 2 fish chasing each other's tails in an endless circle, its surface carved with mysterious and cryptic runes that emanated incredibly powerful energy fluctuations. The other 4 rings sound pretty intimidating, and their abilities are probably quite powerful. But what exactly does my fusion ring do? Qin Chuan slipped the ring onto his index finger. The cool metal instantly molded to his skin as if it had never been separated. Unless he chose to remove it himself, no one else could take it away. Clearly, the bonding process was complete. At the same time, a line of pale golden text appeared in his mind. Fusion ring allows 2 designated beast companions to merge into one, creating a new creature. Fusion can be undone at any time after battle ends. If the 2 beasts are of different species, a primary and secondary must be designated. They can actually combine? Qin Chuan froze, then broke into a delighted grin. For him, this ring was practically custom-made. His first thought was, what would happen if he used the Trex as primary and the Velociraptor as secondary? With this idea, Qin Chuan raised his hand. The ring's surface glowed faintly as he pointed toward the 2 massive creatures. Fusion. Brilliant white light suddenly exploded outward. The massive bodies of the Trex and Velociraptor rapidly dissolved into two energy masses within the radiance, intertwining and weaving together. In just a few breaths, the light spheres suddenly contracted, and a completely new monster crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust flying in all directions. Species: Indominus Rex. Weight: 15 tons. Level: Beast King. Attribute: Lightning. Primary skill: Thunder Roar. Passive skill: Energy Storage Cells. This Indominus Rex had bony spikes extending from its head all the way down its back to the base of its tail, resembling a row of lightning-shaped bone saws. Its previously atrophied forelimbs were now powerful enough to tear through steel, while its hind legs were longer and more robust, clearly inheriting the Velociraptor's explosive power. Though it had shrunk by 5 tons compared to the Trex, its agility and lethality had increased several-fold, radiating a suffocating aura of dominance. Speed combined with both slashing and lightning power, it could probably go toe-a-toe with even Beast Emperor-level creatures. The excitement in Qin Chuan's eyes was practically overflowing. He quickly theorized, fusing the Giganotosaurus with the Velociraptor would create an Indominus Giganotosaurus. If using the Velociraptor as primary and adding Trex genes, it would become an Indominus Velociraptor. Clearly, the Velociraptor had become a universal fusion material, while the Trex and Giganotosaurus could also combine with each other to create new combat power. As soon as the thought occurred, he waved his palm. The ring's surface dimmed, and the Indominus Rex transformed into two beams of light, separating back into the Trex and Velociraptor. The diffusion process was equally swift and clean. This would exponentially increase his adaptability on the battlefield. With this in mind, Qin Chuan suddenly became curious about the special effects of the others' divine rings, so he asked aloud. Evolution Ring burns life force as fuel to forcibly elevate a designated beast companion by 1 level. Symbiosis Ring binds the user in symbiosis with their beast companion. True death only occurs if both master and beast are killed simultaneously. Forge Ring fuses beast companion with master into one body, greatly enhancing the Beast Island Lord's personal strength. Beast Master Ring can control low intelligence or masterless creatures. Seeing this information, Qin Chuan clicked his tongue in amazement. Each ring possessed tremendous power, especially Yi Qingwan's Evolution Ring and Zhang Li's Symbiosis Ring. The former could forcibly push a Beast King level to Beast Emperor level, and so on, which was absolutely broken. The latter was the ultimate life-saving technique. The Evolution Ring could boost creatures by 1 level, essentially elevating Beast King level to Beast Emperor level, and so forth. Equally broken. Zhang Li's Ring of 10,000 Beasts also commanded all creatures, and when used properly, it was incredibly powerful. Qin Chuan stared at the ring's surface and pressed 2 crucial questions. Are there really only these 5 divine rings in the entire Endless Sea? Can one person possess multiple rings simultaneously? The cold notification immediately provided answers. 12 rings currently exist in the Endless Sea, not 5, and anyone with sufficient strength can wield multiple divine rings at once. In other words, 7 more rings remain hidden, which means they can be fought over. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. He instantly understood. Divine rings weren't simply opportunities for the weak, they became hot potatoes. This intelligence wasn't secret. Others could discover it too. Meanwhile, Zhongli had just put on the ring of 10,000 beasts, and the second-place gloom, weighing on his heart, vanished completely. The Star River Alliance's communication channel exploded instantly. Haha, our leader turned misfortune into fortune. Though he got fewer essence materials, he obtained the ring of 10,000 beasts. Being able to control exotic beasts and masterless beast companions, this enhancement is no small matter. So what if that Qin guy took first place? It's just a fusion ring with limited beast fusion capacity, nowhere near our leader's level. Zhongli merely stroked the ring on his index finger, carved with countless intertwining beast heads, his eyes showing no ripples. Don't get carried away, his voice was low. Our combat power comes from resource integration among hundreds, even thousands of people, but that Qin guy is a complete lone wolf. For one person to challenge an alliance like ours, that fact alone proves he cannot be underestimated. His words silenced the Star River members who had been cheering moments before. Except for the Guardian Alliance, almost every faction concentrated resources on their single leader. Yet Qin Chuan continued fighting alone, while consistently suppressing major experts who had gathered massive resources. This reality was more shocking than any lengthy argument. Sigh, truly a monster-level opponent. The pressure is overwhelming. Don't compare with such a freak. We need to consider our next move, right? The beast tide means the novice period is completely over. Those who survived definitely accumulated plenty of essence. This is our chance to dominate the Endless Sea. Hearing this, Zhang Li's eyes flickered. You're right. Those who survived the beast tide certainly have considerable resources. Leader, don't let essence cloud your judgment. More importantly, we must prepare for the underground world and plunder other ring bearers' divine rings. Exactly. Since one person can hold multiple rings, if we could seize all the other divine rings, we'd be truly invincible. I support this. Me too. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Zhongli pondered briefly. Divine rings are indeed tempting, but I don't have coordinates for the other four ring bearers. Taking action would be extremely difficult. Leader, I once piloted a carrion eagle to scout the entire sea area. There's a region where Beast Island lords were almost completely slaughtered, and I discovered someone acting alone. I suspect that's Qin Chuan. Zhongli was slightly startled. Do you have evidence? To clear out Beast Island lords within hundreds of kilometers in such a short time besides us, few could accomplish this. Moreover, that person has been traveling alone. Is Qin Chuan exactly such a lone wolf? Zhang Li's brow furrowed tightly. If they had truly located Qin Chuan, he would never let this opportunity slip. If it's really him, we must eliminate him early, not only to seize his fusion ring, but he's repeatedly ruined my plans. This debt must be settled. Leader, just give the word, and we'll gather several hundred people to strike decisively before he grows stronger. Zhang Li weighed the options momentarily, then suddenly raised his head, his voice ringing out. Excellent. New grievances and old hatreds settled together. Everyone rest immediately. Tomorrow you follow me to war. We march against Qin Chuan. At this moment, Qin Chuan possessed over 4,000 essence points, making him one of the wealthiest individuals in the Endless Sea, if not ranking in the top 3. However, he still felt this amount was insufficient. His beast companions were increasing daily, and without proper allocation, their overall combat effectiveness would inevitably be limited. He quickly devised a distribution plan, prioritized the dragon nest, then advanced both Tyrannosaurs to Beast Emperor level, leaving approximately 1,000 essence for the Diplodocus to evolve into adulthood. As for the several Titanosaurs, since their water attributes were more supportive in nature, he would postpone their upgrades for now. Upgrade the dragon nest. Qin Chuan commanded immediately. Essence 1,000. Remaining essence 3295. Dragon nest tier 4th tier. Egg production 4 random dragon eggs daily. Early warning. Alerts the Beast Island Master immediately when dangerous creatures enter within 1,000 meters. 5th tier feature. Chance to hatch leader dragon species. Dragon nest experience 010000. Golden light erupted from the nest's foundation as the massive structure expanded once more. The nest walls flowed with gilded patterns, and rings of light pulsed outward like radar waves, clearly the 4th tier's built-in radar ability. This way, even if Qin Chuan was far from Beast Island, he could receive immediate notification of enemy attacks. Combined with the Crystal Sanctuary and the 3rd line of defense from his guardian beasts, his stronghold was now impregnable. Remembering the 3 dragon eggs that had randomly generated in the nest before the upgrade, he would have to wait until tomorrow to harvest 4 new eggs. After reaching the 5th tier, it can actually hatch leader dragon species? Qin Chuan's heart raced. Leader dragon species were rare individuals, only one could exist per species. They were more intelligent and robust than ordinary beast companions and could help share the burden of command. Simply put, Qin Chuan was the emperor, while the leader dragon species served as commanding generals. He need only provide objectives, and they could lead their groups in autonomous attacks. This would suffice for regular combat, and if they encountered truly formidable opponents, he could always take direct control. Unfortunately, advancing to the 5th tier required a full 10,000 essence points, leaving him only able to dream for now. Upgrade the Rex Tyrannosaurus. Qin Chuan invested another 2,000 essence. Essence 2,000. Remaining essence 1295. Species Rex Tyrannosaurus. Weight 20 tons. Level Beast Emperor. Advancement to Overlord level requires 10,000 essence. Attribute Lightning. Active skill Thunderstorm. Domain evolves to world-ending lightning tribulation after Overlord level. Passive skill Energy storage cells. Upon completion of the upgrade, the Rex Tyrannosaurus's bones and muscles expanded inch by inch. Its massive limbs became covered in metallic scales, and every cell within its body seemed infused with violent lightning, with electrical arcs crackling across its form. The Tyrannosaurus had always been exceptionally aggressive in its attacks, and now that it had reached Beast Emperor level, its explosive power was further enhanced. If he had reached Beast Emperor level before the beast tide, he probably could have defended the beast lair single-handedly. Qin Chuan assessed silently that throughout the Endless Sea, fewer than 5 people had likely achieved dual emperor status right after the novice period, and he was one of them. The thought brought a slight smile to his face, but he quickly became alert. The other 4 were equally formidable, especially Yi Qingwan and Zhongli. With Yi Qingwan's foundation, once she advanced to Beast Emperor and wielded the power of the evolution ring, she could very well instantly ascend to Overlord level. Previously, he had little interest in Yi Qingwan, but now he couldn't help being intrigued, though his thoughts weren't focused on Yi Qingwan herself, but rather on that evolution ring. Collecting his thoughts, he raised his hand and refocused his attention on himself, beginning to infuse more essence into the Diplodocus. Essence 1,000. Total essence 295. Species, fragile diplodocus. Weight, 220 tons. Level, adult. Full evolution requires 10k essence. Attribute, mutant earth. Primary skill, partial enhancement. Passive, hardened skin. As the last trace of essence merged in, the diplodocus was completely transformed at a terrifying weight of 220 tons, nearly 70 meters in length, like two passenger jets lying side by side across the horizon. This was practically the limit for carbon-based life forms, unprecedented in Earth's history, making it Qin Chuan's sharpest ace. After completing the upgrade, Qin Chuan stored all his beast companions in dimensional space, only then remembering the 3 dragon eggs still lying in his inventory. Let's see what hatches, he thought. Hatch. Crack. The eggshell shattered, and 3 dinosaur hatchlings covered in mucus crawled out. Hatching successful. Carnotaurus 2, Velociraptor 1. The luck wasn't exceptional. Had hoped for a few more Giganotosaurus or Trex, but this would suffice for now. Carnotaurus were still needed as vanguards for charging into battle. Next, he rapidly advanced all 3 hatchlings to adult stage and embedded 2 mutant earth attribute cores into the Carnotaurus bodies. Essence 33, total essence 262. Earth attribute mutation core 2. After a flurry of data updates, Qin Chuan's heavy cavalry and guard system gained fresh blood. Now he had 4 Carnotaurus and 4 Velociraptors, with overall combat power rising once again. On the other side of the endless sea, Qin was also rapidly boosting her strength. She surveyed her beast pen, quietly taking inventory. 14 polar bears, 2 beast kings, 2 beast emperors. As long as I use the evolution ring, I can push one of them to overlord level. She gripped the ring etched with genetic chain patterns, her heart pounding. This way, I'd probably be the first island lord in the endless sea to possess an overlord level mount. Unfortunately, the evolution ring had fatal limitations. 1. It could only advance 1 beast emperor to overlord. 2. The process required burning life force as payment. 3. Death occurred when life force was depleted, and this death was irreversible. Even dark god level beings couldn't resurrect the fallen. Therefore, this trump card couldn't be used lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. Even against Qin Chuan, she was confident she could make him never ignore her again. It was a pity that man was so stubborn. If he could ally with her, who in the endless sea could stand against them? Qin caressed the ring, her eyes gleaming with fervor. The charm of the strong was irresistible, especially after Qin Chuan's overwhelming victory in this beast tide. Countless people wanted to ally with him. However, Qin Chuan remained firm in his approach. With his influence, he could easily assemble a formidable team, but he wouldn't act rashly. The lure of dinosaur beast companions was too great. Who could resist? If he really recruited those powerhouses into the dust-free alliance, who could guarantee they wouldn't harbor ill intentions? Therefore, steady development and growth remained the most urgent priority. World announcement. Congratulations to all Beast Island Lords. You have successfully passed the Beast Tide trial, marking the end of the novice period. The underground world is now open, officially ushering in the era of interracial supremacy battles. The underground world contains endless mineral resources and opportunities, but it also harbors more powerful exotic beasts and intelligent creatures. The remaining 7 divine rings will be scattered throughout the underground world in the form of treasure maps. If you are strong and fortunate enough, you shall achieve immortality. There are only 3 teleportation gates leading to the underground world, located in 3 directions across the endless sea. You need not worry about being too far from the gates. You can reach them directly through coordinate teleportation. Warning: the creatures in the underground world are extremely powerful. Do not enter unless you are fully prepared. With the appearance of this world announcement, it signified that none of them were novices anymore. As soon as the announcement ended, the entire endless sea erupted like canvas torn by a sharp blade. Everyone who survived the first wave of beast tides was no weak link. This was something they all understood. Dense messages flooded the chat channel. Looks like the underground world is an open-world mega-dungeon. No more small skirmishes on Beast Island. Damn, not only are there mineral veins, but also treasure maps for 7 divine rings. This place is loaded. Don't be fooled by appearances. The announcement warned us both exotic beasts and native intelligent creatures are powerful. Most people can't handle it. Anyone want to team up? Better to have backup down there. Forget it. Anyone still talking now is a ruthless player with hundreds of essence. What if we get backstabbed? Good point. Those with alliances should team up with their own people. Don't trust strangers, or you might get harvested before the beasts even get you. Want mineral veins? Want divine ring treasure maps? Then go down and find them. The age of great conquest has begun. Let's go. I'm pioneering the underground world. Messages flashed across the screen, with bloodlust and greed practically seeping through the text. All Beast Island lords unanimously fixed their gazes on those 3 teleportation gates. Qin Chuan also read the entire announcement immediately and quickly extracted 3 key pieces of information. 1. Mineral resources. A quality mineral vein could yield not only evolution cores and essence, but also various rare materials. Conflicts over mineral veins were inevitable, with enemies potentially being other Beast Island lords or native creatures from the underground world. 2. Divine rings. 12 rings existed in total across the Endless Sea. 5 had already appeared as Beast Tide rewards, while the remaining 7 were scattered throughout the underground world as treasure maps, destined to become the focal point of bloody battles between various factions. Each ring granted heaven-defying abilities, enough to drive people to madness. 3. Teleportation gates. Only 3 existed across the entire Endless Sea. Any Beast Island lord wanting to enter the underground world had to first lock their island coordinates near a teleportation gate, then pass through the portal to reach their destination. Qin Chuan didn't understand why it wasn't one gate per person. Perhaps the Starry Sky Beast God had other considerations. But this meant that the previously isolated island lords would have to cluster together if they wanted to descend. At this thought, he looked up toward the Boundless Sea. The sea breeze lifted the flags at the island's edge, still stained with the mottled bloodstains from last night's Beast Tide, as if reminding him that the trial's cradle had been overturned, and the future stage lay underground. Even Qin Chuan would have to show himself now. Although no one had ever seen Qin Chuan, any attempt to raid near the teleportation gates would inevitably cause upheaval, forcing him to act in self-defense. If the 3 top-ranking major organizations, the Stellar Alliance, the Pioneer Alliance, and the Guardian Alliance, joined forces to control the teleportation gates, endless troubles would follow. They could even brazenly charge tolls, and collecting just 1 essence per person would be enormously profitable. Any leaked intelligence could plunge the Endless Sea into continuous warfare. At this thought, Qin Chuan sighed inwardly. Busy days lay ahead. He gazed down at the sea surface, shaking his head slightly. In the future, he would not only have to contend with the major factions of the Endless Sea, but also venture deep into the underground world to deal with its native intelligent beings. The path to immortality would be fraught with thorns and obstacles. Just thinking about it was enough to drive one to despair. If not for his unique dinosaur companion, he might not survive this maelstrom of competing races. Beep beep. Lost in thought, his chat window suddenly lit up with a flashing avatar. It was Yi Qingwan. Mr. Qin, have you seen the announcement? Yes, what's the matter? Qin Chuan frowned slightly, wondering what she was up to now. Ever since he had declined her alliance invitation, Yi Qingwan had been like a persistent shadow, approaching him repeatedly, undeterred by constant rejection. The teleportation gate has opened. I'm planning to take some strong fighters to explore it. Want to join us? Qin Chuan paused, then replied. Why do you insist on going with me? You're the leader of the Guardian Alliance, and you have the evolution ring. You're stronger than me. There's no need to team up with me, is there? After sending the message, he expected her to be displeased, but surprisingly, Yi Qingwan wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was delighted by the phrase stronger than me to her. This was undoubtedly recognition from Qin Chuan. A smile spread across her face as she quickly typed. Mr. Qin, I admit I'm strong now, but even a fierce tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. Holding the evolution ring makes me a target for jealousy, especially from Zhang Li of the Stellar Alliance. If we go together, we can watch each other's backs if conflict arises. Though her words carried a playful tone, they couldn't hide her genuine concern. After all, Zhang Li was ruthless, and as a woman, she felt somewhat lacking in confidence when facing him. Traveling with the top-ranked player on the reputation board, recognized as the strongest in the Endless Sea, would provide much greater safety. Qin Chuan rubbed his temples, and upon reflection, couldn't find a reason to refuse. Temporarily teaming up to explore the underground world with mutual protection seemed prudent. He chuckled softly and replied, since Alliance Leader Yi has asked, refusing would make me seem insensitive. Seeing Qin Chuan's agreement, Yi Qingwan nearly jumped from her chair. Since being transported to the Endless Sea, she had extended countless invitations, all rejected. Finally, receiving a positive response filled her with joy that almost burst through the screen. Wonderful. Once I gather my teammates, let's meet at Teleportation Gate 3. All right, I'll wait for you, Qin Chuan replied. As the portal to the underground world opened, Beast Island lords from various regions began to stir with anticipation. However, few actually made their way to the portal. Most had suffered heavy losses after the Beast Tide and lacked the strength to explore the depths below. Moreover, the gathering of powerful individuals inherently meant dangerous slaughter on the Endless Sea before the Beast Tide erupted had left survivors with lingering trauma. Thus, only a few tens of thousands dared to arrive at the scene, a negligible number compared to the vast population of Beast Island lords, yet every single one was a top-tier powerhouse from their respective regions. Mr. Qin, I've found 30 capable teammates, and we're ready to teleport. Are you prepared? Yi Qingwan sent a message through the private channel. Ready. After arriving at Portal 3, I'll distance myself from the crowd. If you see someone alone, that'll be me, Qin Chuan replied. Understood, she responded curtly. Before teleporting, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of his absence, Qin Chuan deliberately left two giant beast dragons to guard around the dragon's nest. After confirming the defenses were secure, he input the coordinates for Portal 3 into the virtual projection. The next second, his entire form dissolved into points of light and vanished. Buzz. The light converged, and Qin Chuan found himself standing on a vast ice field. Bitter winds struck his face as a magnificent portal, towering like a small mountain, rose from the center of the ice field. Within the portal, ripples like water waves gleamed with cold light, resembling a massive mirror. Around the portal, tens of thousands of Beast Island lords had already gathered, some in groups of 3 to 5, others clustering in dozens, clearly planning to venture forth together. Qin Chuan scanned the crowd in all directions. Having never seen Yi Qingwan's appearance, the search proved particularly difficult. Finding no success, he could only follow their agreement and walk toward the area with the fewest people, so that Yi Qingwan could easily spot him standing alone upon her arrival. At this moment, the Beast Island lords near the portal began to grow restless. Everyone, we've been here for half an hour now. Why hasn't anyone gone in? Are we just going to stand here staring? Someone shouted loudly from the crowd. Why don't you go in first? Don't you know the nail that sticks out gets hammered down? Exactly. The world announcement already said the underground world is fraught with danger. Who dares to rush in without complete preparation? Even if we're going in, we need a strong leader. Let me ask everyone present whose beast companion has reached Beast Emperor level. Most who survived the Beast Tide possessed only Beast King level combat power. Beast Emperor level was something only the truly supreme powerhouses at the top of the rankings could possess. I'm not in a rush anyway. I'll wait for a big shot to lead the way. Treating it like sightseeing works too. Worst case, we turn around and head back, continue lying low. While everyone was discussing, more than a dozen figures materialized out of thin air not far from Qin Chuan. Leading them was a tall, lean man in his 30s. He didn't look at the portal, but instead glanced around as if searching for something. After searching thoroughly for quite some time, those sharp eyes finally settled on Qin Chuan. See that young man over there? I've been watching him for a while now. He's been standing alone in the distance the whole time. Must be a lone wolf, the man said slowly. A lone wolf. Perfect. I was just getting bored out of my mind and looking for some fun, another young man said with a grin plastered across his face. The tall, thin man Su Ming also broke into a smile, his gaze cold and calculating as it swept over the solitary figure ahead Qin Chuan. Ever since the last Beast Tide, their group had profited handsomely from robbing and killing others. They had long since developed a taste for murder and plunder, and now, seeing this lone, fat sheep, each of them was already scheming. Over a dozen accomplices followed closely behind Su Ming, deliberately making their footsteps crunch loudly on the ground as they closed in on Qin Chuan. To them, this was clearly easy money, 3-0, person with no backing, no strength, and no connections. They could kill him without worrying about retaliation. Su Ming stopped beside Qin Chuan and spoke with a fake smile that didn't reach his eyes. Friend, did you come here alone? Qin Chuan turned his head at the sound, his brow furrowing slightly, but he remained polite. For now, yes. Oh, interested in teaming up with me? I'm Su Ming, and I lead a small alliance of several dozen people. Though we're not many, they're all elite. Su Ming feigned friendliness, though his tone carried a hidden edge. Sorry, I've already made plans with friends. I don't need to team up right now. Qin Chuan refused bluntly. The young man beside them immediately darkened. Kid, our leader is doing you a favor by inviting you personally. You dare refuse? Not giving face, huh? Qin Chuan immediately understood they weren't here to recruit, but to rob lone travelers. He smiled faintly. Haha, you've got some nerve. Don't you want to know who I am before thinking about killing and robbing me? Damn it. We've got ourselves a fearless one, the young man cursed, raising his hand to summon several hyenas with cold, gleaming fangs, ready to pounce at any moment. Su Ming raised his hand to stop the young man and continued his act with a smile. Friend, don't misunderstand. My brother's just hot-tempered. Actually, we mean well, a lone wolf like you is most easily targeted in a place this chaotic. Just pay 1,000 essence stones. Join us, and I guarantee your safety. Qin Chuan was amused by this, though his expression quickly turned serious. I'm giving you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Arrogant. The young man could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily. The hyenas crouched low, their white fangs gleaming as they growled threateningly at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but these blind fools weren't giving him the chance. Since that was the case, he'd have to take action. Roar. A deafening bear's roar suddenly rolled in from the distance. Everyone turned in unison to see a graceful figure approaching through the dust, accompanied by a massive polar bear, with over 30 allies following behind. The newcomer was none other than Yi Qingwan, arriving fashionably late. Are you Mr. Qin? She asked, her eyes scanning the scene and seeing Qin Chuan standing alone, surrounded by the crowd. That's me. Qin Chuan replied calmly. After confirming his identity, Yi Qingwan was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected it to really be him. In her impression, Qin Chuan was either an antisocial shootin or an aloof man who kept everyone at arm's length. But now, looking at him, he was clearly a handsome young man with delicate features and a scholarly air. Yi Qingwan approached slowly with her teammates. Her steps were unhurried and measured, while over 30 teammates behind her formed a fan-shaped formation in the sunlight, moving like a gentle spring breeze. The young woman raised her eyes, her gaze falling on the young man who stood casually ahead, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Mr. Qin, I finally get to see your true face, and I must say, it's quite impressive. As she spoke, she extended her slender hand. Qin Chuan cooperatively reached out to shake her hand, their palms touching briefly before separating, his smile equally natural. I didn't expect Alliance Leader Yi to be such a beauty. What a pleasure to meet you. The two exchanged pleasantries as if they were old acquaintances. Su Ming and the dozen or so people beside him exchanged bewildered glances. They had assumed Qin Chuan was alone, never expecting him to not only have connections, but to suddenly be joined by over 30 skilled team members. Yi Qingwan quickly noticed the awkward expressions on this group's faces and turned her head to ask, "What exactly are you all doing here?" Qin Chuan replied casually, "Nothing much. These friends here wanted to collect some protection money from me." As his words landed, Yi Qingwan first froze, then displayed an extremely exaggerated expression as she looked towards Su Ming. "You guys, are you tired of living? How desperate must you be to dare collect protection money from him?" Su Ming's heart skipped a beat, vaguely sensing he had kicked an iron plate, and asked tentatively with a smile, "Beautiful lady, who might you be?" "Guardian Alliance Leader, Yi Qingwan." She raised her eyes and stated her title without hesitation. Hiss. Those three words hit the ground like a bombshell. Su Ming's face instantly turned deathly pale, as if someone had stuffed bitter herbs into his stomach. Who was Yi Qingwan? She was the leader of one of the top 3 major alliances in the Endless Sea, a ruthless figure in the top 5 of the Beast Tide reputation rankings. Her status alone was enough to suffocate small fry like him. The young man who had been shouting the loudest earlier also seemed to have his throat seized, unable to make a sound for a long time. "Yi, Alliance Leader Yi. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Su Ming waved his hands frantically. "I didn't mean to target you. Please don't kill me." Yi Qingwan blinked. "Kill you? Why would I kill you? I offended your ally, and you won't kill me?" Su Ming's voice trembled. PFF. Yi Qingwan couldn't help but burst into laughter, bending over and unable to straighten up. "Brother, even if you really offended him, would I need to lift a finger? Do you know who he is, yet you dare to rob and kill? Who is he?" Su Ming mechanically turned his head to look at Qin Chuan, a chill creeping up his spine to the back of his head. "This is Qin Chuan, #1 on the reputation rankings. Now you know, right?" Yi Qingwan casually provided the answer. Boom. The sentence exploded like muffled thunder. Su Ming's head buzzed, and his dozen teammates turned wax pale, their legs trembling. The name Qin Chuan symbolized the undisputed legend of the Endless Sea. You're Qin Chuan." Su Ming's eyes bulged wide. Then with a thud he dropped to his knees, hands on the ground, frantically kowtowing. "Boss. I was blind and couldn't recognize Mount Tai. Please don't kill me. If I had known it was you from the start, even with 800 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously." Seeing Su Ming suddenly kneel, even Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. He reflected on how he had been just an ordinary person with limited time left on Blue Star, never expecting that coming to the Endless Sea would make him a god in the eyes of all humanity. This contrast left him momentarily unable to adapt. "Get lost. I can't be bothered to kill trash like you." He slightly raised his hand. Su Ming felt as if he'd received a great pardon, kowtowing repeatedly before grabbing his subordinates and fleeing frantically, afraid that being even a second slower would result in Qin Chuan striking them down on the spot. Watching the group disappear around the corner in disgrace, Yi Qingwan withdrew her gaze and sighed softly. "Mr. Qin, you've always been a lone wolf, which makes you look like walking prey in their eyes. Why haven't you considered expanding your alliance? That way, you wouldn't have to worry about such troubles wherever you go?" Yi Qingwan inquired. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. "I'm not particularly interested in forming factions. I prefer the freedom of going solo." Hearing this, Yi Qingwan was momentarily stunned, then curved her lips into a smile, teasing lightly. "Only sheep like us huddle together for warmth. Mr. Qin, you're naturally a dragon among men, skilled and fearless." Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow and waved his hand with a bitter smile. "Are you being sarcastic? Compared to you, Alliance Leader Yi, I'm far inferior." Being praised again, Yi Qingwan felt secretly pleased, her slight arrogance barely concealed as the corners of her eyes lifted slightly. However, she quickly composed herself and waved her hand. "Haha, not at all. We're about the same level, really." When Qin Chuan had repeatedly refused her alliance proposals in the past, Yi Qingwan had been quite displeased, secretly marking him as both a target to surpass and a potential rival. Now, After the beast lair battle had ended and her strength had improved dramatically, she felt confident she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Chuan. Moreover, meeting him formally for the first time, Qin Chuan's gentle and easygoing demeanor rapidly increased her favorable impression of him. More importantly, she understood Qin Chuan's formidable personal strength. Such a person must either be befriended or eliminated to prevent becoming an obstacle. With Zhongli looming like a mountain ahead, Yi Qingwan clearly preferred the former option. Mr. Qin, I'm actually a fan of yours. I even defended you in the chat channels against those who slandered you. Mr. Qin, I'm your fan too. Your courage to face Zhongli Heiden was absolutely domineering. Mr. Qin, could I get your autograph? Beside Yi Qingwan, several high-ranking followers had transformed into devoted fans, their eyes burning with admiration. She coughed awkwardly. Hearing their alliance leader's jealous hint, these people reluctantly fell silent with embarrassed grins. Qin Chuan waved his hand with a laugh. Since I've agreed to team up with you temporarily, we're friends now. No need for this fan business, it's too formal. Everyone nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yi Qingwan turned around, speaking more quickly. All right, let's not waste time. While it's still early, let's check out the underground world first. This opening has revealed many mineral veins and exotic beasts. We can't let others get there first. Agreed. Let's move out, Qin Chuan nodded. The group gathered their equipment and headed straight for the portal. Around the portal entrance, crowds had been lingering for quite some time. When they saw Yi Qingwan approaching with over 30 powerful warriors, the crowd immediately stirred. Is someone actually going in? Who's that person? How bold? Look at that polar bear companion. Could that be Guardian Alliance leader Yi Qingwan? You know her? Never seen her, but I heard Alliance leader Yi is a great beauty with a polar bear pet. Those characteristics match. Excellent. With Alliance leader Yi leading, we can definitely benefit from following. Everyone, Alliance leader Yi is personally entering. Can't fall behind. Let's follow in the footsteps of the strong. With a whoosh, the crowd surged toward Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan walked at the front of the group, the feeling of being surrounded by admirers making her radiant with pride. Qin Chuan noticed that among the onlookers, there were no top-tier powerhouses like Zhang Li had most likely gone to another portal, which suited him perfectly, as he had no desire for direct confrontation with that group at the moment. Qin Chuan thought to himself, the priority should still be exploring the underground world. Under Yi Qingwan's leadership, over 10,000 Beast Island masters surged toward the portal in a mighty procession. She took the lead, stopping before the mirror-smooth entrance while Qin Chuan stood beside her, his brow slightly furrowed for some reason. He couldn't shake the feeling that this underground world wouldn't be as simple as it appeared. Everyone, since you trust me, I'll enter first. But let me be clear, if there's real danger inside, we must work together, or we'll all surely perish. Yi Qingwan turned to address the crowd with a loud warning. Don't worry, Alliance leader Yi. As long as you lead the way, we'll give you our full support. Exactly. This is a new world, and we want our share of the spoils. Please go ahead, Alliance leader Yi. We're ready for battle. Voices rose one after another as the crowd's excitement reached fever pitch. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, reached out to stroke the coarse white fur of the beast emperor-level polar bear beside her, then stepped into the portal. Qin Chuan and 30 elite warriors followed closely behind, and seeing this, the 10,000 Beast Island masters hesitated no longer, pouring in like a tide. A flash of light later, everyone found themselves standing on an endless expanse of black earth. The barren ground bore no trace of vegetation, as if scorched countless times by lava. Its surface cracked into volcanic rock patterns. Looking around, oddly shaped boulders jutted from the ground like bones cast down by ancient gods, jagged and menacing. The rocks were riddled with honeycomb-like holes, and when the wind passed through them, it produced mournful whistling sounds, like countless souls whispering. This is the underground world? It's so desolate. Are there really exotic beasts here? We can't let our guard down. Who knows what dangers are lurking? I think you're all scaring yourselves. This place doesn't even have a blade of grass. What's there to fear? Amid the chatter, someone couldn't contain their impatience. Forget it, I'm going to explore. Maybe I'll dig up something valuable. The crowd began to scatter, each step making the black stones crackle underfoot, as if treading on bones aged for eons. Don't wander off. Let the flying beast companion scout first, then move once it's safe. Yi Qingwan raised her voice, but the restless crowd had already decided this black earth was a treasure trove and wouldn't listen. Qin Chuan's gaze swept the surroundings as he said flatly, "Stop shouting. They're just a rabble, can't count on them." Yi Qingwan fell silent and simply let those people disperse. Suddenly, an excited cry came from deep within the crowd. I found an essence crystal. A young man pulled a gleaming crystal from a pile of rocks, so thrilled his hands were shaking. I found one too. My God, you can just dig up essence crystals anywhere in this place. Haha, we've struck it rich. Brothers, digging up hundreds of crystals a day isn't just a dream. Greedy cheers spread rapidly. Stop standing around, summon your beast companions. An opportunity like this is once in a lifetime. In an instant, Nearly all the Beast Island lords summoned their beast companions and began digging on the spot. In the blink of an eye, massive claws tore through earth, iron hooves pounded the ground, and the entire area was engulfed in swirling dust and choking smoke. Some Beast Island lords, frustrated by the slow progress, simply commanded their beasts to unleash their skills. Boom. Dense explosions erupted from all directions as everyone pounced like starving wolves on fresh meat, frantically plundering the underground resources. Mr. Qin, do you think we should join in? Amid the digging frenzy, Qin Chuan couldn't help but rub her hands together eagerly. Qin Chuan was still weighing the pros and cons when he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, causing scattered pebbles to bounce rhythmically. He instantly realized this wasn't the chaotic vibration caused by beast skills, but rather some kind of highly regular trembling. This is bad. Retreat now. Qin Chuan's expression changed dramatically as he bolted toward the teleportation gate. What's wrong? Wait for me. Qin Chuan was completely confused, but still followed closely behind. The other 30-plus companions immediately distanced themselves from the crowd. Rumble. Just as Qin Chuan had run several hundred meters, the ground suddenly exploded, and dozens of stone giants, each tens of meters tall, burst free from the earth layers, rising like mountains. A rough count revealed over 1,000 of them. They formed a massive circle, trapping everyone tightly in the center. Damn it! What the hell is this? They're exotic beasts. Even rocks can become monsters? Run fast. We're all surrounded. Don't run around randomly. Teleport back to Beast Island from here. You can't teleport from the underground world. We have to leave this area. Why panic? Group up and fight back. The crowd descended into complete chaos. Some desperately pushed toward the teleportation gate. Others urgently ordered their beasts to unleash counterattacks. However, most beast companions were too low level, and their frenzied bombardment only scraped off a layer of stone from the giant's surface, unable to even touch their cores. Roar! Over 1,000 stone giants bellowed in unison, raising their boulder-like fists and smashing them heavily into the ground. Bang! Bang! Deafening impact sounds erupted continuously, and the terrifying shockwaves directly knocked down the Beast Island lords who had approached. Even though these people had strengthened their bodies with divine essence, they couldn't withstand the stone giants' furious strikes. Some had their skulls crushed, others had their legs broken, some had their organs shattered, and many more were sent flying by the tremendous force. Help! I don't want to die. Screams and cries for help rose one after another. In just a few moments, over 1,000 of the 10,000 Beast Island lords were killed or wounded. Even more ironically, during the chaotic battle, many were accidentally injured by their companions' reckless skills, creating a scene of bloody mayhem. What a bunch of useless fools. I told them not to act rashly. Qin Chuan watched the chaos and bit her teeth in frustration. A little petty profit, and they've awakened all the underground exotic beasts. She had chosen teleportation gate number 3 precisely because she judged that the top experts had all gone to gates 1 and 2, leaving this area uncontested for proper exploration. Now, forget about exploration. Surviving and leaving would be a luxury. Qin Chuan quickly activated his detection ability. Exotic beast, rock giant. Weight, 30 tons. Level, adult beast king class. Attribute, earth. Skill, mountain-splitting heavy punch. After completing the scan, he confirmed that among these 1,000-plus stone giants, most were adults, with a portion having already advanced to beast king class. Their 30-ton weight combined with terrifying destructive power made them extremely formidable exotic beasts. Roar! Bang bang bang! While Qin Chuan was conducting his examination, an adult stone giant spotted their group and immediately charged toward them with thunderous steps. Its massive stone fist rose high, whipping up howling winds in the air before crashing straight down at the crowd. You're asking for death. Qin Chuan's eyes turned cold as she unhesitatingly commanded her beast emperor-level polar bear to engage. Roar! The polar bear leaped powerfully, its enormous paws instantly crystallizing and gleaming with an icy cold light as they struck solidly against the stone giant's forehead. Boom! Stone fragments scattered everywhere as the stone giant's massive head exploded on impact. The power of that strike once again demonstrated the ferocity of the beast emperor-level polar bear. Everyone thought it was a killing blow, but the next second, the headless stone giant casually picked up a rock from the ground, pressed it against its neck, and a new head reformed instantly. Is it unkillable? Qin Chuan's heart sank. Then let's focus fire and try. I don't believe it's really that tough, someone shouted fiercely. That's right, everyone attacked together. The 30-plus experts beside Qin Chuan simultaneously summoned their beast companions, and the scene instantly erupted like a battlefield. Water torrents, lightning serpents, crystallization enhancements, blazing flames, skills of every color filled the sky, completely engulfing the stone giant. Rumble! Amid the rolling dust and smoke, the stone giant finally couldn't withstand such firepower and was torn apart, crushed, and ultimately reduced to fine powder. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. With enough firepower, what can't be killed? One expert laughed heartily. However, Qin Chuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Don't celebrate too early. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of blue gas emerged from the ground cracks beneath the pile of powder. The gas attached to the remains. The stone fragments quickly gathered together, and within mere dozens of seconds, a perfectly intact stone giant stood up again. Not only that, but the same scene played out across the surrounding battlefield. No matter how thoroughly they destroyed the stone giants, they would resurrect on the spot, like indestructible cockroaches. Mr. Qin, aren't you going to take action? Seeing Qin Chuan remaining a cold observer, Yi Qingwan couldn't help but ask. You've already pulverized it to powder, yet it's still revived. What difference would my intervention make? Qin Chuan replied indifferently. In truth, he had originally planned to summon his Trex, but after observation, he realized the dinosaur would only continue the meaningless cycle of kill-revive. Then what do? We can't just turn back, can we? Yi Qingwan was getting anxious too. Having worked so hard to reach the underground world, returning empty-handed would be truly unwilling. Qin Chuan analyzed gravely. I've noticed these stone giants have no cores. Their infinite resurrection relies entirely on the blue gas emerging from the ground. I suspect that gas originates from some powerful treasure. Unless we cut off the source, the stone giants will be endless. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan felt equally helpless. Qin Chuan's earlier observation further confirmed her suspicion. Whenever a stone giant was injured or killed, blue gas from underground would immediately release energy. Who knew what kind of treasure lay buried down there? Perhaps it was an evolution core, or maybe some exotic treasure they'd never seen before. Only by obtaining it would this adventure be worthwhile. Mr. Qin, according to what you're saying, we can't even pass the entrance to the underground world. One expert said with a bitter expression. After all, this underground world was quite vast, no smaller than the endless sea above. Their current location was merely the tip of the iceberg in this underground world. Beneath their feet lay thick, cracked rock layers, with eerie blue toxic mist continuously seeping through the fissures like viscous water snakes coiling toward the group. If they couldn't even break through this small corner, how could they hope to reach the deeper mineral veins and treasures, let alone the rumored underground intelligent beings? Forget it. It seems we're not prepared enough, Yi Qingwan said, waving her sleeves to repel the mist while frowning. Let's head back the way we came and return once we find a solution. With their strength, breaking out and leaving wouldn't be difficult. There was no need to continue this futile struggle. I actually have a method, Qin Chuan suddenly spoke up, his voice steady. But it requires meeting two prerequisites. What method? Yi Qingwan perked up, her eyes brightening considerably. First, we need at least one Beast King level or higher water attribute beast companion. Second, we need one with ice attributes, essentially a water attribute mutation. Qin Chuan explained while scanning the group, his expression calm. In truth, he owned a water attribute giant dragon, but it was left guarding the dragon's lair and couldn't be summoned here. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan immediately responded, my other beast companion is an emperor-level polar bear with water attributes, but as for ice attributes, I'm afraid I don't have any. Ice attributes were water mutations, and extremely rare. Even Qin Chuan had never obtained one. Just as everyone was feeling troubled, a young man quickly stepped forward. Mr. Qin, my beast companion is a Beast King level Arctic wolf with ice as its core attribute. Qin Chuan hadn't expected anyone to actually possess an ice attribute beast. After a moment of surprise, he nodded. Excellent. What a fortunate coincidence. Oh my, how could I forget about Li Shua's Arctic wolf? Yi Qingwan exclaimed in realization, immediately asking. Mr. Qin, now that we have both water and ice, what do we do next? It's simple. Qin Chuan pointed toward the gas-emitting cracks beneath their feet. First, have your emperor-level polar bear cover this area and release its skill. Then Li Shua immediately uses ice attribute techniques to completely freeze the ground. This should isolate those blue gases. Of course, this is just my theory. Whether it'll work can only be determined by trying. After hearing this, Yi Qingwan's heart began racing with anxiety. She stared at Qin Chuan, lowering her voice. Mr. Qin, I never realized you could be so ruthless, coming up with such a vicious strategy. There are 7,000 to 8,000 Beast Island lords in this area. If I have my polar bear unleash Sea Emperor's wrath, they'll surely become collateral damage. Once an Emperor-level skill erupted, it could destroy heaven and earth. Few would survive, and if word got out, her reputation as a demoness would be sealed forever. Mr. Qin, this isn't appropriate, is it? Li Shua quickly shook his head, clearly backing down. If other Beast Island lords find out, the Guardian Alliance's reputation would be instantly ruined. Even someone as ruthless as Zhang Li would have to consider whether they could bear the pressure of becoming a public enemy. I've given you the method. Whether you do it or not is up to you. Qin Chuan shrugged with an air of detachment. Then why don't you do it yourself? Yi Qingwan's face darkened, feeling like Qin Chuan was setting her up. I didn't bring any water attribute beast companions, nor do I have ice attributes. Otherwise, why would I ask you? Qin Chuan spread his hands, his tone rather helpless. Yi Qingwan's gaze swept across her companions' faces one by one, clearly still hesitating. Suddenly, a deep grinding sound of stone came from deep within the cracks, and a massive stone giant was turning its rocky head, staring directly at them. A stone giant has already spotted us, Qin Chuan warned, his voice low and calm. You need to make your decision quickly. Yi Qingwan also sensed that there must be treasure hidden beneath the ground. To leave now would be like throwing away meat that was already at her lips. Her gaze lingered on the cracked rock layers beneath her feet for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons several times in her mind, she finally looked up at Li Shuo beside her. Li Shuo, get ready. I'll make the first move. Right. Li Shuo had already prepared for this. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his arm forcefully, and his beast king-level Arctic wolf suddenly tore through space. Its snow-white claws stepped on the rubble, cold mist surged, and killing intent was unmistakable. At the same time, Yi Qingwan slowly raised her hand, and azure patterns bloomed in her palm. The next second, a beast emperor-level polar bear materialized out of thin air. Its massive paws hit the ground, shaking debris into the air. Without hesitation, she shouted fiercely, "Wrath of the Sea Emperor!" Bang! 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 Amid the thunderous roars, the earth instantly cracked open. Water columns burst through the rock layers, shooting straight into the sky, then converged into a rushing celestial river. Shadows loomed like heavy black clouds, and the entire battlefield was instantly plunged into the humid, oppressive atmosphere of a briny sea. Holy crap! Alliance Leader Yi, don't use your skills. You're going to take us all out too. Alliance Leader Yi, wait for us to retreat before you attack. I can't withstand your assault. We're doomed. We didn't get killed by the stone giants, but now we're getting backstabbed by our own people. At this moment, many Beast Island lords who were still fighting the stone giants looked up to see the surging celestial river above their heads. One by one, their faces turned deathly pale, scared out of their wits. Yi Qingwan didn't immediately release the flood. Her voice was cold and stern, spreading through the deafening roar of water. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Run as far as you can. If you get caught in the crossfire, don't blame me. In those brief 10 seconds, all the Beast Island lords trapped by the stone giants desperately broke through their encirclement, fleeing in all directions, terrified that being even a step too slow would mean being swallowed by the flood. No one doubted the destructive power of a Beast Emperor-level pet. When the 10 seconds were up, Yi Qingwan raised her hand and swung it down forcefully. Boom! The celestial river in midair crashed down like a collapsing tsunami wall, carrying rolling torrents toward the earth. Everything in its path, whether Beast Island lords or stone giants, was swept up and caught in the waves. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and the sound of water was deafening. Ah, damn it. Why are you hitting your own people too? Alliance Leader Yi, we haven't all escaped yet. What are you doing? Damn it. Are you not treating us like human beings? In the center of the torrent, nearly 2,000 beings were swept away in chaos, their screams rising and falling. Although they weren't immediately killed, they were already trapped in the vast waters. Once Li Shuo made his move, it would become an inescapable ice prison. Yi Qingwan looked at the tragic scene before her, her heart sinking slightly. If there's no treasure hidden underground, everything I've done today will be a huge loss. She knew this approach was extremely damaging to her reputation, but the arrow was already on the string. On the contrary, Qin Chuan appeared quite calm, brushing off his clothes and saying, Alliance Leader Yi, don't blame yourself. With one skill, you've brought out everyone's potential. Actually, even if you hadn't acted, they would have been worn down by the stone giants sooner or later. Your flood actually motivated most people to break through desperately. It's sacrificing the few to save the many. Sigh, I hope so. Yi Qingwan sighed softly, still feeling somewhat helpless. At this moment, Li Shuo hesitated no longer and pointed straight at the sky. Freeze for 1,000 miles. Ice attribute spiritual energy erupted from the Arctic wolf like a blizzard storm, and wherever the cold wave reached, frost and mist instantly spread in all directions. Crack, 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 crack. In just an instant, the earth was frozen inch by inch. Whether Beast Island lords or stone giants, they were all frozen in place, turned into ice sculptures. The ground was completely frozen solid, and the blue gas that had been continuously seeping out had now vanished without a trace. The cold spread along the ice surface, and the air seemed compressed, producing faint crackling sounds. Li Shuo hurried to Yi Qingwan's side and reported in a low voice. Alliance Leader, nearly 2,000 people have been frozen, but I held back. Their internal organs weren't frozen. If we thaw them quickly, they might still survive. Looking around, over 2,000 human ice sculptures gleamed crystal clear in the sunlight, like rows of tombstones glinting with cold light. Yi Qingwan nodded. We've already minimized casualties as much as possible. This is all we can do. She turned to face the Beast Island masters who had managed to escape and called out loudly. Everyone, the stone giant has been frozen, but many people were caught in the crossfire. Those of you with fire attributes, Come help rescue them, save as many as you can. However, after her call fell silent, not a single person among the thousands of survivors responded. Moreover, many gazes wandered between the ice sculptures, their greed completely undisguised. What are these people doing? Yi Qingwan's heart jumped, feeling a chill run down her spine. Qin Chuan surveyed the scene and calmly reminded her. It looks like they've set their sights on these frozen people. That's free meat for the taking. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the surviving Beast Island masters almost simultaneously pounced on the ice sculptures. Some even directly unleashed their skills, shattering their frozen companions on the spot. Ice fragments scattered everywhere, accompanied by heart-wrenching roars, as the over 2,000 people who still had a chance at life were instantly doomed to death. Haha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Kill them off, and all the essence they're carrying becomes mine. Damn it, don't compete with me. I clearly struck first. You're the one competing with me. You bastard, you're asking for death. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos again. Some people busily smashed ice sculptures to plunder essence, while others directly fought each other over the spoils. Have these people gone mad? They were just fighting the stone giant together, and now that the crisis is over, they're killing each other. Yi Qingwan stood frozen in place. Qin Chuan saw through it all and spoke calmly. Human nature has always been like this. The reason we behave ourselves is because we have the mountain of law pressing down on us. But the endless sea is another world. There are no moral boundaries, no legal constraints, so the ugliness of human nature is naturally exposed. This is truly eye-opening. Yi Qingwan was shaken to her core. She had just been worried about whether excessive killing would make them a target, but now she realized her concerns were completely unnecessary. Alliance leader, why don't we also? Before he could finish, a man in his 30s beside Yi Qingwan was getting restless, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Wang Cheng, what are you saying? Yi Qingwan stared at him in disbelief. Alliance leader, they're all taking advantage of the chaos. Since there are no boundaries left anyway, why don't we get our share too? No one will blame us. Wang Cheng spoke with conviction. Yi Qingwan's heart sank. It turned out her own team also had people without principles. Her expression turned cold. Can't you distinguish between what's important and what's not? We froze this place to find treasure, not to covet these scraps. Wang Cheng frowned and argued. Alliance leader, these frozen guys aren't just scraps. We could easily get thousands of essence with minimal effort. Why not do it? I said we're looking for treasure first. Don't you understand plain language? Yi Qingwan was clearly displeased with Wang Cheng, who kept contradicting her at every turn. Wang Cheng noticed Yi Qingwan's growing anger and narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't say anything further. Standing nearby, Qin Chuan keenly picked up on the undercurrents between them. This man named Wang Cheng wasn't absolutely loyal to Yi Qingwan. Wang Cheng was already a formidable warrior in his own right, and since joining the Guardian Alliance, he had repeatedly thrown himself into battle after battle, yet never received Yi Qingwan's recognition. This disappointment had long festered as a knot in his heart. Yi Qingwan withdrew her gaze and turned to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, where do you think the underground treasure might be located? Based on the concentration range of the blue gas, it should be about 50 meters ahead. Qin Chuan glanced at his instruments, his tone steady. We must find it before the stone giants completely thaw. Yi Qingwan nodded slightly and raised her hand to control her mount. A beast emperor-level polar bear as massive as a small mountain which charged forward with thunderous steps toward the core area where the blue gas was erupting. Roar! The deep bear's roar shook the ground, sending debris tumbling down. Bang! The giant paw struck down, instantly collapsing the hard ground layer and blasting open a pit more than 10 meters wide. Hiss! From the crack, blue gas gushed out like leaking natural gas, dispersing in the wind within seconds. The stone giants in the distance, now cut off from their energy source, crumbled one after another, instantly turning into piles of cold rubble. It's definitely here. Yi Qingwan made a swift decision and nimbly jumped into the deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, on both the left and right sides, were 7 or 8 winding, branching underground tunnels, like maze passages gnawed out by some giant beast, dark and deep, with no visible end. Yi Qingwan looked around, her brow furrowing slightly. This place feels like a maze. What could have dug this out? Alliance leader, look at this. A guardian picked up a pigeon-egg-sized blue crystal core from the rubble, the crystal refracting an eerie cold light at his fingertips. Yi Qingwan took it and quickly analyzed it, her expression brightening. It's an evolution core. Evolution cores attribute-enhancing treasures that could only be produced in the underground world. Qin Chuan suddenly understood, his eyes gleaming. No wonder these stone giants could resurrect infinitely. There's an evolution core vein beneath us. He looked up at their surroundings, unable to hide his amazement. They were merely near the entrance of teleportation gate number 3, and they discovered a vein right after entering. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Mr. Qin, it looks like these 7 or 8 tunnels lead to the evolution core production area. We've struck it rich. Yi Qingwan's voice couldn't hide her excitement. Then let's send people in to explore and see what the yield is like. Qin Chuan responded immediately. Agreed. Yi Qingwan nodded, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Form teams of 2 and enter the tunnels to investigate. If you encounter danger, don't fight, retreat immediately. Understood. More than 10 guardians quickly formed teams, grabbed lighting equipment, and filed into the maze-like passages, soon disappearing into the dark depths. Qin Chuan found a protruding rock to sit on and waited quietly. Yi Qingwan took advantage of the waiting time to open the global chat channel, wanting to check the latest intelligence from teleportation gates number 1 and number 2. As soon as the channel opened, scrolling text nearly filled the screen. Damn it! Wasn't the underground world supposed to have treasures? Why is teleportation gate number 1 full of poison gas? I almost died from poisoning the moment I went in. Not only poison gas, but poison dragons too. Even the big shots from the Star River Alliance couldn't handle it. This is more terrifying than the beast tide. You think that's bad? Teleportation gate number 2 is crawling with underground demons. We had thousands of Beast Island lords go in and nearly got wiped out. These demons are too powerful. Demons? Are these the intelligent beings from the underground world mentioned in the previous announcement? Yeah, looks like if you don't have the skills, you simply can't handle the underground world. Stop complaining, everyone. Portal 3 isn't much better either. It's crawling with stone giants weighing over 30 tons each, and they're practically indestructible. Thank goodness Alliance leader Yi unleashed that ultimate move to stabilize the situation. What? Portal 3 is stabilized? Yeah, Alliance leader Yi from the Guardian Alliance just froze all the stone giants with one massive attack. It's relatively safe there now. Damn, I should have gone to Portal 3 if I'd known. In the chat channel, everyone chimed in with a mix of regret and envy evident in their words. Watching the screen, Yi Qingwan frowned deeply, her slender fingers nearly leaving marks on the optical computer terminal, which idiot had leaked the news about Portal 3. What's wrong? Qin Chuan looked up, noticing her grim expression, his tone growing serious. Mr. Qin, take a look at the chat channel. Yi Qingwan pointed at the floating screen. The Beast Island lords who entered Portals 1 and 2 suffered heavy losses. Only our Portal 3 remains relatively stable. Qin Chuan pulled up the channel overview. On screen, Portal 1 was shrouded in gray-brown miasma with poison dragons coiled within. Portal 2 churned with black fog and demons running rampant. In contrast, Portal 3 had become a temporary safe zone after he destroyed the stone giant's energy cores. Now that word's gotten out, the Beast Island lords will inevitably swarm into Portal 3. Qin Chuan slowly stood up, his expression grave. This is trouble. If they discover there's an evolution core vein here. Yi Qingwan bit her lip, her heart sinking. We won't be able to defend it. At that moment, the dozen or so team members who had gone to explore the underground caverns returned one by one, their bodies covered in dust mixed with sweat. Upon seeing the 2 leaders, they could barely contain their excitement. Haha, Alliance leader, we've struck it rich. The lead man excitedly waved his detection device. These caverns are all connected to evolution core veins. By my rough calculations, just the surface veins alone could produce over 100 evolution cores daily. What? Over 100? Yi Qingwan gasped. Evolution cores were as valuable as divine artifacts, each one a treasure capable of enhancing attributes in market terms. This was equivalent to a super gold mine producing 100 tons daily. Mr. Qin, with such a massive vein, can we really defend it? Yi Qingwan's voice trembled slightly. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over everyone. With Portals 1 and 2 impassable, Portal 3 has become the prize everyone wants. There are so many alliances in the Endless Sea, and everyone wants their share. Names like Zhang Li from the Star River Alliance and top experts from the Pioneer Alliance flashed through their minds, sending chills down the team members' spines. Yi Qingwan sighed. Before they arrive, let's mine some evolution cores first, then abandon this place. This wasn't cowardice. Though the Guardian Alliance was strong, it was nowhere near the level of the Star River Alliance, much less capable of opposing the Pioneer Alliance. Fighting a bloody battle against multiple powerful factions over a single vein would result in devastating losses and a plummeting ranking, ultimately not worth the cost. If the Guardian Alliance suffered heavy casualties and their ranking dropped, it would be a complete loss. In Yi Qingwan's view, the underground world was vast enough that there was no need to put herself in danger over a single mineral vein. After all, the area they had explored so far didn't even amount to 1/10,000th of the whole territory. They could simply change direction and continue searching elsewhere. Water droplets dripped from the damp cave walls, and the remnants of the stone giant in the distance were still smoking. Yet Qin Chuan stood ramrod straight, his gaze locked on that faint blue glow deep within the mineral vein. Alliance leader Yi, you must understand evolution cores are essential materials for attribute enhancement. His voice echoed through the narrow passage. Giving up now would be like handing over resources to others. When that happens, you won't just be falling behind by a little. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan could only helplessly raise her hand to rub her temples. Of course I understand that. But the news has surely spread already. Once the major factions band together and arrive, my Guardian Alliance simply can't hold them off. We can only retreat first and look for other mineral veins. Qin Chuan slowly shook his head, his black cloak swaying gently in the breeze. It's not as simple as you think. This is the initial zone of the underground world. If even the stone giants here are so troublesome, other areas will only be more dangerous. If you retreat now, you won't just miss this opportunity, you might even lose your current position. Yi Qingwan's eyes flickered, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. After a moment, she looked up. Mr. Qin, then what do you suggest we do? Since we're working together, let's defend the mine together. Qin Chuan's tone was steady, yet carried an undeniable authority. We're both ringmasters with considerable influence in the Endless Sea. As long as we stand guard here, no one will dare force their way in, giving us enough time to mine and arm ourselves first. In truth, with his strength, as long as he held the cave entrance, most of those foolish enough to charge forward would face certain death. The title of the Endless Sea's #1 was never just a legend. He now commanded 2 beast emperor-level tyrannosaurs and possessed the fusion ring. There was no longer any need for restraint. If anyone dared to steal from him, he wouldn't mind using slaughter to teach them what a forbidden zone meant. With enough evolution cores, his beast companion's attributes would reach new heights, and his dominance would be secured. After long contemplation, Yi Qingwan finally nodded gently. Since Mr. Qin has put it that way, I have nothing more to say. Let's do it. We'll jointly control the mineral vein and extract as much as we can. Wang Cheng, who had been listening nearby, saw that the two leaders had set the tone and immediately asked, since we're defending together, how should we split the profits? I propose 50-50. As the #1 in the Endless Sea, Mr. Qin taking 50% should be acceptable, right? Dozens of powerhouses exchanged glances before voicing their agreement in unison. Wang Cheng emphasized, Mr. Qin's combat power alone surpasses all of us combined. Him taking 50% is only natural. Qin Chuan said little. He understood that as a single person, his beast companions were too large to maneuver effectively in the mine tunnels, so these people would have to do the digging while he handled deterring troublemakers. 50% was reasonable. Fine. Yi Qingwan surveyed the group, her voice crisp. Since there's no objection to the distribution, let's start immediately and get those evolution cores out as quickly as possible. With the information already leaked, she didn't want to waste a single second. Soon, over 30 powerhouses were divided into several small teams, carrying tools and spirit rings as they filed into the depths toward the glowing mineral layers. Outside the cave entrance, in the dim light, Qin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Yi Qingwan sat holding her umbrella. The two maintained their vigilant watch, preventing other Beast Island lords from harboring ill intentions. And so, under the intense excavation efforts, most of the day passed without notice. The setting sun painted the sky crimson, and news of the safety within Portal 3 had long spread far and wide, yet no one had anticipated that evolutionary core veins lay buried within. Occasionally, some Beast Island lords ventured through the portal, targeting only the surface essences, and most were mediocre in strength. At this moment, Zhang Li and his group had retreated in disarray from Portal 1. Alliance leader, we gained nothing from Portal 1 this time, and suffered heavy casualties. It was such a waste. A member of the Star River Alliance said dejectedly. Zhang Li's face was ashen, his exposed skin blackened and purpled from the toxic miasma, his breathing hoarse and labored. He had originally thought that with his strength, even if there were powerful beasts within Portal 1, he could manage to deal with them. Never had he imagined the place would be filled with deadly poisonous miasma and elusive toxic dragons. Over 50 members had followed him inside, but more than 30 had either been corroded by the toxic miasma or killed in surprise attacks by the poison dragons. In the end, he only brought back about 20 people, and even he himself had been severely poisoned. Without clearing the miasma, Portal 1 is completely inaccessible. Zhang Li struggled to lift his hand and wipe the black blood from the corner of his mouth. Now the only place we can enter is Portal 3, but that damned woman Yi Qingwan has occupied it. Alliance leader, should we gather more strong fighters and seize Portal 3? A man suggested tentatively. Zhang Li shook his head. My combat power has plummeted after being poisoned, and Yi Qingwan still has the evolution ring. I'm not confident about a direct confrontation. Originally, he could have immediately rallied strong fighters from all sides, but with the poison affecting him, his mind was scattered, and even controlling his beast companions was difficult. Hearing this, the other members could only sigh repeatedly. Sigh, we were supposed to eliminate that Qin boy tomorrow, but it looks like we can't spare the time now. There's no choice. The Alliance leader's poisoning is too severe. It'll take at least 3 days to purge it completely. Then let that boy live 3 more days. After a brief rest, Zhang Li was preparing to lead the team back to their respective Beast Islands. All right, let's withdraw. We'll discuss the next step after I've detoxified. Before he could finish speaking, a scout rushed over urgently. Alliance leader, evolutionary core veins have been discovered at Portal 3. Zhang Li's steps came to an abrupt halt, his expression changing dramatically. Someone near the entrance picked up an evolutionary core, confirmed beyond doubt. Yi Qingwan is desperately guarding a vein and clearly conducting large-scale excavation. The member spoke rapidly. If it were just collecting some essences, that would be one thing. But once the Guardian Alliance controlled an entire core vein, the Star River Alliance's position as the dominant power would be in extreme danger. Zhang Li could no longer sit still and growled through gritted teeth. Immediately notify the entire alliance. Gather 200 strong fighters and head to Portal 3 at once. Alliance leader, we're all affected by the miasma. If we go now, can we actually win? Someone asked worriedly. It's no longer a question of whether we can win or not. Zhang Li's tone was heavy. If we truly let Yi Qingwan control the evolutionary cores, it would be a catastrophic disaster for us. Yes, the evolution core could upgrade attributes to superior levels, providing a massive boost to combat power. Yi Qingwan was already exceptionally powerful, and with the evolution ring in her possession, she had become the first super strong warrior in the Endless Sea to own a Dominator-level beast companion. If she were to master the evolution core as well, Zhang Li's previously stable position would instantly become precarious, leaving him restless as the crisis loomed. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan remained stationed above the mineral vein. As night fell, the mine entrance was brightly lit. Occasionally, a few Beast Island lords attempted to approach, but they were all deterred by Yi Qingwan's undeniable aura of authority, forced to stop in their tracks and settle for collecting residual essence from the periphery. This standoff continued from sunset deep into the night, during which over 100 evolution cores had been excavated from the mine. Yi Qingwan immediately took out 50 of them and handed them to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I just checked the description. Evolution cores don't guarantee a 100% success rate in pushing attributes to superior level sits probability-based. She rubbed the deep blue core in her palm, her brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, it's just a matter of probability, though we don't know the exact odds. Qin Chuan nodded. He most wanted his twin cavity dragon to break through to superior earth vein attributes to unlock earthquake abilities. But if the success rate was too low, 50 cores might not be enough. Should I try first? See if my polar bear can advance. Yi Qingwan looked up inquiringly. Go ahead, let's test it out. Qin Chuan agreed. Since she still needed to distribute cores to other members, she only had 10 evolution cores left. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath and focused her mind. Upgrade attributes. Light flashed, and notifications appeared in succession. Evolution failed. Evolution failed. Evolution failed. All 10 attempts ended in failure. Yi Qingwan spread her hands somewhat speechlessly. Not a single success out of 10? The probability really is quite low. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, calculating whether his 50 cores would be effective. I think we need to accumulate more and make one concentrated push. Yi Qingwan closed her storage ring. Let's gather 100 cores before making our move. Qin Chuan agreed. I already have 50. If we mine another 50 tomorrow, I can attempt to upgrade my twin cavity dragon to earth vein attributes, which would dramatically increase its combat power. As the two were discussing, Li Shuo rushed out from the underground cavern with a grave expression. Alliance leader. Trouble. I just received word that Zhang Li might be bringing people to attack us. What? Zhang Li is coming? What's your source? Yi Qingwan was suddenly alarmed. I have a friend in the Star River Alliance. He says Zhang Li suddenly assembled 200 people, targeting portal number 3. If he discovers we're mining evolution cores, he'll definitely strike. Li Shuo spoke rapidly. This is troublesome. He'll never stand by and watch us grow stronger. Yi Qingwan immediately made a decision. Li Shuo, notify our alliance members immediately assemble 200 people to come as reinforcements. Understood. Li Shuo hurried away. Qin Chuan gently touched the beast flute at his waist, his gaze steady. Yi Qingwan whispered a reminder. Mr. Qin, Zhang Li has the 10,000 beasts ring, which allows him to control others' beast companions. His combat power is extremely strong. If it really comes to a fight, it'll likely be a fierce battle. With you and me working together, why should we fear Zhang Li? Qin Chuan sneered. If he dares to come, we'll settle both new and old grudges together. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. After all, this wasn't the first or second time he and Zhang Li had been at odds. A battle between them was inevitable sooner or later. Zhang Li's Star River Alliance had high-quality powerhouses that I simply can't match. If war truly breaks out, even with the evolution ring, I don't have complete confidence in victory, Yi Qingwan said worriedly. The evolution ring could indeed forcibly elevate a beast emperor level to overlord level, but this came at the cost of burning life force, and the duration was brief. If a real fight broke out, she might be able to gain the upper hand initially through the suppressive power of an overlord-level beast companion. But once the polar bear's life force was completely burned out, she would permanently lose a beast emperor-level mount, and her overall strength would decline accordingly. Therefore, this ring could only serve as a life-saving trump card, never to be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Don't worry, I didn't take those 50 evolution cores for nothing. He may not be my match, Qin Chuan said calmly, as if stating something perfectly ordinary. Seeing Qin Chuan's confidence, Yi Qingwan's heart settled back into her chest. She nodded. Since Mr. Qin is confident, then I can rest easy. While the two conversed, the scene outside teleportation gate number 3 had completely changed. Zhongli led exactly 200 Star River Alliance elites in a mighty procession, arranged in orderly formation, with killing intent so thick it seemed tangible before the teleportation gate. The vast majority of members in this force possessed at least one Beast King-level battle companion, making their overall combat power terrifying. Alliance leader, all personnel are assembled and ready to enter. A Star River member stepped forward to report quietly. Good, move out. Zhongli waved his hand and was the first to step into teleportation gate number 3. After the teleportation light faded, Zhongli stepped into the underground world, his gaze sweeping hundreds of meters ahead, where he saw Yi Qingwan and an unfamiliar young man waiting quietly. Seeing you is better than hearing about you. I never expected Alliance leader Yi to be so breathtakingly beautiful. Zhongli stepped forward with a faint smile, his words laced with barbs. Yi Qingwan wasn't buying it, her voice cold and stiff. This area has already been claimed by me. Zhongli, if you want to find mineral veins, please go elsewhere. Zhongli narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. Huh, I haven't even spoken yet, and you've already admitted it. It seems there really is an evolution core mineral vein here. Before his words finished, he raised his hand and waved, sending 2 golden lights leaping from the ground, transforming into 2 magnificent beast emperor-level male lions. Roar! The twin lions stood side by side, their earth-shaking roars rolling between the cave walls, their sharp fangs gleaming with cold light. Yi Qingwan showed no retreat. Beside her, 2 polar bears' white fur bristled as they also let out deep, angry roars, their massive paws stomping and sending broken stones flying. The beast companions of both sides faced off across the space, as if the air itself had been instantly torn apart. Zhongli, do you really want to start a war? Yi Qingwan's face turned iron gray. Zhongli knew the toxins in his body hadn't been cleared, and a direct confrontation would put him at a disadvantage, so he restrained his aggression and let a smile return to his face. Actually, I didn't necessarily come here to fight this time. Starting internal conflicts right when the underground world opens would be counterproductive. I have a suggestion: you and I join forces to jointly control this evolution core mineral vein, splitting the resources equally. How about it? He planned to stabilize Yi Qingwan first, then wait until his injuries healed in 3 days before seizing the opportunity to take the mine. In his view, given Yi Qingwan's position, she had no reason to refuse. However, Zhongli had misjudged his opponent. Yi Qingwan smiled faintly. Sorry, I've already formed an alliance with someone else. Someone else? Who? Zhongli was slightly stunned, a trace of gloom flashing in his eyes. Qin Chuan, Yi Qingwan said slowly. The moment Zhongli heard the name, Qin Chuan, his face darkened instantly. Almost simultaneously, every powerhouse in the Star River Alliance tensed up to them. Qin Chuan was synonymous with public enemy number 1, and the two sides had clashed countless times before. If there were a most wanted dead list within the Star River Alliance, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly hold the top spot. No wonder Alliance leader Yi was so confident she had the number 1 figure of the Endless Sea backing her. Zhongli immediately understood that resolving the current mineral vein dispute through peaceful means was virtually impossible. Though poison still ravaged his body, he stared intently at Qin Chuan with blazing eyes that seemed capable of igniting the air itself. If not for the deadly toxin coursing through him, he would have already struck. On the other side, Qin Chuan squinted with calm, yet vigilant expression, ready to draw his sword the moment Zhongli made any sudden move. Zhongli, since you understand Qin Chuan's strength, don't make a fool of yourself. Yi Qingwan stepped forward slowly, her voice gentle, yet carrying unshakable resolve. If it really comes to a fight, you might not gain any advantage. Ha! Zhongli suddenly threw back his head and laughed, his tone dripping with disdain. Just because you two team up, I'm supposed to back down? This kid's reputation ranking is only a few tens of thousands of points higher than mine. Does he really think he's invincible? Want to try? Qin Chuan's voice was cold and low, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes. The laughter stopped abruptly as the 2 lions beside Zhongli raised their heads and roared furiously, causing small stones on the ground to jump and scatter, as if venting their master's rage. Just as this explosive tension was about to erupt, the teleportation gate suddenly blazed with blinding light. 200 Guardian Alliance members in uniform battle armor emerged from the light curtain in single file, their killing intent perfectly synchronized. Clearly reinforcements summoned by Yi Qingwan's orders. When the Star River Alliance members looked back and saw over 200 additional elite troops behind them, their expressions immediately turned grim. One Star River member whispered, "Alliance leader, the Guardian Alliance's reinforcements have arrived. We're all wounded. A direct confrontation would be disadvantageous for us." Zhongli clenched his fists, his arm bones creaking audibly, rage nearly bursting from his chest. Yet reason told him that in his current poor condition, the consequences of actual warfare would be unthinkable. Finally, he sneered coldly. Ha, fine, very good. Any random trash dares to act arrogant before me. Qin Chuan, Yi Qingwan, today's matter will not end here. After hurling these harsh words, he suppressed his fury and led his people toward the teleportation gate. With a flash of light, all the figures vanished. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. This had been an excellent opportunity to eliminate their opponents. Mr. Qin, let it go. Yi Qingwan immediately stepped in front of him, her voice calm, yet pleading. They don't want to fight, so we shouldn't initiate combat either. The Star River Alliance has too deep a foundation, with far more powerhouses than us. Even if we could win, the casualties would certainly be severe. She had originally planned to abandon this mineral vein anyway, and naturally didn't want to fight the Star River Alliance to the death over a momentary impulse. Seeing this, Qin Chuan didn't insist, though he privately judged that Yi Qingwan could only be considered a temporary ally, not suitable for long-term partnership. Since Alliance leader Yi has decided, I'll defer to you. Qin Chuan raised his hand to signal his subordinates to withdraw, though his tone carried unmistakable dissatisfaction. Sensing his mood, Yi Qingwan quickly explained, Mr. Qin, it's not that I'm cowardly, but I must consider the overall interests of the Guardian Alliance. Though I have many people, I have too few true powerhouses. If we suffer a major defeat, once morale collapses, my very life could be in danger. Qin Chuan nodded, finally understanding her predicament. A woman controlling the third largest alliance in the endless sea might appear glamorous on the surface, but in reality, she was strong on the outside yet weak within. Moreover, other members were eyeing her position as alliance leader with predatory intent, particularly Wang Cheng, who had always harbored deep dissatisfaction with Yi Qingwan. Once Yi Qingwan entered the battle, victory would be fine, but if she faced defeat, Wang Cheng would only need to whisper a few provocative words, and those powerful yet mutually unfamiliar members within the Guardian Alliance would instantly turn against her. After all, they had only arrived at the Endless Sea a few short days ago, and trust between them was paper-thin. I understand your predicament. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, his voice low and grave. This is precisely why I'm reluctant to form alliances in groups. Temporary alliances are merely driven by profit, and once those interests are damaged, the backlash comes immediately. Yi Qingwan's expression softened, gratitude flickering in her eyes. I'm grateful that Mr. Qin understands my position. Let's use these few days to mine more evolution cores. Once our strength truly grows, we won't need to fear them anymore. Agreed. You handle the specific arrangements. Qin Chuan exhaled in relief, rubbing his temples. I'm somewhat weary. I'll return to Beast Island to rest first. Contact me if anything comes up. Very well. Yi Qingwan nodded in acknowledgement. After Qin Chuan's departure, Yi Qingwan reorganized the personnel assignments, and under her command, the mining operations proceeded in perfect order. The thundering energy drills and the constant stream of crystalline ore being transported out made the entire island buzz with activity. Meanwhile, at the other end, Zhongli had already retreated from Portal 3 with his injuries. Supporting himself against the wall with one hand, his face was grim, yet he showed no intention of giving up. Alliance leader, you'll need at least 3 days to fully recover. But if we allow Yi Qingwan to continue developing, I fear we truly won't be their match after 3 days, his deputy reminded with a furrowed brow. Exactly. Evolution cores are too important. If we can't obtain them, we can't let them have them either. Alliance leader, should we join forces with several top-ranked alliances to seize the mine in one decisive strike? As everyone chattered simultaneously, Zhongli raised his hand to silence the discussion. Don't be hasty. His gaze turned cold and calculating. I won't allow that Qin fellow and Yi Qingwan to develop peacefully. I already have a strategy as long as you follow my instructions. Even if they join forces, they'll have no choice but to abandon the mine. Everyone's eyes lit up. Alliance leader, what's the plan? After returning to your respective Beast Islands, have all Alliance members spread negative information about Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan through the world channel, completely smearing their reputations. Simultaneously, publicize the evolution core mine situation and make it as big a scandal as possible. We have only one objectivito in sight: hatred among the independent Beast Island lords, and drive them to attack Portal 3 in their fury. The hall fell into brief silence. Someone hesitated. Alliance leader, even we don't dare confront them directly. Can the independents really succeed? Zhongli sneered coldly. Individual independents and lone wolves are insignificant, but once they form a tide-like swarm of locusts, they're equally capable of destroying everything. As long as we incite them to go, even if Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan stand together, they absolutely cannot withstand such an assault. The sinister plan excited everyone immensely. Haha, truly worthy of our alliance leader. Then we'll reap the benefits as the fishermen, seize the mine, and who in the endless sea could compete with us? Zhongli watched his followers' excited expressions, feeling confident that his scheme was flawless. In his view, independents were the norm, while the truly strong remained few. When that disorderly swarm of locusts descended, even the mightiest opponents would be devoured until nothing remained. However, he overlooked one crucial fact. No matter how numerous, locusts remain merely locusts. The current Qin Chuan was no longer the novice he once was. The next day, dawn had just broken, and the lingering mist had yet to dissipate. Everyone who had stayed awake all night showed signs of fatigue on their faces. Yi Qingwan had no choice but to reassign personnel to rotate shifts in the mine pit to prevent any interruption in the excavation work. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, who had returned early to Beast Island, had rested for the night, and, with the enhancement of his divine essence, had fully recovered both mentally and physically, a stark contrast to ordinary people. He assessed his condition and silently calculated. If he could advance to the domain god realm soon, he might be able to maintain this peak state for extended periods, even without sleep or rest. Beep beep. A new message popped up on his communication panel from Qin Yahweh. Brother Qin, did you see? Our dust-breaking alliance ranking has skyrocketed. We jumped straight from 55 to 20. Qin Chuan opened the alliance information and confirmed it was true. He stroked his chin, surprised. One beast tied, and we climbed this fast. At this rate, it won't be long before we reach gold tier. Hee, once we hit gold tier, I can get 100 essence points for free every day. Qin Yahweh's joy was evident even through the screen. Qin Chuan suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Yahweh, your beast companion is a small snow fox, isn't it? I discovered a mineral vein beneath the third teleportation gate. When you have time, bring it over to Digio'll get quite a few evolution cores. I can go? That's wonderful. Thank you so much for looking out for me, Brother Qin. After ending the conversation, Qin Chuan turned around, his gaze falling on the 4 dragon eggs before him, ready to begin hatching them. Beep beep. A new notification flashed again. Yi Qingwan. Mr. Qin, come to the underground world first. Something's happened. Qin Chuan frowned as he replied. What? That Zhongli guy won't give up and brought more people. Yi Qingwan, no. Check the chat channel first. I'll explain the details when we meet. Puzzled, Qin Chuan opened the public channel and quickly scrolled down. The next second, an overwhelming flood of messages filled his view, all centered around the third teleportation gate. Brothers, they found an evolution core vein at the third gate. Anyone want to team up and try our luck? Try our luck, my ass. That place is occupied by Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan. Those two are big shots. Stay away if you want to live. I heard they slaughtered thousands of people just to monopolize the vein. Absolutely inhuman. What? All the Beast Island lords who went to the third gate were killed? This is worse than raiding. Why isn't the Star River Alliance taking action? They should send Alliance Leader Zhang to deal with them. Alliance Leader Zhang already went. He originally wanted to negotiate opening the vein to everyone, but Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan suddenly ambushed him and severely injured him. Damn it. That bastard couple is despicable. Theory public enemies. I think Qin Chuan is the main villain of the Endless Sea. As long as he's alive, none of us can develop. The more Qin Chuan read, the colder his expression became. Without a doubt, these were clearly paid trolls from the Star River Alliance stirring up trouble, attempting to push him and Yi Qingwan into the eye of the storm. As Qin Chuan continued scrolling, his anger grew with each message. They were simply asking for death. The person above is right. Only Portal 3 has mining access now. Why should Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan monopolize it? This is totally unfair to us. Down with Qin Chuan. Down with Yi Qingwan. They must give up the mining veins. We must fight back. Who's willing to join me? Haha, are you kidding? Qin Chuan ranks first on the prestige board, and Yi Qingwan is 5th. They're both ring masters. What are you going to fight them with? Why can't we fight? We have so many Beast Island lords. If we unite, why should we fear just 2 of them? Exactly. As long as we stick together, even Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan will have to step aside. Enough talk. I'm heading to Portal 3 right now. Those willing to follow, gather up. Those who won't come, don't be jealous when we take the mining veins. I'm in. Count me in. 1. Within minutes, the chat channel was flooded with countless messages. Calls to attack Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan were overwhelming. Qin Chuan casually glanced through a few and found that over 10,000 people had already signed up. Most of these people were ordinary Beast Island lords who only controlled adult-stage beast companions, with occasional stronger fighters possessing Beast King-level combat power mixed in. However, the sheer impact of their numbers was still terrifying, which was the root of Yi Qingwan's anxiety. Qin Chuan decided to head to Portal 3 immediately. As for the dragon egg in his hand, he set it aside for now. Hatching it wouldn't significantly boost his combat power at this moment. He brought along 2 southern giant dragons, just in case. After the teleportation light faded, the temporary camp outside the mining veins came into view. Towering mining rigs, busy transport formations, open supply crates. Yet everyone looked uneasy. Yi Qingwan was arguing with the core members of the Guardian Alliance. Leader, We've already angered the masses. I think we should abandon the mining veins. Right? The chat channel says over 10,000 people have gathered, and who knows how many more will come. We can't possibly hold them off. These mining veins have become a hot potato. Whoever takes them becomes everyone's enemy. Voices of persuasion rose one after another, and Yi Qingwan's brow was almost knotted with worry. She didn't want to give up, but most members of the Guardian Alliance refused to fight, making it difficult for her as the leader to make the final decision. How about we wait for Mr. Qin to arrive and hear his opinion? Her voice was low, yet she still held on to a glimmer of hope. Wang Cheng, who had been silent, snorted coldly. What opinion could he have? Nothing more than fighting to the death. He's a lone wolf. If he can't win, he'll just pack up and leave. Our alliance has so many people. Once we become everyone's target, even survival will be difficult. Wang Cheng's words gained support from most people. Right, I don't want to fight 10,000 people. It's too terrifying. Leader, I'm sorry, but I'm withdrawing. I don't want to die here. Me too. With someone taking the lead, the mining teams also stopped work and began packing their belongings, preparing to leave. This scene was witnessed by Qin Chuan, who had just arrived. He stepped into the camp, his voice not loud but instantly cutting through all the noise. What? Encountered some trouble, and instead of thinking about solutions, you just want to run? In an instant, all arguments ceased. Every gaze turned to him in unison. Mr. Qin. Yi Qingwan looked embarrassed. Actually, I want to defend too, but the alliance isn't my decision alone. Before she could finish, Qin Chuan waved his hand. Leader Yi, you don't need to explain. People who are scared before the fight even begins can't help anyway. If you all think defending the mining veins isn't worth it, leave now. I'll defend them myself. His sounds of sharp intakes of breath rose one after another. Defend alone? One person against 10,000? What kind of joke was this? Mr. Qin, you're not joking, are you? You're going to guard it all by yourself? At the entrance to the mineral vein, Yi Qingwan stood frozen in place, her voice filled with disbelief. Across from her, Qin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm and steady. Never mind 10,000 people. Even if 20,000 more came, I could still hold them off. His reasoning was simple. Fighting alone, even if he lost ground, he could break through with his own strength. But if he gave up this evolutionary core mineral vein, it would be like throwing away his ticket to the underground world. Right now, everyone had only set foot in the small area near the entrance, while deeper regions were occupied by powerful exotic beasts and intelligent races, along with countless hidden opportunities. To establish a foothold there, one had to rely on the attribute enhancements provided by evolutionary cores, so he would never let go of this mineral vein. Moreover, he now possessed the confidence to face any challenge head-on, no longer needing to hide his abilities as he had in the past. What? Do you think I can't hold it? Qin Chuan's tone was calm, yet carried unwavering confidence. Yi Qingwan gasped. She acknowledged Qin Chuan's power, but facing 10,000 Beast Island masters single-handedly sounded absolutely absurd. She still tried to persuade him. Mr. Qin, your strength is unquestionable, but there's no need to take such risks. Even if we abandon this mineral vein, we can form teams to explore the depths. The underground world is so vast we're bound to find a safe and available mineral vein somewhere. No need to persuade me further. Qin Chuan shook his head, his gaze falling on the crowd. Since I've made my decision, I won't change it. But let me be clear, if I really do hold this place alone, when you come back later, it won't be a 50-50 split anymore. Yi Qingwan looked at him, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She understood Qin Chuan's reasoning, but 90% of the Guardian Alliance members were unwilling to fight, and as the Alliance leader, she could only follow the majority's decision. Finally, she nodded. That's only natural. Good. You should leave first, so when the army arrives, I won't accidentally beat you up along with them. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone still light and breezy. Yi Qingwan looked awkwardly at the people beside her, ultimately giving the helpless order to retreat. Mr. Qin, take care of yourself. With those words, she led the Guardian Alliance members in a swift withdrawal. Only Qin Chuan remained standing alone at the mineral vein entrance. The breeze stirred up dust and sand as he quietly waited for those Beast Island masters who called themselves a punitive army. A ragtag bunch. Did they really think they could seize the mineral vein from him? Meanwhile, the Star River Alliance headquarters was brightly lit. Alliance leader, the latest intelligence from Portal 3, Yi Qingwan has voluntarily abandoned the mineral vein. Now only Qin Chuan remains at the front line. Zhang Li delivered the message to the Alliance leader's desk, his face showing barely contained joy. Just as I predicted. The Alliance leader set down the documents in his hands and nodded with a faint smile. Yi Qingwan was bound to buckle under the opposition within her alliance and withdraw. Now with only Qin Chuan left, no matter how strong he is, he can't hold the mineral vein. Once the time is right, we strike immediately. Seeing this analysis, the Star River Alliance members' spirits soared instantly. Seizing the evolutionary core mineral vein was of paramount importance to them. Alliance leader, should we send a few people to infiltrate the punitive army? That way we can monitor the battlefield situation in real time. Yes. The Alliance leader's gaze was profound. Have them keep a close eye on Qin Chuan. The moment Qin Chuan is eliminated, we immediately move to seize his fusion ring, Zhongli said. All right, let's send a few people to keep watch. As soon as Qin Chuan is defeated, notify me immediately. Under his coordination, several Star River Alliance members quickly disguised themselves as independent cultivators and infiltrated the punitive army, ready to monitor any movements from portal number 3. Time passed minute by minute. At this moment, with the Star River Alliance's covert instigation, more and more Beast Island lords from the Endless Sea were pouring through the teleportation portals. The massive portal flashed with light almost continuously, each burst bringing forth a new batch of island lords. In just a short while, the gathered crowd had exceeded 1,000. Over 1,000 people crowded together in a heated atmosphere, chattering and exchanging information. Are you all here to crusade against Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan? That's right, all of us. To be precise, we're here to crusade against Qin Chuan. I just received word that the Guardian Alliance has voluntarily withdrawn, leaving only him in portal number 3. Haha, that's perfect. I was originally worried the Guardian Alliance would be tough to crack, but now with only Qin Chuan left, there's nothing to fear. I estimate we'll have over 10,000 people within an hour. I can't believe I got so fired up that I came to crusade against the number 1 figure of the Endless Sea. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Who told him to be so arrogant, using his strength to monopolize everything? Having so many people feels great, such a sense of security. If it were just 7 or 8 people, I wouldn't dare mess with Giant Qin Chuan. Stop calling him Giant Qin Chuan. He's now public enemy number 1. Don't hold back when we storm portal number 3. Does anyone know what beast companion he has? We should plan our tactics accordingly. Nobody knows, but it doesn't matter. At most it's a fierce tiger, lion, elephant, or rhino, nothing significant against our 10,000. Exactly, whatever he has, we have too. Plenty of us here have tiger beast companions. The army continued to swell, and everyone's confidence soared accordingly. Even facing the number 1 figure of the Endless Sea, they showed no fear. Many island lords' eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, already eager for action. Everyone, we're all independent fighters. When the real battle starts, we need someone to command, otherwise we might accidentally hurt each other. Right? We need coordination to maximize our firepower. But who should we choose? As everyone debated, a young man stepped forward from the crowd. Handsome and distinguished, he raised his voice. Brothers, my name is Su Hao, and my beast companion is a beast emperor-level snow leopard. I believe I should be the strongest in this punitive force, shouldn't I? The crowd fell silent for a moment. Most people's beast companions were still at the adult stage, with beast king level occasionally seen, and beast emperor level being completely absent. Su Hao's appearance immediately established who was the strongest among them. I thought we'd have beast king level at most, but we actually have a beast emperor level powerhouse joining us. Fantastic. Brother Su, since you're the strongest, you should command us. We'll follow your lead. Brother Su, when the fighting really starts, don't rush to attack. Let us wear down Qin Chuan first. Then you can deliver the finishing blow. I agree. I agree too. Everyone immediately agreed. Su Hao revealed a meaningful smile. This expedition wasn't just for show. In the current Endless Sea, where powerhouses gathered like clouds and countless races competed for supremacy, he was among the few who had reached the Beast Emperor level, yet his reputation remained limited. If he could seize this opportunity to lead the assault on Qin Chuan, he could not only claim the coveted fusion ring that everyone desired, but also make a name for himself in front of everyone, even recruit a group of loyal followers. In the future, he could establish a new alliance and easily crush the Star River Alliance underfoot. Since you've all chosen me as leader, you must strictly follow my commands once the battle begins. Su Hao's gaze swept across everyone's faces, his voice steady yet brooking no argument. Naturally, Brother Su, just give the orders. Since we're all here, we'll definitely work together. Haha, I can't wait to kill Qin Chuan. Who doesn't want to? Taking him down would be a feat worth bragging about for life. Qin Chuan is destined to be nothing more than a stepping stone for our rise to the top of the Endless Sea. After a round of laughter, some still remained cautious. Everyone shouldn't let their guard down. We don't know how many trump cards he has up his sleeve. By my estimation, he controls at least 2 Beast Emperor level pets. The gap between Beast Emperor and Beast King can't be bridged with mere words. Su Hao raised his hand to quiet the chatter. Don't panic. If any Beast Emperor level creatures appear, I'll handle them. You just focus on targeting his main body and attack with full force. Good. We'll follow Brother Su's lead. Someone else reminded them. But let's be clear up front and fight over the spoils after killing Qin Chuan. War trophies should be distributed based on contribution. Same goes for the evolution core mineral veins. Whoever contributes more gets the bigger share. I agree. This prevents anyone from taking advantage of the chaos. Before even encountering Qin Chuan, the Beast Island Masters had already thoroughly discussed the post-battle distribution of spoils. In their view, With over 10,000 island masters joining forces, Qin Chuan was already doomed. We have enough people. 10 more minutes. Then we go straight through the teleportation gate and begin the battle. At teleportation gate number 3, Beast Island masters continued to gather in a dark mass, quickly surpassing 10,000. The chat channel live-streamed this grand spectacle, attracting countless spectators. Yi Qingwan hadn't returned to her island, instead standing with alliance members on the periphery to observe. Facing the sea of people, her heart grew cold. Wang Cheng craned his neck to look ahead, sighing deeply. 10,000 people on a punitive expedition, stretching beyond sight. Qin Chuan's chances looked grim. Sigh, Mr. Qin was too overconfident, Yi Qingwan said softly. If he had listened to my advice and given up early, he wouldn't be facing an entire army. Now if he backs down, his reputation will be completely ruined. Li Shua crossed his arms and added in a low voice. None of the top 10 alliances came. It's all lone wolves making a scene. Wang Cheng raised an eyebrow. They can really sit still? Don't worry, those alliance leaders are shrewder than each other. They won't show themselves until they've figured out Qin Chuan's true strength. But one thing's certain, the moment Qin Chuan shows any weakness, those hidden powerhouses will definitely jump out to deliver the finishing blow and scavenge the spoils. Wang Cheng drew a sharp breath. You mean there are hidden powerhouses among these 10,000 people? Absolutely. Basically, all the top 10 alliances will send a few people to infiltrate and observe the situation. Several Guardian members sat around the council hall, chatting back and forth with voices full of matter-of-fact certainty. Sigh. I was the one who originally invited Qin Chuan to explore Portal 3. Yi Qingwan lowered her head and clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Now I can only sit here and watch. It's all my fault. If not for her invitation back then, Qin Chuan wouldn't have been forced to guard the evolution core mine. Alone guilt weighed on her chest like a stone. Alliance leader, our withdrawal was a wise decision. Wang Cheng leaned back in his chair, his tone steady but cold. If you insist on joining the battle, you'd be leading our brothers to their deaths. Yi Qingwan looked up, meeting his gaze as guilt churned in her chest. If Qin Chuan truly died in battle, she would bear the blame. But if he managed to withstand the crusade against overwhelming odds, any future cooperation with him would be nothing but a pipe dream. You're just cowards afraid of death. Don't pretend you're doing this for my sake. She shot Wang Cheng a cold glance. Wang Cheng's eyes narrowed, flashing with sharp light. Alliance leader, if you feel guilty, you can join the battle, but don't expect the alliance's strongest members to intervene. These words cut through Yi Qingwan's patience like a dull blade. She knew that although she had founded the Guardian Alliance, too many powerful members refused to submit to authority, and she was constrained at every turn. Wang Cheng, though not officially vice leader, wielded power like a board chairman who would never miss a chance to control her. Alliance leader, don't blame yourself, someone chimed in. Mr. Qin is bold and skilled, but he wouldn't listen to advice. If something happens, it's not our responsibility. Exactly, he insisted on guarding the mine. We tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. There's nothing we could do. Others echoed with varying expressions. No, I can't just stand by and watch. I have to help. The more Yi Qingwan thought about it, the more she felt she had wronged Qin Chuan, and the idea of joining the battle burned in her chest. Alliance leader, don't lose your head. This is tens of thousands of people. Chen Shua jumped up in alarm. Your evolution ring may be powerful, but it comes at the cost of your beast companion's life. Even if you miraculously withstand the crusade, you'd permanently lose an emperor-level beast. What happens when other alliances attack us then? Indeed, once the evolution ring was used, it meant burning through an emperor-level beast's life, killing 1,000 enemies, while losing 800 of your own. Even if they held the mine, it would be difficult to defend long-term. Stop trying to persuade me. At worst, I won't use it. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, her gaze cold and clear. But I won't just stand by and watch. Since the Guardian Alliance couldn't participate as a whole, she could only go alone, avoiding losses for the Alliance while doing her final duty by Qin Chuan, though she herself would likely face great danger. Since the Alliance leader wants to go, we can't stop you. We can only pray for your triumphant return. Wang Cheng spoke words of blessing, but secretly rejoiced if Yi Qingwan was injured or even killed in battle, he could seize power. Yi Qingwan paid no more attention to the others. She donned her battle robes and strode toward the portal, leaving behind a series of determined footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. Meanwhile, deep in the mine, Qin Chuan sat quietly on a solitary, towering boulder, his fingertips lightly tapping his knee as the pitch-black earth stretched silently around him, his calm gaze fixed on the portal entrance. Under the churning black mist of the sky, his figure appeared isolated, yet radiated an unshakable composure and sharpness. One man surpassing thousands of troops. Qin Chuan now realized this battle wouldn't be easy. The enemy had assembled 10,000 Beast Island lords, and their beast companions alone numbered at least 70 to 80,000, charging forward like an overwhelming tide comparable to a massive beast wave. If he tried to hold out to the bitter end, he would not only pay a devastating price, but might not even be able to defend the mineral vein. So he settled on a strategy: had to strike the expedition army with thunderous force in the first wave, making them hurt so badly they'd think twice, which might deter other opportunists. To ensure this strike succeeded, he brought the giant dragon beast as well, secretly vowing to hold nothing back. If they were going to fight, he'd crush them in one blow. If the plan failed, he'd retreat decisively to Beast Island. Fight if you can win, run if you can't. There's no shame in that. Just as his thoughts settled, the teleportation gate flickered slightly. Qin Chuan's nerves tensed, thinking the expedition army had arrived early, but to his surprise, Yi Qingwan emerged. Hmm? Alliance leader Yi, didn't you already withdraw? Why are you back? He raised an eyebrow. Mr. Qin, Yi Qingwan replied calmly. I can't control whether Alliance members stay or go, but whether I help you or not is my own decision. Exploring teleportation gate 3 was my proposal. I can't just watch you fall into crisis. That simple statement truly stirred something in Qin Chuan's heart. Alliance leader Yi, think carefully. We're not facing mindless beast waves, but an expedition army. You can still leave now. Once the real fighting starts, it'll be very hard to escape. Mr. Qin underestimates me. Yi Qingwan smiled faintly. Since I'm here, I never plan to retreat. Good, then let's fight side by side. Once we defend this mineral vein, we'll share it. Qin Chuan readily agreed. Originally, he had only moderate interest in Yi Qingwan, but now he felt this alliance leader was worth befriending, at least in the most dangerous moment. She didn't turn and leave. Yi Qingwan nodded, her gaze resolute. She wasn't sure if this decision would leave her severely wounded, but having taken this step, she would give her all. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chuan suddenly spoke. Alliance leader Yi, I have something I want to say directly. Please speak. Your Guardian Alliance lacks unity from top to bottom. Despite ranking in the top 3, it's actually vulnerable. If you can't establish authority, there will be big problems sooner or later. If the Alliance could truly unite, combined with my combat power, forget 10,000 people, even 20,000 wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, you haven't firmly grasped control yet. Yi Qingwan sighed softly. I understand. When I first created the Alliance, I wanted to rally strong fighters to establish a foothold in the Endless Sea, but they secretly banded together to counter me. If I hadn't accidentally obtained the evolution ring, they probably would have overthrown me long ago. As the two conversed, the Beast Island lords on the other side of the teleportation gate had completed their assembly, their numbers swelling to a full 11,000, all seemingly desperate souls hoping to get a piece of the pie from Qin Chuan. However, there were some perceptive individuals, particularly in the World Chat channel, where many held pessimistic views. Everyone, the entire Crusade army has gone to Portal 3. A rough count shows over 10,000 people. These guys really value money over their lives. If Qin Chuan dares to guard the mineral vein, he definitely has more than a few tricks up his sleeve. I suspect someone is deliberately stirring things up, trying to direct all the hostility toward Qin Chuan so they can profit from the chaos. The person above is right. I just took a look, and it's all solo players and lone wolves going, not a single shadow of the major alliances in the front ranks. Wait, I just got word Yi Qingwan has also joined the battle? What? Didn't the Guardian Alliance withdraw from the mineral vein competition? How is she back again? Not sure. Seems like she's going alone. Doesn't matter if there are fewer people now, we've got a real show to watch. Both Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan are ring bearers. If they actually use their divine rings, this will be an unprecedented battle. Damn, I need to go watch this live. This kind of spectacle is once in a lifetime. Better not when big shots fight. Bystanders easily get caught in the crossfire. We should just watch from our screens and enjoy the show. The chat channel scrolled at lightning speed, with screens flooded by posts about the Endless Sea major event. At this moment, the Star River Alliance also received intelligence about Yi Qingwan's sudden entry into the fray. Alliance leader, Yi Qingwan has appeared. This is somewhat unexpected. Zhongli stared at the channel, his face quickly darkening. That woman doesn't know when to quit. She dares to join the battle? Perfect, I don't mind collecting one more divine ring. His lieutenants laughed heartily. The Alliance leader is wise. Even adding Yi Qingwan only raises their odds from 20% to 30%. Naturally, Zhongli raised his hand and pointed at the tactical light screen. We have 11,000 Beast Island lords and tens of thousands of beast companions. Even a beast tide wouldn't be this terrifying. Everyone, once this crusade ends, the Endless Sea will be turned upside down. The Star River Alliance will become the strongest. Thunderous cheers erupted in the hall, with everyone eager to begin the battle immediately. Meanwhile, outside Portal 3, Su Hao surveyed the fully assembled Crusade army, his face flushed with excitement. Everyone, the time to make our mark has come. Whoever can take down Qin Chuan can take his place and become the #1 in the Endless Sea. Kill Qin Chuan. Seize the mineral vein. Countless voices responded in unison. No one could resist the temptation of becoming the #1 in the Endless Sea. Killing intent and bloodlust churned in the air. Excellent. Follow me. Su Hao raised his arm and was the first to step into the portal. In the blink of an eye, 11,000 island lords were swallowed by light, and appeared simultaneously around the mineral vein, spread out and form ranks. The army quickly arranged itself in formation, with over 10,000 beast tamers simultaneously releasing their companions. Jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, lions, bears, elephants, cattle, along with various other exotic species instantly gathered into a massive beast tide of nearly 100,000 creatures. Such a scale would make anyone with weak nerves go weak in the knees just from watching. Gulp! Yi Qingwan hid in the shadows, watching the densely packed army of beast companions before her. Her throat involuntarily moved as a trace of fear flickered through her heart. After all, this spectacle was truly terrifying. Qin Chuan noticed the change in Yi Qingwan's expression and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Yi Qingwan forced herself to remain calm, but still answered in a low voice. "It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. Hundreds of thousands of beast companions won't be easy to fight." Her fingers gripping the reins trembled slightly. Her mind frantically wrestling with doubt. Was that impulsive decision just now right or wrong? But the arrow was already knocked. There was no turning back now. "Master Qin, are you truly not afraid at all?" She looked up at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's expression remained unperturbed. If these 10,000 were truly elite forces from the major alliances, then I'd have to think twice. But they're just a ragtag bunch. What's there to fear? His tone was calm, as if the tens of thousands of enemies before them were nothing more than a pot of rotten fish and shrimp being stirred around. Don't be fooled by their numbers. Fewer than 1,000 actually have Beast King level companions, and Beast Emperor level ones are rarer than phoenix feathers. Would be lucky if 1 or 2 show up. Yi Qingwan remained worried. Even if they're a ragtag bunch, their sheer numbers could wear us down. That's why we need tactics. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. When the fighting starts, you'll control your beast companions to guard my rear. Leave the charging to me. As long as we break through them in the first battle, the rest will resolve itself. Thinking of his massive creature that resembled an elephant but wasn't quite one, Yi Qingwan couldn't help asking, "Your main beast companion? It's not really an elephant, is it?" "Close enough. You'll see soon," Qin Chuan replied casually. If it really was an elephant, the crushing force during a charge would indeed be terrifying. Yi Qingwan nodded, feeling slightly reassured. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, dust billowed, and Su Hao led the charge, commanding a mighty army of over 10,000 that stopped directly in front of the two. "Qin Chuan, Yi Qingwan." Su Hao raised his spear high, his voice thundering through the underground space. "You've monopolized the mineral veins and slaughtered innocents, already inciting public outrage. I represent all the Beast Island masters in our decision to punish you." Qin Chuan's lips curved into a smirk. "And what piece of trash are you? Haven't heard my reputation? Humph. So what if you're the #1 in the Endless Sea, first on the prestige rankings?" Su Hao sneered, patting the surging beast tide behind him. "I have over 10,000 brothers. When it comes to a real fight, you're no match." "Good." Qin Chuan's eyes turned cold. "Then I'll start by slaughtering you, the ringleader." Su Hao felt his heart tighten under that killing intent, but thinking of the sea of people behind him, he immediately raised his voice. "Ha! Don't try to intimidate with words. Kowtow and apologize to all the Beast Island masters now. Withdraw from the mineral veins, and I might spare you." "Too much talk." Qin Chuan frowned slightly. "Are we fighting or not?" Beside him, Yi Qingwan was already so nervous her palms were sweating, yet she quietly sank all her mental power into her beast soul sea, ready to act at any moment. Su Hao pointed his spear forward. "Brothers, prepare to charge. Let's wear down his fighting spirit first." Roar! Howl! 10,000 beasts cried out in unison, rolling like thunder. In the next instant, thunderous breathing filled the air. However, before Su Hao could actually give the attack order, several hundred Beast Island masters in the front ranks had already activated their contracts, and thousands of beast companions roared as they crushed through mud and rock, charging straight at Qin Chuan. "Damn it! I told you to prepare for battle, not to charge ahead." Su Hao was instantly dumbfounded, hadn't even given the order, yet thousands of beast companions had already rushed out. Watching this scene unfold from a distance, Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly just as he expected, a disorganized rabble. Yi Qingwan didn't hesitate for a moment. Over a dozen polar bears landed one after another, their massive frames immediately forming an impenetrable wall around the two of them. "Do you really think the #1 beast master of the Endless Sea is made of paper?" Qin Chuan snorted coldly, sweeping his arm forward. "Dragon squad, assemble." Roar! Roar! Deafening dragon roars pierced the heavens. Except for the slow-moving Diplodocus and the airborne Quetzalcoatlus, nearly all 12 dinosaurs made their grand entrance. For Carnotaurus charged at the front, their thunderous steps beating like war drums. Giganotosaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex held the rear guard, their roars echoing like thunder. For Velociraptors sprinted along the flanks, their shrieks cutting through the air. The Quetzalcoatlus circled overhead, ready to dominate the skies at any moment. For this battle, Qin Chuan had played nearly all his cards. Faced with such a spectacle, Yi Qingwan stood slack-jawed, taking a long moment to recover before nearly dropping her jaw in shock. You call this more or less? This is nowhere close. These are dinosaurs. How do you even have these things? Isn't the endless sea supposed to only allow contracts with existing creatures? Her mind went blank, and she couldn't help but curse. When she'd asked if Qin Chuan had elephants, he'd said, more or less. What a complete understatement. Not only was Yi Qingwan stunned, but the tens of thousands of Beast Island masters across from them all turned pale in unison. Those are dinosaurs. Damn, how are all his beast companions dinosaurs? This is completely unfair. Our beasts are just ordinary animals. Why does he get dinosaurs? I should never have come here. Who can possibly handle this? I knew with #1 beast master of the endless sea isn't that simple. We've all been played. Waves of shock rippled through the crowd. Su Hao, who had been commanding the army, stood completely frozen, his head buzzing. He had calculated Qin Chuan's potential trump cards, but never in his wildest dreams had he imagined prehistoric giants like these. This. He couldn't even form a complete sentence. Qin Chuan knew full well that these massive beasts brought not only intimidation, but also greed. Who wouldn't want to own such magnificent dragons? After a brief moment of shock, Su Hao snapped back to reality and roared. Everyone, don't be afraid. Kill Qin Chuan, and the dinosaurs will be ours. Whoever takes him down can claim his beast companions. Charge. As his words hit the air, the crowd ignited like gunpowder. That's right. Kill Qin Chuan, and the dinosaurs are ours. Nobody else touch it. I want the Trex. Attack. The crowd surged forward, even more frenzied than before. Boom. Boom. Yi Qingwan raised her hand, summoning another Beast Emperor-level polar bear along with over a dozen Beast King-level adults, quickly solidifying their defensive line. As his ally, she couldn't possibly stand by and watch. Mr. Qin, I'll handle the rear. Good. Hold the back line. Let's crush them in one decisive blow. Qin Chuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. For Qin Chuan, as long as he could break through their front lines in the first assault, victory would be assured. At this moment, Qin Chuan revealed his dinosaur beast companions, and their allure was no less than that of a mineral vein, perhaps even greater. Get ready to strike. He glanced at Yi Qingwan only briefly, his voice low but filled with determination. Understood. Yi Qingwan snapped out of her momentary daze and nodded quickly. She knew her role clearly. Qin Chuan's dinosaurs were nearly invincible in frontal combat, and as long as she held the rear, Qin Chuan could fight without any worries. Ahead, the beast army surged forward like a tide. Unusually, Qin Chuan didn't send his Carnotaurus to lead the charge. Instead, he raised both hands and commanded 2 Giganotosaurus to launch their skills first. Raging tsunami. Boom. The ground shook violently as if struck by a massive hammer. Bang. 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 Thick water columns tore through the earth and shot skyward, instantly transforming into rolling waves that crashed down upon the beast army like an overwhelming deluge. Damn it. This doesn't make sense. How can his beasts unleash such terrifying skills? Retreat. Don't fight, Hedon. Quick. Use water attributes to counter. Before the crowd's cries had faded, all water attribute beasts instinctively released their skills. Rumble. Countless streams of water converged into 2 massive walls that collided violently, one after another, lifting the waves dozens of meters high. Crash. In the next second, a curtain of water poured down like a torrential downpour, and large numbers of beasts in the front ranks found themselves trapped in a vast ocean, struggling desperately. Thunderstorm domain. Qin Chuan gave his opponents no respite and commanded his 2 Tyrannosaurus to attack. Roar. The 2 Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurus stepped forward with thunderous strides, their bodies wreathed in lightning as their domain expanded hundreds of meters in an instant. Crack. Hundreds upon thousands of lightning bolts struck simultaneously. Sizzle. The lightning hit the water surface and spread like wildly growing branches, instantly covering all directions. Nearly every beast standing in the water was simultaneously struck by thunder and turned to charcoal. The thousands of beasts leading the charge were reduced to ash in moments, creating a scene like the apocalypse. Su Hao's face turned ashen as he roared. What are you all standing around for? Anyone with cheetah beasts, organize immediately and take down Qin Chuan. If we delay any longer, we're sure to lose. Under his command, an assault team of over 100 cheetahs relied on their extreme speed to circle around the main battlefield and charge straight at Qin Chuan. If they could decapitate the leader, everything could turn around. However, Yi Qingwan, guarding the rear, had anticipated this. She raised her hand and commanded, attack. Whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen polar bears, led by a beast emperor-level leader, charged out violently. Roar. Thud. Giant paws swept across, and dozens of adult cheetahs were instantly swatted away and killed. The assault team couldn't tear open even a single gap. Yi Qingwan. That damned woman. Su Hao was forced to tremble with rage. He had thought he could still maneuver against Qin Chuan with surprise attacks, but now the front was controlled by Qin Chuan, and the rear was firmly defended by Yi Qingwan. Their defenses were completely unshakable. After the first wave of cannon fodder was cleared, Qin Chuan raised his hand again. Heavy cavalry, it's your turn, charge. Roar. The four Carnotaurus received their orders and charged forward like an iron torrent, their thunderous steps shaking the earth. Seeing the four massive creatures suddenly attacking, Su Hao immediately panicked and raised his hand. Quick! Regroup for a countercharge. Don't let Qin Chuan get close to us. However, this so-called punitive army of 10,000 had already been scared witless by Qin Chuan's dinosaurs, which roared like primordial beasts. Damn it! I should never have come. This is impossible to fight. No way, I'm not dying here. I'm getting out. Some still tried to rally with angry shouts. Damn it! You cowards! We've only lost a few thousand beasts, and we still have nearly 100,000 in our pet army. What are you afraid of? Just as Qin Chuan had predicted, one heavy blow to this rabble would shatter their morale completely. Within 10 seconds, thousands of the 10,000 participants had already turned tail and rushed toward the teleportation gates, abandoning the campaign entirely. Those who remained were mostly stubborn fools driving their beast pets in a desperate countercharge. But the next moment, Carnotaurus charged into the crowd with thunderous roars, instantly collapsing their formation. The Giganotosaurus and Tyrannosaurus that followed were like tigers among sheep, turning the slaughter completely one-sided. Once their arrogance was shattered, only endless terror remained. This is way too powerful. Yi Qingwan raised her hand to cover her lips, her palms slick with cold sweat. She silently thanked her lucky stars that she was Qin Chuan's ally rather than his enemy. Facing such an opponent would be utterly hopeless. At the front lines, for velociraptors used their agile forms to weave through the chaotic battlefield. Their targets weren't the beast pets, but the isolated beast island lords themselves. With barely a flash of movement, screams and pleas for mercy erupted everywhere. Damn it! What the hell are these things? So fast! Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Spare me, Lord Qin Chuan. I'll give you all my resources, just let me live. Many Beast Island lords watched helplessly as their companions fell one after another, unable to even see who was killing them, left only with desperate wails. Qin Chuan turned a deaf ear to these pleas for mercy, focusing on just one thing: killing until the sky darkened and the earth shook, beating everyone into complete submission. Only this way could he truly establish his authority in the endless sea, ensuring that lone wolves wouldn't constantly come looking for trouble at others' instigation. Alliance leader Yi, do you see? Qin Chuan's tone was calm. This so-called 10,000-strong punitive army is nothing but paper tigers before me. I need only lift my hand, and they crumble to dust in an instant. You're incredible. Yi Qingwan nodded repeatedly, sweat beading on her forehead, managing only a nervous laugh. As the Carnotaurus and Giganotosaurus continued their charge, the battlefield grew even more chaotic. Most Beast Island lords had already retreated through the teleportation gates, leaving only a few thousand still following Su Hao in desperate resistance. Watching this one-sided massacre, Su Hao's face turned ashen, yet he still cursed furiously. Damn it! What a bunch of worthless rabble. Facts prove that sheep remain sheep no matter how many gathered. Even tens of thousands could be slaughtered by a single tiger. This is outright slaughter. If we keep this up, we'll be completely wiped out. Island Lord Su, we should retreat. Hundreds have died in the blink of an eye, and our beast pet losses are devastating. Advice poured in from all sides. Su Hao knew there was no chance of victory today and gritted his teeth as he ordered, retreat. With that command, the remaining Beast Island lords immediately turned around and frantically rushed toward the teleportation gates. Seeing this, Qin Chuan raised his hand and waved. The Quetzalcoatlus circling overhead suddenly folded its wings and dove down. He leaped up, landing smoothly on the dragon's back, and shot straight towards Su Hao. The ringleader who started this mess absolutely could not be allowed to leave alive. Damn it, he's coming for me. Su Hao looked up to see the Quetzalcoatlus's imposing form and immediately turned pale with terror, hastily mounting his beast emperor-level snow leopard and sprinting toward the teleportation gate. Think you can run? Qin Chuan stood on the pterosaur's back, his voice booming like thunder. Remember what I said earlier? When the fighting starts, I'll kill you first. Qin Chuan called out from atop the pterosaur. As Qin Chuan crushed the expedition army with thunderous force, the world chat channel instantly exploded. Damn it, I can't believe it. A coalition of over 10,000 people was scattered in just a few dozen minutes. How could it not be explosive? Qin Chuan's beast companion is a dinosaur. The only one in the entire endless sea. Where the hell did he get that dinosaur companion? That's way too overpowered. Haha. I said from the beginning that if Qin Chuan dared to guard the mineral vein alone, he must have had a trump card. These idiots didn't believe it. Now they know how brutal he is. Good thing I didn't go, or I'd probably be the first one dead. After this battle, I'm afraid no one will dare provoke Qin Chuan. Don't speak too soon. This time the expedition was just a ragtag bunch. The real big shots haven't made their move yet, and there are still 3 other ringmasters. Anyway, in terms of individual combat power, he's number 1. That dinosaur companion is too terrifying. We small fries should stay away from Portal 3. Messages flooded like a tide. At the same time, on Beast Island, Zhang Li's face turned ashen. The Star River Alliance's internal channel was equally in chaos. Guild Master. That guy Qin's beast companion is too powerful, it's actually a dinosaur. How are we supposed to fight that? Everything was planned so well, but we never expected it to end this way. Qin Chuan alone is troublesome enough, and with Yi Qingwan providing support, a surprise attack is simply impossible. If we don't take him down, he'll forever be a mountain blocking our path. Guild Master, what do we do now? We can't just let this slide. Zhang Li stared at the screen, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. This was indeed unexpected. No wonder this guy has been able to stay so far ahead. Can we still compete with him? Despite his inner shock, Zhang Li forced himself to remain calm. Everyone, don't panic. There's no absolute invincibility in the endless sea. No matter how strong the dinosaur is, it has weaknesses. Our strong fighters aren't inferior or will find a way. After this battle, he had made up his mind. Qin Chuan was the Star River Alliance's #1 enemy and must be eliminated as a priority. Guildmaster, Portal 3 is probably entering its final phase. Should we launch a surprise attack while Qin Chuan just finished fighting? I think we should. His beast companion must be tired to might actually catch them off guard. Come on, Yi Qingwan didn't even participate in the battle. She has the evolution ring. If she really produces a sovereign-level creature, we might not succeed. Zhang Li pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Is the Vice Guild Master here?" "Yes, Guild Master. What are your orders?" "Personally select 500 elite fighters and come with me to Portal 3. The Vice Guild Master was startled. "Guild Master, you're not seriously thinking of fighting Qin Chuan, are you? Many of our strong fighters haven't fully recovered from their injuries yet. This isn't the right time to go to war with Qin Chuan." "Exactly, we might end up getting counter-killed." Zhang Li said, "Don't ask what we're going to do. Just follow my orders, Vice Leader." Upon hearing this, the Vice Leader could only nod silently if they truly had to fight against Qin Chuan. Those who hadn't fully recovered had no confidence to object. Meanwhile, after Qin Chuan crushed the punitive army within the mineral vein, the surrounding scattered soldiers fled in panic, rushing through the teleportation gates to the outside world. Su Hao also mounted his sleek snow leopard, stumbling as he charged out of the mine. However, Qin Chuan followed closely behind with no intention of letting him escape. "Boss, I was wrong before. Stop chasing me and give me a way out. I swear I'll never be your enemy again." Su Hao shouted back. In the howling wind, the wind god pterosaur dove down. Qin Chuan leaped through the air and landed in front of Su Hao, completely blocking his path. "If I let you go, everyone will think they can gang up on me. For that reason alone you must die." Qin Chuan's voice was ice cold. With his pleas falling on deaf ears, Su Hao's face darkened as he roared. "Qin, you think you're the only one with a beast emperor? If we really fight, I might not lose to you. Is that so? Let's find out." Qin Chuan raised his hand, and behind him, the Trex charged forward with thunderous steps, cracking the ground. "Attack!" Su Hao waved his hand, and the snow leopard shot forward with a low growl. In an instant, the Trex swept its massive tail. Bang! The tail struck the leopard's side with an explosive sound like a mountain collapse. The beast emperor-level snow leopard, already lean in build, was sent flying over 100 meters. After tumbling to the ground, it shook its head and panted heavily, with large purple bruises appearing under its ribs. If it had been Beast King level, it would already be in pieces. Damn it! Su Hao's heart turned cold. Direct confrontation was clearly a dead, and given the size difference he had to use his aerial advantage. "Frost Silence Domain," he called out, releasing his skill. Push-bone-chilling mist exploded from beneath the snow leopard's feet, instantly covering a 100-meter radius. Everything in its path, rocks and dead wood, crystallized into ice spikes. Qin Chuan immediately jumped back onto the wind god pterosaur to maintain distance with his current physical condition. Taking a direct hit from Beast Emperor-level ice attacks was still risky. The Trex, unable to retreat in time, was encased in frost and became a massive blue-white ice sculpture. Seeing this, Su Hao laughed triumphantly. "Huh? So your dinosaur isn't so great after all, it's still frozen by my snow leopard." Qin Chuan replied calmly. "Is that so? Take another look." Crack! The ice layer suddenly fractured. Boom! Lightning exploded from within the Trex like a surging sea of thunder, brilliant as daylight. Thick chunks of ice armor fell away in large pieces. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening bellow, the thunder domain surged outward. Impossible! Su Hao was horrified and quickly urged his snow leopard to dodge. Boom! A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck down, hitting the snow leopard square on the back. The massive beast convulsed and collapsed, left with only faint breathing. Though both were Beast Emperor level, the snow leopard was completely outclassed by the Trex in both attributes and physique. This wasn't an evenly matched battle at all. "It's over." Qin Chuan's gaze was sharp as lightning as he prepared to have the Trex deliver the final blow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Dense beams of light suddenly flashed around the teleportation gate's edge. Led by Zhang Li, members of the Star River Alliance appeared without warning through sudden teleportation. Qin Chuan, who had originally planned to strike at Su Hao, suddenly saw brilliant beams of light descending directly ahead. 500 powerful warriors from the Star River Alliance materialized within the radiance, forming neat battle formations, causing Qin Chuan's expression to instantly darken. Led by Zhang Li, the group of formidable warriors fixed their gazes uniformly on the dozen or so dinosaur beast companions behind Qin Chuan, their shock and fear completely undisguised. Although they had heard rumors of Qin Chuan possessing ancient giant beasts before arriving, witnessing them firsthand still made their scalps tingle. How on earth did this guy manage to obtain such ancient giant beasts? I remember there were rumors about dinosaur creatures appearing before, wasn't that him? Several people beside Zhang Li whispered among themselves, their voices filled with disbelief. On the other side, Su Hao wept tears of joy upon seeing Zhang Li arrive with 500 elite troops. Don't underestimate the fact that the Star River Alliance only brought 500 people. These 500 were all elite warriors, with an average combat power reaching Beast King level, their overall strength surpassing the tens of thousands present by dozens or even hundreds of times. Alliance leader Zhang, please save me. As long as you can spare my life, I'm willing to serve you like an ox or horse. Su Hao cried out desperately for help. However, Zhang Li merely stood at a distance with his hands clasped behind his back, watching coldly without any intention of intervening. Su Hao was stunned but still struggled to get up, staggering frantically toward Zhang Li's direction. Humph. Even if the heavens themselves came down, they couldn't save you. Qin Chuan's voice was ice cold, showing no signs of stopping despite Zhang Li and his group's appearance. Su Hao had to die if Zhang Li dared to interfere. He wouldn't mind going to war. After all, he hadn't yet used his fusion ring and the Diplodocus, and with these two trump cards in hand, he feared nothing. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon's roar, the Tyrannosaurus leaped forward, sending stone fragments flying. No, no, I don't want to die. Su Hao was terrified out of his wits, commanding his severely injured snow leopard to pounce forward and block the attack. Crack. The Tyrannosaurus's massive jaws clamped down viciously on the snow leopard, and the beast emperor-level creature didn't even have time to struggle before being torn in half on the spot. Before Su Hao could recall his other snow leopards, a velociraptor lurking nearby shot forward like an arrow, its fangs instantly tearing open his throat. His blood sprayed everywhere. Su Hao desperately clutched his torn throat with both hands, only managing intermittent, gurgling sounds as his painfully contorted face quickly lost all signs of life before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Even with dark god-level strength, he was still powerless against an agile predator like the velociraptor. A powerful warrior who possessed beast emperor-level beast companions had died so miserably at Qin Chuan's hands. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Li's eyes narrowed slightly. A single beast emperor-level beast companion would absolutely be unable to defeat Qin Chuan. To face him head-on, it would take at least 3 beast emperor-level creatures working in coordination to have any chance of victory. Any unknown fight would result in a crushing defeat. What? Do you all want to test your skills against me as well? Having eliminated Su Hao, Qin Chuan immediately turned his gaze toward Zhang Li and his group. Don't worry, you and I will have our battle eventually, but not now. Zhang Li stared calmly at Qin Chuan, his voice devoid of emotion, yet his eyes gleamed with the sharp edge of fighting spirit. As his words fell, Qin Chuan immediately caught the underlying message. Zhang Li had no intention of truly engaging in battle at this moment. In fact, he himself had no plans to make a move either. This place was the Endless Sea, and the lurking spies were far from being limited to Zhang Li's faction alone. Once the powerhouses of 2 major alliances clashed here, even if Qin Chuan could win, he would inevitably suffer severe damage, and other forces would likely seize the opportunity to reap the benefits. The temptation of dinosaur beast companions, his own identity as a ring-bearer, plus the potential joint ambush by several alliances. One wrong step in any of these could lead to his downfall. Just then, the light screen of portal number 3 flickered slightly, and Yi Qingwan hurriedly emerged. Mr. Qin, why are Zhang Li and his people here? Are we going to fight? She whispered, her gaze wary. He just wants to pick up some bargains, not start a war. Qin Chuan explained in a calm voice. Pick up bargains. Yi Qingwan was momentarily stunned. Zhang Li had already stepped forward, raising his hand to reveal the ring of 10,000 beasts worn on his index finger. Buzz. Clenching his fist, the ring's surface burst forth with dazzling brilliance like a blazing sun, instantly enveloping all the masterless beast companions around the portal. Qin Chuan's heart sank as he understood the opponent's true purpose, plundering the beast companions left behind on the battlefield. In the previous battle, over 1,000 had died, and nearly 3,000 beast companions that survived but lost their masters were now wandering around. Sure enough, those covered by the ring of 10,000 beasts' radiance instantly lost all resistance and became completely still. Qin Chuan, I can collect so many beast companions at once. Thank you for making this possible. Zhongli grinned and waved his hand. Whoosh. Nearly 3,000 beast companions transformed into streams of light and were all absorbed into his dimensional space. Yi Qingwan was dumbstruck. The ring of 10,000 beasts is actually this powerful. Having finished his business, Zhongli coldly dropped a parting line. Qin Chuan, next time we meet we'll determine both superiority and life or death. With those words, he led his 500 subordinates in activating their teleportation. Buzz. Space rippled as 500 figures disappeared one after another. They're just leaving like that? Yi Qingwan hadn't expected Zhang Li to be so decisive, not even bothering to exchange blows with Qin Chuan. If he fought Heaton now, it would only result in mutual destruction. When other alliances come to harvest the spoils, he'd die even worse than I would. Qin Chuan shook his head. True, we're holding the divine ring, and who knows how many people are eyeing it. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the entire battlefield, his tone relaxing. After this battle, the scattered lone wolves won't dare cause trouble again. The evolution core mineral vein can finally be developed in peace. With the battle over, the chat channel became as lively as boiling oil. After this battle, the gold content of Qin Chuan's title, as #1 in the Endless Sea, has increased even more. No one can shake his individual combat power, right? Brothers, let's avoid portal number 3 from now on and focus on portals number 1 and 2. Sigh. From now on portal number 3 will probably become Qin Chuan's exclusive territory. Can't help it, his fists are bigger. Our little strength can't even compete. While the channel buzzed with discussion, Qin Chuan posted an announcement. From today forward, the mineral vein at the entrance of portal number 3 belongs to me. Though I occupy the vein, I will never obstruct anyone's exploration of the underground world. All who pass through will face no hindrance whatsoever. Once the message was posted, everyone saw it. Qin Chuan is so generous. I thought he was going to monopolize the entire portal number 3. Qin Chuan is mighty. I can explore portal number 3 with peace of mind now. Brothers, count me in for group exploration. 1. As Qin Chuan opened portal number 3, it signaled that anyone could pass through, as long as they didn't have designs on his mineral veins. Mr. Qin, won't opening the portal like this put us in danger? Yi Qingwan asked with some concern, standing among the rubble and scorched earth. No. Qin Chuan patted the still warm metal at the portal's edge. After this battle, the lone wolves and independent players have been scared out of their wits and won't dare provoke us again. More importantly, I don't want to make enemies of everyone by monopolizing portal number 3. By keeping the passage open to them, they won't harbor resentment. Instead, they'll be grateful. Yi Qingwan nodded gently. I understand. Thank you for the lesson. With the battle just ended, the two immediately began clearing the battlefield. Beneath the shattered stones and charred grass lay scattered essence crystals and beast cores, all the remaining value from the fallen beast island lords who had died in pools of blood. Qin Chuan bent down to search the corpses while Yi Qingwan carefully collected the scattered gold coins. After their thorough scavenging, they had gathered over 4,000 essence points, 100,000 gold coins, and more than 100 beast cores. Mr. Qin, please take all these essence materials. Yi Qingwan offered 2,000 essence points to Qin Chuan. I only provided support and didn't contribute much. Qin Chuan waved his hand in refusal. We're partners, so naturally we split the profits 50-50, and we'll continue cooperating in the future. The essence, gold coins, and beast cores should all be divided equally, as should future mining profits. After the distribution, Qin Chuan's personal inventory was updated to 295 essence points, 90 beast cores covering all 8 attributes, and his gold had surged to 250,000. Though some players had begun listing essence and cores for sale in the marketplace, quantities were scarce, and he had no immediate plans to purchase more. With his current reserves, he wouldn't lack materials regardless of what beast pet he might randomly obtain. Mr. Qin, thank you so much. Yi Qingwan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, secretly celebrating her wise decision from before. For Qin Chuan, how much effort Yi Qingwan had contributed in battle wasn't the key point. What he truly valued was the evolution ring in her possession, which could upgrade a beast emperor-level polar bear to overlord level at crucial moments, enough to turn the tide of a desperate situation. However, he didn't trust the members under Yi Qingwan's command, so he called Chen Yahui over. The girl had modest abilities and kept a low profile, making her an ideal informant. Hui, from today on you'll mine with them. Qin Chuan's tone was gentle but unquestionable. All the evolution cores you dig up are yours to keep, no need to turn them in. Woo! Thank you, Brother Qin. Chen Yahui was moved to tears. Having previously contributed several hundred essence points, she was now receiving such rewards in return, leaving her both amazed and overjoyed. By latching onto Qin Chuan, this powerful ally, she believed she would grow strong quickly. After arranging matters at the mining site, Qin Chuan decided to return to Beast Island. 4 dragon eggs still awaited hatching there. Just as Qin Chuan was preparing to return to Beast Island, a world announcement suddenly appeared. World announcement. The second phase beast tide extinction will begin in the underground world in 7 days. This beast tide will last for 1 day and will feature the debut of a brand new exotic beast, the Mother of Wisdom. If the Mother of Wisdom cannot be defeated within 1 day, the beast tide's intensity will increase tenfold with each passing day and will continue indefinitely until the Mother of Wisdom is slain. It is recommended that all Beast Island lords unite against this threat. Once the beast tide breaks out of the underground world, it will sweep across all Beast Islands. The Beast Island lord who successfully kills the Mother of Wisdom will receive a unique special reward. All Beast Island lords are advised to strengthen themselves as quickly as possible before the second phase beast tide arrives. As this announcement appeared without warning, the world channel instantly erupted into chaos. Finally, a world announcement. Who would have thought the second phase beast tide would give us a full 7 days to prepare? What does extinction in the announcement mean? Extinction of whom? Do you even need to ask? Obviously, it means our extinction. Don't forget, this beast tide is different from the first Phasithir's the Mother of Wisdom now, essentially a commander. Once the exotic beasts have unified thinking, it won't be mindless charging anymore. Double the intelligence means double the danger. Going solo definitely won't work. The difficulty has skyrocketed. Looks like the system is forcing us to cooperate. The beast tide will surge from the underground world, so we Beast Island lords need to work together to defend the 3 teleportation gates while finding a way to eliminate the Mother of Wisdom. And if we can't kill it within a day, the intensity explodes tenfold. Nobody can handle dragging this out for days. Now that's what they call extinction. Probably going to lose a lot of people again. Stop wasting time talking, hurry up and explore the underground world to boost our strength. Gather at Teleportation Gate 3. Let's go down together. Amid the thunderous commotion, hordes of Beast Island lords surged toward Teleportation Gate 3. After passing through the teleportation light barrier, everyone tacitly avoided Qin Chuan's mining territory, leaving it completely untouched. The deterrent effect of that previous battle had clearly left a lasting impression. Yi Qingwan stood by the teleportation gate, watching the departing crowd, and whispered to Qin Chuan beside her, "Mr. Qin, it seems we'll have to cooperate with others for the second phase beast tide." Qin Chuan nodded. The first phase tested individual combat power. The second phase is about cooperative survival. Given the current overall strength of the Endless Sea, if we don't improve enough within 7 days, we simply can't defend against a massive beast tide. Yi Qingwan chuckled softly. "Don't we still have you?" Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "I'm no savior. The rules are crystal clear. If we can't handle the Mother of Wisdom within a day, the intensity increases tenfold. The scale will be unprecedented, not something I can cut through alone. If this drags on for 2 or 3 days, I'll die too." At this point, his gaze fell toward the dark depths of the underground, his expression grave. Yi Qingwan followed his line of sight. "Then let's explore the underground world as soon as possible. Right? I'll return to Beast Island first to regroup, then venture deep under cover of darkness tonight to see what's really lurking in the depths." Qin Chuan made his decision. Since their arrival in the underground world, Qin Chuan had remained near the teleportation gate's edge, never truly venturing into the heartland. But the pressure of the second phase beast tide loomed like a massive boulder overhead, had to grow stronger quickly. Within 7 days, he needed to reach at least the domain god level, and among his beast companions, at least one had to achieve overlord level. This was the goal Qin Chuan had set for himself. As the afternoon wore on, after nearly a full day of excavation, Qin Chuan had collected 100 evolution cores. Dark brown soil mixed with gravel slid off his shovel tip, while the crystalline cores gleamed with a faint blue light under the sun. Yi Qingwan had already returned to Beast Island to rest, and Qin Chuan was planning to take his spoils back for another round of enhancement before teaming up with her tonight to venture into the underground world. "Brother Qin, don't leave yet. I've dug up a treasure." Qin Yahui suddenly called out to stop him, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. "A treasure?" Qin Chuan turned around, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Apart from evolution cores and scattered essence, this mining area shouldn't yield anything else. Qin Yahui looked around cautiously, and only after confirming no one was watching did she carefully pull out half a yellowed parchment from her chest. The edges of the parchment were jagged, as if someone had torn it in half by force. She lowered her voice. "I think I found a treasure map." Qin Chuan reached out to take it, and a small ring pattern caught his eye. Simple ink lines outlined the band and gemstone, with ancient patterns faintly visible between the strokes, emanating a sense of solemn antiquity. His heart skipped a beat. "This is a treasure map for a divine ring? Really? My luck is incredible. Quick, let's see what kind of ring it is." Qin Yahui clenched her fists in excitement. Qin Chuan flipped to the back, where 4 elegant characters came into view. Ring of Sovereignty. Ring of Sovereignty. The name alone suggested its extraordinary nature. He continued reading. "Grants the wearer sovereign power, significantly enhancing their beast companions' combat abilities while suppressing enemies. Gather the complete treasure map to excavate at the designated location. As Qin Chuan read this, his heart began racing. If he could combine the fusion ring with the ring of sovereignty, his combat power would skyrocket like a rocket. Too bad it's only half. Chen Yahui's eyes blazed with interest, yet she still sighed regretfully. If it were complete, we might be able to find a divine ring right away. Be content with what you have. Qin Chuan composed himself and shook his head with a smile. Even half a map is a treasure others would beg for. I can see now that while your strength may be weak, your luck is heaven-defying. Remembering how Chen Yahui had won big prizes and found beast cores earlier, he couldn't help but marvel. This kind of luck was almost a form of strength in itself, one he had to admire. Chen Yahui stuck out her tongue. Hee, it's all thanks to Brother Qin's guidance, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to mine. Since you found it, you should keep it yourself. Qin Chuan handed the parchment back to her, but Chen Yahui waved her hands repeatedly. You should take it instead. My beast companion's combat power is low, I can't protect it, and besides, I've decided to stick close to Brother Qin. Her tone was light, but sincere. Qin Chuan stopped refusing and solemnly tucked the parchment into his chest. All right, I'll accept it. Rest assured, with your treasure in my hands, I'll keep you safe. Brother Qin's word is enough for me. Chen Yahui smiled sweetly, having finally chosen her protector. Qin Chuan spread out the half map for final confirmation. The marked location was in the Black Mountain region of the underground world, a desolate mountain range that remained unexplored to this day. To pinpoint the Ring of Sovereignty's exact location, he would need to piece together the other half of the treasure map. Of course, if his luck was extraordinary, perhaps half a map would be enough to lead him to the treasure. He looked toward the darkening horizon in the distance, feeling no urgency. After all, he was planning to explore the underground world anyway, and with enough luck, he would surely find the Ring of Sovereignty before the Beast Tide arrived. The Endless Sea. Beast Island. After returning to Beast Island, Qin Chuan prepared to hatch the 4 dragon eggs. Come on, give me some powerful dinosaurs, he muttered to himself as he placed the eggs one by one into the temperature-controlled incubation chamber. Hatching. With the system notification sound, the eggshells developed fine cracks like fractured porcelain. Crack, crack, crack for crisp sounds exploded almost simultaneously, shell fragments scattered everywhere, and tender yet deep roars echoed throughout the incubation room. 4 round little heads struggled to emerge, their wet, large eyes curiously surveying the world. Hatching successful, Triceratops 4. Triceratops. Qin Chuan's pupils contracted. Though the hatchlings before him were only the size of ordinary puppies, they were destined to grow to over 10 tons. System information quickly appeared. Species, Triceratops. Characteristics, extremely high defense and destructive power, lived in the same era as Tyrannosaurus rex, comparable combat ability. Weight, 10 kilograms in juvenile stage, up to 15 tons when fully grown. Level, juvenile stage roar. Looking at the eggs, I thought they were just medium-sized dinosaurs. I never expected monsters capable of going head-to-head with a Trex. Qin Chuan marveled. If an adult's nearly tongue-long nasal and brow horns struck a Trex, even the mighty predator would probably be left sprawling on the ground. Now the 3 giants were assembled, Giganotosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex, and Triceratopsal fierce warriors capable of breaking through enemy lines hidden. Qin Chuan's confidence soared. With these, my chances against the Beast Tide have improved significantly. Unfortunately, he only had just over 2,000 essence points left, far from enough to advance all 4 hatchlings to Beast King level, so he had to postpone that plan. He stored the 4 wobbling little Triceratops in his dimensional space, thinking, I'll release them when needed. My current combat strength is sufficient. At the current expansion rate, when the second Beast Tide arrived in 7 days, his dinosaur army would surely be even more magnificent. Essence was the hard currency of the Endless Sea. While beast cores were actually abundant, this was also Qin Chuan's primary purpose for planning to venture deep into the underground world. Additionally, he wanted to search for clues about the lower half of the Crown of Dominion treasure map. However, before taking action, he wanted to enhance the Diplodocus's attributes first. He had exactly 100 evolution cores in his possession, perfect for testing the waters and understanding the patterns for advancing his other beast companions later. I hope I don't waste all these cores I worked so hard to collect. Qin Chuan rubbed his hands together and summoned the Diplodocus. The gray-black-skinned amphibious reptile landed on the ground, supporting itself on 4 limbs with its dual-chambered fins gently swaying. Qin Chuan poured out the 100 cores pulsing with pale blue light before him. Yi Qingwan had already tested this evolution cores had a frighteningly low success rate. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan felt uncertain. I don't have Chen Yahui's kind of luck. Enhanced Diplodocus attributes. He first threw out 10 evolution cores. Evolution cores 10, remaining 90, upgrade failed. The 10 cores vanished like stones thrown into a bottomless abyss, creating barely a ripple. If 10 won't work, then 20. Evolution cores 20, remaining 70, Upgrade failed. 30 cores evaporated in an instant. Veins bulged at Qin Chuan's temples. I refuse to believe this. He threw out another 20 cores. Evolution cores 20, remaining 50, upgrade failed. With mounting failures, Qin Chuan's face darkened. He wanted to stop, but thinking of the 50 cores already invested made him feel even worse. If 20 won't work, then 40. I refuse to believe my luck is really this terrible. Gritting his teeth and waving his hand, 40 cores transformed into streams of light that surged into the Diplodocus's body. Moments later, golden light erupted from the bone plates on the Diplodocus's back, and intricate patterns appeared along the edges of its fins. Finally, the system notification changed its tune. Advanced attribute enhancement successful. Species, fragile Diplodocus. Weight, 220-ton class. Grade, adult. Attribute, earth vein. Primary skill, mountain collapse and earth shatter. This superior attribute skill cannot evolve further, but its power will increase with the beast companion's realm advancement. Passive skill, immovable as mountains, greatly enhances the beast companion's defense, effectively blocking 90% of damage. As the enhancement concluded, Qin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, an upgrade. The evolved Diplodocus stood towering in the center of the cavern, its thick rocky hide gleaming with a metallic luster. Its limbs were wrapped in layers of newly formed armor plating, standing a full half-height taller than its previous form, truly resembling a moving mountain. Qin Chuan craned his neck upward, silently calculating. If it unleashed mountain collapse and earth shatter, it could probably tear apart entire swaths of terrain. The data indicated that once advanced to earth vein attribute, superior skills became permanently fixed, but this made sense. Mountain collapse and earth shatter, combined with immovable as mountains, was already a heaven-defying combination. Ordinary beast companions simply couldn't break through its 90% defense. Thinking of this, he glanced at the empty vial in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. For this single advancement, he had burned through 90 evolution cores, and the next time would likely require even more. After securing his new objective, Qin Chuan gathered his materials and immediately left Beast Island, heading for the underground world. On the cliffs outside the island, Yi Qingwan had been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Qin, when do we depart? Anytime. Aren't you bringing more experts along? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Too many people reduce mobility, and besides, we have no idea what conditions await us in the deep underground. Yi Qingwan's tone was calm. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Both of them were high-tier combatants of the Endless Sea and fellow ringmasters. If they truly encountered enemies too powerful to face, he could still summon his wind god pterosaur for a full-speed retreat. Bringing a large contingent would only create obstacles everywhere. Let's go then. Qin Chuan raised his hand, and the wind god pterosaur spread its massive 15-meter wingspan, beating powerfully like falling stones in a fierce wind. Yi Qingwan looked up with shining eyes. If I had a beast companion like this, I could go anywhere in the Endless Sea. How awesome would that be? Do you like it? Qin Chuan asked with a smile. I love it, absolutely love it. She nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with light. Good to know. Qin Chuan mounted the dragon's back. Yi Qingwan was about to follow when she suddenly paused. I thought you were going to give me one. This one is worth at least 10,000 essence. If you can actually produce 10,000 essence, perhaps I'd consider giving you a hatchling. Qin Chuan patted the dragon's back. 10,000? That's enough to raise a sovereign-class beast companion. Yi Qingwan grimaced. Can I pay on credit? In your dreams. After speaking, Qin Chuan signaled for takeoff. The wind god pterosaur beat its wings and soared skyward, its massive shadow sweeping over reefs and waves as it flew straight toward the entrance to the underground world. Ever since Qin Chuan opened the third teleportation gate, numerous Beast Island lords had swarmed in, already venturing deep into exploration ahead of them. Even so, the underground world's night remained mysteriously unfathomable. Overhead lay the thick seabed rock layers of the Endless Sea, with countless luminescent alien species floating through the crevices, their pale blue, light green, and orange-yellow spots weaving together into a dim canopy that, while not as harsh as sunlight, still allowed them to barely make out the terrain below. Looks like these guys are pretty fast. I just opened Portal 3, and they've already swept through like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake, Qin Chuan said slowly, gazing down at the scene below. The rocky walls of the underground world had been torn into jagged gashes, the thick stone layers looking like bones snapped by savage beasts. Large patches of dark red magma traces still steamed with heat. Corpses of exotic beasts lay scattered everywhere, reeking of blood, while the shattered mountainsides were riddled with fresh cracks. Clearly, these intruders had been mining ore veins and hunting beasts simultaneously, casually turning this entire area into a wasteland. The wind god pterosaur swept rapidly past the rock formations, fierce winds beating against its wings and stirring up clouds of dust. Before long, Qin Chuan spotted several scattered Beast Island lords below, cornering a few ordinary-sized exotic beasts. These small fry provide too little essence and divinity, points not worth wasting time on. Qin Chuan said dismissively after a quick glance, gesturing for the pterosaur to accelerate. With my current combat power, I need at least 100 or 200 beasts in a group to make it worth my while. Mr. Qin, do we actually have a destination? We can't just keep flying around aimlessly like this, Yi Qingwan called out, steadying herself against the wind. Only then did Qin Chuan remember the half-torn treasure map in his possession. According to the markings, flying forward for another half-hour would bring them to the Black Mountain Region, dark geological area formed by underground volcanic eruptions and the legendary burial site of the Ring of Sovereignty. Head for that Black Mountain up ahead, and let the wind god pterosaur rest while we're at it, he instructed briefly, patting the dragon's wing. Half an hour later, the silhouette of Black Mountain appeared like a colossal dragon sprawling across the horizon, winding and twisting for hundreds of kilometers. The mountain was covered in thick black volcanic rock that absorbed all light, making it far darker than other regions. Standing at the mountain's base and looking up, Qin Chuan immediately abandoned any notion of finding the Ring of Sovereignty with just half a map without precise coordinates. Treasure hunting in such a place would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, venturing deep inside risked not only getting lost, but also encountering hidden powerful beasts. Just as Qin Chuan was about to have the pterosaur land for a rest, urgent footsteps and heart-wrenching roars echoed from the darkness. Run, don't dawdle. Anyone who falls behind no one's coming back to save you. Over 50 disheveled beast island lords came rushing out of the rock crevices like driven prey, every one of them on foot, without a single beast mount in sight. The scene was bizarre enough to make one's scalp crawl. Where did all these beast island lords suddenly come from? What are they doing? Qin Chuan frowned. Could there be powerful exotic beasts chasing them? Yi Qingwan asked, scanning their surroundings warily. Qin Chuan's gaze swept behind them nothing but empty space. I don't see any beasts. Could they have discovered some kind of treasure? Maybe there really is valuable treasure. How about we follow them to investigate? If there's something good, we can make our move immediately, Yi Qingwan said, already giving chase before she finished speaking. Qin Chuan simply jumped down from the pterosaur and pursued on foot. With his physique approaching the domain god realm, he caught up to the crowd in just a few steps. Hey there, friend, what's the rush? Qin Chuan asked, sidling up to a beast island lord drenched in sweat. The man didn't even lift his head, just kept gasping heavily while running frantically. After running for who knows how long, those with weaker stamina in the group began to collapse from exhaustion, some stumbling and falling. I can't go on, can't run anymore. Seeing this, the rest simply collapsed on their backsides, heavy breathing rising and falling like they were about to cough up their lungs. Yi Qingwan surveyed the scattered figures sprawled on the ground and asked suspiciously, Wait, did you all hide your beast mounts somewhere to breed? Why aren't you riding them? Before she could finish, someone in the crowd erupted in fury, screaming hoarsely, Are you even human? What beast mounts? They're all dead. What? Yi Qingwan gasped. There were no exotic beasts pursuing them from behind, yet something had managed to kill all the beast mounts of over 50 beast island lords. What on earth? What killed them? So it turns out you weren't fleeing with treasure after all, you were being hunted. Yi Qingwan's face immediately showed her speechlessness. Earlier, when she spotted them desperately running from afar with no sign of exotic beasts behind them, she had assumed the group had stumbled upon some incredible fortune. Only now did she realize it was nothing like that. What treasure? That was a massive horde of earth demons. The leading beast island lord's voice trembled. We had over 200 people, and in the blink of an eye, 150 were dead. Ugh, I should never have come. This is absolutely terrifying. Several nearby survivors still looked shaken, their eyes bloodshot, clearly having exhausted both their stamina and courage during their frantic escape. Earth demons? Are they that strong? Yi Qingwan pressed. Ridiculously strong. The man's voice shook as he recalled the carnage. They're organized, intelligent beasts that coordinate their attacks, and they eat people. They treat us like livestock. Damn it. I watched several companions get disemboweled, while still Alavite was horrific. If we hadn't abandoned our beast companions as shields to hold them off, the remaining 50 of us would have been devoured too. The beast island lords stood there pale-faced, their clothes torn and blood still fresh, hands trembling uncontrollably. Only then did Yi Qingwan understand no wonder they had all lost their beast companions. They had all been sacrificed to the earth demons. She turned to Qin Chuan. We don't know how strong these earth demons are. Should we still venture deeper? Qin Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. I'm wondering if killing earth demons might drop substantial resources. If the rewards are worthwhile, it could be worth attempting. The nearby beast island lords nearly rolled their eyes at this. Are you too insane? You want to take on earth demons? Those things average beast king level, one shouted. Exactly. And in the earth demon tribe, we saw beast emperor level and even overlord level monsters, another added. You newcomers need to know your limits, run while you still can. They all tried to dissuade them. Coming from various beast islands, they didn't recognize Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan, Nor did they know these two were among the top fighters of the Endless Sea. Beast Emperor level? Overlord level. Even Yi Qingwan raised an eyebrow. That's right. The leader pointed toward the Black Mountain. There's a massive tribe ahead with over 2,000 Earth Demons. Regular Earth Demon warriors are Beast King level. Elite warriors are Beast Emperor level. And the Earth Demon Chieftain has reached the terrifying Overlord level. They're most likely the original inhabitants of this Black Mountain range. To explore the Black Mountains, you must pass through their territory. We underestimated them and paid dearly for it. They recalled how smoothly things had gone when they first reached the Black Mountains, cutting down exotic beasts like grass, never expecting the difficulty to spike so dramatically after all. This was where the Ring of Sovereignty was hidden. How could there not be powerful beasts guarding it? The group was filled with regret and endless sighs. Given the Earth Demon's strength, this second wave of the beast tide will probably be absolutely terrifying. Qin Chuan analyzed quietly. Should we head back first? I could bring some stronger fighters to try our luck, Yi Qingwan suggested. No need. Qin Chuan raised his hand. With our combined strength, even if we encounter Earth Demon hordes, we can hold our own. Let's scout ahead first. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan nodded without further comment. Their conversation reached the ears of the dozens of Beast Island lords around them without reservation. Seriously, who gave you the courage to pick a fight with Earth Demon hordes? Do you think you're Qin Chuan or something? These two idiots want to get themselves killed, but don't drag us down with them. Brothers, those who can run should keep running. The Earth Demons will catch up soon. Several Beast Island lords frantically shouted these words before scrambling toward the jungle's edge. Whoosh, whoosh. Mountain winds mixed with dense footsteps rushed toward them. Just as everyone was about to move, heavy and urgent running sounds echoed from the mountaintop. Looking up, they saw nearly 50 Earth Demons riding Blackman giant wolves, charging down like lightning. These Earth Demons had bulging muscles and iron-black skin, with protruding fangs, looking like oversized orcs. They wielded glowing stone spears clearly forged from some kind of crystal that radiated a bone-chilling coldness. Damn it! The Earth Demon pack is here. We're finished. I don't want to die? Run. Run fast. Dozens of Beast Island lords instantly panicked like rabbits startled by hunting dogs, scattering in all directions. But how could two legs outrun four paws in full gallop? In the blink of an eye, the Earth Demon cavalry closed in, their giant wolves forming a fan shape that trapped everyone tightly. Leading them was an elite Earth Demon with twin horns on its forehead, radiating a brutal and wild aura that had nearly reached the Beast Emperor realm. It surveyed the area with bloodthirsty glee dancing between its fangs. Delicious two-legged sheep will feast well today. One Earth Demon licked its black lips with a raspy voice. The Earth Demons didn't actually speak human language. The systems within the Beast Island lords automatically translated, making their words clearly audible to everyone. Take them back. Use the females for entertainment. Gut the males and feast on their organs, the elite Earth Demon commanded, waving its stone spear. Howl! 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 At the command, all Earth Demons roared excitedly, ready to pounce and tear apart their prey. The 50-plus Beast Island lords' legs went weak, and several female leaders turned deathly pale, collapsing to the ground as if already foreseeing the coming violation and death. Just as the Earth Demons were about to strike, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan simultaneously stepped forward half a pace, their auras instantly tensing. This subtle movement was caught clearly by the elite Earth Demon, whose gaze fixed on the rings on their fingers. Stop! There are human ring masters here. The elite Earth Demon suddenly raised its hand, halting its restless kinsman. As the words fell, dozens of Earth Demons froze in unison, their gazes snapping to focus on those gleaming rings. The patterns of the divine rings symbolized unparalleled status and power. The Earth Demons knew well that any human daring to wear such rings must be among the top existences in the Endless Sea, and rash confrontation could lead to total annihilation. Ring Masters? You too are Ring Masters. Real divine rings. Is that Alliance leader Yi? Could that be Giant Qin Chuan? My god, we're saved. It really is Giant Qin Chuan, the #1 person in the Endless Sea. With Giant Qin Chuan here, what Earth Demons should we fear? The terrified Beast Island lords instantly transformed to wild joy, nearly moved to tears. Among the top 5 on the reputation rankings, only Yi Qingwan was female, making the ring identification obvious. The alliance between Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan had long spread throughout the islands. Thus, recognizing Yi Qingwan, they naturally recognized Qin Chuan as well. With the two ring masters Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan present, the Earth Demon horde didn't dare make any rash moves. Qin Chuan wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he studied the crystalline spear in his opponent's hand with great interest, needed to determine whether this unknown crystal could harm his beast companions. Human Ring Master, these people are my prey. The elite Earth Demon sat atop his giant wolf, his voice deep, yet dripping with arrogance. Leave immediately, and I might spare your lives. Qin Chuan smiled. Slightly intelligent magical beasts were indeed clever, knowing they weren't easy to deal with. The 50-plus beast island lords trapped in the center were terrified beyond measure. Master Qin, Alliance Leader Yi, you can't leave us, or we're doomed. Master Qin, please save us. I'll kowtow to you. The crowd fell to their knees with thuds, their foreheads striking the rocks with dull sounds. Qin Chuan continued staring at those spears, his tone indifferent. These earth demons are quite powerful, and who knows what special abilities those spears possess. You'll have to fend for yourselves. No, you're our last hope. If you don't help us, we'll surely be gutted alive. Cries of despair rose one after another. Among the crowd, a shrewd beast island lord suddenly shouted a reminder. Don't just stand there. Quick, bring out your essences and offer them to Master Qin. Yes, we have essences. Hurry. In an instant, the 50-plus people practically emptied their entire fortunes, piling over 2,000 essence portions in front of Qin Chuan. Seeing the stakes in place, Qin Chuan revealed a satisfied smile. Since you all understand the situation, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. Yi Qingwan was secretly amazed. Good grief, so this is what he was waiting for. Alliance Leader Yi, please protect them. I'll handle these earth demons. Qin Chuan rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Understood. Yi Qingwan nodded, knowing full well that against Qin Chuan's terrifying beast companions, she could only provide support. The elite earth demon flew into a rage. Humph. Overestimating yourself. Calling you a human ringmaster was being generously nothing but a slightly stronger two-legged sheep. With his angry roar, 50-plus earth demons raised their spears in unison, their giant wolves howling as they prepared to attack. Qin Chuan responded coldly. In my eyes, you're not even worth as much as a two-legged sheep. Before his words finished, he swung his arm forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. Two behemoth dragons and two Tyrannosaurus rex materialized simultaneously, their massive bodies crashing to the ground and sending dust flying everywhere. Roar! Earth-shattering dragon roars tore through the sky, causing the earth demons' giant wolves to retreat several steps. The overwhelming presence released by the four colossal beasts was suffocating. The onlookers collectively gasped, truly worthy of being the #1 figure in the endless sea. What an incredible sense of security. Even Yi Qingwan couldn't help but show an envious expression. The earth demon horde stared at those four giant beasts in stunned silence, crying out in shock. What kind of beast companions are these? How can they be so massive? The elite earth demon was visibly startled. Attack! Qin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly as he pointed forward. Boom, 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 boom. The four giant beast dragons surged forward like war drums had spurred them on, carrying tremendous gusts of wind as they charged straight into the dense pack of earth demons. Kill them all. The elite earth demon made a swift decision, raising his obsidian spear. Whoosh! Over 50 earth demon warriors charged forward at the command, spears raised in unison, their cold gleam targeting those colossal beasts. Qin Chuan, be careful. Those spears are incredibly powerful. Someone in the crowd shouted a warning. Swish, swish, swish. 50 spears traced dense parabolic arcs through the air, shooting toward the four giant beast dragons like dark clouds pressing down. Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, the giant beast dragons swung their tails to counter. Whoosh! The two leading giant beast dragons suddenly swept horizontally, their tail whips sending a large number of spears flying. Slash! Several sharp spears still pierced the dragon bodies, blood spurting out, but their massive frames meant the wounds weren't fatal. Had these been ordinary beast king-level pets, they would have been pierced through by this volley of spears. This showed the terrifying penetrating power of these weapons embedded with special crystals. Ordinary dragon scales couldn't stop them. Roar! The two wounded giant beast dragons bellowed in pain, fury surging as they instantly unleashed their skills. Rumble! Water columns erupted from the ground like waves, transforming into raging torrents that crashed against the earth demon formation. Defend! The elite earth demon shouted, driving his spear deep into the ground again. Rumble! The sand and stone trembled as circular earthen fortresses rose from the ground, creating barriers for all the earth demons. Intelligent beast companions are indeed troublesome. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. The difficulty of the underground world far exceeded his imagination. When the water-based assault failed to work, he immediately released 4 carnivorous bull dragons. Ram them! Roar! The bull dragons' eyes turned blood red, their bull heads already covered in rock crystal. Bang! 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 Under the continuous ramming, the earthen fortresses cracked inch by inch and instantly collapsed. Taking advantage of the opening gaps, several treks roared with mouths agape. Rumble! Electric arcs exploded from their bodies, lightning dancing wildly as large numbers of earth demons were struck, spitting black smoke and paralyzed in place. After the skills were unleashed, the giant beast dragons and treks charged into the battle circle. Crack! Fangs bristled as the giant beast dragons bit frantically, instantly crushing over a dozen earth demons along with their wolves into bloody pulp. Human ring bearer, I underestimated you. Sensing the tide turning against him, the elite earth demon yanked hard on his giant wolf's reins, attempting to flee. Think you can escape? Qin Chuan snorted coldly as four velociraptors shot out like arrows, pursuing the elite earth demon. Facing his pursuers, this beast, emperor-level intelligent creature leaped down from the giant wolf's back, spears sweeping horizontally. Mere adults dare to chase me. Bang! Two screams rang out as two velociraptors were instantly killed by the violent force. Though the giant beast dragons and treks were powerful, they couldn't keep up with the chase. After slaying his pursuers, the elite earth demon leaped back onto the giant wolf and sped away at an astonishing pace. How dare you kill my beast companions? Qin Chuan's expression changed dramatically. Although the dragon nest could use dark divine power to revive pets, this first battle loss still ignited his fury. So what if I killed them? With those clumsy giant beasts of yours, thinking you can catch up to me? Ridiculous. The elite earth demon turned to mock him from the wolf's back. Qin Chuan's eyes turned ice cold as he slowly raised his hand, clenching his 5 fingers. The divine ring on his index finger burst forth with brilliant light. The power of the fusion ring was released. Let me see if you can outrun a tyrannical velociraptor. Qin Chuan roared. As the fusion ring blazed with light, the velociraptor and tyrannosaurus merged together, instantly manifesting a new beast companion. Species, tyrannical velociraptor. Weight, 7 tons. Rank, beast emperor. Attribute, lightning. Active skill, thunderstorm domain. Passive skill, energy storage cells. The fusion centered on the velociraptor, and the new form not only retained the Tyrannosaurus's brute strength, but also gained the velociraptor's distinctive cunning and ferocity. Its muscular forelimbs transformed into 2 gleaming razor-sharp claws, with protruding fangs that bristled with deadly intent. Every movement radiated a heart-stopping aura of intimidation. Though its weight dropped to 7 tons, its agility and lethality increased exponentially. This was Qin Chuan's first time using the fusion ring in actual combat. His heart raced with both nervousness and anticipation as he raised his hand and commanded in a low voice, "Attack! Roll!" The tyrannical velociraptor emitted a deep, throaty growl, its limbs exploding with power as it transformed into a lightning shadow charging forward. On the opposite side, the elite earth demon riding the giant wolf's expression changed drastically. "Quick! Stop it!" 20 to 30 earth demons rapidly tightened their formation, summoning back the spears they had previously thrown through the air, then raising them in unison once more. The crystal stones on the sharp spear tips gleamed with an eerie light, clearly imbued with special abilities. Qin Chuan watched coldly, focusing entirely on controlling the tyrannical velociraptor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of spears sliced through the air. However, their opponent was no longer the lumbering giant beast dragon, but a ferocious creature that perfectly combined speed, agility, and lethal power. The tyrannical velociraptor moved with ghostly steps, weaving left and right, dodging almost every spear. As the final gleaming projectile approached, it suddenly opened its jaws wide and bit down, the steel-like spear shaft crunching and shattering in its massive maw. In the next second, it had already lunged toward the elite earth demon. So fast, the elite earth demon's pupils contracted as he inwardly cursed the troublesome nature of human ring masters. He swept his spear horizontally, unleashing his beast emperor power, attempting to recreate his earlier dragon-slaying feat. Bang! Before the spear could complete its swing, the 7-ton tyrannical velociraptor descended from above, its entire body crashing down onto the giant wolf's spine. Crack! Crash! The giant wolf's vertebrae snapped instantly, its corpse sliding over 10 meters across the ground. The elite earth demon was also sent flying by a claw strike, 3 deep gashes torn across his chest, exposing bone. Damn it! He roared, enduring the excruciating pain as he raised his spear with both hands, unleashing his beast emperor-level skill. Blackstone sandstorm. Whoosh! As the spear spun, the black sand and stones on the ground responded to his call, surging upward and forming a sandstorm domain nearly 100 meters in diameter around him. The sand and stones rotated at high speed like countless bullets, shattering anything they touched. The thick earth was peeled away layer by layer, and dust filled the sky. Even Qin Chuan and the others, standing over 100 meters away, could feel the approaching Category 10 hurricane force winds. Some of the weaker beast island lords were blown about helplessly, and any careless move could result in being sucked into the sandstorm. This elite earth demon is incredibly powerful, can even unleash this kind of wide area skill. Everyone was shocked. Thank goodness it was Qin Chuan facing him. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't have stood a chance of victory. Go Qin Chuan. Keep it up. The crowd continued cheering loudly. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, countless grains of sand carried by fierce winds slammed against the tyrannical velociraptor's scales, creating a series of sharp, explosive sounds. The dense impacts instantly filled its energy storage cells. Boom! Lightning erupted as thick bolts of electricity burst from the raptor's body, piercing through the sand curtain and shooting in all directions. The yellow sand turned ghostly white as the sandstorm transformed into a thunderstorm. Ah! Dozens of earth demons closest to the lightning screamed and convulsed as they collapsed, their bodies charred black by the electric current. Time to finish them off. Bleed them one by one. Qin Chuan commanded his behemoth dragon to charge forward. The massive creature's enormous body rampaged through the battlefield, crushing sand walls beneath its feet while biting off the heads of fallen earth demons one by one, splattering blood and sand everywhere. The earth demon warriors were completely wiped out, and even the elite earth demons, though severely burned by the lightning, managed to endure thanks to their beast emperor-level physiques. Meanwhile, the tyrannical velociraptor used its energy storage cells to reduce damage as it viciously tore through the outer edges of the sandstorm, breaking into the core sand wall. Impossible. It actually broke through my blackstone sandstorm. The elite earth demon's heart sank. Roar. The tyrannical velociraptor let out a fierce cry as it opened its massive jaws and lunged straight for the elite earth demon's head. The elite earth demon frantically dodged to the side, but was still half a step too slow. Crack. Its entire left shoulder was brutally torn off, the severed limb flying away with bone fragments. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the sandstorm collapsed. Chief, save me. Sensing death approaching, the elite earth demon frantically pulled out a horn and blew it with trembling hands. With longhorn call pierced through the wind and sand, audible even to the earth demon tribes several kilometers away. Qin Chuan, kill him quickly. He's calling for reinforcements. There are over 2,000 earth demons over there. If they all come, we're finished. Several beast island lords turned pale with fear, shouting at the top of their lungs. Just as the horn call ended, the tyrannical velociraptor's massive claw came crashing down. The elite earth demon's throat was torn open by the sharp claws, blood gushing out as it died instantly. After confirming the enemy leader was down, Qin Chuan raised his hand to stop the attack. Buzz the fusion ring dimmed as the merged form of the velociraptor and tyrannosaur was released. 50-something earth demons, all eliminated. He roughly surveyed the ground covered with corpses and assessed quietly. No matter how strong we are, we couldn't withstand an assault from over 2,000 earth demons. Without the enhancement from the fusion ring, he alone probably couldn't have taken down the elite earth demon's head. Yi Qingwan also felt relieved. It seems we underestimated the underground world. This dungeon's difficulty is too high. If I hadn't teamed up with you today, I would have lost many people on my side. Defeated 54 earth demons. Divine power 111. Essence 280. Gold coins 27,000. Piercing spears 54. Notification sounds rang continuously as large amounts of materials and gold coins flowed into the dimensional space, and the divine power within Qin Chuan's body surged dramatically. He could clearly feel strength coursing through his bones. Check divine power value, he said quietly. Divine power, 917. With just over 80 more divine power points, he could step into the domain god level, unlock new abilities, and achieve a qualitative transformation in strength. Whoa! Just as Qin Chuan was immersed in the pleasure of his power surge, continuous horn calls echoed from the distance, deep and urgent. Like heavy drums pounding the earth, it seemed the earth demon tribe's reinforcements had arrived. You'd better run now. Once the earth demon tribe swarms out, none of us will escape, Qin Chuan said, looking back at the group behind him. Yes, let's run. The 50-plus beast island lords, who had just crawled out of the mud and caught their breath, echoed in unison. They scrambled to their feet and rushed toward the mountain path, wishing they could sprout wings on their heels. Everyone knew that being caught by earth demons meant being torn to shreds. The horn blasts from the other end of the valley made the rock walls vibrate with their urgent rhythm, clearly indicating the enemy was close. Judging by the sound, those earth demons will be here any moment, Yi Qingwan called out. Should we stay and fight another round? A direct confrontation won't work. Let's take to the sky first and see what we're dealing with, Qin Chuan replied. He and Yi Qingwan leaped onto the wind god wyvern and soared into the air. As soon as they rose above the ridge, they saw dust clouds rolling below. An army of 500 earth demons poured down from the opposite mountain range like a black tide. At the front, 5 elite-class earth demons with massive frames and purple-black carapaces thundered forward, their razor-sharp arm blades gleaming menacingly. As for the legendary Overlord-class earth demon leader, it was nowhere to be seen. Such highly intelligent beasts were always cautious and rarely showed themselves. A full 500, plus 5 elite-class ones. That's quite a force. Yi Qingwan squinted as she assessed the situation. We'd need at least 100 strong fighters to have any chance of winning. Don't forget how fast they can call for reinforcements. Even with 100 people, we probably couldn't hold them off. Qin Chuan shook his head. Let's retreat for now and plan our next move. If necessary, we'll take a detour. Agreed, Yi Qinghuan nodded. The wind god wyvern circled back down to land. Qin Chuan suddenly remembered something and handed over a crystal vial filled with essence. Here's the loot from our battle. As agreed, half is yours. Yi Qinghuan quickly waved her hands. Don't split it. You've been doing all the charging while I just followed along. You wouldn't feel right taking it. Wait until I actually contribute something. Seeing her insistence, Qin Chuan didn't press the matter. He was short on essence anyway, so he pocketed the vial. Shortly after returning to the mining site, Chen Yahweh hurried over. After glancing around, she pulled Qin Chuan aside to a corner. Brother Qin, have you checked the chat channel? What's wrong? Qin Chuan asked, puzzled. Chen Yahweh lowered her voice. Someone found the other half of the treasure map. What? Qin Chuan was shocked. He'd only had the upper half for a short time, and now the lower half had surfaced. If a major faction got hold of it, obtaining the Ring of Sovereignty would become much more complicated. Who has it? It seems to be Li Tong, that ring bearer who made it into the top 5 of the reputation rankings like you. Chen Yahweh replied. He bought it from another Beast Island lord for a hefty price. It turned out that while Qin Chuan was exploring the underground world, a lone wolf had luckily obtained the lower half of the map. Li Tong caught wind of this and immediately purchased it with a large amount of essence. The location where that lone wolf had found the map was near teleportation gate number 3. The upper half in Qin Chuan's possession came from Chen Yahweh's chance discovery while mining, while the lower half was dropped by a beast that island lord had killed. It seemed they were a perfect match. Li Tong, Qin Chuan recalled. This man wielded the Forge Ring, equally powerful, and was also the leader of the Iron Lion Alliance, ranked 6th on the reputation board. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. His worst fear had come to pass. If the map had fallen into the hands of an independent player, he would have had various means to acquire it, but an alliance, that raised the difficulty significantly. Chen Yahweh added, the half Li Tong has only shows a small area and doesn't specify which divine ring it leads to, so he's now offering a huge reward on the channel for the upper half. Qin Chuan fell silent, his mind rapidly calculating his options. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately opened the world chat channel to assess the situation. A translucent screen materialized in midair, with countless chat bubbles cascading down like a waterfall. His fingers swiftly scrolled through the messages until he spotted Li Tong's conspicuous golden-framed message. Li Tong. Everyone, have you discovered any treasure maps while exploring the underground world? If so, please contact me. I am offering a substantial reward. Treasure maps? The underground world actually hides such things? I've never seen one. I heard it's a treasure map for the Ring of Gods. Alliance leader Li only has half of it. The upper portion hasn't surfaced yet. We're doomed if he completes it. The next Ring of Gods will be his, and not everyone can handle a dual ring master. Don't even mention it too, just encountered a demon horde at Portal 3. If it weren't for Boss Qin Chuan's fusion ring, we'd be goners. Exactly. If someone really wielded 2 rings of gods, even Boss Qin Chuan would have to avoid confrontation. The discussions erupted continuously, making the screen glow with activity. Shortly after, Li Tong posted a second message in even larger font. Li Tong. Everyone, I know the upper half of the treasure map is in someone's possession. I'll pay 3,000 essence for it. Me word is my bond. Observing such urgency in his tone, Qin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. Getting Li Tong to willingly hand over the lower half of the treasure map was nearly impossible. He'd have to force Li Tong to reveal himself. Brother Qin, what should we do? Should we take it by force? Chen Yahweh whispered. Qin Chuan shook his head. How can we steal from someone we can't even locate? Besides, he's the leader of the Iron Lion Alliance. Though small in numbers, each member is elite. I just made an enemy of Zhang Li. Don't want to antagonize the Iron Lion Alliance as well. Chen Yahweh's eyes lit up. I have a brilliant idea. Go ahead, Qin Chuan gestured. We sell the upper half of the treasure map to Li Tong, then secretly follow him. Once he finds the Ring of God's location, we snatch it away. She clenched her small fists, eyes sparkling with excitement. This suggestion stirred something in Qin Chuan's mind. Indeed, Li Tong had already spread word through the world channel. Once he headed to Portal 3, other powerful players would inevitably tail him. He could simply lurk in the shadows and wait for Li Tong to locate the Ring of Sovereignty, then strike swiftly and decisively. Excellent. That's a brilliant plan, Qin Chuan immediately decided. You contact Li Tong and sell him the treasure map. My identity is too sensitive. If I approach him directly, he'll become suspicious. As the two whispered their plans, Yi Qinghuan approached. What are you two plotting? Qin Chuan didn't hide anything, briefly explaining the treasure map and Ring of Sovereignty situation. What? The Ring of Sovereignty? Yi Qinghuan gasped, then decisively nodded. I'm with you. Let's do this together. She and Qin Chuan were now steadfast allies. The stronger he became, the more benefits she could share. Oui, go contact him now, Qin Chuan said. Right. Chen Yahweh nodded and immediately began contacting Li Tong. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the Endless Sea, a man in his 30s was anxiously waiting for a reply. However, Seeing no activity in the chat channel left him increasingly disappointed. His name was Li Tong, leader of the Iron Lion Alliance. He was a burly man with a bald head that gleamed coldly in the sunlight, his eyes radiating a menacing aura. Several adult male lions lay at his feet, their thick tails swishing lazily as they occasionally let out low growls, demonstrating their master's status and power. Li Tong clutched half a parchment scroll in his hand, the lower half of a treasure map marking the coordinates of the Ring of God. Without the upper half, he couldn't figure out the route to get there. Why is there still no response? He glanced at the silent chat channel, feeling increasingly irritated. Beep beep. The dialogue box suddenly lit up. Qin Yahweh, leaderly, are you there? Li Tong's eyes immediately brightened as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Yes. Qin Yahweh, I have the upper half of the treasure map. I can sell it to you. Li Tong nearly jumped up. Really? Where are you now? Being able to piece together the complete treasure map meant the second Ring of God was within reach. Qin Chuan was the leader of the #1 alliance in the Endless Sea, and Zhang Li was recognized as the strongest individual fighter. If Li Tong could obtain the second ring, the title of Double First might change hands. Qin Yahweh, I'm at Teleportation Gate 3. Li Tong frowned. Teleportation Gate 3 was Qin Chuan's territory. If he went there rashly, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? He typed a warning. Teleportation Gate 3 belongs to Qin Chuan. If I go there, he won't steal my treasure map, will he? Qin Yahweh was cautious. I just obtained this treasure map, and no one knows about it. I'm also worried you might rob me. Li Tong replied. Don't worry, I keep my word. 3,000 essence, not a penny less. How about this? We'll trade right outside Teleportation Gate 3. If there's trouble, we retreat immediately. Qin Yahweh, deal. I'll wait for you. The chat box closed, and Li Tong waved his hand, opening the alliance channel. Brothers, the upper half of the treasure map has appeared. Everyone assemble. Follow me to Teleportation Gate 3. In just moments, 200 elite members of the Iron Lion Alliance gathered together. Armor clanked, beasts roared, and they set off on their journey with imposing momentum. At the same time, on Zhang Li's Beast Island, he sat on a massive boulder with the public chat channel's update records projected before him. Seeing Li Tong's prolonged silence, Zhang Li furrowed his brow. Li Tong has gone quiet. Has someone already sold him the treasure map? Several high-ranking members of the Star River Alliance gathered around him, their expressions grave. Leader, we absolutely cannot let Li Tong obtain the second Ring of God. One Qin Chuan is troublesome enough. Add Li Tong to the mix, and we won't be able to handle it. Exactly. Although we currently maintain our position as the top alliance by a narrow margin, the severe injuries from our last teleportation gate exploration have been slow to heal, and the gap in our strength has widened. Even if injured, we must fight for the Ring of God. Zhang Li clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. His injuries hadn't fully healed, yet he could only push through. Otherwise, the Star River Alliance's first-place position could be lost at any moment. After some thought, Zhang Li said, it's fine. Even though we're injured, we can avoid a direct confrontation with Li Tong. We'll just send a few people to guard Teleportation Gate number 3. We'll follow the Alliance leader's orders. Everyone responded. Under Zhang Li's direction, several powerful members of the Star River Alliance concealed their auras, disguised themselves as wandering cultivators, and quickly infiltrated toward Teleportation Gate number 3 to scout the situation. Outside Teleportation Gate number 3, Qin Chuan had already handed the treasure map to Qin Yahweh, letting her complete the transaction with Li Tong alone. For safety, he placed a massive beast dragon nearly 20 meters long with gleaming cold scales into Qin Yahweh's dimensional space. If anything went wrong, the beast dragon could emerge instantly. Wee, come back immediately after the trade, and don't give anything away, Qin Chuan whispered. Got it. Qin Yahweh nodded solemnly before stepping through the teleportation gate alone. Li Tong was already waiting with a group of Iron Lion Alliance elites. It was clear he was extremely wary of Teleportation Gate number 3. Behind this gate lay the evolutionary core mineral vein that belonged to Qin Chuan's territory. Alliance leader, with so many of us gathered here, won't Qin Chuan notice? That guy just took on over 10,000 people in one go at the height of his power right now. We'll make it quick and leave. Even if he discovers us, there's nothing he can do, Li Tong replied casually, though his gaze remained fixed on the teleportation gate. While the Iron Lion members were still discussing, Qin Yahweh appeared. Are you Alliance leader Li? She called out. You're the one who wants to trade with me? Where's the treasure map? Seeing that the visitor was just a slender young woman, Li Tong relaxed somewhat. Let me see the essence first. One hand gives, one hand takes. Qin Yahweh feigned wariness. Blinded by thoughts of the Ring of Gods, Li Tong didn't bother to think too deeply. With a flick of his wrist, 3,000 essence stones glowing with blue light appeared in his palm. Don't worry, you'll get your share. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yahweh handed over the scroll. Here, the upper half of the treasure map. Li Tong took it and pieced it together with the lower half he possessed. They fit perfectly. The Ring of Sovereignty. After reading the markings on the map, his eyes nearly blazed with fire. It can even enhance beast companions and suppress enemy pets 10 times stronger than my ring of the forge. Alliance leader, where exactly is the location? An Iron Lion member asked urgently. The Black Mountain behind teleportation gate number 3. Li Tong frowned. That place is crawling with earth demons. It won't be easy to break through. Yeah, the chat channel said thousands of Beast Island lords nearly suffered total annihilation there. But are we really going to let the ring of God slip away? Li Tong raised his hand to quiet everyone. Don't rush. We don't have time today. Tomorrow we'll mobilize the entire Alliance's forces. I refuse to believe the Iron Lion Alliance can't take down one Earth Demon tribe. For now, everyone return to your islands and focus on improving your strength if you can. After deciding on the attack time, Li Tong led his group away from teleportation gate number 3, while Chen Yahui immediately returned to report everything to Qin Chuan. At this moment, news of the Ring of Sovereignty had exploded across the endless sea. Besides Zhang Li and Qin Chuan, many other hidden powerhouses and dark horses were also eyeing it hungrily. All signs pointed to the same place, the Black Mountain. Tomorrow, a fierce battle was inevitable there. They would face not only the major factions, but also the Earth Demon tribe entrenched in the mountains, a terrifying force with a Dominator-level Earth Demon as its guardian. Brother Qin, they're planning to head to the Black Mountains tomorrow, Chen Yahui reported after returning. Good, we'll follow them tomorrow. If we get the chance, we'll seize the Ring of Sovereignty. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With that, Chen Yahui raised her hand and efficiently transferred all 3,000 essence points to Qin Chuan's personal panel. Why give me everything? Aren't you keeping any for yourself? Qin Chuan glanced at her. No need. We agreed good stuff goes to Brother Qin first. Chen Yahui grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth, her expression relaxed yet resolute. She knew her place perfectly and never hesitated when it came to resource allocation. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. This girl might not be much of a fighter, but her luck was ridiculously good, and she was smart enough, definitely an indispensable ally. With these 3,000 essence points, his total had broken through 7,500, enough for another major enhancement. Wee, I'll get you a dinosaur beast companion later to boost your combat power, Qin Chuan suggested casually. Really? Chen Yahui's eyes lit up instantly. When have I ever lied to you? Hee. Thank you, Brother Qin. She beamed with joy. She had witnessed the might of the Giganotosaurus before. If she could truly own one, it would give her the confidence to protect herself. This scene made Yi Qingwan, who was watching from the side, green with envy, but there was nothing she could do about it. Chen Yahui was the only member of Qin Chuan's Dust Alliance, so it was natural she'd be treated like a treasured teammate. Moreover, during the novice period, Chen Yahui had held nothing back, giving all her essence to Qin Chuan. Alliance leader Yi, we'll meet here tomorrow. Don't bring anyone with you, Qin Chuan said, closing his interface with a calm tone. All right, see you tomorrow then. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement and turned to return to her Beast Island. Qin Chuan's reason for not letting her bring Alliance members was his persistent distrust of those people. If Yi Qingwan didn't adjust her approach soon, she'd eventually be betrayed by her own people. He'd already given his warning. Whether she heeded it was her internal affair. The next day, 6 days remained until the second stage, Beast Tide. After everyone returned to their islands for a night's rest, as the sun rose, 4 brand new dragon eggs quietly appeared in Qin Chuan's dragon nest. Their shell patterns were nearly identical to tyrannosaur eggs. Damn, don't tell me I'm getting 4 tyrannosaurs at once. Qin Chuan's heart raced at the sight. What he needed most right now was top-tier combat power, and 2 Beast Emperor-level tyrannosaurs were far from enough to satisfy his appetite. Hatch, Qin Chuan commanded. Crack. The shells shattered one by one, and 4 wet little heads trembled as they poked out. Hatching successful. Rex Tyrannosaurs 4. Species, Rex Tyrannosaur. Weight, 50 kilograms. Level, juvenile. Indeed, more tyrannosaurs. Combined with the previous 2, that made 6 total. His Tyrannosaur Legion was taking shape, significantly improving his odds against the second stage Beast Tide. As for what attributes to grant them, Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. He already had water, lightning, and mutated earth elements, so adding more lightning attributes to the Tyrannosaurs would be redundant. Fire attribute, it would be then, and he'd elevate all 4 Tyrannosaurs to Beast Emperor level. Essence 44-44, total essence 31-31. Fire attribute essence 4. Species, Tyrannosaurus rex. Weight, 20 tons. Grade, Beast Emperor level. Upgrade to Overlord level requires 10,000 essence. Attribute, fire. Main skill, Karmic Fire Breath. Upon reaching Overlord level, can evolve into Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Passive skill, Molten Fire Body. Upon entering combat state, blood boils, greatly enhancing bodily functions. As the enhancement concluded, Qin Chuan now possessed 6 Beast Emperor level Tyrannosaurs, with 4 Triceratops still awaiting upgrades. To conserve essence, he temporarily suppressed his urge to upgrade further. His combat strength was already sufficient, but essence remained perpetually scarce. Being too greedy would only derail his future plans. However, He had promised Qin Chuan a dinosaur as her bonded beast companion, so he decided to elevate one of the Triceratops to Beast Emperor level. Upgrade the Triceratops to Beast Emperor level, Qin Chuan commanded. He didn't assign any specific attributes, leaving the choice to Qin Yaoi after all. A beast companion's attributes would determine her future path, so it was most appropriate for her to decide. Essence 1111, Total Essence, 2020. Species, Triceratops. Weight, 15 tons. Grade, Beast Emperor level. As the brilliant evolutionary light faded, the newly advanced Triceratops underwent a dramatic size increase. Its brown-black armored hide resembled cast iron, while its three spear-like horns gleamed with menacing coldness. Just standing there, it radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. The thick armor and horn spikes allowed it to both deflect fierce attacks and engage same-tier tyrannosaurs in direct combat. Its only weakness remained agility, making it unsuitable for pursuit, but perfect for holding defensive lines. For Qin Chuan's current needs, this level of combat power was more than adequate. Over 7,000 essence, and in the blink of an eye, only 2,000 remains truly back to square one. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly, becoming even more convinced that hoarding essence was the priority. He raised his hand, storing the 6 tyrannosaurs and the newly upgraded Triceratops in his dimensional space, then turned and headed toward teleportation, gate number 3. Teleportation, gate number 3. Since last night's leak about the Ring of Gods treasure map, this place had instantly transformed into a bustling marketplace. Along the roadside, solo hunters wandered and observed, while scouts from various major factions disguised themselves as independents, their eyes gleaming as they monitored the surroundings. Everyone wanted to be the first to catch wind of the Iron Lion Alliance's movements. The allure of the Ring of Gods was enough to stir the heart of any Beast Island lord. Since the end of the first phase Beast Tide, the title of Ring Bearer had become virtually synonymous with powerhouse of the Endless Sea. Buzz. Space rippled as waves of white light emerged from the teleportation gate. Li Tong led over 200 Iron Lion Alliance elites into view, their armor reflecting cold radiance as killing intent instantly filled the area around the gate. Alliance leader, several thousand independents have gathered near gate number 3, most likely here for the Ring of Gods, with quite a few scouts from other factions mixed in, an Iron Lion member reported in a low voice. Li Tong surveyed the crowd, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable edge. Qin Chuan single-handedly defeated an army of 10,000. These independents wouldn't dare attack us, especially since I'm also a ring bearer. What we really need to guard against are the scouts from those factions lurking behind. If we actually find the Ring of Gods, will they risk everything? The member pressed. Absolutely, Li Tong smiled faintly. But I've prepared for that. Yesterday, I reached a cooperation agreement with Qin from the Endless Sea Alliance. If the situation spirals out of control, they'll provide immediate reinforcement. At the mention of Qin, everyone's expressions shifted slightly. The 4th-rank powerhouse on the reputation board, his Ring of Symbiosis, was widely recognized as a bug-level existence. As long as his beast companion and main body weren't eliminated simultaneously, he couldn't truly die. In battle, if he had one beast companion in dimensional space, it meant he possessed near immortality. It was precisely because of this cooperation with Qin that Li Tong felt completely confident, fearing no one. So in this upcoming battle for the Ring of Sovereignty, who would have the last laugh remained an unknown. While Li Tong was gathering alliance forces and preparing to depart, Qin Chuan had already quietly arrived at the mineral vein to rendezvous with Yi Qingwan. Mr. Qin, I just received word that Li Tong seems to have formed an alliance with Qin Tuesday. This makes seizing the Ring of Sovereignty significantly more difficult. Yi Qingwan lowered her voice as she passed along the intelligence. Qin of the Symbiosis Ring. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. No wonder Li Tong dares to bring 200 men into the Black Mountains. However, with Portal 3 now even murkier and the situation more complex, having another player like Qin might not necessarily be a bad thing. Qin Chuan wasn't worried. He knew clearly that once Li Tong got his hands on the Ring of Sovereignty, Zhongli would be even more anxious than Li Tong himself. When the 5 Ring Masters inevitably clashed, with his 6 Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs plus Yi Qingwan wielding the Evolution Ring, their chances of seizing the ring remained extremely high. The Ring of Sovereignty absolutely cannot fall into Zhongli's hands, Yi Qingwan reminded coldly. Once that guy gets it, he'll immediately turn on us. Naturally, Qin Chuan raised his hand in acknowledgement. Once we enter the Black Mountains, we just need to ensure Li Tong successfully obtains the Ring of Sovereignty. If Zhongli dares to make a move, I'll deal with him first. Both halves of the treasure map were now in Li Tong's possession, making him better positioned than anyone to locate the target. Before that happened, Qin Chuan planned to secretly eliminate all obstacles for him, ensuring the half of the treasure map he'd contributed wouldn't go to waste. I'll follow your arrangements completely, Mr. Qin. Yi Qingwan nodded, accepting the directive. Qin Chuan turned to Qin Chuan. Hui, I'm giving you a Beast Emperor-level Triceratops to guard the mineral vein. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuhui was so delighted she nearly jumped up. Thank you, Brother Qin. I'll definitely protect the mineral vein. Qin Chuan immediately summoned the majestic Triceratops and transferred control to her. The massive dragon body landed with a thud, its armored hide and giant horns gleaming coldly. Qin Yuhui was so excited her eyes welled up with tears. Just minutes ago, she was a nobody, and now she possessed a top-tier beast companion. Throughout the entire Boundless Sea, anyone capable of raising a beast emperor-level pet was invariably core combat strength of major alliances. With the Triceratops, her battle power immediately ranked among the elite. It currently has no attributes, so you can choose one you like to cultivate, Qin Chuan reminded her. Hehe, I happen to have a metal attribute beast core on hand. Qin Yuhui grinned from ear to ear. Metal attribute cores offered defense even higher than mutated earth attributes, making it perfectly suited for the Triceratops. Moments later, Li Tong led his mighty force of 200 warriors, bypassing Qin Chuan's mineral vein and charging straight toward the Black Mountains. Behind the main force, several thousand independent players and scouts from various factions quietly followed. The independents hoped to grab some scraps, while the scouts kept close watch on whether Li Tong could successfully claim the Ring of Sovereignty. Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan mounted their wind god pterodactyls and soared high into the sky, following from a distance. Wild winds swept across the wing membranes as dragon shadows flashed through the clouds. The mountain forest grew increasingly dark as time slowly passed. Li Tong periodically pulled out his map to check their position. Alliance leader, how much farther to the treasure location? An Iron Lion member inquired. We're almost there, but the treasure location requires passing through a canyon. Unfortunately, the Earth Demon tribe has established their territory nearby, and we could easily be discovered if we're not careful. Li Tong frowned slightly. He and over 200 members of the Iron Lion and Iron Cavalry moved with extremely light steps, but the trailing force of several thousand independent scouts behind them was like a long serpent dragging bells. Complete concealment was nearly impossible. An Iron Cavalry member shook his head and whispered, the 200 of us might barely manage to sneak through, but if that crowd doesn't restrain themselves, we'll be exposed quickly. Li Tong raised his hand to silence the murmurs, his voice low and resolute. It doesn't matter. As long as we can pass through silently, whether the others live or die is none of our concern. The route was quickly determined, and everyone pressed against the cliff face, filing into the canyon in single formation. Meanwhile, deep within the independent scout formation, several Star River Alliance spies with hidden identities were transmitting messages through light talismans. Alliance leader, Li Tong has entered the canyon and is close to the Ring of Sovereignty's treasure location. Zhang Li, currently on Beast Island, quickly replied. We cannot let him reach it smoothly. You must alert the Earth Demons and make them fight Li Tong. The spy hesitated. Alliance leader, weren't we supposed to let him obtain the ring first before seizing it? What if he gets entangled with the Earth Demons? That's exactly what I want. Zhang Li sneered coldly. Let the Earth Demons wear down his forces first. Even if he obtains the Ring of Sovereignty, he won't have the strength left to contend with me. The spy suddenly understood. I see. I'll go ahead and create a disturbance to attract the Earth Demons. At this moment, Li Tong had no idea his side had become a target. He believed that maintaining silence would ensure safe passage. But in the next instant, boom, a deafening explosion echoed from the canyon's side wall as a boulder several zhang high was blasted apart, sending mountain debris cascading down with a thunderous crash. Damn it, what's happening? We've been moving so carefully, several Iron Lion members exclaimed in shock. Li Tong's gaze was sharp as lightning, catching a glimpse of a figure disappearing at the cliff's edge. His expression instantly darkened. Someone is deliberately sabotaging us. It must be some alliance that doesn't want me to obtain the Ring of Sovereignty. Though the falling rocks were still distant and caused no direct harm, they rang out like thunder, awakening the predators deep within the canyon. Ho! A sharp horn call echoed through the empty valley. Immediately after, over 100 Earth Demons riding giant wolves crushed through the cliff grass and stones, appearing at the high canyon edges, looking down and locking onto Li Tong's formation. The leading elite Earth Demon's eyes gleamed as he licked his fangs. Ha ha! Tonight we have delicious two-legged sheep again. Charge! Go down and slaughter them all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Over 100 giant wolves brought a bloody wind as they dove down from above. Prepare for battle. Li Tong roared. More than 200 warriors moved in unison, like an unfolding forest of armed steel, each summoning their beast companions. In an instant, beast roars and energy fluctuations intertwined. This number is too outrageous. They're all Beast King level, and there are 2 Beast Emperor level Earth Demon elites. An Iron Lion member's voice trembled. Alliance leader, their spears have extremely strong penetrating power. However, Li Tong showed no fear. He raised his right hand, and the furnace-like ring on his finger flickered with flowing light. He clenched his fist. Hum! The furnace ring burst forth with a crimson light beam, and the Beast Emperor level male lion beside him roared as it merged into the radiance. In an instant, Li Tong's skeletal frame expanded dramatically, golden fur covered his skin, and he transformed into a three-mid turtle lion-faced, human-bodied beast man. This was precisely the furnace ring's formidable power. It could fuse him with his beast companion, allowing a human body to unleash beast emperor-level combat strength. As Li Tong transformed, the charging earth demons raised their spears in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 gleaming spears tore through the air like a torrential downpour, hurtling straight toward the narrow canyon where the group stood. Annihilation Gale. Li Tong reached into the void and thrust his arm forward. Whoosh. The fierce wind exploded instantly, whipping up dust and debris into a thick wall of wind. Amid the dense clatter of metal impacts, most spears were forcibly deflected and shattered by the gale. Long live our leader. Leader rocks. The Iron Lion members cheered enthusiastically. Everyone understood that this wind wall came from Li Tong's lion's wind attribute power, which perfectly countered the earth demon's projectile weapons. The fusion with the forge ring granted Li Tong both the raw power of a beast emperor-level lion and the agile reflexes of human form, an advantage that ordinary beast island masters controlling their pets remotely could never achieve. Each divine ring possessed unique combat attributes, and the forge ring was particularly formidable. Brothers, eliminate these earth demons quickly. We cannot let them attract more. Li Tong growled, his figure flashing as he charged first into the demon horde. Whoosh whoosh. With each swipe of his claws through the air, whirlwinds erupted across the ground, sending surrounding earth demons flying. Claws and wind blades interweaved as he cut through their formation like it was empty space. Behind him, 200 warriors commanded their lion beast companions to surge forward, instantly turning the canyon into a hellscape. This earth demon group was not to be underestimated. Among them were two beast emperor-level elites. Sensing that Li Tong was a human ring master, they shrieked and pounced simultaneously. In the early stages of battle, Li Tong relied on his forge ring to engage both demons, alternating between wind walls and sharp claws to maintain pressure, fighting them to a standstill. However, his 200 subordinates weren't so comfortable. Lacking Li Tong's human mobility, they struggled to dodge the earth demon's relentless spear throws, and within moments, over 10 had lost their beast companions and were rendered powerless. The numerical advantage remained. Gritting their teeth and coordinating their efforts, they finally brought down more than 20 earth demons in pools of blood across the canyon floor. High above, Qin Chuan and Qin Chuan observed the entire battle. It seems Zhang Li couldn't hold back and is using the earth demons to wear down Li Tong, Qin Chuan said coldly. It's not a major problem. Ring masters aren't so easily dealt with. Qin Chuan squinted, his tone calm. The Alliance warriors are naturally well coordinated. To seriously damage Li Tong's forces would require at least 200 earth demons. Indeed, the battle continued to intensify. Li Tong was first to tear apart a beast emperor-level earth demon, shattering its spine and demon core with a single claw strike, then immediately turned to repel the other. The scales instantly tipped in favor of the Iron Lion Alliance. Only 30 to 40 demons remained. Li Tong faced little trouble, but among his 200 warriors, over 50 had already lost their beast companions, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness. Quick victory. Don't waste time. Li Tong struck down a reinforcing earth demon warrior and shouted urgently. The remaining 150 warriors responded with explosive force. Lions roared, wind blades shrieked through the air, and violent gusts rolled through the canyon. Rumble. In an instant, the canyon erupted with swirling sand and stone, lightning and thunder exploding continuously. The demon horde was on the verge of being wiped out by the human forces when the sole surviving elite demon frantically drew a black iron horn from its waist. Whoa! The deep horn's call echoed through the canyon, clearly summoning reinforcements. Leader, that bastard is calling for backup, an Iron Lion member shouted in warning. Should we find somewhere to hold our ground? If the demons attack from both sides, we won't be able to withstand being caught between them. Exactly, another chimed in. If another 100 show up, our losses will be devastating. Li Tong surveyed the battlefield and quickly made his decision. Everyone retreat to that passage on the right side of the canyon. Form defensive positions immediately. I'll contact Guitu for reinforcements. He realized the situation was dire and would have to call in the backup he had planned to save for last. The warriors followed Li Tong into the deadened branch passage. With only one entrance, at least they wouldn't have to worry about demons attacking from behind. Once Guitu arrived with the Boundless Sea Alliance's experts, the crisis would be resolved. As soon as the group entered the passage, they arranged themselves according to the terrain, forming defensive lines with shield walls, longbows, and mages positioned strategically. Li Tong stood at the front, his eyes blazing as he watched the entrance, ready to face the enemy at any moment. Leader, how long until Guitu arrives? An Iron Lion member asked. 40 minutes. Li Tong gripped his spear tightly. We just need to hold out. According to his original plan, he wanted to wait until after obtaining the crown ring before having Guitu appear. After all, By then the Iron Lion alliance would surely be severely weakened, and Guaitu's arrival at full strength would dominate the entire scene. But now he had underestimated both the number of demons and the speed of their reinforcements, forcing him to call for help early. At the canyon entrance, thousands of independent adventurers hesitated to follow. It's terrifying in there, like the sky is falling. If Li Tong wasn't the ring bearer, they would have been wiped out already. When the demon reinforcements arrive, they'll definitely be trapped. Even if we go in, it won't help. Better to wait and see, maybe we can pick up some scraps. Whispered discussions rose and fell, but no one dared enter that inferno. Not far away, several scouts from the Star River Alliance smiled knowingly. Even if Li Tong ultimately escaped, his strength would be cut in half. However, they overlooked Qin Chuan, who had been circling high above. Mr. Qin, reinforcements have appeared, about 100 demons. Yi Qingwan pointed toward the far end of the canyon through her telescope. Li Tong is likely in danger. Let's move. We can't let him die here. Qin Chuan patted the wind god wyvern scales, his voice calm and resolute. In his plan, Li Tong had to survive to obtain the crown ring, then clash with Zhang Li, allowing him to reap the benefits. So before achieving that goal, any obstacles had to be eliminated. The wind god wyvern dove down from the clouds, its wings stirring up fierce winds as it swept over the demon reinforcements in the blink of an eye. Go! Qin Chuan leaped from the dragon's back, with Yi Qingwan following close behind. At this moment, Qin Chuan's divine essence was approaching the domain god level. He only needed to slay this batch of demons to break through. Bang! The two landed, dust exploding as they directly blocked the demon's path. Your opponent is me. Please remain here. Qin Chuan looked toward the 100+ demons and said calmly. At that moment, the two elite earth demons were startled by the sudden appearance of the two figures. After a brief moment of shock, they noticed the divine rings glowing on their opponent's index fingers, and their expressions instantly twisted with rage. Damned human ring masters! You're the ones who slaughtered our kind before, one of the elite earth demons roared. Indeed, that was us. Qin Chuan smiled slightly, and before he finished speaking, his opponent was already seething with fury. Kill them all! In an instant, over 100 earth demons charged forward, their stampede shaking the canyon walls. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan summoned 5 Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs and 2 Beast Emperor-level giant beast dragons simultaneously. Boom! Boom! The massive bodies, dozens of meters tall, crashed to the valley floor, sending dust billowing. The next second, dragon roars shook the heavens. Roar! Indominus Rex, fusion! Qin Chuan raised his fusion ring. Buzz! Brilliant light flashed as the Indominus Rex materialized out of thin air, its fangs gleaming menacingly. Qin Chuan's current lineup: 5 Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs, 2 giant beast dragons, and 1 Indominus Rex. Perfect dominance. Yi Qingwan wasn't to be outdone either, as 4 Beast Emperor-level polar bears and 10 Beast King-level polar bears appeared together, their frosty aura washing over the battlefield, clearly showing that her strength had also skyrocketed during this time. Faced with the sudden surge of Beast Emperor-level threats, the two elite earth demons felt a chill in their hearts. How? How can there be so many Beast Emperors? Quick! Throw the spears! The other elite earth demon shrieked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dense rain of spears pierced through the air. Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Hellfire breath. Bang! One tyrannosaur stepped forward, its massive jaws spewing forth blazing flames. Boom! The high-temperature inferno rolled into a crimson torrent, instantly reducing the spears to nothing but crystal dust that clinked to the ground. Without their spears, they're useless. You take half, I'll take half. Attack! Qin Chuan commanded coldly. The tyrannosaurs and giant beast dragons charged first, biting and tail sweeping, instantly tearing dozens of earth demons and their giant wolf mounts to shreds. Yi Qingwan controlled her polar bears in a full assault, their massive paws crushing every earth demon skull they encountered. The two elite earth demons became the only remaining resistance as Qin Chuan directed his Indominus Rex in a lightning strike. This? Impossible! The elite earth demon tried to pull his reins to dodge. Whoosh! The Indominus Rex leaped, its front claws smashing down. Bang! Bang! Both elite earth demons were forcibly knocked from their mounts, tumbling several meters. The Indominus Rex let out a hoarse roar and charged again. Call for reinforcements! One elite earth demon shouted desperately. The other pulled out a horn but couldn't blow it in time. Yi Qingwan's Beast Emperor-level polar bear had already charged over, its fangs clamping onto his neck and shaking violently. The spearless elite earth demon had no defense. With their lives hanging by a thread, both demons simultaneously activated their skills. Blackstone Sandstorm. Black sand rose into the air, forming a tornado even larger than what Qin Chuan had encountered before, its sandy howls thundering. Hellfire breath. Qin Chuan commanded his Tyrannosaur again, high-temperature flames surging forward. Whoosh! As the 4 Tyrannosaurs unleashed their breath attacks simultaneously, scorching flames were instantly swept into the sandstorm tornado. Fire, sand, and high-speed cyclones merged together, creating a towering flame tornado that pierced the sky from afar, as if it would tear the entire canyon apart. At that moment, Qin Chuan was engaged in close combat with the surging horde of earth demons, blade flashes and beast roars weaving together into a bloody inferno. In the front half of the canyon, Li Tong stared at the tunnel entrance with alarm where the next wave of earth demon reinforcements should have appeared. There was now nothing. Something's wrong. The reinforcements should have arrived by now. Why haven't we seen a single one? Li Tong frowned. I heard strange roars too. Sounded like earth demons, but then suddenly went silent, someone agreed. Look at the sky. Another Iron Lion Alliance member pointed into the distance. There seems to be a fire tornado over there. What kind of skill can mix flames and sandstorms together? There really is one. Could the earth demons be fighting with other forces? Who would be so kind as to block the monsters for us? Could it be that Guatu arrived early and went ahead to intercept them? Everyone chattered, but no one could provide an answer. The more they discussed, the more uneasy Li Tong felt. All the Beast Island lords had their eyes on the Ring of Kingship, so no one would help him without reason. Then who could it be? Meanwhile, at the center of the flame tornado, two Beast Emperor-level earth demons let out piercing wails. Though powerful, they couldn't withstand the hellfire from four tyrannosaurs breathing in unison. The temperature rose rapidly, roasting them until fat oozed out and bones cracked. Hiss! The sand and stones caught in the tornado were instantly melted into molten lava. The whirlwind's speed rapidly decreased before finally dissipating with a crash. On the ground, only two charred skeletons remained. The remaining earth demon warriors, terrified by this hellish scene, turned and fled in panic. Go! Qin Chuan raised his hand, and four bull dragons roared as they landed, followed closely by Yi Qingwan's Beast King-level polar bear, tearing apart the retreating earth demons. In mere moments, nearly 100 earth demons were slaughtered, killed 48 earth demons. Divine Essence 106, Spirit Essence 250, Reward Coins 24,000. As the battle settled, massive amounts of Divine Essence flowed into Qin Chuan's body. In an instant, the transparent diamond-shaped divine core on his forehead was tinted azure blue, and a tremendous force erupted, multiplying his physical abilities several times over. Congratulations! Beast Island Lord has achieved Domain God status. Qin Chuan Divine Essence 231-0000. Divine Core. Domain God Azure Blue can release exclusive domain, greatly enhancing Beast Companion combat power, but continuously consumes Divine Core energy. Show exclusive domain and rules, Qin Chuan said in a low voice. Exclusive domain, God of the Hunt. Domain rules. Upon release, simulates ancient climate and terrain. All Beast Companions enter Berserk hunting mode, attacking all living beings within the domain indiscriminately until everything is hunted down. Indiscriminate attacks. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. That means people or beast companions I've designated as allies would also be torn apart. Yes. Damn. He couldn't help but curse, secretly drawing a sharp breath. Such a domineering domain would require all allies to evacuate before release. Otherwise, a group of tyrannosaurs and giant beasts going into mad dog mode would indeed be terrifying. Wow. Your divine core is glowing blue advanced to domain god. Yi Qingwan noticed the blue divine core on Qin Chuan's forehead and immediately exclaimed in amazement. I've leveled up, Qin Chuan nodded simply. What's it like being a domain god? What special abilities do you have? Yi Qingwan eagerly pressed for more details. Domain gods can release exclusive domains, and each person's domain is different. Qin Chuan looked up at the sky, then asked, what's your divinity level now? When do you think you'll be able to advance? I'm almost there. I'll definitely reach it before the second wave of beast tide arrives, Yi Qingwan said confidently. The sooner the better. The domain's enhancement of beast companions is no small matter. A flash of excitement crossed Qin Chuan's mind. Once he unleashed his hunting god domain, a pack of tyrannosaurs hunting endless line 01 could withstand that. At the same time, he sensed the cost activating the domain would continuously drain his divine core's power. With his current reserves, he could maintain it for at most 5 to 10 minutes before his power would be depleted and his body would fall into weakness. After all his energy now came from the divine core, including his state of needing no food or drink. Once weakened, his control over beast companions would plummet. There was only one conclusion. A domain god's domain couldn't be released carelessly. It was a double-edged sword. With the obstacles cleared, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan leaped onto the wind god pterosaur, its wings beating as they soared into the sky. Mr. Qin, I feel like once we've killed these 100+ earth demons, they'll quickly figure out it was us. Yi Qingwan lowered her voice against the wind. It's best if they don't figure it out, but it doesn't matter if they do. Qin Chuan gazed down at the canyon below. It's destined to be a battle for supremacy anyway. My appearance will only make them more anxious. When people get anxious, they make mistakes. With that, the wind god pterosaur disappeared into the clouds. Meanwhile, in the front section of the canyon, Li Tong waited and waited, but the Earth Demon reinforcements never came. Finally sensing something was wrong, he said, "It seems those Earth Demons have been blocked by something." "That's good for us," his subordinate exclaimed excitedly. "Without Earth Demons blocking our path, we can head straight for the treasure. Leader, let's got his is a heaven-sent opportunity." Everyone's spirits lifted, morale soaring high. Li Tong pondered for a moment. "I'll tell Guatu not to rendezvous with us for now, so he can preserve his strength for unexpected situations." After sending the message to Guatu, he deactivated the power of his furnace ring and led the team forward. About half an hour later, they reached the site where Qin Chuan had battled the Earth Demon horde. The canyon's devastation was shocking to behold. Over 100 Earth Demon corpses lay scattered everywhere. Some missing arms and legs, with limbs strewn about. Some covered in bite marks, flesh mangled beyond recognition. Some burned to charcoal by intense flames. Even their usually invincible spears were now bent and carbonized into piles of scrap metal. What on earth happened here? Over 100 Earth Demon corpses, yet not a single beast companion body in sight. Could it be that some powerful expert passed through the canyon before us? Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hearts turning cold. The way these Earth Demons died was truly horrific. What kind of overwhelming power would it take to eliminate over 100 of them in such a short time? Moreover, there were no beast companion corpses to be found, which meant the opponent had killed them by accident. Could it be Zhongli? One Iron Lion member licked his cracked lips and spoke first. Li Tong frowned and shook his head. Impossible. That guy would never bother cleaning up my mess. Then who could it be? I can think of one person, Qin Chuan. Another team member lowered his voice. His beast companion is a one-faken dinosaur. Besides him, who else has this kind of ability? Once Qin Chuan made his move, the consequences immediately flashed through everyone's minds. That was the monster who, in the Endless Sea, had single-handedly faced off against an army of over 10,000 with just his beast companion. If Qin Chuan gets involved too, Li Tong's heart sank. With his combat power, can we still hold on to the Ring of Kingship? Even if Guatu and I join forces, we might not be able to defeat him. Alliance leader, this Ring of Kingship is like a hot potato, someone murmured. Whoever takes it becomes a target. But we can't just not take it. A nearby guard gripped his weapon tightly. That thing can greatly enhance the Alliance leader's strength. We absolutely cannot hand it over to others. Don't just think about the worst-case scenario, another person added. If it really was Qin Chuan who killed the Earth Demons, at least it shows he's not pointing his blade at us for now. He might also be waiting for the perfect moment to benefit from our conflicts. Everyone chattered away, quickly grasping the core issue. Among their 200-plus members, there were plenty of smart people who weren't all fools. Li Tong heard everything clearly. These guys are interesting, he thought to himself. Some are holding me back, others are pushing me forward. So they're all using me as their pawn. Alliance leader, what should we do then? Taking it isn't right. Not taking it isn't right either. They want to watch us fight other forces to the death so they can reap the benefits. Li Tong sneered. Fine, I'll give them what they want. Who ends up being the clam, the crane, or the fisherman in the end, that's anyone's guess. Though he appeared rough and burly on the outside, his mind was sharp as a needle. In an instant, he formulated a strategy. Since he held the only complete treasure map, in this struggle for the Ring of Kingship, whether to take it or not was entirely his decision. With his mind made up, he immediately led his forces toward the treasure location. Meanwhile, the Stellar Alliance's scouts also reported the unusual activities to Zhang Li in full detail. To eliminate over 100 Earth Demons in such a short time, besides me, only Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan remain. Zhang Li gripped the intelligence report, his tone certain. Qin Chuan's strength needed no elaboration, and Yi Qingwan, possessing the Ring of Evolution, wielded equally terrifying master-level combat power. Alliance leader, what do we do next? All parties are hoping we'll clash with them. Yes, everyone wants to sit back and watch us fight. If the divine ring appears and no one dares to touch it, that would be awkward. Facing the internal discussions, Zhang Li remained calm and composed, saying coolly, they might have forgotten that in this battle for the divine ring, there's still one major wildcard that hasn't appeared. Zhang Li had always intended to use the demon hordes to weaken Li Tong's forces, making the Overlord-class demon leader the biggest wild card in his strategy. After all, the Star River Alliance had already suffered heavy losses during the exploration of Portal 1, so external forces had become their only hope for gaining an advantage in the battle for the Divine Ring. The Overlord-class demon commanded over 1,000 demon warriors and elite Demonsa massive, fearless tide of darkness that, once under Zhang Li's control, would surely unleash devastating chaos. Alliance leader, Li Tong has already headed to the treasure location. Should we depart? Zhang Li's voice was urgent. We leave immediately. Follow me to the demon tribe first, the Alliance leader decided without hesitation. With a single command, nearly 200 elite members of the Star River Alliance assembled instantly. Gleaming battle armor, heavy energy weapons, and menacing beast-type mechs formed a long column as they stepped through Portal 3. A flash of black light, and all figures vanished. 1 hour later, Li Tong led his squad over the Black Mountains. The rocks were sharp as blades, sparks flying with each footstep, and heavy breathing echoed against the cliff walls. They finally reached a massive basin at the mountain's base. The basin looked like a crater carved out by a meteorite, surrounded by steep cliffs with only a few rocky slopes providing access, barren, desolate, like the end of the world. Leader, is the divine ring really in this basin? An Iron Lion member asked, scanning their surroundings warily. Yes, it's down there, Li Tong confirmed with a nod, glancing at the treasure map in his hand. Then let's grab it quickly and get out of this dangerous place. Another team member gripped his weapon tightly. Exactly. The basin is wide open if we get surrounded. Breaking out will be nearly impossible, his companion agreed. However, Li Tong remained calm and unhurried. He walked to a pile of rocks, brushed off the dust, and sat down cross-legged. What's the rush? Even if I get the Ring of Sovereignty now, I can't take it away. Everyone froze, then understood Zhang Li and Qin Chuan. Those two formidable enemies still hadn't shown themselves. Who knew if they were lurking in the shadows right now? The moment Li Tong revealed the Ring of Sovereignty, both would surely strike immediately. Given that, making himself a sitting duck would be foolish. Only Li Tong knew the exact location of the treasure, so he decided to wait for his enemies to come to him. High above, Qin Chuan stood suspended in the air, gazing down at the basin with cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems the Ring of Sovereignty is indeed down there. Li Tong may appear rough on the surface, but he's quite cunning, Qin Chuan murmured to himself. He's worried that once he gets the ring, we'll immediately attack him. Yi Qingwan nodded lightly, her slender hand resting on the light blade at her waist. Li Tong wants to outlast us, to see who loses patience first. Qin Chuan had already seen through the strategy. With 3 factions in a standoff, whoever showed themselves first might face attacks from 2 sides. If they kept stalling, no one could delay indefinitely. Time, stamina, and morale would all be depleted. Yi Qingwan frowned. So what do? We can't wait forever. Qin Chuan's gaze swept toward the rear. Thousands of independent fighters were gathered on distant ridges. These island lords had followed all the way, their eyes filled with greed, yet they dared not act rashly due to Li Tong's status as ring-bearer. Perhaps they could serve as a catalyst, Qin Chuan smiled coldly. Since Li Tong wants to wait it out, let's go down and stir up these lone wolves. He smiled faintly, the energy strips on his battle armor flickering with cold light. Let's see if he can still sit still. As Qin Chuan spoke, he immediately commanded his wind god pterosaur to swoop down below. Around the basin, thousands of beast island masters crouched behind rocky slopes and cliff faces. They looked around nervously, but none dared step into that clearing. Everyone remembered how Qin Chuan had single-handedly faced an army of 10,000 in battle. That scene still vivid in their minds. No one wanted to offend this ringmaster. Strange, why is Li Tong just sitting there? Isn't he going to dig for the Ring of Sovereignty? Looks like he's waiting. The fight for the Ring of Sovereignty can't possibly involve just us scattered fighters. I was hoping they'd start fighting so I could go down and try my luck, but now we've been waiting forever with nothing happening. Sigh, there's no point in waiting around anymore. Let's just leave. Murmurs rose and fell as more and more people prepared to retreat. Just then, a blue figure descended from the sky. Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan stood before them. You all followed us over mountains and valleys to get here. Don't you think it's a waste to just leave like this? Qin Chuan raised his eyes, calmly surveying the army of scattered fighters before him. The crowd was stunned at first, then stared suspiciously at the rings on their hands. It's a ring master. Could it be giant Qin Chuan, an alliance leader? Yi? Holy crap, it really is. That pterosaur in the sky is definitely giant Qin Chuan's beast companion. Why would he come over to our side? After a brief moment of shock, someone snapped back to reality. Giant Qin Chuan, we're just here to watch the excitement. Since there's nothing to see now, we'll leave immediately and absolutely won't interfere with the fight for the divine ring. That's right, we wouldn't dare get involved in battles between ring masters. Watching this group of cowards preparing to scatter, Qin Chuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. What are you afraid of? The divine ring is right there in the basin. With so many of you digging together, someone's bound to find it. Giant Qin Chuan, don't try to fool us, we're not stupid. Li Tong is sitting down there, so even if we dig it up, it won't be our turn to keep it. Exactly, you just want to use us to break the stalemate, right? Anyone who survived the first wave of beast attacks was no fool. Qin Chuan had already anticipated their concerns. He smiled and raised both hands to signal for quiet. Before Zhang Li and I officially show ourselves, Li Tong won't go on a killing spree unless he wants to make more enemies. As long as you dig up the divine ring, all 3 of our factions, mine, Li Tong's, and Zhang Li's, will have to enter the fray. At that point, no one can say for sure who'll walk away with the ring. Isn't that an opportunity? The crowd exchanged glances and gradually nodded. Once the divine ring appeared, Li Tong would definitely make the first move. If Zhang Li stood by and watched, he'd lose his advantage, and Qin Chuan himself certainly wouldn't back down either. A 3-way battle would make everything unpredictable. That's right, I do want to use you to break the calm, but that's all. Qin Chuan's gaze was frank. With your pathetic fighting abilities, I'm not expecting you to accomplish anything earth-shattering anyway. Honesty often cuts the deepest. With things laid out so clearly, everyone understood. Qin Chuan wouldn't attack the scattered fighters first that just needed them to unearth the buried ring. Once the divine ring emerged, Li Tong would have to act, and Zhang Li definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. What came next would depend on whether Zhang Li lost his patience first, or whether Qin Chuan made the first move. As soon as either side attacked Li Tong, the other could seize the opportunity to benefit. So this battle for the ring was also a psychological war. Brothers, fortune favors the bold while the timid starve. Since boss Qin Chuan has laid it out so clearly, let's stop hesitating. The crowd roared in agreement. Thousands of Beast Island lords who had been watching from the sidelines were ignited by Qin Chuan's few words and dove toward the basin in unison. At that moment, Li Tong, who had been sitting cross-legged on a boulder preparing to wait it out, was startled by the sudden commotion and shot to his feet. Damn it! What's going on? Have these lone wolves lost their minds? Do they really dare to dig for the divine ring? He cursed under his breath, his gaze dark. Who gave them such courage? Several Iron Lion Alliance members leaped to his side, urging impatiently. Alliance leader, give the order. Let's take out these guys. Li Tong glanced at the lone wolves surging down the slope like a mudslide and said grimly, stay calm. Someone is obviously inciting them. Looking up, he indeed spotted two figures in the sky, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan riding a wyvern, soaring toward the horizon. It's the wyvern. It really is Qin Chuan. He's stirring up these lone wolves from behind. Someone growled through gritted teeth. He wants to break the stalemate and won't give us any chance to wait it out. Alliance leader, what do we do? Are we just going to watch them find the divine ring? Another person asked anxiously. Li Tong raised his hand to stop them. The situation is unclear right now. Attacking these scattered fighters will only add pressure. He understood clearly that while these 3,000 to 4,000 lone wolves weren't enough to threaten any ring lord, they still represented a significant wild card. Before truly determining the divine ring's location, he didn't want to start a war with the lone wolves first. Li Tong's restraint immediately made the lone wolves even more excited. Haha, boss Qin Chuan was right. Li Tong doesn't dare touch us. Brothers, none of the 3 ring lords are making a move. So let's work harder and dig up that divine ring. Exactly. I'm waiting to watch their ring lords battle it out so I can pick up the scraps. Shouts rose one after another as countless beast companions were summoned, frantically digging throughout the basin. Dust flew, boulders tumbled, and the scene was chaotic yet fervent. Li Tong's expression grew increasingly grim. Alliance leader, if they really dig up the divine ring, we'll be in trouble, an Iron Lion member said worriedly. Li Tong didn't respond, only fixing his gaze on a corner of the basin in his view. That was where the real danger lay. The frenzied excavation by thousands of Beast Island lords made the divine ring's emergence only a matter of time. Li Tong sighed coldly to himself. These ring lords who could dominate the endless sea were indeed no pushovers hadn't anticipated that Qin would incite the lone wolves to do such a thing. As for Zhang Li, what was that guy up to? The Iron Lion members' faces were ashen, but they could only wait anxiously. Meanwhile, dozens of miles from the basin, Zhang Li was leading Star River members racing toward the location. Alliance leader, we're almost at the basin. We just received word that Qin got there first and incited the lone wolves to dig for the divine ring, a Star River member reported. Zhang Li remained calm. No matter. The divine ring will surface sooner or later. This isn't bad for us. He gestured and asked, are all my arranged people in position? In position. As soon as you give the word, our ambushed experts will immediately attack the demon tribe. The man nodded solemnly. Zhang Li looked toward the distant rolling clouds of dust and smiled coldly. Excellent. Now everything is ready. We just need the right moment. Zhang Li's face was also flushed with excitement. The 3 factions each harbored their own schemes, all hoping to reap the benefits while others fought. But Zhang Li had long prepared for this moment. Once the Ring of God appeared, he would launch a surprise attack on the Earth Demon tribe first, luring them toward the basin. As soon as the Earth Demons poured in, regardless of who ultimately claimed the Ring of God, the demons would indiscriminately slaughter whoever held it. Then Zhang Li would take advantage of the chaos to weaken his opponents before making his final move, and the Ring of God would fall into his hands, a plan he believed to be flawless. Within just a few exchanges, he had already taken to the air and reached the area above the basin. Looking down, he saw a dark mass below, with thousands of Beast Island masters wielding shovels and pickaxes, frantically competing to dig deep into the earth. Li Tong stood at the basin's edge, his face livid with anger as he watched the situation spiral out of control, and in his fury, he tore the treasure map in his hands to shreds. Damn it! I seriously suspect now that the woman who sold me this treasure map was deliberately sent by Zhang Li or Qin Chuan. Li Tong roared. Only now did he suddenly realize the truth, but it was already too late. According to his original plan, he only needed to stall for time until Qin Chuan and Zhang Li lost patience and inevitably clashed. Then he would call for Guotu's reinforcements, and the Ring of God would likely be safely taken away. But now, thousands of Lone Wolf Beast Island masters were mindlessly digging, throwing everything off course. If the Ring of God were to be seized by these rogue cultivators, Li Tong would instead have to risk his life to snatch it back, becoming the one being manipulated. Buzz. As Li Tong gritted his teeth in frustration, a towering pillar of light suddenly shot up from the center of the basin, its blinding silver radiance illuminating the surrounding area. In the next moment, an unprecedented sense of oppression spread outward from the light pillar's center, as if the air itself was being squeezed by an invisible giant hand, creating a suffocating heaviness. Accompanied by the silver light, a ring with a crown-shaped face slowly materialized, and silver-white Ring of God had appeared in the world. I found it, ahaha. A young man, near the light pillar's eyes suddenly blazed with excitement as he rushed forward in wild joy to grasp the ring. Damn it, I was digging here first. How did you get it? The Ring of God is mine. Get lost. Several nearby Beast Island masters instantly revealed greedy, vicious glares, roaring as they lunged forward. Don't fight. All three factions are watching. If you take it, you'll be mobbed. Some rational voices try to dissuade them. Don't touch it. That's not something we can control. However, the young man who had found the Ring of God was already intoxicated by visions of power. To him, as long as he wore the ring, he would become the new ring master, capable of standing as an equal to the 5 great ring masters of the Endless Sea. I am the ring master, the young man shrieked, sliding the Ring of God onto his index finger and clenching his fist tightly. Buzz. A terrifying aura exploded outward with him at its center, and wherever it passed, countless beast companions had their combat power instantly suppressed, cowering and trembling on the ground, as if in the presence of an emperor. The young man's eyes widened as he looked down at his surroundings, feeling unprecedented power surge through his entire body. The Ring of God is truly incredible. His gaze burned intensely as he stared at the silver-white crown on his finger, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. Little did he know that to truly master the Ring of God, one must possess the foundation to match it. Otherwise, even the most powerful ring would be unable to unleash its full potential. For instance, this young man's beast companion was merely a jackal with weak combat abilities, completely unable to manifest the power of the Ring of Sovereignty. The young man gripped the Ring of Sovereignty, feeling as though he owned the entire world, and immediately began unleashing his power without restraint. Blazing energy swept outward from the ring, sending visible ripples of force toward the hundreds of beast companions belonging to the Beast Island Lords. Wolves, tigers, eagles, and elephants all growled in unison, their forms freezing as their fighting spirit was instantly crushed to its lowest point. However, this suppression only weakened them without completely sealing their power. After a brief moment of confusion, the beast companions at the front recovered first, and amid their fierce roars, angry shouts erupted simultaneously from both the sky and ground. Kill that guy? Take the ring. The Ring of Sovereignty is mine. Attack, kill. The wilderness ignited like heated oil as hundreds of Beast Island lords snapped back to reality, their mental power pouring forth like a flood as they commanded their beast companions to swarm forward. The young man raised his hand high, holding the ring aloft with fanatical eyes. I am the ring master. Who dares defy me? In the next instant, he summoned over a dozen jackals, one of which was even beast king level, standing proudly at the front. But the jackal's size was ultimately limited, and they were immediately overwhelmed when faced with the overwhelming beast tide. The sharp sound of metal scraping exploded. Leopard shadows, tiger shadows, and jackal shadows surrounded them from all directions. With a thunderous crash, more than 10 jackals were directly knocked to the ground. Claws and fangs fell like a violent storm, and the jackals were torn apart in midair before they could even gather their skills, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. This is impossible. I'm the ring master. Why can't I unleash its power? The young man's eyes filled with confusion and terror as he stared fixedly at the ring in his hand. Just as he became distracted, a golden shadow flashed from the grass. A Beast King-level cheetah seized the opportunity, its claws tearing through the air as it suddenly pounced. Flash! Blood sprayed as the cheetah bit off the young man's entire arm. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the basin as he clutched his severed limb and rolled into the dust. The cheetah carried the arm with the ring in its mouth, crouched slightly, then transformed into a lightning-fast streak as it broke away from the battle circle and headed straight toward a middle-aged man in the distance. Ha! Before my absolute speed, who can contend with me? The middle-aged man caught the severed arm, shook off the ring, and without hesitation slipped the Ring of Sovereignty onto his own finger. The bloodstained ring's surface flashed with an eerie light. His actions once again ignited the crowd's fury. The surrounding Beast Island lords boiled with killing intent, roaring as they drove their beast companions to attack. In an instant, claws and teeth engulfed the middle-aged man's figure. Tearing sounds and explosive crashes rose and fell continuously as his body was shredded and blood stained the scattered rocks. The ring of sovereignty changed hands several times within just a few minutes, and each transfer was accompanied by the tragedy of the wearer's instant death. On a distant hilltop, Li Tong's gaze was dark as he coldly observed the chaotic battle. The ring of sovereignty has clearly become a hatred magnet. Whoever gets it will surely die. The Iron Lion members looked around, but didn't spot Qin Chuan or Zhang Li. Alliance leader, Qin Chuan and Zhang Li are still watching. Don't they plan to make a move? Li Tong shook his head. If they don't move, I won't move either. Let that group continue fighting. Above the basin, Zhang Li crossed his arms, his expression indifferent as he looked down at the bloodbath below. A Star River member asked quietly. Alliance leader, Li Tong hasn't made a move, and Qin Chuan hasn't acted either. Are we just going to watch? Zhang Li's gaze turned cold. Since no one's making a move, then I'll add fuel to the fire. Attack the Earth Demon tribe immediately, and lure the Earth Demon horde over here. Want to see if they can still sit still. The command was issued, and the experts lurking around the Earth Demon tribe's perimeter moved in unison. Following Zhang Li's orders, those who had been lying in ambush near the Earth Demon tribe immediately sprang into action. This sent the Earth Demon tribe into a blind rage. From a cavern deep within the mountain, the rock walls shuddered as a gaunt, dark-skinned Earth Demon paced out. The golden spear in his grip flashed with a cold gleam, its tip quivering as if slicing the air itself. At a glance, he looked frail enough to be toppled by a breeze. Yet each step made the ground spiderweb and crack, hinting at the terrifying power coiled within him. This was the Earth Demon Chieftain, a true sovereign-class beast. Mere two-legged sheep dare to assault my tribe. His hoarse roar rolled like thunder through the caverns as he raised the golden spear. Form up at once and slaughter every last one of them. At his command, 1,500 Earth Demons howled in unison, vaulted onto their ashen dire wolves, and surged from the settlement like a black tide, charging straight at the few Star River Alliance elites who had launched the ambush. All of it was exactly as Zhang Li had planned. A handful of powerhouses served as bait, drawing the Earth Demon horde toward a nearby basin. Once the Earth Demons joined the fray, an already chaotic situation would spiral out of control, and that was precisely what Zhang Li wanted. If the Earth Demon Chieftain seized the Ring of Kingship, the trouble would multiply, and Qin Chuan and Li Tong would have no choice but to intervene. Meanwhile, high above, Qin Chuan hovered in the air, brow furrowed. Mr. Qin, they're really holding back. They still haven't made a move to snatch it? Yi Qingwan frowned as well. What is Zhang Li playing at? Qin Chuan's gaze fell on Zhang Li below, who seemed utterly unruffled. After a heartbeat, his eyes tightened. I see it. He's planning to use the Earth Demons. What? Yi Qingwan blanched. The Ring of Kingship had been out in the open for a long while, yet Zhang Li had kept his forces idle, obviously calculated, and they were close to the Earth Demon territory. Once he diverted the disaster eastward, Qin Chuan and Li Tong would be forced to act. In a flash, Qin Chuan connected the dots. Earlier, Zhang Li had spread rumors to sick the Beast Island lords on him. Now he was running the same play, only with an even deadlier pawn, the Earth Demon tribe. If that's true, Zhang Li is vicious, Yi Qingwan said, a chill settling in her chest. Huff huff. Dust boiled on the horizon, and Qin Chuan caught the tremor at once. Through the haze, 1,500 Earth Demons thundered in, the claws of their ashen direwolves tearing the ground to shreds and kicking up shards of stone. At the front, astride the largest wolf, rode the chieftain, radiating crushing pressure, sovereign-class aura sweeping ahead of him. Sovereign-class. Yi Qingwan's face changed. Clever of you, Zhang Li, using Earth Demons to steal the Ring of Kingship. Aren't you afraid of losing the gambit and the prize? Qin Chuan's expression darkened. He knew even he would be wise to avoid a heated clash with this Earth Demon host. If they plunged into the melee, the ring's final owner would be anyone's guess. A moment later, a gale whipped up gravel as the 1,500 Earth Demons reached the rim of the basin. Looking down, they saw thousands of Beast Island lords butchering one another. Heh, the two-legged sheep are at each other's throats. Chief, we're eating well tonight. A veteran Earth Demon crowed, spittle flying. Attack at once. Kill every last two-legged sheep. The chieftain roared, raising his spear, his voice booming across the valley. In an instant, every Earth Demon leveled their spears at the thousands of Beast Island lords below. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the Earth Demon leader's command, over 1,000 spears rained down like a violent storm toward the ground below. The sharp whistling of steel spears piercing through the air cut through the night, followed immediately by clouds of blood mist exploding. Hundreds of Beast Island masters had no time to dodge as their chests and shoulders were pierced through, killing them instantly. The moment the spears were spent, the dark mass of Earth Demons riding giant wolves surged downward, charging into the basin while trampling through their comrades' blood. Li Tong, who had remained motionless all this time, finally couldn't sit still. Damn it. This must be Qin Chuan or Zhang Li's doing. Those two bastards deserve to die. He growled through gritted teeth, his face ashen with rage. The Iron Lion members beside him urged frantically. Alliance leader, make your move. If we wait any longer, the Ring of Kingship will be seized by the Earth Demons. Fine, fine, fine. You're forcing my hand, are you? As you wish. Li Tong raised his hand and suddenly clenched his fist. Buzz the furnace ring blazed with crimson gold light as his body instantly transformed into a monster with a lion's head and human body. He then led over 100 elite warriors into the fray, heading straight for the Ring of Kingship. With earth demons charging from the front and Li Tong attacking from behind, the Beast Island masters were instantly caught in the middle, their formation completely collapsing. Li Tong has made his move too. Damn it. We've been tricked by Qin Chuan. Didn't he say Li Tong wouldn't attack us? Stop listening to Qin Chuan. Throw away the Ring of Kingship quickly, or we'll all die. In the chaos, many people steeled themselves and hurled the Ring of Kingship toward open ground. Life was more precious than treasure. Li Tong roared and charged forward despite the falling debris and blood rain, breaking through layers of obstacles to reach for the ring. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed from the distance as 3 beast emperor-level tyrannosaurs came charging forward, their massive tails sweeping aside several giant wolves with a single swing. The overwhelming pressure made the surrounding Beast Island masters' hearts nearly burst with terror. The Earth Demon Horde also sensed the danger and turned to face this new threat, directing their weapons toward Qin Chuan. Finally couldn't hold back anymore. Li Tong immediately recognized those as Qin Chuan's dinosaur beast companions. At the same time, Qin Chuan swooped down from above if the Ring of Kingship fell into Li Tong's hands. Li Tong could use both divine rings to force his way out, something Qin Chuan could not tolerate. Perhaps this was exactly the situation Zhang Li hoped to see. So Qin Chuan decided to go along with the plan and compete head-on with pure strength. Li Tong absolutely refused to let Qin Chuan succeed, shouting in a low voice, "Attack! Hold back his beast companions." Over 100 elite warriors simultaneously activated their contract seals, and countless beast companions roared as they charged toward the 3 tyrannosaurs. The tyrannosaurs opened their massive jaws, breathing out crimson hellfire that swept across the battlefield wherever the flames passed. The Iron Lion Alliance's beast companions dared not approach and could only retreat in panic. "Go now," Qin Chuan called to Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan nodded in response, waving her sleeve as 4 beast emperor-level polar bears stepped on frost and thundered toward the Ring of Kingship. Li Tong, seeing this scene from afar, stomped his foot hard against the ground and charged forward explosively. Under his indiscriminate assault, whether it was earth demons or Beast Island lords blocking his path, all were ruthlessly slaughtered by him. The Ring of Sovereignty is mine, and no one has the right to compete for it. The moment Li Tong swooped in, he violently swung his palm. Whoosh! A fierce gale swept forth, forcibly freezing Yi Qingwan's 4 polar bears in place. Perfect opportunity. Li Tong was instantly overjoyed. Huff! But before Li Tong could pick up the Ring of Sovereignty that had fallen to the ground, he saw the pterodactyl in the sky, flapping its wings as it dove down. Get lost! Li Tong immediately flew into a rage, directly grabbing the pterodactyl's wing and tearing it down alive. In that brief moment of hesitation, Yi Qingwan quickly reacted, controlling her polar bears to sprint away frantically. But Li Tong responded just as swiftly, leaping over 10 meters in a single bound, raising his palm with violent winds and delivering a crushing blow. Bang! With a dull, thunderous sound, a beast emperor-level polar bear was instantly knocked to the ground. The furnace ring is truly formidable. Yi Qingwan was somewhat surprised, but still controlled her polar bears to battle fiercely with Li Tong. This chaotic scene was completely witnessed by Zhang Li above the basin. Haha, Alliance leader, just as you planned, Qin Chuan and Li Tong have fallen into fierce combat. Should we make our move now? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can already imagine the moment when you become the master of both rings, commanding respect across the endless sea. Several galaxy members were already eager to act. No rush, let them fight a bit longer. Zhang Li slightly raised his hand. Right now they haven't sustained any injuries. If we go down at this moment, they'll immediately turn their attention to us. Zhang Li naturally wouldn't be so reckless. As the battle continued, Qin Chuan was held back by over 100 strong fighters from the Iron Lion Alliance, and even had to divide his attention to deal with the surrounding earth demons. Fortunately, the 3 beast emperor-level tyrannosaurs had strong enough combat power any other type of beast companion would likely struggle to cope. But Qin Chuan's fierce performance was also observed by the distant earth demon leader, who immediately raised his golden spear, seemingly preparing to strike. "Mr. Qin, watch out." Yi Qingwan, who was still battling Li Tong in the distance, immediately sensed the killing intent and shouted a warning. Just as Yi Qingwan issued her warning, the earth demon leader had already pointed his spear at one of the tyrannosaurs. Swoosh! The next moment, the golden spear shot forth with an unstoppable whistling sound, heading straight for the Tyrannosaurus's head. Seeing the danger approaching, Qin Chuan immediately controlled the Tyrannosaurus to dodge. Boom! Splurt! But he was still half a beat too slow. Although the spear didn't hit the Tyrannosaurus's head, it pierced straight through from the back horizontally. Moreover, it struck the lightning attribute Tyrannosaurus. Even with the damage reduction from energy storage cells, it couldn't stop the spear and even triggered a terrifying lightning strike. Hiss! The Tyrannosaurus cried out in pain, instantly letting out a roar as its body staggered and crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Overlord level is truly monstrous. Qin Chuan hadn't expected that a single strike from an Overlord-level Earth demon could directly, severely wound his Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurus. This scene was also witnessed by Zhongli above, who couldn't help but show shock on his face. I seem to have underestimated the combat power of Overlord-level Earth demons. The other galaxy members were equally stunned. After all, Qin Chuan was the #1 person in the Endless Sea. If even he couldn't withstand it, what hope did they have? Qin Chuan stored the injured Tyrannosaurus in his dimensional space, then immediately raised his hand and clenched his fist. As the fusion ring blazed with light, fusion began with the Tyrannosaurus as primary and Velociraptor as secondary. Species, Indominus Rex. Weight, 15 tons. Level, Beast Emperor. Attribute, Fire. Primary skill, Hellfire Breath. Passive skill, Molten Body. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the tyrannical Trex made its dramatic entrance. The bone spikes along the massive beast's spine gleamed with an ominous cold light in the firelight. Though it lacked the agility of the tyrannical Velociraptor, it possessed brutal destructive power capable of tearing through steel. Attack! Qin Chuan's mind stirred, and the colossal figure charged fearlessly toward the Overlord-class Earth Demon leader. The Trex opened its massive jaws, and scorching hellfire instantly transformed into crimson dragon breath, sweeping forward like an overwhelming tide. The towering flames roared forth, but the Earth Demon leader's expression remained ice cold. He raised his hand to recall his golden spear, which spun rapidly in his palm, whipping up a violent cyclone that tore through the air. The fire waves were forcibly ripped apart by the storm, and the residual force carried sand and stones, hurling them back at the tyrannical Trex's layered armor. Qin Chuan held his breath, concentrating fully on controlling the massive beast. He knew all too well that a single hit from that golden spear would spell certain doom, even for the fused tyrannical Trex. If the difference between Beast King and Beast Emperor levels was tenfold in combat power, then the gap between Beast Emperor and Overlord levels was dozens, even hundreds of times greater. Though the tyrannical Trex had closed part of that gap, it remained at a disadvantage. Human Ringmaster, you're no match for me. The Earth Demon leader snarled bloodthirstily. After blocking the flames, he leaped down from his giant wolf, his spear cutting through the air straight for the Trex's throat. Qin Chuan raised his hand, releasing his remaining 3 Tyrannosaurs to fight alongside the Trex. In an instant, thunder and flames intertwined as 4 massive forces merged into a devastating torrent, like raging waves, pouring toward the Earth Demon leader. The Earth Demons blocking their path were instantly consumed by thunder and fire, their charred remains scattered everywhere. However, facing the concentrated assault of 4 colossal beasts, the Earth Demon leader remained utterly composed. His form twisted as he leaped high into the air, avoiding the center of the skill explosion, then suddenly swept his spear horizontally. Bang! A dull crash exploded as one Tyrannosaur's spine snapped, sending it flying nearly 10 meters before its massive body crashed into the dust. Seizing this opening, the tyrannical Trex lunged forward, its thick tail whipping like a massive whip. Thud! The Earth Demon leader was sent flying several meters by the giant tail, his feet carving deep cracks in the rocky surface as he landed, yet his formidable physique allowed him to steady himself, leaving only a few flesh wounds. Indeed, Overlord class, far more troublesome than Beast Emperor level. Qin Chuan's heart sank slightly. From his elevated position, Zhongli squinted as he watched the battle, his expression growing increasingly grim. Initially, he had worried that the massive horde of Earth demons wouldn't be enough to exhaust Qin Chuan and Li Tong, but now he feared the two might be directly slain by the Earth Demon leader. If Qin Chuan died while the leader remained at peak strength, Zhongli himself would gain no advantage. Miscalculated. Qin, don't die so quickly, Zhongli thought anxiously. In his view, the ideal outcome would be mutual destruction between Qin Chuan and the Earth Demon leader, allowing him to swoop in for the kill. If either died first, the situation would spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Li Tong, relentlessly pursued by Yi Qingwan, finally roared. Are you still chasing me? Can't you see Qin Chuan can barely hold on? We need to work together to take down the Earth Demon leader. Li Tong's shout made Yi Qingwan pause. She glanced back to see Qin Chuan locked in desperate combat and immediately withdrew. Mr. Qin, I'm coming to help you. Don't be fooled by that guy, keep watching him. Qin Chuan shouted a stern warning. Only then did Yi Qingwan suddenly realize Li Tong had already taken advantage of the distraction to dash toward the Ring of Dominion. Damn it, how dare you deceive me? Yi Qingwan immediately flew into a rage. No longer holding back, over a dozen beast pattern rings flashed simultaneously, and nearly 20 polar bears roared as they charged toward Li Tong, their massive white forms kicking up clouds of dust across the muddy ground. Facing this ferocious assault, Li Tong threw punches to block while summoning all his lions. The pride clashed with the polar bears in a brutal melee, blood and carnage instantly engulfing the battlefield as both sides fought to a temporary stalemate. Guotu, come quickly to my aid. Li Tong called out for reinforcements between dodging attacks. At the same moment, several miles away from the basin in a narrow canyon, a tall, lean middle-aged man stood silently at the entrance. Four muscular beast emperor-level rhinoceroses crouched beside him, snorting heavy steam from their nostrils. On his index finger, two small serpents coiled together in a ring, the unmistakable mark of a Bug-level symbiotic ring. This man was none other than Guotu. Calling for help? It seems the battle for the divine ring has reached its climax. Guotu murmured to himself, then patted the neck of a rhinoceros and charged toward the basin alone with his four beasts. The basin remained locked in fierce combat. Qin Chuan barely held his own against the demon lord with his tyrannical treks. Over 1,000 demon troops clashed with several thousand beast island masters in chaotic slaughter. Yi Qingwan desperately kept Li Tong pinned down, not daring to let him escape. Qin Chuan knew Zhang Li was hiding high above, waiting for everyone to exhaust themselves before swooping in for the kill. Since he couldn't quickly defeat the demon lord, he decided to play his trump card and seize the ring of sovereignty in the chaos. Even if it drew all the enemy fire, escaping first was worth the risk. The moment this thought crossed his mind, thunderous hoofbeats echoed from above the basin. For beast emperor-level rhinoceroses descended from the sky, their massive horns cleaving through the air. Ha ha! My reinforcements have arrived. None of you will get the ring of sovereignty. Li Tong laughed maniacally, then shouted, Guotu, take the ring of sovereignty and leave immediately. Don't worry, with me handling this, nothing can go wrong. Guotu replied while already becoming a blur as he lunged toward the ring's location. How utterly foolish! Qin Chuan roared, raising his hand to summon two more colossal dragons. Boom, boom. The massive colossal dragons, weighing dozens of tons, crashed to the ground, creating deep craters as they charged straight at Guotu's. Qin Chuan now faced mounting pressure, having to both contain the demon lord and prevent anyone from claiming the ring of sovereignty. Think you can stop me? Not so easy. Guotu waved his hand, sending two rhinoceroses to intercept the colossal dragons. Bang, bang, bang. The four massive beasts collided head-on, their shockwaves sending nearby beast island masters and demons flying through the air in a spray of mud, stone, and blood. Though the colossal dragons held their ground with their size advantage, they ultimately couldn't stop Guotu's advance. Alliance leader Yi Qin Chuan shouted urgently as he saw Guotu about to succeed. Yi Qingwan understood perfectly if she held back her trump card any longer, the ring of sovereignty would truly belong to another. I understand, she replied grimly, raising her hand to activate the evolution ring. Buzz! A blinding pillar of light pierced the sky. One beast emperor-level polar bear was forcibly enhanced, its snow-white fur instantly turning blood red as its aura skyrocketed from beast emperor to overlord level. However, the surging energy was rapidly burning away its life force. High above, Zhangli watched everything clearly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Heh, finally willing to use it. It seems this battle for supremacy is nearing its end. The ring of sovereignty will definitely be mine. As Yi Qingwan released the evolution ring, the terrifying aura of the overlord-level polar bear instantly expanded outward. Attack! Her jade-like finger pointed forward, as if igniting some kind of signal. Boom! A massive white shadow swept past like frost, the overlord-level polar bear tearing through the air like lightning, reaching Guotu in the blink of an eye. Its giant paw swung down, creating thunderous sonic booms in the air. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as Guotu's head was smashed to pieces, blood mist scattering everywhere, bone fragments flying in all directions. Hiss! The surrounding crowd collectively gasped, their hearts feeling as if struck by heavy hammers. However, the ring on Guotu's index finger suddenly flashed with light, and the shattered flesh and bones writhed and reassembled before everyone's eyes, reconstructing his complete head in mere moments. He rubbed his newly formed neck and grinned wickedly. Though I can't die, the pain is certainly real. Li Tong threw back his head and laughed. Haha, with Brother Guo here, why worry about not obtaining the ring of kingship? Guotu crushed the rocks beneath his feet and lunged toward the ring of kingship once more. However, the polar bear behind him moved like lightning. Crack! Its massive jaws locked onto Guotu's neck bones, tearing savagely. The blood trails torn from his flesh were instantly filled by the ring's radiance. No matter how much it bit or crushed, his flesh continuously regenerated, making him an unkillable monster. The symbiotic ring, how detestable! Yi Qingwan's eyes blazed with fury as light emanated from her palm again, commanding the polar bear to continue its fierce assault. While this stalemate continued, Qin Chuan in the distance had been locked in fierce battle with the Earth Demon leader for quite some time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was covered in bloody wounds and breathing heavily. while the Earth Demon leader's surface was similarly cracked, dark blood dripping onto the rocky ground, yet neither suffered fatal injuries. Though the Tyrannosaurus Rex could clash with an Overlord-level opponent, it ultimately couldn't deliver a killing blow. The chasm between Beast Emperor and Overlord levels couldn't be bridged by brute force alone. This alone was sufficient proof of the formidable power of Qin Chuan's dinosaur-type beast companions. Above the basin, Zhang Li, who had been quietly observing, caught the mountain wind and surveyed all directions from above. Seeing that all factions showed signs of fatigue, a gleam flashed in his eyes. It's time for us to take the stage. Everyone prepare, head straight for the Ring of Kingship, and retreat immediately once we have it. Zhang Li commanded in a low voice. Yes. Over 200 galaxy-level powerhouses responded in unison, almost simultaneously summoning their respective beast companions. Though many were injured, they were in much better condition than those currently engaged in fierce battle, sufficient to intervene in the struggle. Zhang Li himself summoned his lion and charged down the slope first. That bastard wants to steal our prize. Yi Qingwan controlled her polar bear to intercept Guotu while catching sight of the beast tide pouring down the mountainside from the corner of her eye, cursing through gritted teeth. Li Tong's face darkened. Qin Chuan, Yi Qingwan, are you satisfied now? None of us can get the Ring of Kingship. Zhang Li will steal the fruits of our labor, and we'll all die. My apologies, everyone. Zhang Li, shall gladly accept the Ring of Kingship. Zhang Li saw his plan proceeding smoothly and revealed a cold smile. At this moment, Qin Chuan looked toward Zhang Li charging down and also smiled. It seems you finally couldn't hold back. This is exactly what I was waiting for. Since the battle began, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had severely wounded 2 Earth demons, yet Qin Chuan had been holding his final trump card, the Diplodocus, waiting for precisely this moment. Zhang Li charged forward recklessly, but upon hearing Qin Chuan's whisper, his heart trembled. Could Qin Chuan still have an unrevealed Beast Emperor-level creature? 6 Beast Emperors already far exceeded normal limits. There couldn't possibly be more. No. Qin Chuan raised his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. Diplodocus, come forth. With Qin Chuan's thunderous roar, a deafening crash that seemed to tear heaven and earth apart erupted as a colossal beast weighing 220 tons plummeted from the sky, slamming into the center of the basin. The massive creature resembled a living mountain, its shadow engulfing the surroundings and instantly dominating the entire battlefield. What's happening? Yi Qingwan cried out in horror from the distance. Every gaze was immediately drawn to the living mountain, the Diplodocus that commanded their attention. You've got to be kidding me. Li Tong, you never mentioned this guy had such a heavyweight monster. Guotu's voice trembled with disbelief. Zhang Li, who had the Ring of Sovereignty almost within his grasp, now found it impossibly distant under this sudden, overwhelming pressure, standing frozen in place for what felt like an eternity before snapping back to reality. Seizing the moment while everyone was stunned, Qin Chuan pressed his palms together and shouted, "Mountain collapse and earth shatter." Rumble the Diplodocus let out a deep, resonant bellow as its 2 pillar-like front limbs rose and crashed down with tremendous force. Boom. The basin instantly fractured, sending sand and stone flying as dust clouds surged upward. Spiderweb cracks spread rapidly from the Diplodocus as the epicenter, splitting the ground in all directions as if cleaved by massive blades. The earth shook so violently that people could barely maintain their footing. Ah, damn it. How can such a monster exist? Help. Multiple beast island masters found the ground giving way beneath their feet, plunging directly into bottomless dark crevices as screams echoed throughout. Zhang Li's Star River Alliance powerhouses were forced to halt their advance, their formation thrown into chaos by the sudden appearance of these treacherous chasms. Damn it. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? Alliance leader, we miscalculated. The Ring of Sovereignty is right there. The Star River members roared in frustration, while Zhang Li ground his teeth. All his careful planning had crumbled almost instantly before this monster. Alliance leader Yi, take the Ring of Sovereignty and retreat immediately. I'll catch up with you later. Qin Chuan shouted his warning. Yi Qingwan reacted with lightning speed. Her only escape card was the Overlord-class polar bear. She leaped onto the bear's back and, taking advantage of everyone's disrupted balance from the tremors, charged toward the altar in a flash. Got it. The Ring of Sovereignty was clutched firmly in her palm as the polar bear roared and smashed through the encirclement, bounding out from the basin's edge. Chase them. Hunt them to the ends of the earth. Zhang Li's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed his orders. All attention instantly shifted from Qin Chuan to Yi Qingwan, murderous intent surging like a tide. Brother Gua, let's go. Li Tong, seeing how the situation had changed, immediately pulled Guotu away for their retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, having expended enormous energy in his prolonged battle with the Demon Lord, no longer had the strength to linger. He quickly recalled all his beast companions, leaped onto his wind god Pteranodon, and soared into the sky. In the basin's center, the Demon Lord watched the humans scatter and flee, letting out a furious roar. Cursed, two-legged sheep. None of you will escape. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. In an instant, over 1,000 demon warriors mounted their giant wolves, their iron hooves thundering as they gave relentless pursuit. Yi Qingwan faced the most perilous escape. Her polar bear had lost half its vitality, while pursuers continued to press forward wave after wave. If she became entangled, once the polar bear exhausted its strength, she would lose all her advantages. High above, Qin Chuan urged his wind god Pteranodon to accelerate, but the continuous high-intensity flight caused the Pteranodon's wings to tremble slightly, its speed beginning to decline. Yet Qin Chuan dared not had a rendezvous with Yi Qingwan before Zhongli could reach her. Once they escaped this underground world, they could activate teleportation and return to Beast Island only. Then would the Ring of Sovereignty truly be considered secured? At this moment, Yi Qingwan raced toward the entrance of teleportation gate number 3 at lightning speed, carrying the Ring of Royal Authority. Behind her, a dark mass of pursuers Li Tong, Guotu, Zhang Li, and the Earth Demon leader commanding a large force clung to her like a festering wound, relentless in their pursuit. If caught, she would face almost certain doom. Damn that wretched woman. The Ring of Royal Authority is mine. You won't take it out of the underground world. Li Tong snarled through gritted teeth as he gave chase, his chest nearly bursting with rage. Beside him, Guotu frowned deeply, sensing trouble ahead. Brotherly, her master-level polar bear is too fast. We can't catch her by brute force. I'll have the Endless Sea Alliance members stationed at gate number 3 set up an ambush. We must block her path. Li Tong's face lit up with delight. I'm counting on you, brother Gua. Guotu's lips curved into a sly smile as he slowly raised his price. For this kind of help, I'll need additional compensation. Don't worry, once we get the Ring of Royal Authority, essence won't be a problem. Li Tong nodded immediately. Originally, the two had agreed that Li Tong would pay Guotu 10,000 essence upon success. Though Li Tong couldn't afford such a sum at the moment, he was confident that with the ring in hand, 10,000 essence would be within easy reach. Guotu immediately set his plan in motion. The Endless Sea Alliance's elite forces mobilized en masse, with over 300 experts teleporting to gate number 3 in succession. With an ambush of this scale, escape would be nearly impossible once Yi Qingwan walked into their trap. All of this was witnessed by Chen Yahui, who had remained at the mineral vein. She immediately sent word to Qin Chuan. Brother Qin, all the Endless Sea's elite are mobilizing over 300 people. Where are you now? Flying high above, Qin Chuan glanced at the message, his expression darkening instantly. These bastards are going all out, thinking they can walk away with the Ring of Royal Authority intact. It won't be that easy. He spoke while rapidly devising countermeasures. At that moment, Yi Qingwan was less than 5 kilometers from gate number 3. Just then, under the Earth Demon leader's command, a mobile squad struck from the flank. 30 to 40 of the fastest Earth Demons instantly blocked her path. All of you can go to hell, Yi Qingwan roared. The master-level polar bear leaped into the air and slammed its massive paws into the ground. Crack, crack, Earth attribute energy exploded outward, rapidly transforming the terrain as sharp crystal spikes burst through the soil. In the blink of an eye, 34 Earth Demons were impaled on the spot, their corpses forming a wall of blood. The terrifying power of a master-level creature left ordinary Earth Demons with no choice but death. However, the polar bear's life force was visibly draining at an alarming rate. Yi Qingwan desperately called out to Qin Chuan for help. Mr. Qin, my master-level beast companion can only hold out for 10 more minutes at most. These Earth Demons keep sending reinforcements. I can't hold on much longer. High in the air, Qin Chuan sensed impending disaster and quickly replied. Gate number 3 is crawling with Endless Sea Alliance elites. Getting out is nearly impossible. Maybe you should abandon the Ring of Royal Authority. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan gasped in shock and blurted out. How can I give it up? If Zhongli gets his hands on it, we'll be in a really tough spot, Qin Chuan said helplessly. Staying alive is what matters most. What good is the ring if we're dead? Yi Qingwan gripped the Ring of Sovereignty tightly, her brow furrowed. Of course, she wanted to fight with the ring's power, but the Overlord-class polar bear clearly couldn't hold out much longer. Even if she wore the ring, she'd struggle against Zhang Li and the other 2 ring masters, not to mention the demon lord lurking nearby. After weighing her options, she reluctantly agreed to Qin Chuan's plan. Fine then, I'll give up the Ring of Sovereignty. Qin Chuan immediately added, once you abandon the divine ring, retreat immediately and leave the underground world. If I go, what about you? Don't worry. As long as they stay here, I'll still have a chance to get it back, Qin Chuan said with firm resolve. With his answer, Yi Qingwan steeled herself and prepared to act. Meanwhile, Li Tong, Guotu, and the newly arrived Zhang Li approached like a whirlwind, forming a triangle that surrounded Yi Qingwan completely. The Overlord-class polar bear was now covered in blood, breathing heavily, on the verge of collapse from overexertion. Yi Qingwan, you've reached your limit. You can't protect the Ring of Sovereignty anymore. Don't be foolish. Li Tong shouted sternly. Zhongli stared at her exhausted figure and delivered the final blow. In your condition, you probably can't last even 5 minutes. The demon lord could arrive at any moment. Stop struggling. The three men watched her like hungry eagles. Yi Qingwan felt despair in her heart. Once the polar bear fell, they would swarm her and tear her to pieces. She suddenly looked at Zhang Li with decisive resolve. Zhang Li, I'd give this ring to anyone before I'd give it to you. Then she turned to Li Tong. Alliance leader Li, this ring of sovereignty is yours. Before her words had finished echoing, she flung the ring toward Li Tong. This scene left Li Tong both shocked and delighted. Yi Qingwan was actually abandoning the ring voluntarily? Zhang Li looked utterly incredulous. He had expected Yi Qingwan to fight to the death with the polar bear's remaining strength, buying time for Qin Chuan to arrive. He never imagined she would be so decisive. The ring glinted with an eerie light as it flew through the air. Zhang Li reacted first, shouting as he commanded his beast emperor-class lion to leap and snatch it. Zhang Li, not while I'm here. Li Tong shot into the air and slapped the lion down with his palm. Guotu seized the opportunity, darting forward like lightning and catching the ring of sovereignty firmly in his grasp before it could hit the ground. Brother Li, got it. Li Tong let out a long breath, his laughter filled with relief. Haha. Despite all the twists and turns, the ring of sovereignty has finally fallen into my hands. Damn it. Zhang Li flew into a rage, immediately roaring. Attack. We must get that ring back. In an instant, the Star River Alliance's forces launched a coordinated assault on Guotu's day. But Guotu remained calm, slipping the ring onto his index finger. Buzz. The ring glowed with a dark golden aura, and a terrifying aura of sovereignty instantly spread in all directions. Every beast companion in the vicinity was suppressed, their fighting spirit plummeting. The ring of sovereignty truly lives up to its reputation. Guotu's eyes flashed with delight. Li Tong quickly reminded him. Brother Gua, don't forget your promise. Don't worry. We're partners. How could I go back on my word? Let me experience this properly first. Guotu nodded with a smile. Only then did Li Tong feel somewhat reassured. But just then, a loud horn sounded from behind. The demon lord had arrived with his army. At this moment, Yi Qingwan's overlord-level polar bear had reached its limit. As its life force was completely drained, it gradually turned to stone and crumbled into a pile of ash. Sigh. Though the evolution ring is incredibly powerful, the price is far too steep. Watching the scattered ashes drift away, Yi Qingwan felt nothing but helplessness. Permanently losing a beast emperor-level polar bear was no small loss. Having lost her qualification to continue competing for the Ring of Dominion, she could only follow Qin Chuan's advice and retreat quickly. Since the ring was no longer in her possession, naturally no one pursued her anymore, so she simply turned and vanished into the mist. The moment Yi Qingwan left, a new battle for the Ring of Dominion erupted. Guotu, now holding the ring, instantly became everyone's target. Zhang Li was the first to lock onto him, while Star River Alliance members swarmed toward Guotu like an overwhelming tide. Simultaneously, the Demon Lord leader led over 1,000 demons charging into the battlefield, coldly ordering, "Attack indiscriminately." In an instant, gunfire, supernatural abilities, and fangs intertwined as the entire ruins plunged once again into brutal warfare. Qin Chuan arrived fashionably late, riding his wind god wyvern as it circled high above, taking in the chaos below at a glance. Just as I expected, taking the Ring of Dominion out of the underground world won't be that simple. A slight smile played at the corner of his mouth as his gaze fell upon the wind god wyvern beneath him. This wyvern had been used merely as transportation since hatching. With all essence and beast cores devoted to his main battle pet, Qin Chuan had never seriously cultivated it. But today's battle made him realize his mistake. The wind god wyvern's potential was far from being fully tapped. The data showed. Advancing from adult form to Beast King required only 50 essence points, and reaching Beast Emperor level needed just 500 points more. If equipped with a wind attribute beast core, its speed would undergo a qualitative transformation. Qin Chuan immediately decided. Upgrade the wind god wyvern to Beast Emperor level, plus a wind attribute core. Essence 550-1710 remaining. Wind attribute beast core 1. Data updated. Species, wind god wyvern. Weight, 500 kilograms. Level, Beast Emperor requires 5,000 essence points to advance to Overlord. Attribute, wind. Active skill, rending wind beats wings to unleash gales, causing wide-range slashing damage to targets. Evolves to Sovereign Wind at Overlord level. Passive skill, Skyborn Bloodline enhanced flight speed. Wind gliding consumes almost no energy. After the enhancement, pale green wind spirals swirled around the wind god wyvern. With just a gentle beat of its wings, it could hover steadily with drastically reduced stamina consumption. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, better late than never to sharpen one's blade. Meanwhile, the fierce battle below intensified. Enhanced by the Ring of Dominion, Guotu fought like an immortal war god, commanding his beast pets to sweep across all directions. Zhongli had to restrain Li Tong while fending off the demons, his still unhealed body suffering even more, yet he continued fighting desperately for the ring. Damn two-legged sheep. None of you will leave here alive today. The demon lord leader gripped his golden spear and suddenly charged toward the nearest target, Zhongli. This unexpected assault ignited Zhongli's fury as he growled through gritted teeth. A bunch of simple-minded, muscle-bound idiots dare to mess with me. In his rage, Zhongli commanded his two beast emperor-level lions to launch a direct attack on the demon lord leader. Strangely enough, at the very moment the two beast emperor-level lions charged forward, the demon lord leader failed to react in time. Before he could even swing his golden spear, one of the lions struck him down with a single swipe. The gleaming claws crashed against the spear, sending the heavy weapon flying through the air before it slammed into the sand, kicking up clouds of dust. Zhang Li's eyelid twitched sharply. Had originally estimated that the two lions could at most hold off the demon lord leader, but he never expected them to land the first blow. The truth was, the demon lord leader was now at the end of his rope. After his prolonged, fierce battle with Qin Chuan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, he was exhausted both physically and mentally, his combat power reduced by at least 60%. Combined with the suppression from the Ring of Sovereignty in Guitu's possession, he could only exert 20 to 30% of his strength. A flash of greed instantly crossed Zhang Li's mind. Today he could not only seize the Ring of Sovereignty, but possibly tame a overlord-level demon lord as well. A smile curved his lips as he raised the ring of 10,000 beasts high above his head. Pale golden light spread from the ring's surface, wrapping around the demon lord leader's limbs and torso like chains. Buzz. The controlling force surged in like a tide, causing the demon lord leader's head to spin and his limbs to stiffen. He roared in fury. Damned two-legged sheep. Yet his roar was filled with helplessness. The 1,000+ demons fighting in the distance sensed their leader's abnormal condition, abruptly stopped their attacks, and fled. Over 1,000 demons scattered in an instant. Zhang Li's eyes gleamed. Haha. Even the beast horde is mine now. On the other side, Li Tong witnessed this scene with great alarm and immediately shouted, Guitu, don't let him succeed. If he controls the demon lord leader, we're finished. Guitu snapped back to his senses and immediately commanded his beast companions to charge at Zhang Li. In the howling wind, 3 demonic beasts behind him shattered the ground as they rushed forward in a straight line. Whoosh! A sharp whistle cut through the air as the demon lord leader hurled his golden spear with all his remaining strength, heavy as a mountain. Thud! The spear pierced clean through, pinning Guitu firmly to the ground as blood instantly gushed from his chest. Guitu gripped the spear shaft, his knuckles white, but found all his strength had been drained, couldn't move a single step. Zhang Li laughed maniacally. Tell me, in this endless sea, who else can stop me? He stepped over the rubble, approaching Guitu step by step, the ring of sovereignty within reach. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan watched coldly from high above, a slight smile playing at his lips. When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. With this thought, he commanded his wind god Pterosaur to dive down. The fierce wind howled as sharp wind blades carried sand and gravel straight toward the ground. Flash! Ah! Guitu let out a piercing scream as his entire left arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying everywhere. Qin Chuan seized the arm along with the Ring of Sovereignty, slipping it onto his palm in one fluid motion. Gentlemen, my apologies, but I'll be taking the Ring of Sovereignty. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, then rode his wind god Pterosaur swiftly toward portal number 3. Only then did Zhang Li suddenly realize. He had completely forgotten about Qin Chuan. You bastard! How dare you steal my Ring of Sovereignty? I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Grind your bones to dust. Zhang Li roared furiously. Faced with Zhang Li's impotent rage, Qin Chuan remained unruffled by his words, knowing that the priority was to escape the underground world first. He calculated silently. If he were still at full strength and could activate the God of Hunt domain with the Ring of Sovereignty, he would have confidence in taking on all 3 opponents. However, after consecutive fierce battles, all 6 beast emperor-level tyrannosaurs were wounded, and his own vital energy was severely depleted. With Guitu, that undying monster, watching like a hawk, any slight mistake could lead to disaster. Without absolute certainty, he would never take such a risk. Damn it! I gave away thousands of essences for that treasure map, and it all ended up as this guy's dowry. Li Tong trembled with rage, but was powerless to do anything about it. At this moment, Guitu was still pinned to the ground by the golden spear, roaring hoarsely, Zhang Li, let me out. Do you really want to make an enemy of me? Zhang Li's expression was grim as he reluctantly commanded the demon lord to withdraw the golden spear. The instant the spear left his body, Guitu's flesh healed at a visible rate, completely restored in moments. We're doomed. This guy was already ridiculously strong, and now with both rings in hand, isn't he invincible? Guitu growled through gritted teeth. Zhang Li's face was equally dark. It's all your fault. If you had given me the divine ring earlier, how could he have gotten the chance to steal it? You still have a sovereign-level demon lord, but what about me? The alliance suffered countless casualties and got nothing. Li Tong shot back angrily. Zhongli took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Gentlemen, you can see the situation for yourselves. That Qin fellow has both rings and has allied with that wretched woman Yi Qingwan. If we don't join forces, he'll defeat us one by one sooner or later. Li Tong and Guotu exchanged glances, both recognizing the lodges in the endless sea. Only interests were eternal. Minutes ago they had been fighting tooth and nail over the ring of sovereignty, but now there was no direct conflict between them. The real threat was Qin Chuan, who had already left. Guotu immediately nodded. Let's join forces against him. He holds 3 divine rings, but we also have 3. Turning to Li Tong, he asked, Brotherly, what do you think? Given the circumstances, Li Tong couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. Fine, let's team up. Zhongli pondered, but don't think about confronting him, Hedon. In our current state, we only have a 50% chance of winning. Then what does Alliance Leader Zhang suggest? Li Tong raised an eyebrow. After the second phase begins, we'll strike when the opportunity arises, Zhongli said slowly. With just that one sentence, Li Tong and Guotu instantly understood a backstab. We'll do as you say and let him enjoy himself for a few more days, Guotu responded coldly. Although he hadn't obtained the Ring of Sovereignty, Zhongli had at least subdued a sovereign-level demon lord, making the trip worthwhile. The 3 reached an agreement and quickly withdrew from the underground world. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, clutching the newly acquired Ring of Sovereignty, leaped onto his wind god pterosaur and shot toward teleportation, gate number 3, like lightning. Buzz. The silver-white teleportation beam lit up, and his figure instantly appeared above Beast Island. Opening his dimensional space, he released all 6 exhausted Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs. Take a good rest, guys. You've all taken quite a beating in this battle, Qin Chuan said, gently stroking the Tyrannosaurus lying on the ground. The Tyrannosaurus raised its massive head and let out a low, rumbling growl before settling down with its companions around the dragon nest. Soft light emanated from the nest's walls, seeping into their bodies like warm streams, healing their cracked scales and wounds at a visible pace. In the brief quiet, the divine essence within Qin Chuan began to stir slowly. After this grueling battle, his divine power had increased once again, though the combat had been so intense that only now did he think to check the exact numbers. Refresh the kill feedback. Let me see what this battle has yielded, he said, raising his hand to summon the virtual interface. A notification sound rang out suddenly. Eliminated 108 Earth Demons. Divine Power 224, Essence 560, Reward Coins 54,000, Piercing Spears 108. The data floated in the air, glowing with silver-blue light. Qin Chuan surveyed the battlefield wreckage, estimating that most of these 100-plus Earth Demons had died from the bicephalic dragon's devastating mountain collapse attack. He had been focused on engaging the Earth Demon leader and hadn't deliberately finished off the others. Even so, over 200 points of divine power was still a decent haul. Yet when he considered that advancing from domain god to lesser god required at least 10,000 divine power points, this game barely scratched the surface of his appetite. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 velociraptors that had fallen during the battle. Oh right, I still need to revive those 2 velociraptors that died earlier. He strode quickly toward the dragon nest and raised his palm to channel his divine core. Whoosh! Blue light burst from his forehead, and the wounds on the 2 velociraptors instantly sealed shut. They twitched a few times before opening their eyes again. However, the divine core's power drained away like water from a burst dam, causing Qin Chuan's brow to throb with a dull ache. By rough calculation, reviving just these adult velociraptors had consumed nearly 2/3 of his divine core's power. If it had been Beast King level or even Beast Emperor level companions, he would have been completely drained. More troubling still, divine core power couldn't be rapidly replenished by any external means. It could only recover naturally over time. Thinking of the next battle ahead, he made a mental note. He had to be more careful and avoid letting his beast companions die so easily. His communicator suddenly lit up with a message from Yi Qingwan. Mr. Qin, I just saw you leave the teleportation gate. Did you obtain the Ring of Sovereignty? Got it, Qin Chuan replied. This mission succeeded thanks to your help, though you lost a Beast Emperor-level companion in the process. From the other end of the screen, Yi Qingwan sent a string of laughing emojis. You're too kind, Mr. Qin. We're allies. As long as we could secure the Ring of Sovereignty, sacrificing one Beast Emperor-level companion is nothing. After storing the Ring of Sovereignty in his spatial ring, Qin Chuan continued typing. Though the ring is in my hands, that bastard Zhongli got incredibly lucky and tamed a overlord-level Earth Demon. I expect he'll team up with Li Tong and Gua to 3 ring masters joining forces against us. I figured as much, came Yi Qingwan's quick response. Originally, the various factions were relatively balanced, but with you becoming the first dual ring master, they're bound to band together. However, we're also allied, so our combined strength isn't necessarily inferior to theirs. Through this exchange, their alliance had grown stronger after fighting side by side. Meanwhile, the surface dynamics of the endless sea were becoming increasingly clear. Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan's faction now stood in opposition to the three ring masters Zhang Li, Li Tong, and Gua Tuesday. This was merely the visible conflict on the surface. Countless low-profile, but rapidly rising powerhouses lurked in the shadows. Billions of Beast Island masters couldn't possibly be supported by just a few ring masters alone. Those hidden geniuses often chose to quietly amass wealth, perhaps only revealing their true strength when the second wave of the beast tide arrived. After this battle, the World Chat channel was buzzing with heated discussions. Looks like the Ring of Gods competition has finally come to an end. I wonder who managed to claim the ring. You'd have to be an idiot not to know it was Qin Chuan. Why are you so certain? I just saw Zhang Li, Li Tong, and Gua Tu leaving together through the teleportation gate. For them to travel so peacefully together, Qin Chuan must have won. Holy crap, this is insane. Qin Chuan was already ridiculously powerful, and now with a second Ring of Gods, won't he just soar to new heights? Though I heard Zhang Li also managed to get his hands on a sovereign-level Earth Demon, so he should be able to compete with Qin Chuan in the short term. That's true. Speaking of which, the Endless Sea now has 6 Rings of Gods. Wonder where the remaining 6 are. Do you even need to guess? They're definitely in Gate 1 or Gate 2. But haven't those 2 gates remained unconquered? Your information is outdated. Gate 1 has already been breached. The toxic miasma has been cleared, and many powerful players who were waiting on the sidelines have already gone in to explore. What? Gate 1 has been breached? When did this happen? Right when Qin Chuan and the others were fighting over the Ring of Gods, some powerful players formed a team and found a way to dispel the miasma. Excellent. Doesn't that mean Gate 2 will be conquered soon too? Don't get your hopes up too high, everyone. Gate 3 had terrifying Earth demons, so Gates 1 and 2 probably hide some powerful beasts as well. Let's wait for those big shots to clear the way first, then we can go pick up whatever scraps are left. As the chat channel heated up, Qin Chuan's fame soared once again, and his hidden score skyrocketed along with it. With his improved hidden score, his dust-free alliance jumped from 20th place in the Endless Sea to 10th place, officially advancing to Gold Alliance status. This meant Qin Chuan could now collect 100 essence crystals daily. However, for Qin Chuan at his current level, this amount of essence wouldn't make a decisive difference whether upgrading beast companions or leveling up the dragon nest. The required essence was counted in tens of thousands. Hunting exotic beasts alone couldn't possibly fill this massive gap. In contrast, other Gold Alliance leaders had long been steadily accumulating resources through tributes from their alliance members. If Qin Chuan remained inactive, he would soon fall behind. Beep beep. A private message from Chun Yahweh popped up. Brother Qin, our alliance has been promoted to gold level. We can collect 100 essence crystals daily now. Yeah, I saw that. But this amount of essence is still too little, Qin Chuan replied. Even if we combine ours, it's only 200. Brother Qin, do you want to get more essence? Chun Yahweh cut straight to the point. Qin Chuan immediately caught on. You mean expand our alliance membership? Exactly. Chun Yahweh typed quickly. If we can recruit more members and have them pay daily tributes, that would be quite a substantial income. Qin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. She was right, this was currently the fastest way to accumulate essence. Zhang Li and other alliance leaders were using exactly this model to continuously build their resources. If he kept delaying action, he would inevitably fall behind. How about you handle this matter? Qin Chuan finally made his decision. Try to recruit some strong players. Since they were going to expand, strength had to be the top priority. If the recruited members were too weak, not only would they drag down the alliance's hidden score, causing rankings and levels to drop, but they might even require Qin Chuan's support, which would be counterproductive. Take Yi Qingwan's Guardian Alliance, for example. While it appeared to be the largest alliance in the Endless Sea, 90% of its members were actually weaklings. To maintain the alliance's hidden rating, she had no choice but to enable resource sharing, distributing the strong members' points evenly among everyone. However, this prevented resource concentration, keeping overall combat power stagnant, and trapping the alliance in a vicious cycle. Yi Qingwan understood that once she withdrew resources, their ranking would plummet, potentially dropping from gold tier to silver, leaving her with no way out. Qin Chuan faced the same dilemma when preparing to expand membership, could only recruit truly powerful individuals. Don't worry, Brother Qin. I'll screen candidates strictly and build a formidable alliance, Chun Yahweh promised, patting her chest confidently. Though her combat abilities weren't exceptional, her organizational and logistical skills were nearly flawless. With her in charge, Qin Chuan could rest easy. After arranging personnel, Qin Chuan remained on Beast Island to recover peacefully. First, to restore his depleted divine power, and second, to let his severely injured beast companions heal completely. As the sun set and moon rose, a day passed. The next morning, with only 5 days remaining until the second phase beast tide, dawn broke. When Qin Chuan opened his eyes, his divine power had fully replenished overnight. His beast emperor-level tyrannosaurs had recovered 70% under continuous treatment. One more day of rest would restore them to peak condition. 4 fresh dragon eggs had also spawned in the dragon nest. He wasn't rushing to hatch them yet, instead opening the world chat channel to check for major developments. Messages flooded in. Everyone. Big news, Portal 1 actually produced 2 rings of the gods at once, and they've reportedly been claimed by 2 mysterious individuals. What? Wasn't Portal 1 just breached yesterday? How did they find the rings of the gods so quickly? That's normal. Portal 1 couldn't even be opened by Zhongli, but suddenly someone conquered it, proving these 2 are extremely powerful. Damn. Mining treasures while other ring lords are resting. These guys are cunning. They definitely planned this in advance, figured out how to breach it, and waited until other ring lords were too busy to interfere. The Endless Sea will have 2 more ring lords. Only 4 rings of the gods remain. The remaining 4 are probably hidden in portals 2 and 3. Portal 3 has only yielded 1 so far. After reading through the entire channel, everything unfolded as Qin Chuan expected. In this sea domain with billions of Beast Island lords, it was impossible for only their small group to reign supreme. While new powerhouses emerging didn't threaten his status as the sole dual ring lord, the situation would become dangerous if Zhongli recruited these newcomers. Zhongli had already allied with Li Tong and Guotu. Adding 2 more ring lords would instantly tip the balance of power. Beep beep. His communicator suddenly flashed with a private message from Yi Qingwan. Mr. Qin, are you there? Yes, what's wrong? Qin Chuan replied. I know who these 2 new ring lords are. Should we try recruiting them? If Zhongli beats us to it, we'll be in trouble, Yi Qingwan said. Now that Zhongli had already joined forces with Li Tong and Guotu, adding 2 more ring masters to their alliance would give even Qin Chuan, who possessed dual rings, quite a headache. If he could prevent their alliance, he absolutely had to. Qin Chuan had no desire to face 5 ring masters all at once. Who are they? How do you know them? Qin Chuan asked quickly. One is called Lu Yun, the other Qin Feng. Yi Qingwan recalled their previous encounter. I tried to recruit them before, but they turned me down. What divine rings did they each obtain? Qin Chuan pressed further. Lu Yun seems to be the ring of division. As for Qin Feng's, I'm not entirely sure. Yi Qingwan frowned as she tried to remember. Upon hearing ring of division, Qin Chuan's brow furrowed as he immediately pulled up the information. Ring of division can split numerous duplicates from the beast companion's main body, with each duplicate possessing 10% of the original's combat power. The number of divisions is affected by the ring master's divine rank level. Qin Chuan felt somewhat surprised. If the main body was already formidably powerful, once divided, it would be virtually endless, extremely troublesome to fight against. Where are they now? He confirmed again. Portal 1. Yi Qingwan quickly provided the answer. I just received word that Zhang Li and his group of 3 have already set out. Then let's go. Qin Chuan stood up. Even if we can't recruit them, we must prevent this second alliance. Outside Portal 1, the rocky platform glowed with a faint luminescence as 2 men emerged from the underground world. The man on the left was in his early 30s, well-proportioned and handsome, wearing frameless glasses with only lenses that made him appear refined and scholarly. On his shoulder perched a jet-black raven, its sharp gaze matching its master's perfectly. This was Lu Yun. The man on the right was around 40, with several days' worth of stubble covering his chin and flip-flops on his feet, his entire demeanor radiating casualness and ruggedness. Beside him, several majestic tigers paced slowly. This unkempt middle-aged man was Qin Feng. Qin Feng, mark my words, within 10 minutes, other ring masters will definitely come looking for us. Lu Yun adjusted his glasses with a relaxed tone. Let them come. Qin Feng picked his nose while laughing carelessly. We've kept a low profile since entering the Endless Sea, but now that we're ring masters, staying low-key is impossible. Lu Yun nodded slightly and asked, should we join them? Up to you. Qin Feng shrugged. I don't care either way. Lu Yun smiled helplessly. His partner had the phrase, I don't care, down to an art form. Before he finished speaking, 3 brilliant pillars of light suddenly burst from the ground ahead, arriving almost simultaneously. The first to appear were Zhang Li, Guotu, and Li Tong. Haha, congratulations to you both on becoming new ring masters. Guotu stepped forward first with a beaming smile. The balance of power in the Endless Sea is about to shift. To single-handedly conquer Portal 1, your strength surpasses our sway. Completely failed to notice you initially. Zhang Li also nodded with a smile. Li Tong added, you 2 really kept things quiet, becoming ring masters without making a sound. After all, their attention had previously been focused entirely on Qin Chuan, leaving them with little regard for those deeply hidden powerhouses. Now that Lu Yun and Qin Feng had successfully opened the first teleportation gate, they had certainly made quite a splash. The 3 faction leaders had already arrived and were watching them intently. You're too kind. We're just wanderers with modest abilities who happen to be lucky enough to obtain the divine ring. Lu Yun replied with a humble smile, his tone carrying a hint of self-deprecation. Zhang Li crossed her arms and said half jokingly, half seriously, Anyone who can make a name for themselves in the endless sea is hardly modest. Since you're independent, would you be interested in joining us in the future? How about we dominate the endless sea together? Faced with this olive branch, Lu Yun remained calm and composed, clenching his fist and coughing lightly. Don't rush, you three. There are still two heavyweight players who haven't shown up yet. Let's wait for them to arrive before we discuss anything. Zhongli narrowed her eyes, immediately catching the implication. Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan. Whoosh. Light pillars descended one after another, and two figures leaped out from the teleportation gatite. Was indeed Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan. Qin Chuan's appearance made Li Tong's face turn ashen with rage that seemed almost tangible. You little punk. We haven't even come looking for you, and here you are delivering yourself to our doorstep. Zhang Li and Guotu's eyes also gleamed with cold light, murderous intent filling the air. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Qin Chuan surveyed the three of them, the twin rings on his fingers glowing faintly as he responded coolly. If you want to fight, I'm ready to go all the way. Yi Qingwan stared coldly at the opposition, showing no sign of backing down. If she could prevent these three from forming an alliance again, she wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice even an emperor-level polar bear. Zhang Li quickly strategized. When we make our move, Guotu will tie up Yi Qingwan with everything he's got, while Li Tong and I team up to take down Qin Chuan. Both sides were ready to clash at any moment. Ahem. Everyone calmed down for a moment. Lu Yun spoke up, trying to defuse the volatile atmosphere. I have intelligence about the second wave of beast attacks happening in 5 days. You might want to hear this first. Li Tong was furious. Brother Lu, he stole my ring of sovereignty. This grudge is no ordinary matter. Qin Chuan sneered. The ring of sovereignty belongs to whoever can claim it. If you couldn't protect it, how can you blame others? You're asking for death. Li Tong roared, his ring of furnace erupting into flames as he transformed into a giant monster with a lion's head and human body, scorching heat waves sweeping around him. Seeing the two factions about to collide, Lu Yun helplessly raised his hand, and the ring on his finger that resembled cell division suddenly blazed with light. Caw-caw. The emperor-level raven on his shoulder instantly transformed into a black tide, with thousands of ravens darkening the sky as they circled overhead. Though individually unremarkable, their sheer numbers created a terrifying sense of oppression. Qin Chuan stared at the sky full of black feathers in amazement. So his beast companion was a raven? Combined with the ring of division, it had something of the aura of a fear lord. This scene also revealed Lu Yun's true strength. Being able to obtain the ring of division with ravens was definitely no stroke of luck. Lu Yun spoke calmly. Whoever makes the first move shouldn't blame me for joining forces with the other side against them. Chen Feng, who had seemed laid back until now, also raised his palm. A ring materialized, its surface flowing with rainbow light in an intricate pattern, emanating a peculiar multicolored glow. This ring is strange. Why is it so colorful? What kind of ring is it? Yi Qingwan frowned slightly, examining it from every angle, but still couldn't identify it. Logically, to understand the specific abilities of someone's divine ring, you either need system prompts or knowledge of the ring's name from its owner. Since this Chen Feng hadn't revealed the ring's name, and it wasn't a standard system-awarded ring, determining its nature became exponentially more difficult. Not sure, but divine rings are never worthless. It must have some special ability we don't understand, Qin Chuan explained, tilting his head while his gaze remained fixed on that colorful ring. Beside Chen Feng, Lu Yun stepped forward and raised his hand, signaling everyone to remain calm. Zhang Li and the others, who had been ready for battle, reluctantly suppressed their eager fighting spirit under his intervention. After all, their purpose here was to win over Lu Yun. If they actually started fighting, they might end up pushing him toward Qin Chuan's camp instead. After a moment's consideration, Li Tong reluctantly dismissed the lava shield conjured by his furnace ring. The scorching lava hissed as it cooled, white smoke rising from the ground as the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhang Li looked around and cut straight to the point. You too. We came here to invite you to join us, not to have you play peacemaker. Which side do you actually want to stand on? Give us a straight answer, so I can determine whether you're friend or foe. He couldn't understand why Lu Yun insisted on standing in the middle when they hadn't even formed an alliance yet. Beast Island lords typically viewed each other as enemies before confirming alliances. Everyone wanted to seize more divine rings, and would be delighted to see their opponents destroy each other. His thinking was perfectly reasonable, yet Lu Yun wouldn't cooperate. Meeting everyone's gaze, Lu Yun spoke with calm but firm resolve. Alliance leader Zhang, I won't join either of your sides. Chen Feng and I have always been independents, and becoming ring lords won't change that. At these words, Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, knowingly Lu Yun wanted to remain neutral. He immediately gestured to Yi Qingwan. Alliance leader Yi, let's go. These two won't pose any threat to us. If Lu Yun truly wanted to side with Zhang Li, he would have joined forces with him right now instead of constantly talking about being independent and neutral. All right. Yi Qingwan nodded lightly and prepared to leave with Qin Chuan. Zhang Li also caught the subtext the recruitment had failed, but at least Lu Yun hadn't sided with Qin Chuan, temporarily maintaining the balance. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. In that case, we're withdrawing too. We'll settle our old scores with Qin Chuan another day. Both groups turned to leave almost simultaneously. Lu Yun watched them preparing to walk away and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait, you turn around and bolt just because I won't join? That's pretty cold, isn't it? Zhang Li stopped and raised an eyebrow. You don't want us to fight, but you won't let us leave either. What exactly do you want? Lu Yun sighed, his voice growing serious. I'm not stopping your fight just to meddle. If it weren't for something more urgent, I wouldn't care if you fought for 10 days and nights. Something urgent? Qin Chuan halted his retreat, his gaze sharpening. What is it? Lu Yun exchanged a glance with Qin Feng before speaking slowly. While exploring Teleportation Gate 1, we discovered the Mother of Wisdom, the main boss of the second stage Beast Tide. We originally wanted to strike while it was still in its incubation phase, thinking we might reduce the difficulty of the second stage Beast Tide. But I miscalculated. The Mother of Wisdom nearly killed us, both using only passive defense. As his words settled, the air seemed to be sucked away. Upon hearing this revelation, not only did Qin Chuan look shocked, but Zhang Li and the others exchanged glances, appearing equally incredulous. After all, Lu Yun and his companion were powerful warriors who had mastered the Portal 1 transmission gate and were ring bearers themselves, so it was impossible for them to lose their lives due to the Mother of Wisdom's passive defenses. The air seemed to carry a hint of gunpowder as Zhang Li crossed his arms, his tone low and threatening. You're stopping us from fighting because you want us to join you in going to where the Mother of Wisdom is located? Exactly. Lu Yun pushed up his glasses, speaking slowly and clearly. This is also why I released the message on the World Chat channel to draw you here. Li Tong frowned slightly, his gaze sharp. You couldn't even get close to it. So how could adding us to the mix possibly allow us to take it down? Even if we can't kill it, severely injuring it would suffice. Lu Yun's tone remained calm and unhurried. I've calculated that with the current overall combat strength of the Endless Sea, the probability of surviving the second stage Beast Tide is less than 3%. And this result assumes you're all 10 times stronger than you currently are. Do you understand what a 3% chance of victory means? Everyone collectively gasped in shock. A victory rate of less than 3% was tantamount to a suicide mission, and none of them believed they could turn the tide with such odds. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed deeply. He had long known the second stage Beast Tide wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected it to be this ridiculously powerful. Zhang Li pondered for a moment, still maintaining his guard. This does seem to be a problem, but this reason alone isn't enough to convince us to set aside our antagonistic relationship. That's right. This kid stole my ring of sovereignty. There's absolutely no way we can coexist peacefully. Li Tong remained bitter about the incident. After all, Qin Chuan had seized the ring of sovereignty from Guitu while they were engaged in battle, and this grudge was impossible to let go. In their minds, as long as Qin Chuan lived, none of them could sleep peacefully. Eliminating him would always be their top priority. Qin Chuan's lips curved into a casual smile. Haha, Alliance Leader Li. Anger is bad for your health. Calm down a bit. The rings in your possession will all be mine sooner or later, so don't die of rage before I even make my move. You bastard. Li Tong exploded with fury, veins bulging on his shoulders. Zhang Li raised his hand to stop Li Tong's impulsive reaction, knowing full well that if both sides came to blows and Lu Yun chose to intervene, it would be counterproductive. Lu Yun watched the two factions' irreconcilable hostility with a hint of helplessness in his voice. I'm not asking you to shake hands and make peace, just avoid civil war until the second stage Beast Tide ends. Even if you kill each other, you'll only weaken our defensive capabilities, and no one will survive 5 days from now. These words temporarily suppressed Zhang Li and the others' murderous intent toward Qin Chuan. Winning now would only mean surviving 5 more days, which was meaningless. Zhang Li was the first to relent. Fine, we'll accompany you to Portal 1. I want to see just how powerful this so-called Mother of Wisdom really is. Hearing this, Lu Yun turned to look at Qin Chuan. What are your thoughts, Mr. Qin? Qin Chuan shrugged. In that case, let's make the trip. He didn't refuse. Good. Time is of the essence. Let's depart. After speaking, Lu Yun turned and strode toward the transmission gate behind him. Qin Chuan turned back to whisper instructions to Yi Qingwan. Once we're inside, keep a close eye on Li Tong. I have a feeling this guy might launch a sneak attack at any moment. If he dares to make a move, slap him to death. Understood. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. As the bearer of the furnace ring, Li Tong's combat power was formidable once he transformed, and if he launched a surprise attack, Qin Chuan and the others might not be able to react immediately. So staying vigilant was definitely the right approach. Although Lu Yun had mediated between Qin Chuan and Zhang Li, leading them to temporarily set aside their hatred, this didn't mean they could coexist peacefully. The two remained wary of each other throughout the journey, maintaining a stance as if they might draw their weapons at any moment. With their respective thoughts weighing on their minds, the group stepped through Portal 1, approaching the lair of the Mother of Wisdom. Portal 1 had originally been a barren wasteland filled with rolling toxic fog and roaming poison dragons, but before them now lay a world of crystal-clear skies, with not a trace of corrosive miasma in the air. Scattered across the ground were the corpses of exotic beasts and poison dragons, their wounds fresh and blood still wet, clearly the spoils from Lu Yun and Chun Feng's earlier clearing operation. Unlike the desolation of Portal 3, this place revealed towering ancient trees once the toxic fog had lifted, their branches intertwining like a living green kingdom. Brother Lu, you two certainly kept your abilities well hidden. You actually dealt with all these exotic beasts and poison dragons. Li Tong surveyed their surroundings with amazement. Haha, just luck. Lu Yun replied with an understated smile. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and casually added, actually, we're far from the only powerhouses in the endless sea. There are others who are even more formidable than us. Guotu nodded in agreement. With billions of Beast Island lords, there are bound to be a few prodigies among them. The strength we possess is merely what's visible on the surface. As they chatted, the group continued forward without stopping. After about an hour, Lu Yun halted and pointed toward a grayish-brown mountain ahead. We're here. The Mother of Wisdom is behind that mountain. You mean she's hiding behind the mountain? Li Tong confirmed. Exactly. Lu Yun's smile faded, his tone turning grave. The Mother of Wisdom is still in her developmental stage, consuming vast amounts of essence daily. If we're detected by her passive defenses, with our current strength, it would be very difficult to escape alive. The group immediately lowered their voices and stealthily circled toward the back of the mountain. Upon cresting the ridge, an absurdly massive flesh cocoon came into view. The entire mass was covered in blood vessels, resembling a heart magnified countless times, pulsing rhythmically. Within the semi-transparent cavity, they could vaguely make out a slumbering giant, its size 100 times larger than Qin Chuan's twin-chambered dragon, comparable to an entire mountain peak. The scene surrounding the flesh cocoon was equally shocking. Small humanoid creatures formed long lines, extracting glowing essence stones from the mountain's mineral veins and continuously carrying them toward the Mother of Wisdom. Above them perched poison dragons covered in green scales, resembling deep-sea monitor lizards, overseeing these laborers. These small creatures are called goblins, closely related to the earth demons from Portal 3, Lu Yun explained in a whisper. They have weak combat abilities. The strongest among them barely reaches Beast King level, but they're expert miners. The Mother of Wisdom uses the poison dragons to enslave them, making them gather essence for her. At this moment, Qin Chuan's attention had completely shifted away from the Mother of Wisdom, his gaze fixed intently on the crystals in the goblin's hands. He watched as streams of essence were fed into the flesh cocoon, each absorption making the heart pulse more vigorously. Master Qin, do you see that? So much essence. See if we could get our hands on it. It would certainly provide a tremendous boost to our strength. Yi Qingwan whispered. At this moment, Qin Chuan truly desired it, as essence was exactly what he lacked most. 3 untrained Triceratops and a dragon egg about to hatch were all waiting to be fed with essence. The massive essence mine before him, towering like a mountain range, was like a piece of meat dripping with fat. It's quite tempting indeed, but these goblins aren't bad either. Qin Chuan lowered his voice. Goblins? Yi Qingwan looked puzzled. Don't let their small size fool you. They mine extremely fast and hardly ever get tired. Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed. If we could catch a few to explore the mines at Portal 3, wouldn't we soar to new heights? Just as Qin Chuan was watching with burning desire, Lu Yun interrupted. Everyone, let's join forces. Bring out your strongest beast companions and strike the Mother of Wisdom while she's still in her developmental stage. If we succeed, the beast tide pressure in 5 days will be much lighter. Before he finished speaking, Zhongli stepped forward. Then let's not waste time. Attack. Boom. Zhongli simultaneously summoned a beast emperor-level male lion and an overlord-level earth demon leader, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Immediately after, Li Tong activated his furnace ring without hesitation, transforming himself into a burning steel warrior. Yi Qingwan, Guotu, Lu Yun, Chen Feng. All the ringmasters unleashed their strongest trump cards at once. Since everyone else was showing their hand, Qin Chuan naturally couldn't fall behind. This was the perfect opportunity to test the fusion of his giant beast dragon and Tyrannosaurus. He slowly raised his fusion ring. Fusion. The moment the 2 massive creatures appeared, they transformed into 2 brilliant beams of light, intertwining in midair. Boom. The ground was smashed into a giant crater as a terrifyingly large new beast landed. Species: giant beast Tyrannosaurus rex. Weight: 30 tons. Level: Beast Emperor. Attribute: Fire. Primary skill: Hellfire Breath. Passive skill: Molten Fire Body. The fusion body, based on the Tyrannosaurus, had reached an incredible weight of 30 tons. This was almost godlike for a carnivorous dinosaur. The massive frame brought astonishing explosive power, and while agility decreased, it was more than sufficient for dealing with fixed alien beasts like the Mother of Wisdom. Holy crap! Qin Feng broke out in cold sweat at the sight. Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of being the number one in the endless sea. I knew you raised dinosaurs, but seeing it firsthand is still shocking. Gurgle gurgle. The flesh cocoon writhed as the mother of wisdom seemed to sense danger. Over a dozen poison dragons around it roared and dove down. I'll block the poison dragons. You focus on attacking the mother of wisdom. Strike hard before it turns red. Lu Yun raised his hand, and his division ring glowed. Whoosh. Thousands upon thousands of ravens instantly split into a cloud-like curtain, blotting out the sky as they rushed toward the poison dragons. Attack! Qin Feng, riding his fierce tiger, was first to unleash a towering pillar of fire. Boom! The others simultaneously bombarded the mother of wisdom. Hellfire breath! Qin Chuan opened his mouth and released a fire column thicker and more scorching than the Tyrannosaurus's. Rumble! The high-temperature flames merged with everyone's attacks, striking the mother of wisdom's flesh cocoon with tremendous force. Bang! The flesh cocoon was blasted with a massive hole. Splash! Blood gushed out like a bursting dam. Roar! In excruciating pain, the mother of wisdom let out a piercing shriek. Did they succeed? Lu Yun, watching from the side, felt a surge of joy, but it froze instantly. The massive hole lasted only a brief moment before the flesh walls rapidly healed, and the mother of wisdom's flesh cocoon was immediately soaked in blood-red color. Whoosh! The cocoon's surface suddenly bulged, and blood-colored tentacles burst forth wildly, lashing out like octopus arms that blotted out the sky. Looks like the passive defense has activated. Watch out. Li Tong's face changed drastically as he shouted a warning. Qin Chuan looked up to see the sea of blood-like tentacles crashing down. Without hesitation, he released his fusion with the giant beast Tyrannosaurus. Though the savage velociraptor had weaker output, its speed far exceeded the giant beast's. Getting entangled would spell trouble. Alliance Leader Zhang, Alliance Leader Li, we three will block the tentacles. Alliance Leader Qin, take the others and attack while you can. Lu Yun quickly arranged. But Zhang Li raised his hand to recall his beast companion and coldly shook his head. This monster's regeneration is too strong. Our attacks are futile, and I'm not looking to die. With that, he turned and retreated. Seeing this, Li Tong followed close behind. Lu Yun's face turned ashen with rage. If we let it keep growing, no one will survive in 5 days. Zhang Li looked back dismissively. Defending against the beast tide is the shared responsibility of billions of Beast Island masters. Why should we die first? If you want to fight, go ahead. Him, not playing along. Before he finished speaking, the overwhelming tentacles had already reached Qin Chuan and the others. Lu Yun, now you've gotten us killed. Yi Qingwan looked anxiously at the blood shadows filling the sky. Using the evolution ring again would mean massive losses. Lu Yun gritted his teeth. Alliance Leader Yi, I'm sorry. I miscalculated. Those three only care about saving their own skins. Thinking they can defend against the beast tide in 5 days like this is pure fantasy. With Zhang Li's escape, Li Tong and Guotu also wavered. Of the 7 ring masters, 3 were suddenly gone, making continued fighting hopeless. The tentacles whistled down with a fishy wind. Qin Chuan immediately summoned his wind god Pteranodon, grabbed Yi Qingwan's wrist, leaped onto its back, and shot upward. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several tentacles wrapped around the Pteranodon's hind legs in midair, trying to drag it down. Rending wind. Qin Chuan roared. Whoosh. The wind god Pteranodon beat its wings fiercely, sharp wind blades cutting through the air and severing all 3 tentacles. But for every one cut, 2 more sprouted. In an instant, 6 blood whips lashed out, forcibly dragging the Pteranodon down. The 2 fell from midair in a cloud of dust, barely managing to steady themselves. Yi Qingwan turned and glared angrily. Qin Feng, you haven't used your god ring once since the fight started. Are you saving it to hatch eggs or what? Qin Feng, who had been dodging all along, smiled bitterly. If I could use it, I would have already. Do I really need you to remind me? After Qin Feng finished speaking, he immediately mounted his fierce tiger and retreated toward the rear. His actions made Qin Chuan's heart skip a beat. What other restrictions did that so-called ring of the gods have? Were there any prerequisites required? We're doomed. Once these tentacles lock onto a target, they'll pursue relentless slithers, no shaking them off. Lu Yun shouted, his hands rapidly forming seals as he controlled a flock of ravens that swooped through the air, desperately blocking the lashing tentacles for everyone. If we can't escape, then we won't. Qin Chuan's voice was steady as he raised his hand and waved. Boom. The Diplodocus, weighing over 200 tons, crashed down from the light portal. The earth exploded under its massive body, and its enormous spine rose like a moving steel fortress, instantly blocking dozens of tentacles. Roar! Though the Diplodocus was only at adult stage, the immovable as mountains, passive skill from its superior attributes made its defense astronomical. The thick tentacles lashed against its gray-brown scales, leaving only bloody scratches they couldn't penetrate to the vital organs. What kind of monster beast is this? Its defense is ridiculously overpowered. Lu Yun stared in amazement, craning his neck to look up at the mountain-like giant beast, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. You all retreat first. They can't hurt me for now. Qin Chuan waved to the others. Hearing the command, Lu Yun and Qin Feng didn't dare hesitate and turned to run. Earth-shattering collapse. After confirming the others had retreated beyond the attack radius, Qin Chuan unleashed his strongest skill without hesitation. The Diplodocus raised its front limbs high and stomped down hard on the ground. Boom! With a deafening roar, the earth instantly cracked under the impact of the ley line power. One side of the mountain, hollowed out by the ley lines, also crumbled, triggering a massive landslide. Boulders and broken trees poured down like a torrential rain, densely pelting the valley floor with the Diplodocus bearing the brunt of it all. Immovable as mountains absorbed 90% of the impact. Boulders and fallen timber crashed against the thick scales, leaving only white marks. However, the mountain was too massive, and with its interior hollowed out by goblins, a chain collapse followed. Qin Chuan and the Diplodocus were completely buried underground. Fortunately, the Diplodocus managed to create a small space, shielding its master from most of the falling rocks. But as an adult-stage creature, its strength was limited. It would take time to break free. Meanwhile, the out-of-control Mother of Wisdom roared and shrieked, dozens of tentacles sweeping in all directions. Poison dragons, goblins, and rolling stones caught in its grasp were all reduced to pulverized blood mist, completely indiscriminate destruction. Mr. Qin. Yi Qingwan saw Qin Chuan buried and was frantic with worry. Lu Yun retreated to a safe distance, still shaken. If this Mother of Wisdom had matured for 5 more days, it would truly be an invincible monster. Retreat first. Even a monster like Qin Chuan got buried. Staying here will only add to the risk. Qin Feng growled from atop his fierce tiger. Yi Qingwan was furious. What do you mean? Mr. Qin got buried because of you too, and now you want to leave without rescuing him. Alliance leader Yi, you saw it yourself? The moment we get close, those tentacles will lock onto us. Can we rescue him? Lu Yun smiled bitterly, spreading his hands. If you won't rescue him, I'll do it myself. Yi Qingwan said no more and raised her right hand. The ring of evolution suddenly burst with blinding light. She had made up her mind to sacrifice a beast emperor-level polar bear, break through to dominator level herself, forcibly clear the boulders, and pull Qin Chuan out. Ding ding. Just as Yi Qingwan was about to rescue him, her chat window suddenly chimed with a message from Qin Chuan. Alliance leader Yi, don't waste your dominator-level beast companion here. I won't be in immediate danger for a while. Leave now, or the Mother of Wisdom will sense people nearby and won't settle down. Seeing the message, Yi Qingwan withdrew her summoning seal. Alliance leader Yi, you should retreat with us first, Lu Yun urged in a low voice. If Zhang Li and the others discover you're acting alone, they'll definitely make their move against you. Let's go. Yi Qingwan hesitated no longer and followed Lu Yun and another companion as they rushed toward the exit of portal number 1. Meanwhile, Zhang Li's group, who had retreated far away, stood before the collapsed mountainside and instantly understood what had happened. Looks like that Qin kid summoned another monster weighing hundreds of tons, Li Tong snorted coldly. Zhang Li waved his hand dismissively. Forget about them. Portal number 1 is finished. We're going to portal number 2. There are still several divine rings left there, and we must grow stronger before the second wave of beasts arrives. With that, he took the lead in departing, and several ring masters followed suit. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Having lost its target, the Mother of Wisdom temporarily retracted its tentacles, and the red flesh cocoon returned to its translucent state. Buried beneath the mountainside, Qin Chuan sat cross-legged, patiently waiting for his Diplodocus to recover its strength. Once it could use its skill again, it would be able to shake loose the surrounding boulders. While waiting, he noticed something flickering above his head. Reaching up to touch it, he found the entire rock layer was scattered with starlight, countless tiny glowing spots. Picking one off, he discovered it was an essence crystal. No wonder the Mother of Wisdom built its nest here. Qin Chuan murmured, immediately beginning to harvest them. In just over 10 minutes, he had collected 200 essence crystals, far more efficient than battling alien beasts. Thud, thud, thud. The rock walls suddenly shook, and Qin Chuan immediately summoned 4 velociraptors to guard him. Moments later, a fist-sized hole was carved through one side of the mountain. With a crash, a boulder shattered, and 3 goblins burst through wielding iron chisels. Suddenly seeing a human crouched inside with 4 fierce beasts, the 3 goblins froze instantly. The next second, the velociraptors pounced, pinning them down. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. We're just weak goblins, the pinned goblin shrieked. Come back, Qin Chuan commanded, and the velociraptors immediately retreated, circling their master with vigilant growls. Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on the 3 creatures. You dare help the Mother of Wisdom? Are you planning to band together against us after the second beast wave too? We're innocent. We're peace-loving goblins. One of them trembled in fear. The Mother of Wisdom used poison dragons to forcibly enslave us. Qin Chuan examined the 3 goblins, gray-green all over, skeletal and frail, with weak auras. All were adults, yet extremely feeble. I see. He withdrew his gaze, understanding the situation. Even without his beast companions, with his domain god strength, he could eliminate them with his bare hands. A goblin slowly approached and said, "My lord, you must be the great ring master among humans, right? We all witnessed your battle with the Mother of Wisdom just now. If you would show mercy, could you possibly rescue us?" Rescue? Qin Chuan glanced at it with an indifferent tone. "Don't you love mining the most?" The goblin quickly shook its head, its voice trembling. "Ringmaster, you don't know these poison dragons feed on us. In 5 more days, after we complete the growth ritual for the Mother of Wisdom, they will devour us all." Qin Chuan had already planned to take a few goblins with him. These short creatures were naturally gifted at finding mineral veins. If he brought them to teleportation point 3, they could not only mine evolution core veins, but might discover even more essence. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. "How many of you are there in total?" "Our goblin tribe originally numbered over 1,000. But now the poison dragons have eaten so many that only 200 remain." 200 goblins? Qin Chuan's spirits lifted. Hard-working, uncomplaining, and capable, this was truly a heaven-sent workforce. "Here's the deal. If you 200 goblins are willing to submit to me, I'll take you to a safe place." The 3 leading goblins exchanged glances, then beamed with joy, though one of them whispered a reminder. "But there are still 5 extremely vicious poison dragons in the mountain who constantly guard us. Just 5 measly pests, I'll eliminate them for you." Qin Chuan raised his hand dismissively. Seeing his confidence, the 3 goblins immediately began dancing with excitement. But Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the essence crystals embedded in the rock walls, and greed stirred in his heart. "There's quite a bit of essence here, wouldn't it be wasteful not to mine it?" The goblin quickly replied, "Ringmaster, this mountain still contains 20,000 essence reserves. With full effort, we could extract it all in one day." 20,000. Qin Chuan nearly drooled. If he could claim it all, the boost to his power would be immeasurable. "First, take me to find those 5 pests." "Ringmaster, follow me." The outer layers of the mountain had mostly collapsed from Qin Chuan's earlier earth-shattering attack, but the support pillars and stone archways the goblins had built in advance remained solid, with no danger of further collapse. By the dim light of mining lamps, Qin Chuan followed the leading goblin downward, occasionally hearing loose stones tumble underfoot, stirring up small clouds of dust. After winding through the mining tunnels, they finally reached the central mining chamber. There, over 200 goblins were working day and night, swinging their pickaxes as sweat rolled down their green skin and splashed onto the glittering essence fragments scattered across the ground, creating tiny hissing sounds. Qin Chuan pondered silently. If he took all this essence, would the Mother of Wisdom's power decrease due to poor development? The leading goblin, sensing his thoughts, replied, "Ringmaster, the Mother of Wisdom possesses teleportation abilities. If this mine is depleted, it will simply relocate elsewhere to continue growing." "I see." Qin Chuan nodded, no longer concerned. "Ringmaster, look, those 5 poison dragons are up ahead." The goblin pointed toward a distant clearing. At the edge of the lamplight, 5 massive poison dragons lay sprawled across the ground in deep sleep, their thick scales reflecting a dark green toxic glow in the dim firelight. Around them were scattered the bleached bones of goblins, as if they had just finished a hearty meal. Spotting the venomous dragons in the distance, Qin Chuan immediately activated his scanning ability. Exotic beast, venomous dragon, weight 9 tons, level beast king attribute, mutated wood skill, toxic spray. Description: the venomous dragon's scales contain deadly poison. Contact causes immediate poisoning and slowed movement. After reviewing the data, Qin Chuan frowned slightly. A wood attribute mutation that evolved toward toxicity, quite interesting. During his brief assessment, the 5 venomous dragons ahead had detected the unfamiliar presence. Their serpentine pupils contracted sharply as they instantly awakened. Roar! 5 savage roars merged into a thunderous wave that shook loose rocks from the mine's ceiling. The goblins, already terrified while mining, collapsed to their knees on the spot. "Spare us, mighty venomous dragons. Don't eat me, great dragons." Screams and kowtowing echoed throughout the cavern. At that moment, a goblin beside Qin Chuan mustered his courage and jumped forward, shouting loudly, "Everyone, don't be afraid. The human ringmaster has come to save us, can definitely defeat the venomous dragons." All the goblins turned to stare at Qin Chuan. Can he really do it? He looks so weak. If we anger the dragons, we're all doomed. "Great dragon lords, this has nothing to do with us, we didn't call for help." The goblins chattered frantically, desperately trying to distance themselves. Qin Chuan ignored their words completely and stepped forward, casually waving his hand. Boom! 2 beast emperor-level treks burst forth from his ring space and crashed to the ground. Their massive 9-meter frames caused the earth to cave in as dust clouds billowed upward. Roar! The tyrannosaurs bellowed, their sound waves reverberating throughout the mine's interior, causing the already unstable rock walls to tremble once more. The goblins' faces turned ashen white, their previous doubts completely shattered. The 5 venomous dragons across from them were similarly stunned by the Tyrannosaur's imposing presence, but their rage quickly flared as they raised their heads and roared again. Qin Chuan had no desire for a prolonged battle. This mountain structure wouldn't hold much longer. He raised his right hand, and the ring of sovereignty blazed with silver-white radiance. An overwhelming pressure capable of making all things submit rolled outward, instantly covering the entire mountain. The weak goblins prostrated themselves under the pressure, unable even to lift their heads. The 5 venomous dragons' limbs trembled slightly, their toxic scales rattling as they barely managed to remain standing. Meanwhile, the 2 tyrannosaurs, empowered by the ring's force, released steam from their bodies as their muscle definition expanded and their battle spirit soared. Indeed, the Ring of Sovereignty can only unleash its true power when wielded by someone truly strong. A smile played at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. Thud! Thud! Both tyrannosaurs stepped forward simultaneously, scattering debris as they charged toward the venomous dragons with mountain-crushing impact. To prevent the mountain from collapsing, Qin Chuan refrained from using wide-area skills, allowing the tyrannosaurs to engage in direct combat instead. Watching the 2 heavyweight monsters charging toward them, the 5 venomous dragons also burst forward despite the immense pressure bearing down on them. A Tyrannosaurus Rex launched the first attack, opening its massive jaws and clamping down directly on a poison dragon's neck. His sharp teeth tore through scales as dark purple toxic blood gushed out, causing the beast Emperor-level treks to slow only slightly. Crack! A crisp, bone-snapping sound followed, and the first poison dragon's neck was severed on the spot, its head drooping lifelessly as it collapsed to the ground. Bang! The second poison dragon seized the opportunity to pounce from the side, only to be swept away by the Trex's massive tail. The tail tip, carrying howling winds, struck its head and sent it flying several yards before it hit the ground, twitched twice, and fell still. The remaining 3 poison dragons still attempted to counterattack, but another Trex charged forward, its blazing molten body radiating scorching heat as it pinned down all 3 dragons. Splurt! The 3 poison dragons, driven to desperation, suddenly opened their mouths and spewed large globs of venom. However, the toxic fluid barely touched the Trex's lava-like skin before being evaporated by the intense heat, with ear-piercing sizzling sounds, leaving not even a trace. The 2 Trexes seized the moment to launch a frenzied assault, tearing the remaining 3 poison dragons to shreds in the blink of an eye. Amid the spray of blood and flesh, the battle came to an end. 5 poison dragons defeated, divine points x10, essence x20, gold coins x2000, toxic scale armor x5, mutant wood attribute x5. As the kill notifications appeared, the suffocating battlefield from moments before instantly fell silent, leaving only the thick scent of blood churning in the air. The 200 or so goblins who had fled far away witnessed the poison dragons being dispatched so easily and erupted in joyful cheers. Thank you for saving us, Lord of the Ring. You are the savior of our goblin tribe. Qin Chuan closed the system panel and raised his hand slightly to signal for quiet, then looked at the 3 goblin leaders beside him. The venomous pests have been dealt with. Now it's your turn to negotiate. Yes, Lord of the Ring. One goblin nodded frantically and rushed toward the tribe, relaying Qin Chuan's plan to recruit them for essence mining in detail. The goblin crowd immediately began chattering and arguing, clearly debating the pros and cons of submission. Qin Chuan simply stood to the side with his arms crossed, waiting patiently for their decision. Before long, the goblin returned, looking both respectful and anxious. Lord of the Ring, after our discussion, we are willing to submit. However, we have 2 requests. Would you consider them? Let's hear them, Qin Chuan replied calmly. First, our goblin tribe survives on essence. We must absorb 1 essence every so often to maintain our vitality. No problem. Qin Chuan gestured dismissively. If you get hungry during mining, just absorb the essence directly. No need to report to me. Relief was clearly visible in the goblin's eyes as he continued. Second, we hope to rest for half a day after mining for 10 days. Of course, if you think that's too much rest, we could mine for 30 days and rest for half a day. Before he could finish, Qin Chuan nearly dropped his jaw. Work 10 days for half a day off, that's worse than being a beast of burden. He immediately shook his head. I can't agree to that. The goblin crowd showed disappointment, but didn't become agitated since their lives were at stake. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Qin Chuan suddenly smiled. Working for me, you'll mine 6 days and rest 1 day. Whoever mines the most gets an extra day off as a bonus. What? That's incredible. Long live Lord of the Ring. The 200 goblins instantly erupted in excitement, nearly worshipping Qin Chuan like a deity. Qin Chuan could only smile helplessly. These poor goblins, if they were brought to his old world, those heartless bosses would go crazy with joy. Though Qin Chuan might be a bit ruthless himself, at least he gave them a full day of rest. After subduing this group of goblins, they immediately threw themselves into mining work. To express their gratitude to Qin Chuan, the goblins swung their pickaxes with vigor, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere as essence crystals from the mineral veins piled up at his feet like flowing water, which he continuously collected. Standing in the spacious underground cavern, Qin Chuan watched the essence count rapidly climb, and a thought had already formed in his mind: if he brought this mining army to portal number 3, it wouldn't just mean getting rich, it would be like having a 24-hour non-stop essence printing machine. With the rhythmic clang-clang sounds echoing throughout, the mineral veins within the mountain were gradually being depleted. Buzz. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation surged from outside, causing the thick rock walls to tremble slightly. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Did you guys break through something? Ringmaster, this should be the Mother of Wisdom conducting a teleportation, one goblin immediately responded. Qin Chuan peered through the newly excavated tunnel and saw the massive form of the Mother of Wisdom wrapped in layers of light halos, activating a teleportation array. Due to her enormous size, this teleportation lasted nearly 10 minutes before concluding, with the light fading and the threat disappearing. After confirming safety, he waved his hand to recall the Diplodocus. Rumble. The massive rocks suddenly crashed down without support, but they all landed in the reserved clearing, causing no damage whatsoever. For the next day and a half, he remained stationed deep within the mountain. By the second afternoon, with only 4 days remaining until the second stage beast tide erupted, development time was becoming increasingly urgent. Ringmaster, all essence has been completely extracted, 24,000 pieces in total. The goblin leader came to report. Excellent. Qin Chuan nodded. With these 24,000 essence pieces, my strength can improve even further. You've all worked hard. Enter my dimensional space. We're leaving. Goblins belong to the humanoid beast category. While Qin Chuan couldn't forcibly control them with the beast ring like Zhongli could, once they submitted, they could voluntarily enter his dimensional space, which also made passage through portal number 1 convenient. As he raised his hand in a guiding gesture, the 200 goblins and 24,000 essence pieces transformed into points of light and disappeared into the dimensional space, while he followed the goblin-carved tunnel back to the surface. With sufficient essence, it's time to properly hatch the accumulated dragon eggs, he murmured to himself, summoning the wind god pterosaur, leaping onto its back, and heading straight for portal number 1. Half an hour later, bursting through the portal barrier, he immediately activated the formation and returned to his beast island. Light flashed above the island as his figure slowly descended beside the dragon nest. 8 dragon eggs already rested quietly in the dragon nest. First, let's upgrade the dragon nest by 1 tier, Qin Chuan said softly. Essence 10,000, remaining essence 16,590. Dragon nest tier. 5th tier produces 5 random dragon eggs daily, with a chance to hatch leader dragon species. If a leader dragon egg appears, only one will be produced with no additional generation. Dragon nest experience 0100000. As the system notification appeared before his eyes, Qin Chuan frowned slightly, roughly understanding. If a leader dragon egg appeared, there wouldn't be 5 dragon eggs, but only 1 remaining, equivalent to 5 dragon eggs fusing into 1 to create a leader dragon species. Previously, Qin Chuan had learned that leader dragons are stronger than ordinary dragons, possessing high combat power and intelligence. Now, through personal experience, he understands this even more. Leader dragons significantly reduce his control pressure. With over 16,000 essence remaining in front of him, the next target for enhancement was obvious: the dual-chamber dragon. After all, it was the only dragon he currently owned with higher attributes. Enhance the dual-chamber dragon. Essence 10,000. Remaining essence 6,590. Species: fragile dual-chamber dragon. Weight: 220 tons. Level: Beast King level. Requires 100,000 essence to advance to Dominator. Attribute: Earth Vein. Main skill: Mountain Collapse. Passive skill: Unmoving as a mountain. As the dual-chamber dragon reached the Beast King level, its already terrifying destructive power multiplied several times based on its adult form. At this moment, it truly possessed the ability for large-scale destruction even against Dominator-level opponents. That heavy stomp was not something everyone could withstand. However, the essence disappeared as quickly as a paycheck. Qin Chuan looked at the remaining balance of just over 6,000 and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He genuinely wanted to enhance all his beasts, but in reality, there was never enough essence. First, let's hatch the dragon eggs and see what good offspring we can get, then enhance the best ones. Hatching the dragon eggs. Crack. 8 dragon eggs simultaneously appeared with fine cracks, and 8 wet little heads poked out one after another. Hatching successful. Southern Behemoth Dragon 3. Species: Southern Behemoth Dragon. Weight: 40 kilograms. Level: Juvenile. Hatching successful. Spinosaurus 5, also known as spiked back dragon, the largest known amphibious carnivorous dinosaur. Weight: 60 kilograms, can reach up to 30 tons. Level: Juvenile. Note: Consuming one essence allows it to grow to the youth stage. The dragon army gained new recruits. With a potential weight of 30 tons, the Spinosaurus was already a heavyweight monster upon its birth. However, new choices brought about new difficulties. Qin Chuan had enough essence to elevate 6 of his beasts to Beast Emperor level, and with the earlier 3 Triceratops, he now had 11 dinosaurs still in their juvenile stage. To elevate them all to Beast Emperor level, he would need at least 14,000 essence. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had over 300,000 gold coins untouched. Perhaps he could exchange some for essence? Opening the shop page, he found that many players were selling materials. 50 gold coins for 1 essence, which wasn't an outrageous rate. 300,000 gold coins can be exchanged for 6,000 essence. Qin Chuan quickly calculated adding the existing 6,590. He would have over 12,000, still a little short. Should he elevate all the juveniles to Beast Emperor level, or focus on one to push to Dominator? The Dominator undoubtedly had explosive combat power, but he already had the Fusion Ring and the Beast King level Dual Chamber Dragon as strong cards against Dominators. Enhancing overall firepower would significantly increase his margin for error. Moreover, he still had 200 goblins on hand. As long as he sent them through Portal 3, he could rapidly accumulate essence in the short term. Before the second stage of the Beast Tide arrived, he was confident he could cultivate one, or even multiple, true Dominator-level beasts. With his thoughts clarified, Qin Chuan no longer hesitated. Gold coins 300,000. Remaining gold, 7,000. Essence 6,000. Total essence, 12,590. With the essence received, Qin Chuan prepared to elevate all his main battle beasts to Beast Emperor level. First, upgrade the 5 Giganotosaurus to Beast Emperor level, and grant electric attribute cores to the 3 non-attribute Giganotosaurus, Qin Chuan commanded. As his words fell, massive streams of essence light exploded in his palm. 1. Essence consumed, 5333. Remaining total essence, 7257. 2. Electric attribute essence, 3. 3. Targets and results. Southern Giganotosaurus 2, weight 15 tons, directly advanced to Beast Emperor level. Current attribute, water. Primary skill, Wrath of the Sea Emperor can evolve to Dark Water after advancing to Overlord level. Passive skill, aquatic affinity. Southern Giganotosaurus 3, weight 15 tons, similarly promoted to Beast Emperor level. Current attribute, electric. Primary skill, electromagnetic impact can evolve to electromagnetic pulse after advancing to Overlord level. Passive skill, electric fangs passively injects electric current when bite attacks hit, causing targets to become paralyzed. The first wave of enhancement settled. Qin Chuan surveyed the 5 southern Giganotosaurus, understanding clearly in his heart. Thunder attributes favored wide area destruction, overwhelming yet difficult to precisely target. Electric attributes were pure single target burst damage, even capable of triggering secondary effects through bites. The two were fundamentally different. Now with 5 Beast Emperor level southern Giganotosaurus arrayed before him, they were sufficient to serve as his core main battle force. He stroked his chin, quite satisfied. Next came the Spinosaurus. Qin Chuan raised his hand, unleashing a new round of essence. 1. Essence consumed, 5555. Remaining total essence, 1702. 2. Water attribute cores, 5. 3. Targets and results. Spinosaurus 5, weight 30 tons, all promoted to Beast Emperor level. Current attribute, water. Primary skill, Wrath of the Sea Emperor. Passive skill, aquatic affinity. The moment the second wave of enhancement ended, Qin Chuan's essence reserves finally hit rock bottom. In just a few breaths, the Beast Emperor level creatures under his command had explosively increased to a terrifying 17. What kind of concept was this? It was almost equivalent to the total number of Beast Emperors from the top 3 alliances combined. The firepower gap was filled in one stroke, greatly boosting his confidence for the approaching second phase of the Beast Tide. If he were to face the developing Mother of Wisdom again with his current combat power, he could definitely inflict heavy damage, though unfortunately it had already teleported away, making it difficult to track down again. 3 Triceratops remained unable to advance due to insufficient resources, but the margin of error provided by 17 Beast Emperors was far more cost-effective than cultivating a single Overlord level. Even facing multiple Ring Masters alone, Qin Chuan now had nothing to fear. With unprecedented strength enhancement, it's time to take the initiative. As his power surged, his ambition expanded just as dramatically. Now he was the only dual Ring Master in the Endless Sea, commanding 17 Beast Emperors. Yet he still wasn't satisfied, wanted all 10 fingers adorned with divine rings. That would be true invincibility under heaven. Zhang Li, Guitu, Li Tong 3 targets surfaced in his mind one by one. Zhang Li's ring of 10,000 beasts could frantically absorb exotic beasts and beast companions, but couldn't guarantee overall combat effectiveness, offering limited appeal. Li Tong's furnace ring could continuously strengthen oneself, serving as an indestructible barrier in ever-changing battlefields, which was also formidable. But none of these were what Qin Chuan desired. The most heaven-defying was still Guotu's symbiosis ring. That was practically a god-tier ring with bug-level power, swearing it would grant virtual immortality. However, the real challenge lay in how to seize the ring from Guotu's grasp. Qin Chuan had once severed one of Guotu's arms, yet the symbiotic ring hadn't fallen with the severed limb. Instead, it reappeared on the opponent's newly regenerated finger. This confirmed what the description stated. The symbiotic ring would only truly leave its original owner when both master and beast companion are killed simultaneously. Of course, forcing Guotu to surrender the ring voluntarily was another option far easier than killing him and his beast companion at the same time. Once Qin Chuan captured Guotu, he had ways to make the man comply. After organizing his thoughts, he casually opened the world chat channel to browse the latest updates. Messages were scrolling rapidly, with everyone discussing the same topic. Everyone, Portal 2 has finally been breached, and apparently another divine ring has appeared. Just yesterday, 2 new ring masters emerged, and now there's already another divine ring discovered so quickly. What kind of ring is it? I heard this ring is very strange. It appeared, but no one can claim it. No one can claim it? What does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like. This ring seems to choose its own master. If you're not recognized, you can't even touch it. There's such a setting? So even if ring masters like Zhongli aren't recognized, they can't obtain it either. Exactly. Zhongli just went there with his people, but the ring didn't choose him. Almost all the powerhouses from the entire Star River Alliance have tried, and all failed. The other ring masters weren't recognized either. Now the only ring master who hasn't arrived is Boss Qin Chuan. The ring probably chooses the strongest, right? If Boss Qin Chuan shows up in person, he might pass the recognition test. Damn, he's already a dual ring master. If he gets this one too, that'll make 3 divine rings. So now there are still loads of Beast Island lords rushing over to try their luck, but without exception, they've all returned empty-handed. Who can claim it depends on fate. As Qin Chuan read, he nodded slightly. Didn't expect a new divine ring to appear so quickly. It's like it was specially prepared for me. A faint smile crossed his face. Even better, the other ring masters were all near Portal 2, which gave him the perfect opportunity to plunder them as well. If everything went smoothly, he'd gain far more than just one ring. Before departing, he first headed toward Portal 3 to properly arrange his goblin troops. A brilliant teleportation beam flashed, and Qin Chuan's figure materialized at the other end of Portal 3, the evolution core mineral vein. At this moment, members of the Guardian Alliance were still excavating in the mine pit. Hui hui. He slightly channeled his inner energy, his voice echoing through the mine. Soon after, Chen Yahue, covered in dust, climbed up from the pit's edge. Brother Qin, stop digging for now. I have a task for you. Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward the 200 goblins standing ready nearby. Take them to search for essence, or these goblins are too weak in combat, so you'll need to escort them the entire way until you find the mineral vein. Got it, mission guaranteed. Chen Yahue immediately agreed. She controlled the beast emperor-level Triceratops that Qin Chuan had given her, making ordinary enemies unable to get close more than adequate for guard duty, and saving Qin Chuan from personally escorting them. After making these arrangements, Qin Chuan prepared to depart for Portal 2. Just as Qin Chuan was about to leave, Yi Qingwan slowly approached. Mr. Qin, when did you come out? She tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with pleasant surprise. Not too long ago. Qin Chuan replied casually, then asked, weren't you at Portal 2? How come you're back? Don't even ask. That ring of the gods chooses its own master, and I've tried countless times, but can't get it. Yi Qingwan shook her head, her tone filled with helplessness. I saw it in the chat channel too, so I was planning to try my luck. Qin Chuan nodded. Are Zhongli and the others still at Portal 2? Zhongli is like Meihe left after a few failed attempts. But Guotu and Li Tong are still there. They don't seem ready to give up yet. Good, as long as they're there. Qin Chuan made note of this information and turned to leave. Yi Qingwan took out a metal case and handed it over. We've mined a total of 150 evolution cores these past few days. But the vein is getting harder to dig, and it's probably almost depleted. Qin Chuan took the case and glanced at the neatly arranged cores. While we can still mine, let's get as much as possible. He calculated mentally 150 cores could push a beast companion to superior attributes. But if a leader dragon species appeared randomly later, these resources would need to be concentrated there. Mr. Qin, should I come with you? If they target you alone, it could be dangerous. Yi Qingwan was still worried. Don't worry, they're the ones in danger. Qin Chuan raised his hand to indicate no further discussion was needed. This trip, he not only wanted to claim the new ring of the gods, but also take Guotu's symbiosis ring. As long as he could push his strength to the limit before the second stage beast tide arrived, anything was possible. He didn't bring Yi Qingwan because his main battle beasts were sufficient to handle any situation. If he truly needed to unleash the hunting god domain, others would only become a limitation. Yi Qingwan nodded gently. She didn't yet know that in just one day apart, Qin Chuan's combat power had transformed completely. Qin Chuan then left Portal 3, and in a flash of light, his figure materialized at the entrance of Portal 2. Buzz. Through the spatial tremor, Qin Chuan stepped outside Portal 2. What met his eyes was a dragon-like queue, rows of Beast Island lords patiently waiting to enter. A rough count showed over 50,000 people, with the line still extending, making the area before Portal 2 unprecedentedly bustling. This didn't even count those who had already entered or left after all. This ring of the gods didn't require bloodshed, only recognition, giving everyone a chance to become its master. Qin Chuan blended into the crowd, and in a flash of teleportation light, he was inside. In an instant, his vision opened up. Beneath his feet stretched an endless grassland, with wind-blown grass waves forming a green ocean. Qin Chuan summoned his wind god Pterosaur, mounted it with his robes fluttering, and headed straight for the depths of the grassland. After about half an hour, a massive white stone altar appeared on the horizon. The altar was hundreds of meters in diameter, with ancient and mysterious patterns. At the center of its top, a blood-red ring emanating a faint glow floated in midair, like a beating heart. Below the altar, crowds gathered as numerous island lords took turns trying their luck, but whenever someone reached out, they were repelled by an invisible barrier without exception. No one could even touch it. Those who failed in their attempts could only leave the altar in disappointment, no matter how unwilling they felt. Qin Chuan folded his spirit wings and chose a relatively quiet spot to land, seamlessly blending into the bustling crowd. He surveyed his surroundings from dawn until now. The stream of people had never ceased, and he roughly estimated that hundreds of thousands had already taken turns attempting to claim the altar throughout the day. Sigh. Among all these people, who will actually become the master of this new ring? Someone looked up and sighed. Who knows? With billions of Beast Island masters, there has to be one who gets recognized. His companion shrugged. As long as those existing ring masters don't get another one, that's fine, otherwise it would be terrifying. Haha, you're talking about Master Qin Chuan, right? He's the only dual ring master. But now he's the only ring master who hasn't tried yet. What if he actually takes the divine ring? Discussions rose and fell around him, but Qin Chuan had no time to pay attention. He searched through the crowd for Guotu and Li Tong. However, with nearly 100,000 people packed together, finding two specific individuals was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He decided to set this aside for now and pushed toward the passage leading to the altar. Securing the new ring came first. The crowd moved slowly, and he used his agility to continuously advance forward. His sudden insertion into the queue immediately angered several nearby Beast Island masters. Hey, don't you know how to queue? We've been waiting in line for over 10 minutes. What gives you the right to cut? Get to the back. Kid, if you don't behave, don't blame me for taking action. Qin Chuan lazily turned his head. Because I have the power to do so. Initially, no one took this arrogant young man seriously, but when their gazes swept over his slightly raised right hand, two rings gleaming ominously, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. It's Qin Chuan. It really is him. Dual rings in hand. Damn, now all the ring masters are here. We're doomed. The divine ring is probably going straight to him. Don't jump to conclusions. The other ring masters weren't recognized either. Qin Chuan might not succeed either. The discussions followed Qin Chuan's footsteps toward the altar. Buzz. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the blood-red ring at the center of the altar suddenly erupted in a circle of crimson light waves, trembling slightly. All the Beast Island masters around the area changed their expressions instantly. The divine ring moved. Is it about to choose a master? As expected, it's Master Qin Chuan. The other ring masters just couldn't do it. Under countless watchful eyes, the blood-red ring continued to vibrate, red light flowing outward, yet it still hadn't fallen into Qin Chuan's palm. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly, actually detected a trace of fear in the ring's fluctuations. You're afraid of me? He murmured to himself, his face full of bewilderment. Even more bizarre, in the next moment, a flood of information poured into his mind. Blood slaughter ring. Enhances one's own beast combat power by absorbing the strength of other beasts. Beast Island masters with weak willpower will be deeply bound by it. Absorbed beasts cannot be revived through beast nests. Sinister thing. Qin Chuan's frown deepened. This ring looked anything but righteous. However, he quickly calmed down. Having it was better than not having it, and whether to use it would still be his decision. With this thought, he reached out to grab the blood-colored ring. Buzz. Just as Qin Chuan was about to touch the blood slaughter ring, the ring suddenly flew toward the distance. The series of bizarre events left Qin Chuan utterly bewildered. Was the blood-killing ring fleeing out of fear of him, or did it realize it couldn't bond with him deeply and chose to escape instead? The tens of thousands of Beast Island masters around him were equally dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The ring just flew away on its own. I thought it would land in Qin Chuan's giant hand, but it seems it would rather leave us than stick with him. This is outrageous. The crowd buzzed with confusion and disbelief. After a moment of concentration, Qin Chuan finally understood the ring simply didn't want to be worn by him. It was as if it had a will of its own. He snorted dismissively. Fine, I don't need it. To him, it was just a piece of trash, but to the other Beast Island masters, it was a supreme artifact. Suddenly, the dense crowd erupted, countless figures rushing toward the sky. The blood-killing ring soared high, then abruptly turned back, transforming into a streak of red light that plunged into the crowd. Whoosh! In the next moment, the ring vanished, seemingly evaporating among nearly 100,000 people. Damn it, who took the divine ring? It clearly fell here. How can it just disappear? Someone must have secretly hidden it. Hand it over. If you lack the strength, you can't control the divine ring. Panic quickly spread. At that moment, a short, thin young man with a terrified expression was desperately trying to squeeze toward the outer circle, keeping his head down to avoid being recognized. He was unremarkable in appearance and stature, almost unnoticed by anyone, yet the blood-killing ring seemed to have silently chosen him. Qin Chuan had stopped paying attention to the ring's whereabouts and was now scanning the crowd with a cold, piercing gaze. Just then, in another corner, a man leading dozens of Iron Lion Alliance members was quickly retreating toward the second teleportation portal. Damn it, the man cursed inwardly. I wanted to get the second divine ring and then go after that Qin guy to reclaim the royal power ring, but this ring just won't acknowledge me. This man was Li Tong. After being rejected by Zhang Li, he had left immediately, while Guotu waited for a while before retreating in defeat. Only Li Tong still hoped to seize an opportunity, but to no avail. As he gloomily retreated, a sudden gust of wind swept by, and Qin Chuan's figure appeared like a thunderbolt in front of him. Leader Li, long time no see. I hope you're well. Qin Chuan landed and locked onto Li Tong. Seeing Qin Chuan unexpectedly, Li Tong's face turned pale. With so many people around, he had been on the periphery and didn't know who had triggered the blood-killing ring. He had assumed Qin Chuan was still trapped in the first teleportation portal. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Weren't you trapped in the first teleportation portal? How did you get out so quickly? Li Tong exclaimed in shock. Do you really think that place could hold me for a lifetime? Qin Chuan smiled slightly, then swept his gaze across the crowd and said casually, strange. Weren't you supposed to be with Guotu? Where's that guy? Only then did Li Tong realize trouble was brewing, his face darkening. Qin Chuan, you've already taken my ring of sovereignty, what more do you want? Isn't that stating the obvious? Qin Chuan's tone remained relaxed. He had originally planned to take Guotu's symbiosis ring while he was at it, but discovered that Guotu had already left portal number 2 ahead of time. Still, this trip wasn't entirely wasted. Li Tong was still here. Several Iron Lion members cautiously closed in. Alliance leader, this guy wants to steal your forge ring. Quick, send a message to Alliance leader Zhang and Guotoodle them to come reinforce us. Everyone summoned their beast companions and prepared for battle, but Qin Chuan didn't stop Li Tong from calling for help. Instead, he watched with interest. It would be better if they all could catch them all in one net. Li Tong rapidly typed a message on his light screen. Zhang Li, Guotu, come to portal number 2 immediately. I'm being targeted by that Qin bastard. After sending the message, Qin Chuan flexed his wrist joints. All done. You bastard. Don't think you can act so recklessly just because you're a dual ring master. You can't possibly take on 3 of us. Li Tong roared angrily. Who said I'd take on 3? I'll finish you off first, then deal with the other 2. That's 1 against 2. With those words, Qin Chuan suddenly raised his fist. Buzz. The fusion ring blazed with brilliant light, and the 7-ton tyrannical velociraptor crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Immediately after, 5 tyrannosaurs and 5 giganosaurs appeared in succession on a total of 11 beast emperor-level dinosaurs radiating murderous intent. Damn it, didn't this guy only have 6 before? Several Iron Lion members were shocked to their core. Li Tong's expression changed drastically. The forge ring activated instantly, molten gold surging across his body surface, transforming him in the blink of an eye into a lion-faced, human-bodied monster. Beast Emperor-level pressure swept through the surroundings. Qin Chuan took this seriously, sending all 11 Beast Emperor-level creatures forward, showing considerable respect. You guys hold off those beast companions, I'll take out that Qin bastard. Li Tong bellowed. He had only brought 30 elite fighters this time. Asking them to hold back 10 Beast Emperor-level creatures, plus 1 tyrannical velociraptor, was pure fantasy. Before the 30 could even command their beast companions to charge, Qin Chuan's second ring was already glowing. Buzz. As the ring of sovereignty's domain expanded, Li Tong and all the beast companions were simultaneously subjected to forceful suppression. In contrast, Qin Chuan's 11 dinosaurs were comprehensively enhanced, steam billowing from their bodies. Thunderstorm domain. Hellfire breath. Qin Chuan seized the moment of suppression to unleash his ultimate attacks. Boom. Lightning that tore through the sky intertwined with rolling flames, instantly engulfing the 30 elite fighters and nearly 500 beast companions. Terrifying heat and lightning strikes fell in succession. Over 400 lower-tier beast companions were instantly reduced to ash, leaving only dozens of Beast King and Beast Emperor-level creatures barely hanging on. The 30 fighters plus Li Tong had only 7 Beast Emperor-level creatures in total, less than half of Qin Chuan's force. If Li Tong hadn't gathered all the Beast Emperor-level creatures from the entire alliance, they wouldn't even qualify to engage. This guy is simply a monster. Iron Lion members retreated in terror. Alliance leader, we need to run. Watching his subordinates unable to withstand even a single exchange, Li Tong's face turned ashen. But escaping now was nearly impossible. The only option was to fight to the death and delay until Zhang Li and Guotu arrived for reinforcement only. Then would they have a chance at victory? As Qin Chuan unleashed the power of the Ring of Kings to suppress Li Tong, the entire area felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, and countless Beast Island lords simultaneously sensed the overwhelming and suffocating pressure. That's the power of the Ring of Kings. It seems like Qin Chuan and Li Tong are fighting. What the hell? How could they be fighting? Did Qin Chuan steal Li Tong's Ring of Kings before, and now Li Tong wants to take it back out of spite? You're talking nonsense. It's obvious that Qin Chuan is trying to snatch Li Tong's furnace ring. This is too explosive. Just a trip through the second teleportation portal, and you can witness the battle of the ring masters. Who's going to win? Do we even need to guess? Qin Chuan is the strongest in the Endless Sea, with 2 rings and a dinosaur beast pet. Li Tong doesn't stand a chance. The crowd hid at a distance, gossiping while munching on snacks, the atmosphere heated as if ignited by the pressure. The fire attribute brutal raptor roared and charged out, with Qin Chuan standing behind it, coldly staring at Li Tong and controlling the giant beast to relentlessly pursue him. Qin, you stole my Ring of Kings, and now you want to attack me? Aren't you going too far? Li Tong rolled behind a rock, barely stabilizing himself, his angry roar almost swallowed by the pressure. Too far, Qin Chuan replied indifferently. When you 3 formed the anti-Qin Chuan alliance, did you think that was too far? Your original target was Guotu, but that guy slipped away, so I might as well kill you. Fiery breath. Qin Chuan waved his hand. The brutal raptor opened its massive jaws, and a scorching dragon breath howled out, flames surging like a raging fire wolf, instantly rushing towards Li Tong. Li Tong dared not take it heeded. He pushed off the ground with his toes, launching himself several meters into the air, the gust of wind tearing through the air and slicing the flames apart. The residual heat scorched the stone surface, turning it bright red. Just as he landed, with the red light still flickering, the brutal raptor burst through the flames, its gaping maw aimed directly at his head. Damn it! Li Tong's pupils contracted as the scent of death approached. He forcibly activated his suppressed spiritual power, unleashing several gusts of wind and swiftly dodging to the side. Crack! A scream suddenly erupted. The entire length of Li Tong's arm was marked by a bloody bite, and if he hadn't dodged in time, his arm would have been severed. The excruciating pain left his face pale as he relied on his agile movements to retreat repeatedly, blood dripping along the way. On one side was the brutal raptor, capable of clashing with a Dominator-level beast, and on the other was the merciless suppression of the Ring of Kings, making Li Tong's breathing increasingly difficult. Qin Chuan, stop for a moment, he shouted through gritted teeth. Lu Yan already said that we shouldn't fight among ourselves before the second beast tide arrives. Losing combat power is bad for both sides. Don't try to fool me with that. Qin Chuan sneered. You'd rather wait for the beast tide than want to take me down. Since that's the case, I might as well make the first move. Before this power-up, Qin Chuan might not have been fully confident in taking down all 3 of them. But times have changed, and now the main force consists entirely of beast emperors. This is the confidence for a counterattack. Electromagnetic strike. As Qin Chuan raised his hand once more, the skill shot forth. In the distance, 3 southern Giganotosaurus suddenly turned their massive jaws. Buzz 3 deep blue arcs tore through the air, accompanied by thunderous roars as they charged straight toward Li Tong. Damn you! Li Tong roared in fury, sweeping his palm heavily as 3 Beast Emperor-level mutated Earth attribute lions thundered into existence, lunging to his front. Yellow crystalline matter rapidly spread across the lion's fur, and in the blink of an eye, 3 crystallized fortresses were erected. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted as the electromagnetic pulse's shockwave was forcibly blocked. However, the 3 lions, hit by concentrated electrical attacks, convulsed with twitching muscles and rigid forms. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes as the 3 Giganotosaurus charged forward with tremendous force. The southern Giganotosaurus already possessed overwhelming size advantage, and with the enhancement of the Ring of Sovereignty, this collision left virtually no gaps. The 3 lions suffered shattered bones and mangled flesh, instantly falling heavily wounded. Seeing this, Li Tong was forced into desperation and could only release his remaining 15 Beast King-level lions all at once, revealing his entire arsenal as he gritted his teeth and stood firm. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly. Not bad for Beast Emperors and 15 Beast Kings. But if you hadn't spent your essence buying that treasure map back then, you could have easily assembled at least one Overlord-level beast. Hearing these words, Li Tong ground his teeth in rage. That complete treasure map had nearly bankrupted him, and now it had become ammunition for Qin Chuan's mockery. That woman who sold me the treasure map, she was sent by you? Wasn't she, you bastard? Only realizing it now? Too late. Qin Chuan responded coolly, continuing to command his savage velociraptors to launch a new round of fierce attacks. The countless Beast Island lords watching around were filled with terror. Is this the true strength of the number one figure in the Endless Sea? Simply horrifying. Though both were ring masters, Li Tong and Qin Chuan were worlds apart. Just that row of Beast Emperor-level dinosaurs alone would be beyond the reach of even 3 Li Tongs working together. Discussions arose one after another, while several Star River Alliance powerhouses in the crowd turned pale as sheets. Originally, they had wanted to rush forward to help, but Qin Chuan's overwhelming combat power instantly extinguished all such thoughts. Quickly send a message to the Alliance master and let him come. Li Tong won't last 3 minutes, and once he dies, that Qin fellow will have gathered 3 divine rings, making us even less of a match for him. One Star River powerhouse lowered his voice. Meanwhile, deep within Beast Island, Zhongli had received Li Tong's distress message several minutes earlier and was assembling 500 elite troops while simultaneously contacting Guotu to prepare for reinforcement. However, before they could depart, new intelligence from the Alliance's frontline scouts had arrived. Qin Chuan's forces actually possessed 11 Beast Emperor-level creatures. Zhongli gripped the jade slip with whitened knuckles, his heart filled with overwhelming shock. Beep beep, Guotu's message arrived. Alliance Master Zhang, are you ready? I'm afraid if we're late, Li Tong won't hold out much longer. Zhongli replied gravely. Don't act rashly for now. Frontline scouts say Li Tong probably won't survive until we arrive. Even if we depart from teleportation gate number 2 right now, it would take at least 30 minutes at the fastest. By the time we get there, the grass on his grave will be 3 meters high. Upon hearing this, Guotu immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean? Just stand by and do nothing? Watch our ally die before our very eyes. Guotu was the first to form an alliance with Li Tong, and he trusted Li Tong more than Zhongli. Because of this, even though Zhongli was unwilling to take risks, he planned to set out immediately for the rescue. However, this decision made Zhongli's face turn ashen. You fool! Zhongli slammed the table hard. If Qin Chuan truly feared us, Li Tong wouldn't have had time to call for help from both of us simultaneously. Use your pig brain, and think, why is he still able to send messages? Qin Chuan clearly wants to trap us all like fish in a barrel. Zhongli wasn't stupid. He understood clearly that once battle commenced, the dozen or so Beast Emperor-level war pets under Qin Chuan's command could crush Li Tong in the blink of an eye. Forget calling for help, Li Tong would be lucky to survive even a moment. Awakened by these words, Guotu still worried and argued back. But if Li Tong is killed and Qin Chuan gets the 3rd ring, plus that wretched woman Yi Qingwan, what chance do we have left? Zhongli felt unprecedented pressure as well. At this moment, they could still match Qin Chuan 50-50 with their numbers, but if Qin Chuan obtained the 3rd ring, the odds would immediately shift to 40-60. Listen to me. Zhongli's tone turned ice cold. Abandon Li Tong. We'll search for other divine rings or recruit other powerful allies. With things having come to this point, Guotu could only suppress his anger. Though he possessed an immortal body, his war pet's overall combat strength was far inferior to Qin Chuan's. If he ventured in alone, he would most likely be captured by Qin Chuan. Both men tacitly closed their chat windows simultaneously. This was tantamount to selling Li Tong out with their own hands. Time ticked by minute by minute. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Qin Chuan and Li Tong had already lasted a full 50 minutes. It wasn't that Qin Chuan couldn't kill his opponent during this time. He had at least 20 opportunities to finish off Li Tong, was simply patiently waiting for Zhongli and Guotu's reinforcements. However, by now Li Tong could barely stand, yet the reinforcements were still nowhere to be seen. Qin Chuan finally lost patience, sheathed his long blade, and shrugged. Li Tong, it seems your allies really can't be relied upon. 50 minutes they could have walked here by now. Huff. Huff, Li Tong gasped heavily, blood dripping from his hair. No matter how desperately he looked, those 2 figures never appeared, completely crushing his last glimmer of hope. Zhongli, Guotu, damn your ancestors. Li Tong roared in breakdown. His 15 Beast King-level lions and 3 Beast Emperor-level war pets now lay scattered on the ground, dead and maimed. The dozens of powerful warriors he had brought were long since torn apart by the savage velociraptors. Now he stood alone. In despair, Li Tong voluntarily released his beast transformation, tremblingly removed the forge ring, and held it out to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, I'm no match for you. I've lost. Give me a quick death. Qin Chuan calmly accepted the ring, pinched it between his fingers, and pocketed it. The next moment, the savage velociraptor's bloody maw suddenly opened wide, and a crimson stream of blood gushed forth. Crack! Li Tong's body was instantly bitten in half and crashed to the ground. Hiss! The surrounding spectators collectively gasped. Li Tong was actually dead, just like that? He should be the first ring bearer to be eliminated in the Endless Sea. Indeed, Only a ring lord could take down another ring lord. The onlookers gazed at the still fresh bloodstains around portal number 2, their eyes shifting between Qin Chuan and his newly acquired ring. Sighs echoing through the crowd now that Qin Chuan had become the master of 3 rings. Unless the situation changed dramatically, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to challenge his power. Qin Chuan exhaled slowly, cradling the forged ring in his palm as flames danced across its surface. He raised his hand and slowly slipped the ring onto his left ring finger, feeling a surge of blazing energy course through his veins and spread throughout his body. In that moment, it was as if a new king had truly descended upon the endless sea. With the forged ring, my true form finally has the power to protect itself. I no longer need to constantly worry about being targeted. Qin Chuan smiled. The forged ring allowed him to completely merge with his dinosaur companion, simultaneously boosting both his combat power and recovery abilities. On the ever-changing battlefield, this was practically a natural advantage. After all, while most Beast Island lords had also reached the Dark God level, few could match their own beast companions. Since the symbiosis ring remained out of reach, the forged ring had become both the only and the best choice available. After securing the ring, he began clearing the battlefield. He methodically searched through the remains of Li Tong and his dozens of fallen warriors, ultimately collecting only about 8,000 essence and over 50 beast cores of various attributes. Only 8,000 essence. Qin Chuan stored all the spoils in his storage ring and shook his head with a wry smile. You really were a failure as a ring lord. I was hoping to make a fortune off you, but apparently I was expecting too much. On second thought, it made perfect sense. Li Tong had previously spent vast amounts of essence purchasing treasure maps and had paid Guotu a hefty sum as compensation for competing for the royal ring, practically draining the Iron Lion Alliance dry. After disposing of the debris, Qin Chuan turned away from portal number 2, preparing to head to portal number 3 to see if his goblin forces had located any essence veins. Meanwhile, news of Li Tong's death spread like wildfire across the endless sea. The world chat channel instantly erupted. No way. Why did boss Qin Chuan suddenly attack Li Tong? Who knows? I'm against infighting. We need to work together to defend against the second stage beast tide. What does your opinion matter? In the endless sea, might makes right. Don't speak too soon. If Qin Chuan gets his hands on a few more divine rings, he'll truly dominate everything. I won't even be able to enjoy beef anymore. Yikes, that's actually true. Once he has no competition, he can do whatever he wants. What about Alliance leader Zhang? His alliance is still the largest in the endless sea. The question is whether Zhang Li dares to challenge Qin Chuan. As the discussions intensified, news of Li Tong's death finally reached Zhang Li and Guotu. That bastard. By killing Li Tong, he's essentially cut off one of my arms. Zhang Li slammed his fist on the table, his rage barely contained. If we don't eliminate him, I'll never sleep peacefully again. Guotu's expression was equally grim. Sigh. I advised Li Tong to retreat before I left, but he refused to listen. Now look what happened. Ed didn't get the ring and lost his life too. Zhang Li forced himself to calm down. Let's preserve our strength for now. The second stage beast tide is approaching, and there's a unique special reward there. It might be our chance to bring down Qin Chuan. Guotu nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, the new ring from portal number 2 has been taken. Should we investigate? Even if we can't steal it, we should try to win them over. Zhang Li pondered for a moment. Yes, send people to monitor all 3 portals and gather intelligence. After all, whoever obtained a new ring can't possibly remain inactive. Portal 3. After finishing his battle with Li Tong, Qin Chuan returned to Portal 3. As soon as he stepped into the canyon where the mineral vein was located, he sent a message to Chun Yue. Hui, have you found the mineral vein? The message was sent long ago, but there was still no response. At this moment, Yi Qingwan approached quickly with shock written all over her face, her voice still trembling. Mr. Qin, you killed Li Tong. Qin Chuan raised his hand, speaking as casually as if commenting on the weather. I originally wanted to take out all 3 of them, but Zhang Li and Guotu escaped first. Lucky for the mile, let them live a few more days. Yi Qingwan was stunned for a long moment before coming to her senses. Mr. Qin, you're now the master of the 3 rings. We never have to fear Zhang Li and his crew again. She was genuinely happy that the alliance's status had risen. Qin Chuan's tone was calm but carried a note of vigilance. Even without being the master of the 3 rings, I wouldn't fear him. Zhang Li is cunning and ruthless. It's always wise to stay on guard. When it comes to real strength, all his underhanded schemes are just the antics of a clown. Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, have you seen Hui? No. She left 2 hours ago with 200 goblins to search for the mineral vein. I just sent her a message too, but got no reply. Could something have happened? Yi Qingwan's brow furrowed with concern. Qin Chuan felt a slight sinking in his heart. It's possible. But she has the beast emperor-level Triceratops I gave her. Even if she encounters a sovereign-level beast, she could retreat safely even if she can't win. It's strange that there's no word at all. Should we split up to search? Yi Qingwan suggested. We've only explored 1/10th of Portal 3. There might be unknown dangers in the depths. Qin Chuan nodded. Good idea. You lead a ground search team, and I'll scout from the air. With that, he summoned his wind god pterosaur and leaped onto its back in one fluid motion. Yi Qingwan immediately contacted the Alliance's strongest members, assembling over 200 people in a ground search formation. She knew that while the pterosaur had a broad view from above, complex cave terrain could only be thoroughly searched by ground teams. Whoosh! A pterosaur spread its wings, stirring up rocks and dust as it soared into the sky. After nearly an hour of circling, Qin Chuan had only spotted scattered beast island lords and roaming creatures, but still no trace of Chen Yahweh. Just as he was about to change direction, he noticed something wrong below. Dozens of beast island lords were frantically running toward the Portal 3 entrance, their expressions panicked. In the distant forest and canyon mouth, people were continuously fleeing in groups of 3 to 5 in the same direction, seemingly desperate to escape something behind them. This scene reminded Qin Chuan of the group of Beast Island lords he had recently rescued from pursuing Earth demons. Could it be Earth demons again? With this question in mind, he dove down. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept across the ground as the pterosaur landed steadily. When the group of Beast Island lords saw the pterosaur, their faces all changed dramatically in unison. They stopped in their tracks, staring intently at the patterns on the dragon's wings, clearly recognizing its owner. This is a pterosaur? It's Qin Chuan. A young man was immediately startled. Many of the others were so frightened that they took several steps back, all exclaiming, Qin Chuan, we're just small fries with little essence. Please don't kill us. Qin Chuan rubbed his forehead, looking at the crowd with exasperation. Do I really look that menacing? Clearly, in the eyes of these Beast Island leaders, he, the master of the three bands, had already been labeled as a fierce and ruthless figure. Seeing that Qin Chuan had no intention of attacking, the crowd finally relaxed. If a fight broke out, they wouldn't even have a chance to be defeated quickly. Have you encountered the Earth Demon? Why is everyone retreating? Qin Chuan glanced at the paths they had come from and casually asked. We did encounter danger, but it's not just the Earth Demon. A young man with a youthful face wiped the cold sweat from his brow, speaking rapidly. There are other intelligent beasts capturing the Beast Island leaders who ventured deep underground. We got wind of it in advance and hurried back to the third teleportation portal. Other intelligent beasts. Qin Chuan frowned. I heard these beasts were summoned by the Mother of Wisdom and are gathering in large numbers, likely preparing for the second beast tide in a few days, the young man said, his voice tinged with fear. Qin Chuan nodded and continued to inquire. Did you see a girl on your way? She's with 200 goblins. I'm not sure, the young man shook his head. If she went deeper into the territory, she's probably been captured by now. This statement made Qin Chuan feel uneasy. He suddenly leaped onto the wind god wyvern and soared forward. As he flew low, large groups of beasts quickly came into view. They were converging in the same area. Qin Chuan sensed the air and immediately identified several familiar, yet dangerous presences. 1. The frenzied lizard men, nearly 3 meters tall with lizard-like crowns. 2. The ice demons, resembling humans but with pale skin and an aura of coldness. 3. The earth demons, his old adversaries. 4. The rock giants, with bodies covered in sandstone patterns, shaking the ground with each step. The 4 tribes combined numbered at least 30 to 40,000. The beast kings made up the majority, with nearly 200 beast emperors and at least 10 dominators. What was alarming was that this was just the force from the third teleportation portal. The first and second portals were likely also recruiting troops. Lu Yun was right. The difficulty of the second beast tide has indeed skyrocketed, Qin Chuan thought. Even with his increased strength, facing such a scale would be daunting. Just the 30 to 40,000 beast kings could wear him down with sheer numbers. As he ventured deeper, the dark mass of beasts nearly filled the vast, shadowy plain ahead, numbering in the tens of thousands. When combined with the scattered ones behind, there were nearly 100,000 beasts glaring hungrily. If they all surged out at once, it would be only a matter of time before the endless sea was overrun, sweeping away all the islands. Qin Chuan clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power within him. It still seemed inadequate compared to this tide. Those weaker beast island leaders wouldn't even count as practice partners. If they faced the onslaught head-on, they would be completely wiped out. It seems my current improvement is still not enough compared to this scale. Qin Chuan had thought that after this boost, he would overcome his fear of lacking firepower, but now it was clear that he still needed to work harder. As Qin Chuan continued scanning the area below, his vision had been greatly enhanced after reaching the domain god realm. Looking out across the scene, the black plain lay in deathly silence, with 10 massive iron cages, each standing 2 stories tall, arranged neatly in the center. The cold, hard iron bars gleamed with a sinister metallic luster under the gray light. Each cage was packed to capacity with at least 100 humans crammed inside. Their hair was disheveled and their clothes tattered, yet they still struggled to straighten their backs, vigilantly watching everything outside. Qin Chuan immediately spotted Chen Yahui in the cage nearest to him, her fists clenched tight, her face pale, but showing no obvious external injuries, which allowed him to feel slightly relieved. Around the cages, at least dozens of frenzied lizard guards patrolled back and forth. Each guard carried a black iron staff embedded with gems, and the gems emanated a pale blue aura that covered the cages like a thin membrane. With a brief probe, Qin Chuan discovered that the aura could block mental fluctuations. It was precisely this power that had severed his and Yi Qingwan's connection to Chen Yahui and prevented all Beast Island lords from calling for outside help. Just as Qin Chuan was contemplating how to rescue Chen Yahui without alerting the guards, the originally chaotic and noisy army of 100,000 exotic beasts on the plain suddenly parted to form a passage. 10 massive sovereign-level exotic beasts stepped forward first, followed closely by another 10 arrivals, bringing the rough count to 20 sovereigns. Their bodies blocked out the sky, their scales and fangs appearing particularly menacing in the firelight from the braziers. Everyone quiet down. A hoarse yet thunderous voice echoed across the plain. The speaker was a sovereign-level frenzied lizard chieftain wielding a sapphire staff, which he struck heavily against the ground, producing a rumbling echo like muffled thunder. In an instant, the previously chattering exotic beasts below fell silent in unison, 100,000 pairs of eyes staring fervently at their leader. Today's gathering is because the Mother of Wisdom has sent word to us. The frenzied lizard chieftain raised his staff high, his voice rolling forth. In 4 days, she will emerge from her cocoon. When that time comes, we shall lead a million-strong army out of the underground world and drive these detestable two-legged sheep from the endless sea. Kill them all. Drive the two-legged sheep from our world. Countless exotic beasts roared as they raised their claws high, their howls surging like a tsunami. Suspended in midair, Qin Chuan felt his eardrums ringing and could even sense the vibrations penetrating through the air into his chest. He frowned darkly. After all, the Beast Island lords had indeed been transported here by the Starry Sky Beast God and couldn't be considered a native race. But if a million exotic beasts truly charged to the surface, the consequences would be unthinkable. Silence. The frenzied lizard chieftain struck the ground once more, sparks flying. Before the Mother of Wisdom emerges from her cocoon, she requires the complete elimination of all Beast Island lords lurking in the underground world. Those fellows have repeatedly disturbed her development and absolutely cannot be allowed to continue running free. Qin Chuan's heart sank as he finally understood completely why the exotic beasts had assembled early. It was clearly because Lu Yun's alliance with several ring masters had previously ambushed the Mother of Wisdom, enraging her. Now all Beast Island lords had been implicated and marked for elimination. He couldn't help but curse silently. If he had known the consequences would be so severe, he never should have followed Lu Yun's reckless scheme. Now, forget about mining essence. Whether they could even survive was questionable. We unconditionally follow the Mother of Wisdom's arrangements. An Earth Demon chieftain immediately voiced his support loudly. Let's set out immediately to eliminate all the two-legged sheep. The Earth Demon clan volunteers to serve as the vanguard. Humph. The vanguard should naturally be led by our Ice Demon. Clanus, at your turn? The Ice Demon chieftain sneered coldly, frigid air emanating from his body. With your sluggish speed, you'd be lucky not to fall behind. At this moment, the Earth Demon chieftain and Ice Demon chieftain began arguing over who should serve as the vanguard. The frenzied lizard chieftain immediately raised his staff and declared, "Silence. The Earth Demons will lead the charge, while the Ice Demons and Rock Giants bring up the rear." The Ice Demon leader coldly questioned, "If we're all rushing to the front lines, what will you frenzied lizards be doing?" "My frenzied lizard clan will specifically deal with the human ringmasters." The frenzied lizard chieftain narrowed his vertical pupils, his voice hoarse yet filled with murderous intent. "These guys aren't ordinary Beast Island lords. They're extremely troublesome." The Earth Demon and Ice Demon leaders exchanged glances and both nodded. "Then we'll do as you say." The frenzied lizard chieftain pointed toward a row of iron cages in the distance. "There are 1,000 humans here that I captured along the way. Let's release them first so you can have a little snack." Heavy iron cages were roughly dragged forward, their sharp scraping sounds turning the faces of those trapped inside deathly pale. "Sob? I don't want to die. Let me out. I should never have come here. Why did I have to enter Portal 3 today? Help me." The wails of over 1,000 Beast Island lords rose and fell in waves, making the entire row of cages rattle as if shaken by a tide of terror. Only Chen Yahui kept her spine straight, maintaining some composure on her face. She scoffed, "A bunch of spineless cowards. What's the point of crying? Show some backbone." Someone immediately shot back, "You think you're so tough? Let's see how brave you are when these beasts start gutting you alive. Yeah, they'll rip out your heart and lungs while you're still breathing and devour them right in front of you, not even leaving you bone fragments." As the vicious threats echoed in her ears, Chen Yahui's delicate face stiffened slightly. Of course she was afraid, but nowhere near the point of wetting herself in terror. After all, when she was captured, She had been covering for goblins hiding in a cave and hadn't engaged in direct combat. Her Emperor-class Triceratops was still at peak condition. Once the cage opened, she would immediately summon her Triceratops and break through the gem's control range amid the chaos, then send a distress signal to Qin Chuan. With Qin Chuan's wind god pterosaur's speed, reinforcements could arrive in an instant. The prerequisite was that she had to buy enough time. To gain time, she needed to unite the 1,000+ companions trapped in these 10 cages. She lowered her voice and looked around. Everyone, do you want to live? Yes. Desperately. Do you have a plan? A man pressed against the bars, his eyes bloodshot. When the cages open, everyone attack together and cover my escape. Why should we cover for you? You want us to die so you can live alone. Right? You need to give us a reason. Voices of doubt erupted in chaos. Qin Yahweh raised her head, her gaze sharp. My boss is Qin Chuan. Is that reason enough? That single sentence instantly silenced the hundreds of Beast Island lords in the cage. Giant Qin Chuan. Don't joke around with his name. Doesn't he always work alone? Since when does he have teammates? Facing their skepticism, Qin Yahweh said calmly. You'll find out once the cage is open. Not fighting means death. Fighting might give us a chance to live. Choose for yourselves. As her words settled, the terrified people looked at each other. This indeed seemed to be their only way out. Qin Yahweh then began formulating an escape plan. Listen everyone. First spread the word to the other Beast Island lords in the iron cages. When the cages open, everyone charge toward the stone giants. Those who still have beast companions, have them guard our flanks while I lead the charge down the center. Once we break into the stone giant formation, we'll have a chance to escape. Her voice carried through the iron bars, steadying the restless crowd. But many of us have already lost our beast companions. I'm afraid fewer than 200 can still fight. A man shook his head, his voice filled with despair. 200 is enough? Qin Yahweh's gaze was resolute. The stone giants may have a wide attack range, but they move slowly. As long as we squeeze in among them, the other intelligent beasts won't pursue us to the death for fear of friendly fire. The stone giants can also block the demon's spears, greatly reducing our chances of being hit. Her analysis rekindled hope among the crowd, and they nodded in agreement. The 10 iron cages weren't far apart, so the message spread quickly. Out of 1,000 prisoners. Even if just 100 escaped, it would count as victory. As long as they could get beyond the range of that gemstone scepter's influence, their survival rate would improve dramatically. Of course, the risk of being caught in the stone giant's attacks remained, and everything would come down to luck. High above, Qin Chuan rode on the back of his wind god pterosaur, also calculating rescue strategies. Facing the sea of 100,000 beasts below, the only thing he could do was dive down the moment the cages opened and carry Qin Yahweh away from the battlefield. However, he had to be certain the wind god pterosaur was fast enough. If the demons concentrated their spear attacks, the pterosaur would be turned into a pincushion in an instant. Other intelligent races' ranged attacks would follow immediately after. Once he lost his mount, escape would be nearly impossible. Therefore, he would have only one chance, with no room for error. As Qin Chuan pondered, 10 frenzied lizard soldiers dragged heavy chains toward the cages. Looks like we'll feast today. Fresh two-legged sheep is a delicacy. Open the cages. The surrounding beasts could barely contain themselves, roaring incessantly. Qin Yahweh tensed every muscle in her body, her gaze locked on the cage door. The other Beast Island lords who had received the message also took their positions. This gamble would determine life or death. Open the cages, the frenzied lizard leader commanded. Creaked, rust-covered iron doors slowly swung open. Move, Qin Yahweh roared. Boom. A beast emperor-level Triceratops charged out first, its massive body making the ground tremble. Golden body. Qin Yahweh raised her hand, and metal attribute energy instantly enveloped the Triceratops. Dazzling golden light spread across its thick armor plating, as if clothing it in golden battle armor. A dinosaur. So you really are an ally of giant Qin Chuan, someone in the crowd shouted. Brothers, we have a chance to survive and hold back. This is our moment of life and death. Almost everyone still capable of fighting summoned their beast companions simultaneously: tigers, silver wolves, hunting falcons, spider beasts. Various spiritual lights erupted together, filling the air with roars and the beating of wings. Oh, still have the strength to resist. The frenzied lizard leader was momentarily stunned, then sneered, raising his scepter. The delicious two-legged sheep are right before us. How much you get depends entirely on yourselves. At the frenzied lizard leader's command, 100,000 exotic beasts surged forward like tigers unleashed from their cages, charging toward the 1,000 Beast Island masters in an instant. The earth thundered and roared, dust swirled upward, and rocks bounced continuously as if the entire battlefield was about to collapse. Damn it, there's absolutely no hope of survival. One Beast Island master's voice trembled, his legs frozen in place, and he wasn't alone in his terror. Don't just stand there. Those who can fight, protect the flanks and charge toward the stone giants. Qin Yahweh shouted, leaping onto her golden Triceratops. Bang, bang, bang. The Triceratops's massive hooves pounded the ground like war drums, its giant horns slicing through the air, piercing through earth demons and frenzied lizards wherever it went, flinging their bodies away like bloody gourds strung together. Fight for your lives. Charge. Of the 1,000 people, only 200 had any combat ability. Almost simultaneously, they all released their beast companions, forming a formation tight against Qin Chuan's flanks as they sprinted madly toward the stone giants. However, those without beast companions, or who fell even slightly behind, were instantly swallowed by the torrent of exotic beasts. Us of me. No. In mere breaths, nearly 600 beast island masters were torn apart into bloody chunks, blood rain mixed with dust scattering in all directions. Qin Chuan was powerless to help. Even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice, and raw strength was the fatal weakness. Forget protecting 100 people. She'd be grateful if even a few could break through, but this was their only path to survival, so she could only press forward. High above, Qin Chuan had originally planned to dive down for a rescue, but seeing this scene, he froze. I didn't expect this girl could actually break through. He quickly assessed Qin Chuan's intentions and held back for now, perhaps waiting until they squeezed into the stone giant cluster before acting would be the safest approach. On the ground, exotic beasts surged like a tide, screams rising one after another. Can't hold on much longer. These things have gone mad. A man watched his companions fall one by one, sweat dripping frantically from his chin. Qin Chuan crouched low on the Triceratops's back, eyes fixed ahead. Hold on a little longer. In the blink of an eye, of the 1,000 who had followed her, only 20 or 30 remained. 100 meters left, she shouted. Those 20 or 30 survivors desperately spurred their mounts with clenched legs. Anyone who slowed even half a step was immediately swallowed by fangs and claws. Finally, the golden Triceratops crashed through the last biological barrier with brute force, forcibly squeezing into the stone giant cluster. We made it. We made it. I survived. Of 1,000 people, only 13 now truly stood beside Qin Chuan. Seeing the intruders, the stone giants immediately converged, their 10-meter-tall bodies swinging massive fists, pounding frantically at the ground. Boom. Qin Chuan and the others rolled and dodged as the pursuing earth demons were immediately sent flying by the giant fists, stone fragments mixing with blood mist in the air. Stone giants. You brainless idiots. You're hitting your own allies, an earth demon shrieked in fury. But the stone giants, with their limited intelligence, continued their wild hammering, frightening the following beast army from advancing carelessly. Taking advantage of the dodging opportunity, Qin Chuan gasped for breath and quickly sent a distress signal to Qin Chuan. I'm at the northern position of teleportation gate 3. Come save me quickly. After Qin Chuan sent out the message, she let out a long sigh of relief. When will Qin Chuan arrive? One of the beast island masters dodged frantically between the stone giant's massive fists, terror evident in his voice. At least half an hour, Qin Chuan replied grimly. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned ashen. Someone muttered, Can we last half an hour? This is insane. One punch from these stone monsters, and you're either dead or crippled. Bang. Before the words had finished, 2 beast island masters who moved too slowly were crushed into bloody pulp by the giant fists. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, striking terror into everyone's hearts. At this point, only a precious few with cheetah beast companions could still dodge unharmed thanks to their speed. Qin Chuan stubbornly held the front line. She commanded her Triceratops to charge forward with lowered head, forcibly pushing back the approaching stone giants step by step. I can hold on, but as for the rest of you, it's up to luck. She smiled bitterly. In the distance, 20 overlord-level beasts watched from afar. The earth demon leader snorted disdainfully. These brainless chunks of rock can't even handle a few two-legged sheep. The mad lizard leader swept its tail across the sand and sneered. Let them play. The humans can't escape anyway. Time ticked by slowly. More companions fell around Qin Chuan, and in the blink of an eye, only 5 remained from the original 13. Meanwhile, high above, Qin Chuan circled through the clouds, searching for a breakthrough point for the rescue. He not only needed to extract Qin Chuan, but also had to consider where to retreat afterward. Earth demons surrounded them on all sides, their spears unstoppable. After a moment's consideration, he decided on a retreat route behind the group of overlord-level beasts. If he charged through there, the earth demons wouldn't dare throw their spears randomly for fear of hitting their leaders. If it came to a real fight, everyone would get hurt together. Having calculated the position, Qin Chuan commanded his wind god Pteranodon to dive sharply. On the ground, Qin Chuan remained unaware of the commotion overhead and continued directing her Triceratops to charge. Come on, you stinking rocks. Her roar echoed across the battlefield. The stone giants were thoroughly enraged and closed in with deafening roars. Relying on her metal-type Triceratops's armor, she withstood every heavy blow, but the Triceratops's stamina was visibly declining. Brother Qin, you must hurry. She was frantic with worry, uncertain whether her golden body could last the full half hour. Whoosh! Suddenly, a thunderous roar tore through the sky. As he approached the ground, Qin Chuan leaped down while summoning his Beast King-level Diplodocus. Boom! The massive creature, weighing over 200 tons, crashed down like a mountain falling from heaven, smashing into the group of stone giants. Accompanied by a deafening crash, dozens of stone giants were sent flying by the shockwave, dust billowing skyward and debris shooting in all directions. Oh, what is that thing? Chen Yahui's delicate body trembled as the impact left her ears ringing. As the dust settled, Qin Chuan stood tall within it, his voice calm and steady. Hui. Well done. To stay this composed in such a crisis, it seems I underestimated you. His figure came fully into view. Chen Yahui stood stunned for a moment. Then her nose tingled with emotion. Overcome with joy, she burst into tears and cried out, Woo! Brother Qin, I knew you'd definitely come. The 5 surviving Beast Island lords were shocked when they saw Qin Chuan's figure. Clearly his speed was like teleportation. Then, the 5 burst into ecstatic cheers. Giant Qin Chuan has arrived. We're saved. Long live Giant Qin Chuan. However, the surrounding stone giants finally reacted, thunderously closing in to crush this sudden intruder into fragments. Boom! The Bicephalosaurus furiously whipped its tail, sending a fan-shaped shockwave sweeping outward. Bang! 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 The stone giants struck by the tail instantly shattered into powder. Before the debris could hit the ground, massive amounts of blue gas gathered among the rubble, reassembling them clearly. Each stone giant had an evolution core embedded within. Qin Chuan surveyed the situation, recalled the Bicephalosaurus, and simultaneously released 4 Carnotaurus. My pterosaur can't carry so many people. Ride the Carnotaurus run if you can. If you really can't escape, I can't help you either. Thank you, Giant Qin Chuan. Get on quickly. The 5 quickly mounted the Carnotaurus, with the 2 smaller ones sharing one beast, galloping toward the distance. Hui, we can't stay here long. Disengage immediately and follow me. Qin Chuan recalled the Bicephalosaurus and leaped onto the Quetzalcoatlus to rendezvous with Chen Yahui. Due to the close proximity and to prevent friendly fire, he was forced to abandon the terrifyingly powerful landslide technique. Understood. Chen Yahui controlled her Triceratops, charging toward Qin Chuan. In the distance, the raptor leader spotted the massive shadow in the sky and felt a chill. What is that thing? It's a human ringmaster. The nearby demon leader's expression also changed drastically. Our tribe once had a chieftain defeated by a ringmaster. We absolutely cannot let him escape. With a command, the beasts swarmed toward Qin Chuan, ignoring the stone giant threat. Overestimating yourselves. Qin Chuan raised his palm and clenched his fist buzz. The ring of sovereignty blazed with light, its aura spreading like divine authority. The beasts caught within felt their bodies grow heavy, their charge immediately faltering. Chen Yahui seized the opportunity to recall her Triceratops and leap onto the pterosaur's back. Go! Qin Chuan piloted the Quetzalcoatlus, swooping toward the 20 Overlord-class beasts. Demon tribe, don't throw spears, avoid friendly fire, the raptor leader shouted urgently. The demon warriors had to pause their actions, which played right into Qin Chuan's calculations. But even the most precise plans can have oversights. Demon leader drew his golden spear, targeting Qin Chuan. Come down here. Whoosh! The spear transformed into golden lightning, striking directly at the Quetzalcoatlus. Splurt! Blood sprayed as the spear pierced through the pterosaur's chest and abdomen. The giant wings trembled, the massive body swaying precariously. Though it didn't crash immediately, this severe injury meant it couldn't fly to teleportation gate 3. Damn it! That bastard! Qin Chuan's face turned ashen. Brother Qin, what do we do? Chen Yahui watched the pterosaur bleeding profusely, her eyes filled with anxiety. While it can still hold on, take the 200 goblins and go first, Qin Chuan said, launching himself downward in a dive. Brother Qin, you're going down there. Chen Yahui was startled by his determination. These damn bastards, though they really think the #1 person of the endless sea is made of paper. Before his words finished, Qin Chuan had already become a black shadow plummeting toward the ground. Hiss! If the demon lord hadn't hurled that golden spear, perhaps Qin Chuan would have simply left with Chen Yahui. But that gleaming, cold-edged massive spear came whistling through the air, instantly igniting the fury in Qin Chuan's chest. Absolutely could not leave in such humiliation. The wind god pterosaur soared high above, with Chen Yahui securely protected on its back, her heart filled with terror as she could only watch Qin Chuan leap down. Midair, Qin Chuan raised his hand and waved. 16 spatial light gates instantly opened, and 16 beast emperor-level dinosaurs roared as they charged out in unison. Beyond Qin Chuan and the massive beasts landed, causing the hard rock layers to crack on impact, sending dust shooting skyward. The 20 Overlord-level magical beasts stationed in the distance saw this sudden beast emperor-level force, and their expressions changed dramatically. Roar! The 16 beast emperor-level dinosaurs roared simultaneously, their sound waves rolling out like an overwhelming tide of intimidation that spread toward the 100,000 magical beasts. The originally charging and clamoring beast tide was forcibly halted, as if waves had frozen before a towering wall. Attack! Qin Chuan raised his hand and commanded. In an instant, 5 Spinosaurus and 2 Giganotosaurus erupted with brilliant water light around their bodies. Bang! 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 The 7 water tribute beast emperor-level dinosaurs joined forces to unleash wrath of the Sea Emperor. The earth split open, and torrential floods swept forth like a bursting dam. Massive waves 300 meters high rolled up with debris, shooting toward the heavens and instantly blocking out the sun. Run! Is this the power of the human ringmaster? Indeed, if we don't eliminate the human ringmaster, he'll remain a mortal threat to us. Among the beast horde, many intelligent magical beasts looked up at the towering waves above and shrieked in terror. The Ice Demon Clan leader on the opposite side could no longer sit still. His form shot up from the ground as he raised his frost staff and hurled it downward with force. Bang! The staff pierced into the earth, and an extreme cold energy rapidly spread. Crack! Crack! Crack in the blink of an eye, the torrential flood was frozen inch by inch, transforming into a massive ice sculpture with bared fangs and claws. Oomph! Looks intimidating enough, but it's still just Beast Emperor level. The Ice Demon Clan leader landed and snorted lightly, brimming with confidence. One Overlord level thinks he can stop the combined technique of my 7 Beast Emperor level beast companions. Qin Chuan's eyebrows didn't even twitch, wasn't worried at all. Spinosaurus possessed naturally massive frames that could provide tremendous amplification for techniques, with power far exceeding what the 2 Giganotosaurus could unleash individually. Crack! Dense fissures instantly appeared across the ice sculpture's surface. Boom! The internal floodwaters shattered the ice, and the raging torrent once again surged toward the beast horde. Simultaneously, the Fire Thunder attribute Tyrannosaurus and Electric attribute Giganotosaurus roared and raised their heads. Thunderfire and lightning intertwined, using the surging flood as a medium to spread in all directions. The scorching heat instantly vaporized vast amounts of floodwater, and the rising steam exploded like hundreds of smoke grenades. Hundreds of magical beasts at the front were immediately swallowed by the flood, then subjected to the quadruple torment of water, fire, thunder, and electricity, their agonized wails continuous and unbearable. Attack immediately, the Earth Demon Clan leader roared. Tens of thousands of Earth Demons behind him simultaneously raised their spears, the mass of dark spear points all aimed directly at Qin Chuan. Whoosh, whoosh, as tens of thousands of spears cut through the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain, blotting out the sun as they rushed toward Qin Chuan. Boom. As Qin Chuan raised his hand, the Diplodocus was summoned once again, its passive skill, immovable as a mountain, automatically activating. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere as nearly all the spears aimed at him bounced off its hardened shell. With over 90% damage reduction and dragon hide as thick as city walls, this massive beast reduced incoming damage to nearly 99%, completely transforming into a mobile fortress. Its only weakness was its sluggish movement. You're asking for death, the demon lord hissed coldly, as the golden spear in midair returned to its grasp. In the next moment, it raised its wrist, aiming at the Diplodocus's most vulnerable spot, its eyes, and jerked its arm violently. Whoosh! The golden spear tore through the air like a golden thread, striking straight at the vital point. Qin Chuan would never let the previous scene repeat itself. He leaped into the air, clenching both fists tightly. Buzz! The furnace ring blazed with blinding light as he and his Tyrannosaurus beast companion simultaneously transformed into a brilliant radiance. Within mere breaths, Qin Chuan's muscles and bones expanded explosively, his form swelling to nearly 9 meters tall. The half-dragon giant, weighing 10 tons, stood suspended in air, muscles rippling like molten iron, dragon scales flickering beneath his skin. As the golden spear approached, he raised his arm and caught it firmly. The tremendous impact forced him back several steps, his footprints crushing deep craters in the ground, but the spear was finally gripped tightly in his palm. The furnace ring is truly overpowered. The surging power of the Tyrannosaurus coursed through his limbs, at least 10 times stronger than his domain god-level state. The furnace ring not only allowed its master to fuse with beast companions, but also provided additional amplification. This was the fundamental reason why Li Tong's combat power had gone berserk after fusion. Qin Chuan raised the golden spear, lightning crackling wildly around his body as he assumed a throwing stance. Rumble! Electric serpents coiled around the spear shaft, thunder crisscrossing the twilight sky as if connecting heaven and earth. Here, take it back. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, refracting blinding white light, thunder illuminating the dusk as it transformed into an arrow of destruction aimed straight at the demon lord. The monster confidently extended its hand, attempting to catch it directly. Squelch! The spear tip pierced through its palm, blood exploding outward, the tremendous force twisting its entire arm and severely injuring it on the spot. Damn it! Tear him apart. In its pained roar, the demon lord lost control in fury, ordering all its subordinate beasts to attack. Hordes of demons riding giant wolves howled as they charged forward like a black tide. Qin Chuan immediately recalled his other beast companions, leaving only the Diplodocus to guard the front. Mountain collapse and earth split. Buzz! The Diplodocus raised its front limbs high, beast king-level power flowing into its massive arms before striking the ground with tremendous force. Rumble! Under the deafening explosion, the ground seemed to be smashed open by an invisible giant hammer. Rock layers collapsed, and crisscrossing fissures instantly spread into bottomless canyons. The 1,000-plus beasts charging at the front had no time to react, screaming as they plummeted into the crevices, their forms instantly swallowed by darkness. Qin Chuan watched them fall with an unmoved heart. These monsters were originally products of the beast tide summoned by the Mother of Wisdom, and killing them provided no feedback whatsoever. However, being able to reduce their forces somewhat before the real beast tide arrived made this battle worthwhile. Just then, the 20 overlord-level beasts that had been observing finally stirred. They spread their fanged wings, exchanged glances, and simultaneously stepped forward, apparently planning to join forces to eliminate Qin Chuan. At this moment, Qin Chuan understood that his combination of attacks could at best only irritate these creatures. The idea of wiping out 100,000 exotic beasts in one fell swoop was completely unrealistic. Moreover, those Beast Emperor and Overlord-level exotic beasts had been coldly observing from the sidelines the entire time. Once they truly joined the battle, even with his 3 rings, his chances would be grim. Taking advantage of the moment when the twin cavity dragon's massive claws shattered the earth, creating abyss-like cracks that blocked the enemy's advance, he decisively recalled the twin cavity dragon and turned to flee at full speed. The power of the Tyrannosaurus surged into his limbs, muscles tightening like steel cables, his footsteps thundering like war drums, yet his speed was astonishingly fast. Behind him, the wounded earth demon leader roared, "Chase him! Kill that damned two-legged sheep!" The frenzied lizard leader raised his gem-encrusted staff, flicked his tail, and coldly intervened. "Forget it. The chasm blocks our path. We'd have to take a detour to pursue him. Besides, this human ring master possesses more than one divine ring. Killing him won't be so easy." The earth demon leader furiously pounded the ground. "Damn it. When the Mother of Wisdom emerges from her cocoon, I'll be the first to tear him apart." After racing for nearly an hour, Qin Chuan finally reached the vicinity of the 3rd teleportation gate's mineral vein and immediately deactivated the forge ring, quickly concealing his aura. Chun Yahweh had already arrived ahead of him with 200 goblins, busily surveying the mine entrance. The Carnotaurus that had escorted the 5 Beast Island lords to safety lay lazily dozing at the edge of the mining site, while the Beast Emperor-level Pteranodon, pierced by spears and with blood-stained wings, was barely clinging to life. Before the dust had settled, Qin Chuan arrived on foot. Chun Yahweh breathed a sigh of relief and rushed forward. "Brother Qin, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qin Chuan raised his hand for silence, recalled both the Carnotaurus and Pteranodon into his space, then asked, "Has Yi Qingwan returned?" "I contacted her. She's heading this way," Chun Yahweh replied. Soon after, Yi Qingwan arrived hurriedly with 200 Guardian members, still catching her breath as she complained. "Mr. Qin, you ran way too fast. I couldn't catch up no matter how hard I tried." "Good thing you didn't catch up." Qin Chuan smiled bitterly. "A little faster, and you would have run straight into 100,000 exotic beasts." "Well, what? 100,000? Yi Qingwan's eyes widened. "I saw messages in the chat channel, but I thought those Beast Island lords were exaggerating. We attacked the Mother of Wisdom, and it activated its ability early, summoning the Beast Tide," Qin Chuan said calmly but firmly. "We can't stay at the 3rd teleportation gate for now. Everyone must evacuate immediately." Yi Qingwan hesitated, "But we haven't finished mining the evolution cores." "We'll deal with that after the Beast Tide passes." Qin Chuan shook his head. Seeing his resolute attitude, Yi Qingwan could only nod. Qin Chuan stored the 200 goblins in his dimensional space, saying, "I'll release them after we survive the 2nd stage Beast Tide." In the following time, Yi Qingwan organized the Guardian members to retreat in batches. The Beast Island lords who had been deep underground were also driven back to the surface, with those who failed to evacuate in time having already become dinner for the exotic beasts. "That's enough for today. I need to return to Beast Island and heal the Pteranodon's injuries," Qin Chuan said slowly. "All right," Yi Qingwan nodded. Qin Chuan immediately returned to Beast Island and released the wind god pterosaur from his contract space. The dragon's nest was located deep within the sea cliffs, and the 5th tier nest's nearly heaven-defying recovery power surged continuously. In just moments, the pterosaur's near-death aura was suppressed, and its shattered scales healed at a visible rate. After confirming the giant dragon was temporarily safe, he looked up at the darkening sky, then returned to the crystal sanctuary to rest and restore his energy. Beep beep. Just as he sat down, the chat window started flashing. The person initiating the chat was Lu Yun. Lu Yun, Mr. Qin, are you there? Qin Chuan. Yes, what's up? Lu Yun, I heard you went deep into the third teleportation gate today. Did you clash with the beast army? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that news had traveled so quickly. Qin Chuan, I didn't expect your information network to be so efficient. This just happened not long ago, and you already heard about it? Lu Yun, I heard the beasts are starting to mass in large numbers. Do you have any latest intelligence from your end? Qin Chuan didn't hide anything. Qin Chuan, the Mother of Wisdom is preparing to mobilize 1,000,000 beasts to cleanse the endless sea. What I just encountered was only 1/10 of the total force. Lu Yun hiss. Just 1/10 was like that? It seems the second phase beast tide is truly a death sentence. With just the current Beast Island lords, our chances aren't good. Qin Chuan, it's only 1,000,000 though. We have billions of Beast Island lords. If we truly unite, defending the 3 teleportation gates shouldn't be a big problem. But the other side wasn't optimistic. Lu Yun, Mr. Qin, to say something discouraging, out of those billions of people, those who truly have the courage to step forward probably won't even reach 1,000,000. Qin Chuan's expression instantly froze. Qin Chuan, that's impossible, right? Billions of people, and you're telling me we can only gather 1,000,000? Lu Yun, ever since our clash with you and the Mother of Wisdom, Qin Feng and I have been discussing this on the World Channel. But most people think that with the ring masters and other strong fighters around, it's not their turn as weaklings to act. No one wants to be cannon fodder. The message carried the calculations of human nature, but Qin Chuan understood in his heart. Those who survived the first phase weren't fools. When it came to dying, no one wanted to go first. Everyone held the mentality of, when the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. If they failed, everyone would perish together. The endless sea had no rules and no obligations that must be followed, so most people chose to fight for themselves. Qin Chuan, if it's really like you say, then let's just not defend at all and wait to die. Lu Yun, why is Mr. Qin even more pessimistic than me? Qin Chuan, I witnessed that scene with my own eyes. Just 1/10 of the beasts could field 20 overlord-level creatures. Right now, the entire endless sea probably has fewer than 10 overlord-level powerhouses. How can we fight? Lu Yun replied with bitter resignation. If even you, the number 1 in the endless sea, lose your fighting spirit, then we truly have no chance of victory. He fell silent for a moment, then typed another line. Lu Yun, stop beating around the bush. To be honest, I couldn't have suddenly contacted you just to ask about the beasts. Qin Chuan caught another layer of meaning from his words. Lu Yun had another request, and fearing rejection, he had started by asking about other matters first. Because he feared rejection, he had started by asking about other things first. Since Qin Chuan had spoken so directly, Lu Yun felt it was no longer appropriate to beat around the bush. In that case, let me be completely frank with you. I'm here because I want to unite the top 30 alliances of the Endless Sea to discuss our collective defense. Hearing this, Qin Chuan understood immediately. From the moment Lu Yun obtained the Divine Ring, he had wanted to take a neutral leadership role, uniting other ring bearers and factions to resist the second stage beast tide. However, the presence of people like Zhang Li and Guotu made this endeavor extremely difficult. Zhang Li was utterly self-serving and would withdraw the moment anything went against his interests. Yet the Endless Sea now faced an unprecedented crisis that concerned the very survival of every island lord. Without someone stepping forward, everyone would simply wait for death. Lu Yun understood the difficulties, but was still willing to try. To make this work, Qin Chuan's support was crucial. The weight of being the number 1 figure of the Endless Sea could not be ignored by anyone. Your idea is good, but do you really think those people will listen to you? Qin Chuan's tone was calm. Of course they won't. But as long as you step forward and endorse this with your authority as the Lord of 3 Rings and the foremost figure, I'm confident I can bring them together. Lu Yun replied with determined eyes. Even if all 30 alliances show up in full force, we'd probably have fewer than 50,000 strong fighters combined. Qin Chuan frowned. I understand that a few factions alone won't be enough, Lu Yun quickly explained. My plan is to have these 30 alliances reach out and recruit as many other alliances as possible, gathering sufficient strong fighters before the second stage beast tide arrives. At the same time, we need to establish a united defense line in front of the 3 teleportation gates. This approach sparked some interest in Qin Chuan. That's somewhat interesting. If that's the case, when do we act? Tomorrow. Setting today aside, we only have 3 days until the beast tide. We must complete our defensive preparations and recruit enough fighting power within these 3 days, Lu Yun answered. All right, let me know the meeting location for tomorrow, Qin Chuan nodded. Seeing Qin Chuan agree, Lu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Master Qin. After parting with Lu Yun, Qin Chuan remained pessimistic about this alliance. He was currently the only person who had witnessed the true terror of the beast tide firsthand. 1,000,000 exotic beasts, all averaging Beast King level or above, with equally massive numbers of Overlord level creatures. Even if all the island lords joined forces, facing Overlord level beasts would be extremely difficult. Whatever, I'll take it one step at a time. He dismissed his chaotic thoughts, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began conserving his energy. The moon set, and the sun rose. The sun slowly emerged from the horizon, bringing a new day. 3 days remained until the second stage beast tide. Qin Chuan opened his eyes. The wind god pterosaur, which had been severely injured the night before, had mostly recovered, with no trace of blood remaining between its scales and wings. He turned and walked into the dragon's nest. The 5 dragon eggs that should have been lying quietly were nowhere to be seen. In their place was a single giant egg radiating golden light. This is a leader dragon species? Qin Chuan's heart leaped with shock. To encounter such a pleasant surprise right after breaking through to the 5th tier, his luck was quite good. With a leader dragon species, his combat power would undoubtedly increase significantly. Hatch. Crack. As the golden dragon egg shattered, a small head poked out. Species. Alpha Tyrannosaurus rex, a super dragon species born from absorbing 5 dragon eggs, possessing high burst damage, high intelligence, and massive weight. It also has commanding abilities and can autonomously assess battle situations according to the Beast Island Master's intentions, directing similar dragon species in combat. Weight. 100 kilograms, maximum 30 tons. Grade. Juvenile stage, consumes 1 essence to grow to adolescent stage. Attribute. None. Active skill. None. Passive skill. None. Seeing the basic information, Qin Chuan was thoroughly shocked. He never expected the Alpha Tyrannosaurus rex could grow to 30 tons. And the required essence hadn't changed either. It looks like I can use those evolution cores I saved. If I upgrade this to superior attributes, its combat power will be absolutely explosive. Qin Chuan felt fortunate he hadn't used up the evolution cores. With over 150 evolution cores, it would be enough to upgrade the Alpha Tyrannosaurus rex to superior attributes. Upgrade the Alpha Tyrannosaurus rex to Beast Emperor level and grant it Fire Attribute Beast Core. Qin Chuan commanded. Essence 1111, total essence 8891. Species. Alpha Tyrannosaurus rex. Weight 30 tons. Grade. Beast Emperor level. Attribute. Fire. Active skill. Hellfire breath. Passive skill. Molten body. As the upgrade completed, this Alpha Tyrannosaurus rex was obviously 2 sizes larger than other Tyrannosaurus rex. It was even comparable to a Spinosaurus now. With such terrifying weight, its combat power was naturally unquestionable. To upgrade to Overlord level, I still need over 1,000 more essence. Looks like I'll have to ask Hui Hui for some. The second stage beast tide was imminent, and Qin Chuan currently didn't have a single Overlord level creature, so he absolutely had to upgrade before the beast tide arrived. Qin Chuan then sent a message to Hui Hui. Boss Hui, I'm short on essence for upgrading. Could you lend me 1,500 for an emergency? Sure, transferred. Essence 2,000, total essence 10891. At crucial moments, Hui Hui is still the most reliable. Qin Chuan sighed with emotion. However, Qin Chuan wasn't in a rush to upgrade to Overlord level. Instead, he first took out evolution cores for enhancement, planning to reach superior attributes before simultaneously upgrading to Overlord level. According to the sequence, the Fire attribute would first upgrade to Mutant attribute, then to Superior attribute. Let me try 15 cores first. Qin Chuan took out 10 evolution cores to attempt the upgrade. Evolution cores 15, remaining 150. Upgrade failed. As expected, Qin Chuan's luck was consistently terrible. 10 more. Evolution cores 10, remaining 140. Congratulations. Upgraded to Lava attribute. Not bad. Seems the probability of upgrading to Mutant attribute is quite high. Let's go with 50 at once. Qin Chuan continued upgrading. Evolution cores 50, remaining 90. Upgrade failed. 50 more. Qin Chuan increased his investment again. Evolution cores 50, remaining 40. Upgrade failed. Does it have to be this unlucky? Qin Chuan looked at the 40 evolution cores remaining and was speechless. Last try with 30 cores. If this doesn't work, then there's no hope. Qin Chuan continued with high investment. Evolution cores 30, remaining 10. Congratulations. Upgraded to superior attribute. Finally succeeded. Upgrade to Overlord level. Qin Chuan commanded. Essence 10k, total essence 891. Species. Alpha Tyrannosaurus rex. Weight 30 tons. Grade. Overlord level. Attribute. Fission attribute. Active skill. Molten fission can continuously spew high-temperature fission material. The fission material will continuously split over time and cannot be extinguished until it naturally weakens. Passive skill. Fission cells can continuously divide, providing unlimited energy when not severely injured. Seeing the Fire attribute's advanced properties, Qin Chuan was truly stunned. Whether active or passive skills, they were all heaven-defying, especially that passive ability. As long as he didn't suffer severe damage, his energy would be virtually limitless, meaning he could unleash active skills continuously without restraint. Qin Chuan had originally planned to let the Alpha Tyrannosaurus share the burden of control, and unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't bear to throw this pet into the front lines to die. With the upgrade complete, he recalled the Alpha Tyrannosaurus, though a sense of melancholy arose in his heart. To advance further, he'd need to gather another massive batch of materials. His original plan to have 200 goblins mine the veins was now impossible, as the Mother of Wisdom had prematurely released small numbers of exotic beasts, making the underground world suddenly dangerous. With only 3 days left until the second phase beast tide ended, he calculated silently how much stronger he could become, depended entirely on this remaining time. Suddenly, the chat window flickered in the corner of his vision. Mr. Qin, coordinates sent. It's on an uninhabited island near teleportation gate number 1. I've invited 30 major alliances and over 100 smaller ones to discuss our defense strategy together. Lu Yun's message, sent half an hour ago. At that time, Qin Chuan had been meditating with closed eyes, naturally missing it, and by now everyone had likely already assembled. He immediately set out, contacting Yi Qingwan and Chun Yahui before departure, asking them to wait at teleportation gate number 1. The teleportation array's light blazed as Qin Chuan transformed into a brilliant beam and vanished. Under Lu Yun's call, nearly all alliance leaders from the top 30 rankings of the Endless Sea had arrived, plus numerous lower-ranked alliances. Though the latter had modest overall combat power, they made up for it in numbers totaling over 130 alliances, making this the first large-scale gathering in the Endless Sea's history. As soon as Qin Chuan stepped out of the teleportation gate, he saw Yi Qingwan and Chun Yahui waiting nearby. Brother Qin, I'm here. Chun Yahui waved to signal him. Is everyone here? Qin Chuan asked directly. They reached the island an hour ago, so the meeting is probably about to start. Yi Qingwan nodded. Quite enthusiastic, Qin Chuan praised, then summoned his wind god pterosaur, taking the 2 women airborne as they swept toward the uninhabited island at the coordinates. Meanwhile, on the island near teleportation gate number 1, nearly 10,000 people had already gathered. Each alliance leader had brought several powerful fighters, creating a spectacular scene. At the island's center lay an open plain, where a massive crystal structure gleamed in the sunlight, like a castle. Inside the castle, a round table carved entirely from crystal stood quietly, with 150 seats that were now almost completely filled. Those seated around the table were all alliance leaders wielding significant power. 2 seats at the head of the round table remained empty, clearly reserved for Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan. To ensure the success of this alliance gathering, Lu Yun had spared no expense, purchasing countless crystals to construct such a magnificent and imposing castle. The castle stood beside the coastline, its crystal walls gleaming with cold lights stretching endlessly into the distance, with even the spires at the top disappearing into the clouds. The great hall was brightly lit, with long tables arranged around an oval conference table, wine and light refreshments neatly laid out. However, the seats were showing obvious signs of restlessness. Everyone had been waiting for a full hour. Lu Yun, we've all been here for an hour. Why haven't we started yet? An impatient alliance leader slammed down his wine glass. Exactly. This place is so close to portal number 1. It's easy to attract magical beasts, another person complained in agreement. Someone scanned the surroundings. It seems like there's still a ringmaster who hasn't arrived, who has such grand airs to keep over 100 alliance leaders waiting. I think it's Qin Chuan. Oh, never mind then. Upon hearing it was Qin Chuan, the previously restless complaints instantly died down. Zhang Li and Guotu, 2 alliance leaders who had deep grudges with Qin Chuan, were also present. However, due to today's alliance principle of putting the greater good first, they looked displeased but continued to restrain themselves. After checking the chat box, Lu Yun stood up, his voice steady. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. Mr. Qin and alliance leader Yi are on their way and will arrive soon. Before they arrive, let me clarify one point. I know many of you are adversaries, and some have even had conflicts or major battles. But this alliance gathering concerns the life and death of all Beast Island masters. I hope everyone can set aside their hatred and unite against external threats. As his words fell, many alliance leaders nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Since we've come to this appointment, we naturally understand the gravity of the situation. That's right. No matter how deep our grudges, we must wait until the second stage beast tide passes before settling them. Several clear-headed alliance leaders echoed in agreement. Although Zhang Li and Guotu didn't speak, they also nodded in tacit agreement. After all, if they really caused trouble here, forget about whether they could defeat Qin Chuan. Just angering the 100+ alliance leaders present would be suicide. Right now, steadily discussing countermeasures and weathering the second stage beast tide together was the most urgent matter. Suddenly, a roaring wind pressure came from outside. Everyone looked toward the windows and saw the massive body of a wind god pterosaur descending through the air, its sharp, giant wings stirring up rolling waves before finally landing steadily in the castle plaza. Over 10,000 onlookers instantly erupted in excitement, their burning gazes following the figure jumping down from the dragon's back. Qin Chuan. In the loft the jungle, Boundless Sea, Qin Chuan had long been hailed as the strongest man. His presence now made many young women's eyes light up. This is the first time I've seen Qin Chuan in person. He looks quite handsome. Not just handsome, he's also very strong. Did you see the 3 rings on his hands? They're so beautiful. A man nearby rolled his eyes. Stop being infatuated. He has 2 beautiful women with him. When would it be your turn? What's wrong with being infatuated? If I can't have him, can I at least fantasize? I think you're just jealous. If you have the ability, become the #1 person in the endless sea too. Then I'll definitely like you as well. The girl's few words left the man speechless, and he could only turn his face away in embarrassment. Qin Chuan has arrived. Someone in the conference room shouted, and over 100 alliance leaders almost simultaneously turned their heads. Qin Chuan strode into the crystal castle with steady steps, followed by Yi Qingwan and Chun Yahui. Lu Yun stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Qin, we were just waiting for you. Please take your seat. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the venue. Over 100 people immediately stood up in response, quite a grand spectacle. Only Zhang Li and Guotu remained seated, but Qin Chuan paid them no mind, walking directly to the front row and sitting beside Yi Qingwan. Chun Yahui, not being an alliance leader, could only stand quietly behind him. Confirming that everyone had arrived, Lu Yun stood up, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. Everyone, I hereby declare that the first 100 Alliance Conference of the Endless Sea officially begins. As the Alliance of 100 began, it marked that the current phase of the Endless Sea was no longer limited to individual battles. Inside the vast circular council hall, lights blazed brightly, with over 100 Alliance leaders seated around the perimeter. A 3-dimensional sea chart hovered in the center, where 3 slowly rotating portals stood out prominently against the blue light screen, while the air was thick with urgency and restlessness. Everyone, I've summoned you here primarily to address the beast tide arriving in 3 days. Lu Yun stood before the sea chart, raising his hand to signal for silence, his voice steady, yet carrying undeniable authority. I've drafted a response plan. If you find it feasible, please execute it as I describe. Mr. Lu, please speak your mind freely. A silver-armored alliance leader clasped his fists, his tone solemn. If it's workable, we'll certainly give our full support. Exactly. Another leader nodded, meeting Lu Yun's gaze. After all, this concerns all our lives and deaths. With their consent, Lu Yun wasted no time, his eyes sweeping across their faces. Then I'll speak plainly. He manipulated the sea chart with his spiritual power, instantly magnifying 3 points of light, then began his methodical explanation. The plan's key points were simple, yet highly practical. 1. All present alliance leaders would step forward to rally as many Beast Island lords as possible to join the battle, maximizing their combined forces. 2. Using the 3 portals as cores, they would construct an extended crystal great wall around them using crystal raw stones. When the beast tide arrived, the Beast Island lords could use the wall to buffer the impact and organize counterattacks. 3. Form an elite squad composed of the strongest fighters, who wouldn't participate in defending the wall, but would directly infiltrate through the portals to the rear, locate, and eliminate the Mother of Wisdom only. By killing this creature would the second stage beast tide end. Any delay would cause the beast tide's intensity to increase exponentially with each passing day. As his words ended, opposing voices immediately erupted. Mr. Lu, your plan probably won't work. An elderly alliance leader frowned. 1,000,000 exotic beasts, starting at Beast King level, building 3 defensive walls in 3 days is completely unrealistic. Right. Another person immediately chimed in. If the walls are small, they'll be useless. If we want to build them tall and thick enough, 3 days simply isn't enough time. Idle, just waste resources and manpower. A third alliance leader waved dismissively. My suggestion is to directly gather the Beast Island lords for a frontal assault, fighting while retreating to buy time for the elite squad. Bullshit. A furious roar came from the corner as a burly man slammed the table heavily. 1,000,000 exotic beasts, swarms of beast kings, and plenty of beast emperors, and even overlords. Our current forces can't possibly stop them. Only walls can slow their advance. Facing the skepticism, some remained optimistic. Why so pessimistic? We still have billions of Beast Island lords. If they all join the fight, they could drown the beast tide with spit alone. You're too naive. Someone snorted coldly. Can all those billions really participate in battle? We'd be lucky if a few million show up. The arguments in the hall grew increasingly heated. Lu Yun watched the alliance leaders descend into chaos and helplessly rubbed his temples. Trying to unite these independent leaders into a cohesive force was indeed as difficult as ascending to heaven. Stop arguing, everyone. He raised his voice above the noise. We only have 3 days. We can't afford internal conflict. Currently, there's no more comprehensive plan than this. I agree with Mr. Liu. A young alliance leader stood up. With enough people, casting 3 crystal walls in 3 days might not be impossible. Several more alliance leaders voiced their support, gradually quieting the dissenting voices. Fine. Eventually, even the opponents temporarily relented. We'll proceed with Mr. Liu's plan for now. However, he shifted his tone. Who will form the elite squad? This is a mission with 9 chances of death out of 10. Right, the elite squad. As the topic arose, the council hall instantly fell silent. The 100-plus alliance leaders looked at each other, but no one spoke again. The air seemed to freeze, even their breathing becoming heavy. After all, calling it an elite squad sounded noble, but bluntly speaking, it was a suicide squad. Once they enter the underground world, they'll face beast hordes like sand being sifted by massive waves. Lu Yun emphasized these words heavily before adding, actually, there aren't many viable candidates, the top 30 alliance leaders and their strongest subordinates, plus several ringmasters lending their full support. With proper coordination, defeating the Mother of Wisdom isn't just wishful thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos erupted around the round table. Why should we go on a suicide mission? Exactly. The survival rate for going underground is probably less than 1%. I'm not about to be a sacrificial lamb. Someone stared sharply at Lu Yun. Mr. Liu, you keep saying ringmasters will assist us, so? Do you count yourself among them? Being called out, Lu Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Since this plan is my creation, I must remain on the front lines commanding the defense. I won't be entering the underground world. Then what's the point of your talk? An alliance leader slammed the table. You want to play turtle while we go die? Let's call it off. When the beast tide really comes, we'll each defend our own territory. After all, when the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. Within moments, several top-ranking alliance leaders threw in the towel one after another, and the meeting instantly descended into chaos. Lu Yun's sighed inward. Life plan itself was sound. Resisting the beast tide truly required ringmasters to hold the line, and personnel selection had to be extremely careful. Zhang Li had been too self-serving during the last campaign against the Mother of Wisdom, and would likely flee if things went badly. Qin Chuan was suitable, but without the strongest fighter from the Endless Sea, killing the Mother of Wisdom would be nearly impossible. Thus, Lu Yun could only take on the command role himself. In truth, defending the line was no less dangerous than going underground, perhaps even more so, since the commander had to lead from the front under immense pressure. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lu Yun looked pleadingly at Qin Chuan beside him. The silent Qin Chuan finally raised his head, gently rotating the ring of sovereignty on his fingertip. A terrifying aura like crashing waves suddenly exploded outward. In less than a breath, all 150 people in the conference hall broke into cold sweats, as if crushed under an iron mountain. The tens of thousands of alliance elites waiting outside also felt that bone-deep oppression. Qin Chuan's ring of sovereignty. Is he angry? Probably because the meeting isn't going well. Don't worry, once Qin Chuan loses his temper, they'll behave immediately. Qin Chuan swept his gaze around the table, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable edge. If anyone thinks commanding the defense is easy, feel free to volunteer as replacement. But let me be clear, whoever fails to lead from the front and stand with the troops during command, I'll be the first to take them down. The most tranquil tone delivering the most domineering declaration. Everyone fell silent. Instant Lino one dared provoke the strongest person in the Endless Sea at this moment. Since no one objects, Qin Chuan withdrew his aura. We'll proceed with Lu Yun's plan. Only then did Lu Yun breathe a secret sigh of relief. Indeed, it took a truly powerful person to control the situation. He raised his hand, pointing at the crowd while quickly making arrangements. The underground operation will be divided into 3 teams. Portal 1, Mr. Qin and Alliance Leader Yi will team up, taking the strongest 1,000 from each alliance. Portal 2, Alliance Leaders Zhang and Guo with the same configuration 1,000 people. Portal 3, Chun Feng will lead 2,000 people. Whichever team finds the Mother of Wisdom first must immediately notify the other 2 teams to converge and jointly eliminate the enemy. With Qin Chuan's pressure still weighing on everyone's minds, no one dared protest further. All nodded silently in agreement. Lu Yun made a final sweep of the room, thinking to himself that Li Tong should have teamed with Chun Feng for the deep mission. But with Li Tong dead, Chun Feng would have to bring an extra 1,000 elite fighters. As Lu Yun's battle plan was distributed, no one dared to oppose it due to Qin Chuan's intimidating presence. With the plan finalized, Qin Chuan stood up and surveyed the entire assembly, his voice deep and powerful. We have only 3 days left. Begin construction immediately. Target the Crystal Great Wall. Lu Yun also rose, clasping his hands together. For the crystals needed to build the Great Wall, we must rely on all of you. Crystals aren't particularly scarce, a male alliance leader responded. Each major alliance has stockpiles, plus supplies from the marketplace. The quantity is sufficient. To accelerate progress, each alliance would deploy 600 to 700 members for construction, bringing the total workforce close to 100,000. Crystal Great Walls would be built simultaneously at all three teleportation gates. After the meeting, everyone dispersed to implement the first phase of the plan. Mr. Qin, we owe you a great debt this time, Lu Yun said quietly as they left the conference room. Without you keeping them in check, who knows how chaotic the arguments would have become. I only suppressed them temporarily. Qin Chuan shook his head. When the beast tide lands on the island, if I'm not here, whether they can maintain stability remains uncertain. Then we'll build the defense line as solid as iron walls, so they won't be scared senseless before the battle even begins, Lu Yun said with a bitter smile. The purpose of the Crystal Great Wall was crystal clear, to contain the beast tide spread. The exotic beasts moved extremely fast, and if the million-strong beast tide scattered while the Mother of Wisdom still lived, within a day or two, numerous beast islands would fall, beast nests would be destroyed, and island masters would lose their footing. Only by firmly suppressing the beast tide near the teleportation gates, and then slaying the Mother of Wisdom, could the crisis be resolved. Mr. Qin, I entrust the construction of the Great Wall at teleportation gate number 1 to you, Lu Yun solemnly requested once more. Leave it to me, Qin Chuan nodded. Within 3 days, he would personally oversee the project, striving to forge the Crystal Great Wall into something truly impregnable. However, just as everything was proceeding smoothly, boom, a tremendous explosion erupted outside. The ground shook violently, and the dozens of alliance leaders who hadn't yet departed all changed colors simultaneously. Everyone looked up to see a massive beam of light descending from the sky above the beast island, and a humanoid creature radiating brilliant light slowly materializing in midair. What is that thing? An intelligent exotic beast? Damn, is it trying to wipe us all out while we're meeting? Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. In the chaos, tens of thousands of beast island masters almost simultaneously summoned their strongest beast companions. Spiritual light crisscrossing as killing intent filled the air. Qin Chuan and Lu Yun also rushed out of the conference room. Could the Mother of Wisdom have detected our plan and launched the beast tide 3 days early? Lu Yun's face turned ashen as he gazed at the blinding radiance. If that were true, they would have virtually no chance of victory. Qin Chuan frowned deeply but still shook his head. Unlikely. The Mother of Wisdom's growth rate isn't that fast. As the light faded, the humanoid creature gradually revealed its true form. Pale skin, nearly 10 meters tall, covered in exoskeleton armor, resembling a human female, yet emanating an aura of strangeness and intimidation. Its facial features were almost identical to those of a human beauty, yet its physiological structure was completely different. While human women had only 2 breasts, this creature had 4. Everything was encased in white bone shields, with dozens of blood-red tentacles sprouting from its back. These tentacles intertwined with each other, spreading out like wings woven from flesh and blood, slowly undulating in the air as a sickening sweet stench permeated the entire corridor. Does this look familiar to you? Lu Yun squinted his eyes and suddenly spoke. Qin Chuan recognized that crimson hue, and his heart trembled. It was unmistakably the symbol of the Mother of Wisdom. The Beast Island lords who had never seen the Mother of Wisdom exchanged bewildered glances, their scalps tingling with dread. What the hell is this thing? Why did it suddenly appear? Who knows? I can feel this monster's overwhelming presence. Everyone stay alert. This creature is no pushover. The air felt strangled, and all the powerful warriors were drenched in sweat, yet they kept their eyes fixed on the humanoid creature. Tap, tap, tap. Bone boots struck the ground as the humanoid creature slowly advanced a few steps before stopping. Its voice was clear and melodious, yet devoid of emotion. Greetings, humans. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Mother of Wisdom. You may be surprised, but please don't be alarmed. I will not attack you. With those words, the crowd erupted in commotion. This thing is the Mother of Wisdom. How could it suddenly appear here? I feel this monster's power exceeds even sovereign level. What does it want? Doubts swirled through everyone's minds, and no one could fathom what this sudden appearance meant. Qin Chuan finally stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself in front of all the Beast Island lords, his tone steady. Since you won't attack us, your sudden appearance can't be anything good, can it? The Mother of Wisdom's gaze swept over Qin Chuan, lingering on the 3 rings on his hand, seemingly recognizing him as the strongest of the human faction. She said indifferently, I have come to offer all of you humans a way to survive. Give us a way to survive. Qin Chuan chuckled. Then tell us, what kind of survival are you offering? The Mother of Wisdom replied calmly. The beast tide in 3 days. You cannot win no matter what. You need not sacrifice your lives for it. Simply submit to me, and I will withdraw that beast tide and grant you the privilege to freely explore the underground world without facing pursuit from any beasts. Hiss. As soon as the proposal was made, everyone gasped, though more from shock and suspicion. That's it. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Seeing that Qin Chuan remained unmoved, the Mother of Wisdom raised her palm. Buzz. 3 divine rings suddenly materialized in her palm. surrounded by essence and evolution cores that sparkled like countless stars, dazzling and brilliant. Those are the remaining 3 divine rings. My God, and so much essence! Someone in the crowd exclaimed, and all eyes were instantly drawn to the sight. Previously, 9 divine rings had appeared in the endless sea. With the remaining 3 nowhere to be found now, they were all in the Mother of Wisdom's possession. Do you want them? The Mother of Wisdom's voice remained emotionless. Simply submit to me. I will bestow these 3 divine rings upon the first 3 warriors to submit, along with abundant essence. The temptation of the divine rings was nearly irresistible. Several Beast Island lords' throats bobbed as their feet involuntarily began to move forward. Buzz. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure exploded outward with Qin Chuan at its center. Try moving and see what happens. Qin Chuan's sharp gaze locked onto those Beast Island lords who were eager to try, his chilling glare seeming capable of piercing through souls. With Qin Chuan, the master of the 3 rings, present, those Beast Island lords harboring greed dared not truly submit. If they dared approach the Mother of Wisdom, they would likely be killed instantly by Qin Chuan. Everyone, the 3 divine rings in its hands aren't rivalries, just illusions. This is clearly the Mother of Wisdom trying to break our unity. Don't fall for it. Lu Yun shouted hoarsely. Qin Chuan rubbed his temples. He had worked so hard to gather this group of powerful warriors, only to discover that the Mother of Wisdom understood the 36 stratagems. This psychological attack was enough to throw the entire team into chaos. I control the underground world, as you all well know. The Mother of Wisdom's voice echoed from within her hollow exoskeleton. You came to the endless sea seeking power. Rather than worship that ethereal star beast god, why not worship me? I can grant you strength just the same. Her temptation seeped into their hearts like poison. Thinking of the nearly hopeless death battle 3 days away, many eyes flickered with uncertainty. If they submitted now, not only could they save their lives, but they could also dominate the underground world, with 3 divine rings as rewards. Well, I think it's not entirely unreasonable. After all, it's just submission we won't die. Exactly. If we can preserve our lives, why not? 2 bold Beast Island lords finally stepped forward. Lu Yun's face immediately turned ashen. These 2 are from that alliance. They're here to disrupt our morale. They really aren't afraid to die, Yi Qingwan whispered in amazement. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes and exchanged a meaningful glance with Chun Yahweh beside him. The next second, Chun Yahweh raised her hand, and a beast emperor-level Triceratops appeared with a thunderous roar, its scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Attack! Boom! The massive beast's hooves struck the ground, sending debris flying. Don't kill me. I was just speaking casually. I was wrong. Don't. The pleas for mercy were cut short. The Triceratops swept its massive horns, and the 2 Beast Island lords were reduced to bloody mist under its trampling and ramming. Qin Chuan stepped forward, his voice driving into everyone's eardrums like nails. Anyone who dares disrupt our morale again will meet the same fate. The absolute display of killing intent suppressed all dissent, and those who had been considering stepping forward immediately lowered their heads. Troublesome fools. The Mother of Wisdom was thoroughly enraged. Whoosh! Crimson tentacles shot out from behind her like spears, instantly piercing toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan roared, the furnace ring blazing with light as he merged souls with his tyrannosaur, his bones crackling as he transformed into a half-dragon. Bang! His massive body was forcibly knocked back more than 10 steps, spiderweb cracks appearing in the ground beneath his feet. A striking white mark appeared on the thick dragon hide of his chest without the furnace ring. Even having stepped into the domain god realm, he would have been severely injured. How dare you ambush him? Qin Yahweh was furious, and her Triceratops immediately unleashed its skills. Yi Qingwan was not to be outdone either, immediately releasing her beast emperor-level polar bear. As the Triceratops was cloaked in a golden carapace, it charged forward alongside the polar bear. But the Mother of Wisdom's power far surpassed that of an ordinary beast emperor. The blood-red tendrils behind her snapped out with a crack like a storm of whips. In an instant, the Triceratops and the polar bear were lashed into sprays of blood and hurled backward, unable to fight back. The scene made Qin Chuan instantly notice something off. The tendrils were clearly weaker than before. That meant the Mother of Wisdom before them was most likely just a clone split off from her flesh form. Realizing this, he barked an order. Everyone, fall back a full kilometer. If you're within 1,000 meters of me, I can't guarantee your safety. As his words fell, a sapphire divinity flared between his brows. That's a domain god. Move. Qin Chuan's about to go off. The crowd roared and scrambled back. Even Lu Yun and the others didn't dare take chances. Once the domain of the first of the endless sea unfolded, its power was unimaginable. Better to retreat and keep their heads down. In a blink, only Qin Chuan remained on the field. Looks like he'll have to make an example of you today, Qin Chuan said, stepping forward, voice cool. Otherwise these fence-sitters might actually buy what you're selling. Is submission so difficult? Why insist on dying? The Mother of Wisdom asked, face like ice. Why? Qin Chuan arched a brow and sneered. Because my legs are too stiff to kneel. He flung up his hand. Boom, boom, boom. 5 Beast Emperor Tyrannosaurs and 5 Beast Emperor Gigasaurs slammed down from the sky, making the earth quake. The sudden reinforcements sent the Mother of Wisdom into a fury. Every tendril unfurled and thrashed through the air, a scarlet sea of flowers in violent bloom. A kilometer away, the Lord of Beast Island felt his scalp prickle. No way. Qin Chuan's really going to throw down with the Mother of Wisdom? If he takes her out now, does that mean the Beast Tide in 3 days is cancelled? Get real. The Mother of Wisdom is the boss of the second stage Beast Tide. If Qin Chuan can drive her off, that's already the ceiling. Exactly. Otherwise, why would she show herself? She's not here to die. Their chatter turned more and more bleak. Few believed the Mother of Wisdom could be killed easily. By then, the blue divinity at Qin Chuan's brow was blazing, and a terrifying pulse burst outward. Domain god of the hunt. He stepped, and the ground split with a roar. Vegetation exploded into life. Towering ancient trees speared upward. Vines, ferns, and moss swept over everything, and a hot, primordial breath flooded the air. Centered on Qin Chuan, a domain nearly 800 meters across took shape in an instant, like the Jurassic reborn. Within the domain, the 5 Tyrannosaurs and 5 Gigasaurs flushed blood red in the eyes. Their hunting instincts fully ignited. Everything that wasn't Qin Chuan became prey. This is Qin Chuan's domain. It's this wide. Far off, Lu Yun stared at the forests erupting from the earth. Shaken to his core, the density outstripped Beast Island's native growth, the ancient climate perfectly restored. With a thunderous roar, the Mother of Wisdom became the target of the Tyrannosaurs and Gigasaurs hunt. The god of the hunt, as the name suggests, within Qin Chuan's 800-meter domain, he was the divine master of everything. As his domain expanded, the air seemed to compress into solid matter. 10 Tyrannosaurs and Giganotosaurus were all bathed in golden patterns, their combat power multiplying exponentially. Their recovery speed more than triple that near the dragon's nest. As long as the domain existed, they were virtually unkillable. This was the true terror of a domain. Mother of Wisdom, enjoy the taste of being hunted. Qin Chuan chuckled softly, his figure flashing as he retreated into the bushes, vanishing from the world as if he had evaporated, completely disappearing from the Mother of Wisdom's sight. In front of the bushes, dozens of crimson tentacles behind the Mother of Wisdom writhed like an angry tide, stirring up fierce winds. Roar! The first wave of 5 charging Giganotosaurus suddenly erupted. No longer relying on skills, they instinctively crouched, retracted their claws, and pounced fiercely, their sharp fangs gleaming coldly in the moonlight as they tore directly toward the Mother of Wisdom's vital upper body. Seeking death, the Mother of Wisdom growled, her tentacles lashing out violently, weaving shadows into a bloody defensive net. Crack, crack, crack. The air exploded like thunder as all 5 giant beasts were intercepted, their massive bodies smashing into 5 large craters, dirt flying everywhere. Just as she prepared to pursue, the bushes suddenly exploded. Hiss. A Trex burst forth with its massive jaws wide open, clamping down on the Mother of Wisdom's right arm and shaking its head violently. Bang, bang, bang. The enormous body was dragged and slammed through dozens of giant trees, with chips falling like rain. Before she could steady herself, a second Trex leaped out, its tail sweeping horizontally. Boom. A thunderous impact resonated as the Mother of Wisdom was sent flying again, mud splashing several meters high when she landed. The following dozens of seconds resembled a brutal game of kickball. The Giganotosaurus and Trex alternated their attacks, biting, ramming, tail whipping each strike, carrying the brute force enhanced by the domain. In mere moments, the Mother of Wisdom had broken dozens of tentacles, black-green blood splattering everywhere, her body riddled with wounds. She fought back frantically, her tentacles carrying enough force to pulverize mountains as they lashed at the Tyrannosaurs, but each time they connected, these war puppets merely shook their heads, their wounds healing instantly. The domain's recovery power made unkillable a reality. Even while being overwhelmed, calculating light still flickered in the Mother of Wisdom's eyes. Worthy of humanity's strongest. I acknowledge your power. Submit to me, and I can offer you unimaginable rewards. I think you're the one who should be kneeling, came Qin Chuan's voice from deep in the bushes as he raised his hand, slowly clenching his 5 fingers. Buzz. The ring of sovereignty erupted in golden radiance, overwhelming pressure spreading from him to cover the entire domain. The Mother of Wisdom's movements immediately became sluggish, her tentacle attacks visibly slowing, while the 10 Tyrannosaurs and giant beasts entered an even more frenzied, mindless state, their roars shaking the entire forest. Observing all this, Qin Chuan became more certain. The Mother of Wisdom before him was merely a flesh puppet clone without pain sensation, possessing at most 1/10 of her true combat power. Time flew by amid the brutal siege. In less than 10 minutes, nearly all the tentacles behind the Mother of Wisdom had been severed, hanging like withered vines, completely losing all combat capability. To preserve his divine power, Qin Chuan immediately dismissed the god of the hunt. It could be said that Qin Chuan had only unleashed one-third of the hunting god's power in this domain release, yet it was more than enough to crush the Mother of Wisdom's physical incarnation. The towering giant trees that filled the sky instantly crumbled in the fierce wind, and as the dust settled, the battlefield opened up dramatically. At this moment, the Mother of Wisdom had been pummeled to the ground by the combined assault of the Tyrannosaurus and giant beast dragon, with one arm torn off and dozens of tentacles on her back completely severed. In less than 10 minutes, the two ferocious beasts had launched at least 100 fierce attacks. As long as their prey remained alive and the domain persisted, they would never cease their assault. Is it over? That quickly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Holy shit, did Qin Chuan just take down the Mother of Wisdom directly? The #1 powerhouse of the endless sea, how could he not be terrifying? Discussions rose and fell as over 10,000 spectators in the distance all stared in stunned silence. In the next second, Qin Chuan in his half-dragon form grabbed the Mother of Wisdom's head and dragged her forward with large strides. His legs suddenly exerted force as he leaped across several hundred meters, landing thunderously before the spectators. The nearly 10-meter-long Mother of Wisdom was thrown to the ground in such a pitiful state that it was shocking to behold, instantly silencing those Beast Island lords who had originally wanted to ally with her. Anyone else want to side with the Mother of Wisdom? Qin Chuan dragged the broken body like a dead dog, his voice shaking everyone to their core as no one dared respond. In the crowd, Zhang Li and Guotu both had grave expressions. After obtaining Li Tong's furnace ring, he's completely transformed. Guotu couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Li remained silent, but was already secretly shaken. Facing an opponent he might never be able to defeat again, his sense of security crumbled instantly. Brother Qin, you're so awesome. Chen Yahui's eyes sparkled with excitement she could barely contain. The Mother of Wisdom, still being held up, remained defiant. Since you're all so stubborn, then enjoy your final 3 days. When my true body descends with 1,000,000 alien beasts, I will slaughter everyone in the endless sea. Looks like all you have left is that hard mouth of yours. Qin Chuan sneered coldly, his fingers suddenly tightening. Bang! Blood exploded as the Mother of Wisdom's head was crushed on the spot, but only a pool of blood splattered out without any brain matter, clearly just an incarnation. Damn, got excited for nothing. I thought the main body was dead. How could the main body be that weak? But taking down an incarnation is still pretty satisfying. The crowd continued their discussions. Qin Chuan casually removed the furnace ring and commanded in a deep voice. The Crystal Great Wall will proceed according to the original plan and must be completed within 3 days to prepare for the battle of life and death. Understood. Roger. We'll do everything we can to cooperate. Many Alliance lords, having witnessed his dominating power firsthand, responded one after another. Immediately after, dazzling teleportation beams descended from the sky as everyone gradually returned to their respective beast islands, preparing to gather their forces for the life-or-death battle 3 days hence. With those who needed to leave having departed, only a few people remained at the scene. Hui, Alliance Leader Yi, set out immediately and guard transmission gates 2 and 3 respectively. Qin Chuan surveyed the surroundings, his voice suddenly turning somber. Gates 2 and 3? Yi Qingwan was startled. Although the Mother of Wisdom only has one avatar left, I still can't shake my unease. Qin Chuan explained. I have a feeling there will still be trouble. Lu Yun immediately added. I saw hesitation in many people's eyes just now. Deep down, they actually want to side with the Mother of Wisdom. If gates 2 and 3 are left unguarded, as long as someone takes the lead, the situation will spiral out of control. But Mr. Qin has already intimidated them, and the avatar has been destroyed. Can't these people see which way the wind is blowing? Yi Qingwan found it hard to believe. Qin Chuan shook his head. Traitors are something that will never be completely eliminated, no matter where you are. Lu Yun shifted his gaze toward Zhang Li and Guotu in the distance. What worries me most are those two. They haven't said a word from beginning to end, haven't participated in any decisions, and are obviously weighing the pros and cons rather than clash head-in with Mr. Qin. Siding with the Mother of Wisdom would be more advantageous for them. Yi Qingwan nodded. If that's truly the case, we're already short on high-level combat power. Once they defect, the pressure from the second phase beast tide will only multiply. So, Qin Chuan said in a deep voice, if they're going to rebel, it's better they do it now. At least we can prepare in advance. Lu Yun sighed deeply. Let's continue observing. The Mother of Wisdom's psychological warfare has indeed caught us off guard. Everyone understood that no one could predict the battle situation 3 days from now. They could only make their defenses as perfect as possible in the present. After a brief discussion, Yi Qingwan and Chen Yahui led their people to gates 2 and 3, while Lu Yun and Qin Chuan remained at gate 1 to oversee the construction of the crystal walls. Time passed amid tense activity. In the blink of an eye, one day ended and a new day arrived. with only 2 days remaining until the second phase beast tide. Over the past 24 hours, the major alliances had set aside their differences, and nearly 100,000 people worked in shifts day and night, building solid crystal foundations around the three transmission gates. According to Liu Yun's plan, the walls must reach a final height of 20 meters to effectively block the impact of large exotic beasts. More importantly, the thicker the crystal, the greater the overall strength, and once sealed into shape, it would be nearly impossible to destroy. Liu Yun stood before the still unfinished wall, gazing at the crystalline defense line, calculating quietly. At this pace, we'll be finished in 2 more days. By then, even if hundreds of sovereign-level exotic beasts join forces, they won't be able to destroy it. That's reassuring then. Qin Chuan nodded, then asked, any news from Alliance leader Yi and the others? Has anyone defected? Some Beast Island lords were eager to try, but seeing Yi Qingwan and Hui Hui stationed right at the entrance, they all retreated, Qin Chuan said. Early that morning, Qin Chuan received messages from Chun Yahui and Yi Qingwan. It seemed his decision to send them to guard the front lines was quite correct, and Qin Chuan felt somewhat relieved after hearing their reports. Liu Yun patted his chest and said, Mr. Qin, leave this place to me. You just used your divine power, so you'd better go back and rest. All right. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. With only 2 days left before the final battle, he needed to restore his divine power to its peak, so he could activate his domain again when the time came. And he also wanted to examine the dragon eggs he had just obtained. A brilliant flash of light burst around him, and Qin Chuan instantly vanished, returning to his beast island. Sure enough, 5 new dragon eggs lay quietly in the dragon nest. He looked at them with anticipation. Another leader dragon species would be ideal, though the chances are slim. From his rough observation, the shell contours suggested this was likely another large herbivorous dragon species. Hatch, crack the eggshells shattered, and 5 small dinosaurs resembling ostrich chicks emerged. Hatching successful, Therizinosaurus 5. Species, Therizinosaurus. Description, aggressive herbivorous dragons that actively hunt carnivorous dragons. Their massive forelimb scythe claws possess extremely powerful killing force. Weight, 15 kilograms. Juvenile stage, maximum up to 10 tons. Level, juvenile stage. Attribute, none. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Therizinosaurus. Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned. According to his memory, just 2 Therizinosaurus could chase a Tyrannosaurus rex all over the place. With combat power that was off the charts, those 3 scythe-like claws were practically battlefield reapers. Excellent. 5 more fierce generals have arrived. He assessed his essence reserves, but I can only upgrade them to Beast King level at most right now. Upgrade. Wind, attribute, core binding. Essence 555, remaining essence 336. Wind attribute, beast cores 5. In an instant, the 5 Therizinosaurus grew explosively to around 10 tons, their muscles taut like steel cables throughout their bodies, their 3 giant claws gleaming with cold light, as if they could tear through the air at any moment. Species, Therizinosaurus. Weight, 10 tons. Level, Beast King. Attribute, Wind. Active skill, Gale Strike. When activated, attack speed greatly increases. Unleashing wide-range wind blades can evolve to Rending Wind at Beast Emperor level. Passive skill, Riding the Wind. Running speed increased, stamina consumption reduced by 50. The Therizinosaurus were already renowned for their speed and ferocity, and now with wind attributes added, their attack range had expanded even further, making them essentially 5 mobile meat grinders that could instantly dismember ordinary Beast King level creatures. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. With these 5 Therizinosaurus holding the fort, his team's overall combat power had surged once again. At least for the beast tide in 2 days, he now had additional fighting strength. While Qin Chuan rested on Beast Island, everyone else was busy preparing for the great battle just 2 days away. The entire camp buzzed with activity from the first hammer strike at dawn to the last ray of sunlight painting the wooden stakes red at dusk, with construction and fortification continuing without pause as another day drew to a close. In the evening, tide winds, ripples like water waves emerged among the scattered rocks outside teleportation gate number 2, and 3 figures silently materialized: Zhongli, Guitu, and a thin, small man. The man's slightly hunched figure carried an innate timidity, yet on his bony fingertips gleamed a crimson ring, the ring of blood slaughter. Days ago, hundreds of Beast Island masters had fought bloody battles for this ring, which ultimately chose this seemingly most unremarkable stranger. As the only divine ring with autonomous consciousness, its choices had never been wrong, meaning this thin man must possess extraordinary qualities. Now, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhongli, he had undoubtedly been ferreted out from the masses through Zhongli's use of the Star River Alliance's intelligence network. The 3 men's purpose for infiltrating this place was self-evident. Zhongli's eyes flashed with cold light, hard as iron and stone. Guitu stood beside him, his immortal body's arrogance keeping his face perpetually indifferent, yet his voice couldn't hide his hesitation. Zhongli, are Are you certain you want to go this far? What? Are you afraid? Zhongli glanced sideways. Guotu snorted. I have an immortal body, fear doesn't exist for me. But once we take this step, we'll be enemies of the entire human faction. So what? Zhang Li's tone was sinister. Have you forgotten our ultimate goal? Kill Qin Chuan and dominate the endless sea. Guotu frowned but still nodded. As long as we can achieve our goal, identity doesn't matter. Right now we can't possibly confront Qin Chuan hidden. Only by allying with the Mother of Wisdom and gaining the power we need can we have our revenge. Zhang Li clenched his fist, knuckles cracking audibly, clearly having made his decision. The thin man beside them cowered and pleaded in a low voice. You two bosses, I'm really scared. How about letting me go? Zhang Li grabbed his collar. Chen Xiaobei, you killed over 50 elite members of my Star River Alliance, and now you want me to let you go? Dream on. Besides standing with me, you have no other choice. Chen Xiaobei's face went pale as he cried out. I'm innocent. They were trying to capture me, was just defending myself. Guotu looked at his pathetic appearance and shook his head disdainfully. Rotten to the core, but still pretending to be pitiful. Cut the nonsense. Chen Xiaobei raised his hands repeatedly. I really don't dare oppose Qin Chuan, is too terrifying. I just want to lay low and develop my strength. Develop your strength, my ass. Guotu roared. When the second stage beast tide arrives, no one will survive. How long do you plan to stall? Zhang Li released his grip and said grimly. Without us, Qin Chuan has no chance of victory. When the time comes, they'll die and we'll live nothing to worry about. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobei immediately nodded. All right, I'll listen to you both. As night deepened, the three men looked at each other, the atmosphere heavy. The azure runes of teleportation gate number 2 flickered uncertainly, as if waiting for the coming betrayal and bloody battle. Are there still guards watching teleportation gate number 2? Zhang Li asked. It's that wretched woman Yi Qingwan. She's probably been following Qin Chuan's orders and has been stationed here since yesterday, Guotu said. Zhang Li raised his hand to stop his complaints, his voice low and grave. It's just her alone, nothing to worry about. As long as we charge in before she can notify Qin Chuan, we'll be fine. With that, the three quickened their pace, braving the sea wind and salt spray as they rushed toward the nearby portal number 2. At that moment, Yi Qingwan was following Qin Chuan's instructions, guarding the entrance with her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the distant mist. Alliance leader Zhang, shouldn't you be commanding the Star River Alliance in building the Crystal Great Wall? What brings you here? She called out loudly. Zhang Li approached steadily, his expression impassive. Lu Yun sent me to relieve you at portal number 2. You can leave now. But I haven't received any message from Lu Yun. Yi Qingwan frowned. What? Don't you trust me? Zhang Li countered, raising an eyebrow slightly. Haha, how would I dare not trust Alliance leader Zhang? Yi Qingwan smiled, pretending nonchalance as she turned around, appearing as if she truly intended to leave. Seeing how easily she seemed to be deceived, Zhang Li was secretly surprised but still decided to avoid violence if possible, leading Guotu and Chen Xiaobei as they rapidly approached the portal. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan secretly sent out a quick message. Mr. Qin, Zhang Li has defected, come quickly. The moment she sent the message, she spun around abruptly and released 3 beast emperor-level polar bears. Roar! The 3 massive bears thundered toward Zhang Li like crushing ice sheets. Zhang Li's brow furrowed as he swept his arm, summoning 3 beast emperor-level lions. Claws tearing through the air, lions and bears collided. White and golden forms instantly locked in fierce combat. So it's true, Zhang Li. Yesterday, I wasn't sure if you'd defect, but today you've shown your true colors. Yi Qingwan roared angrily. The mighty leader of the Endless Sea's greatest alliance. And you have so little backbone. Zhang Li snorted coldly. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Once I gather the remaining 3 divine rings, neither you nor that Qin fellow will survive. With that, he skirted around the battle and continued charging toward the portal. Stop! Yi Qingwan couldn't let him succeed. The second stage beast tide was already troublesome enough. Adding Zhang Li to the mix would be catastrophic. She gritted her teeth, preparing to use the evolution ring. Just then, Zhang Li raised his hand, and a pitch-black rift open-eated demon lord suddenly materialized. The massive shadow towered above, golden spear at the ready, then launched toward Yi Qingwan with an air-splitting shriek. Whoosh! Yi Qingwan's heart raced as she summoned a beast king-level polar bear to block her path at the critical moment. Thud! The spear pierced through the giant bear's flesh. Its momentum barely diminished as it grazed past her neck. The blade left a thin bloody line across her pale throat, crimson trickling down her skin. You bastard! The fury in her eyes blazed even brighter. Go! Zhang Li gave her no chance to counterattack, his form shooting forward toward the portal. He knew that once Qin Chuan arrived, getting near the portal would become impossible. Buzz! The world suddenly blazed with light as a massive beam descended from the heavens, landing right beside Yi Qingwan. Qin Chuan is here. Oh God! Run! Chen Xiaobei was terrified out of his wits by the blinding light, scrambling and tumbling toward the portal in a panic. Whoosh! As Qin Chuan materialized instantly, he immediately spotted Zhongli, who was mere steps away from the teleportation gate. You bastard! I should have killed you yesterday, he roared furiously. With a sweep of his arm, 5 scale-armored tyrannosaurs thundered forth, charging at Zhang Li's trio with suffocating, putrid winds. Zhang Li dared not face them heat. Touching his toes to the ground, he recalled his beast companions and dragged Guitu and Qin Xiaobei toward the teleportation gate in 3 swift bounds. Qin Chuan pursued relentlessly, the Tyrannosaur's roars shaking loose stones from the cave walls as Yi Qingwan stayed close by his side, rushing together toward the portal. The moment Zhang Li's foot crossed into the teleportation gate, the scene at the exit came into view: a massive army of exotic beasts, hundreds of thousands strong, densely packed, and blocking the passage. Two-legged sheep are invading. Prepare for battle immediately. Kill them all. Amid the deafening roars, heavily armored rhinos pounded the ground while pterodactyls circled overhead, battle fervor boiling over. Zhang Li's heart sank as he quickly raised the ring of 10,000 beasts in his hand. Don't attack. I am the ring master summoned by the Mother of Wisdom. Guitu and Qin Xiaobei simultaneously displayed their rings as well. In the next moment, a deep female voice that seemed to emanate from the void echoed, "Do not attack. Let the 3 of them through." As the voice faded, a mountain-sized exotic beast with master-level aura raised its claw to clear a path for Zhang Li's group. "So your allies. Please, enter." Whoosh! Only then did Qin Chuan charge through the teleportation gate with his tyrannosaurs and Yi Qingwan, but he was ultimately a step too late. Zhang Li and his companions had already been surrounded by layers of the beast army and disappeared into the depths of the beast tide. Yi Qingwan gazed at the dark mass of beasts, her face instantly turning pale. "Mr. Qin." "Retreat." Qin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. "The crystal Great Wall isn't finished yet. Don't provoke them." With that, he pulled Yi Qingwan back the way they came. After leaving the underground world, Yi Qingwan sighed deeply. "Ugh, that Zhang Li is so despicable. We were so close to keeping him here. We couldn't have kept him." Qin Chuan shook his head. "Before the beast tide arrives, unlimited teleportation is possible here. If he doesn't want to fight, no one can do anything about it." Yi Qingwan sensed trouble ahead. The difficulty of the second phase beast tide will probably escalate again. "I suspected yesterday that he would defect," Qin Chuan said coldly. "By the way, who was that scrawny guy beside Zhang Li? He was wearing a red ring on his hand. He should also be a ring master." "The ring of blood slaughter." Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. "He got lucky, became a ring master, and was then poached by Zhang Li. Although I don't think much of that ring, it's still troublesome in enemy hands. So what do we do now?" Yi Qingwan pressed. "Suppress the news and go find Lu Yun first. The plan to enter the teleportation gate and investigate the Mother of Wisdom needs to be reformulated," Qin Chuan said concisely. Yi Qingwan pointed bitterly at their surroundings. "I doubt we can suppress it. Look, around the teleportation gate, over 1,000 Beast Island masters had gathered. Previously keeping their distance out of fear of Yi Qingwan, they had now witnessed Zhang Li's defection firsthand, their eyes burning with intensity as they stirred restlessly. "What are you all staring at? If you have nothing better to do, go build the wall." Qin Chuan's voice boomed like thunder. The crowd was scared out of their wits and scattered in all directions. After driving these people away, Qin Chuan wasted no more time and immediately activated the teleportation point to head to gate number 1. Just as Qin Chuan departed, the World Chat channel was already exploding with activity. Shocking news has broken. Zhang Li, the leader of the Star River Alliance, the most powerful alliance in the Endless Sea, has defected. The World Chat channel exploded like a pot of boiling oil, with messages flooding the screen frantically. "Holy crap, when did this happen? Is this real or fake?" "It's absolutely true. I was right next to the teleportation gate and saw it with my own eyes. Oh my god, how could Zhang Li defect? Is he going to become an enemy of all humanity? Who knows?" The second stage beast tide was already terrifying enough, and now Zhang Li has defected too. It's not just Zhang Li, there's Guitu as well. "You mean 2 ring masters defected at the same time?" "Seems like it. They've probably been accepted by the beast hordes by now. Most people didn't know that Qin Xiaobei was also a ring master, so the chat only mentioned Zhang Li and Guitu together. From the outcome's perspective, this distinction hardly mattered anymore. How are we supposed to fight this? I feel like we should just dig our own graves and wait to die. Should we defect too? How would you defect?" "Qin Chuan's people are guarding the teleportation gates. Unless you're confident you can take down Qin Chuan himself. Forget about it then. The last 10,000-man expedition was completely crushed, let alone now. Wah, I don't want to die. I can't see even a glimmer of hope against the second stage beast tide. Those of us here either have to hide on Beast Island hoping Qin Chuan can somehow defeat the Mother of Wisdom, or go to the front lines as cannon fodder. I don't want to be cannon fodder. If I'm going to die, I want to die in my own nest." Despair spread rapidly. After all, the high-difficulty beast tide was already terrifying, and losing several top-tier fighters was like a devastating blow to the head. At this moment, the protective barrier above teleportation gate number 1 flickered with a deep blue glow. Lu Yun had just completed his jump and rendezvoused with Qin Chuan, immediately learning about Zhang Li's defection. Qin Chuan studied him carefully. "You don't seem surprised at all." Lu Yun gazed at the roiling energy storms in the distance and smiled bitterly with resignation. Sigh. His defection was inevitable. "I was mentally prepared for this." Qin Chuan nodded. "Since you were prepared, what's the contingency plan?" "I have one." Lu Yun withdrew his gaze and got straight to the point. "I'll take Zhang Li's place and go to teleportation gate number 2. We need to find someone else to serve as frontline commander." Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. That's one approach. Among billions of Beast Island masters, we should be able to find someone with a sharp mind. But with such short notice, choosing the wrong person could lead to complete defeat." Lu Yun shook his head, his expression grave. "Actually, I do have someone in mind." Qin Chuan raised his hand to his chin, his eyes brightening slightly. "I have an idea too. That girl is full of clever tricks. If we write out a detailed plan in advance and have her follow it exactly, she might be able to hold the line." "Who?" Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "Qin Yahweh." Qin Chuan provided the answer. "This girl may not seem particularly outstanding, but she's always had good luck and a quick mind. Having her execute a preset defensive strategy is the kind of job that anyone who isn't completely stupid can handle." Lu Yun drew in a surprised breath. Are you sure you want to put the life and death of billions of Beast Island masters in the hands of a young girl?" "Sometimes, luck is also a form of strength." Qin Chuan responded calmly, then added, "Besides, we're not asking her to command everything single-handedly just to set up defenses according to the plan." Thinking back, Qin Yahweh had obtained massive amounts of essence during the novice period and managed to latch onto Qin Chuan, the number 1 figure in the Endless Sea. Later, through several blind excavations, she obtained treasure maps for divine rings, and even when captured by beasts, she found ways to break free on her own. It was impossible to say she didn't have something special about her. Since they couldn't find a suitable commander on such short notice, they had no choice but to place the burden on Qin Yahweh's shoulders. Qin Chuan pinned all his hopes on her good luck and endless stream of clever ideas, praying she could deliver unexpected results in this desperate situation. At Portal 3, Qin Chuan jogged over to Qin Yahweh's side and briefly explained the current crisis. "What? You want me to command the defense? I can't do it. I really can't." Qin Yahweh waved her hands frantically while shaking her head like a rattle drum. She knew perfectly well that while she occasionally came up with surprising ideas, commanding the defense would essentially determine the success or failure of the second stage Beast Tide. The pressure was suffocating. If they won, she could become famous overnight, but if they lost, she would become everyone's target, despised by every Beast Island lord in the Endless Sea. Qin Chuan patted her shoulder, softening his tone. "Yahweh, it's not that bad. You won't be carrying the whole burden alone. Lu Yun and I will help formulate the defense strategy. You just need to execute it. Your adaptability isn't bad either. Brother Qin, if I mess up the defense, I'll become the center of the entire Endless Sea. Everyone's spit alone could drown me." Qin Yahweh grimaced and let out a heavy sigh. "Don't worry, you won't get that chance," Qin Chuan said with a slight shake of his head. "Why?" Qin Yahweh froze. "If we lose, all the Beast Island lords will die. If everyone's dead, who's left to blame you?" Qin Chuan explained calmly. As his words sank in, Qin Yahweh felt a chill run down her spine, cold sweat trickling down her neck. The statement sounded terrifying, but it made perfect sense. The second stage Beast Tide would continuously strengthen over time, with its intensity exploding tenfold with each passing day. If Qin Chuan and his team couldn't kill the Mother of Wisdom within the limited time frame, the Beast Tide would grow to unimaginable proportions. Even if the Ring Lords possessed heaven-defying strength, they would be powerless to turn the tide. "Yahweh, don't underestimate your abilities," Qin Chuan continued persuading her. "If you really lack confidence, just try it when the battle starts. If you truly can't handle the command, I'll replace you." After wrestling with herself internally, Qin Yahweh finally couldn't resist Qin Chuan's persistence and reluctantly nodded. "Fine, I'll give it a try. But let's be clear, if something goes wrong, you can't blame me." "Deal, it's settled then." Qin Chuan gave her a definitive answer. After convincing Qin Yahweh, he immediately focused his attention on supervising the construction of the Crystal Great Wall. Dozens of alliances worked together, and the crystal great walls outside the 3 portals quickly took shape. To test their defensive capabilities, Qin Chuan personally commanded 6 Tyrannosaurus Rex to slam against the walls. The thick crystal only showed shallow scratches under the impact, proving nearly indestructible. This scene greatly boosted the confidence of the Alliance powerhouse. At least for a day or two, the walls definitely wouldn't collapse. The next day, at Portal 1, only one final day remained before the second stage Beast Tide erupted. The last 24 hours felt like a taut string, suffocating everyone. The major alliances mobilized all their connections, desperately trying to rally more Beast Island lords. Ring lords like Qin Chuan and Lu Yun also took turns appearing in the World Chat channel, continuously boosting morale. Lu Yun shouted passionately, "Fellow Beast Island lords, the battle that will determine our life and death is about to arrive. If you want to survive, we must fight with everything we have. Otherwise, we won't see tomorrow." Yi Qingwan said, "The endless sea is our home and the foundation of our survival. If it falls to the alien beasts, there will be nowhere left for us in this world. Please summon your courage and defend our homeland to the death." When this oath appeared in the World Chat channel, every light screen across the endless sea seemed to tremble in response. Immediately after, Qin Chuan's avatar lit up. Qin Chuan declared, "There are no hopeless situations in this world, only people who despair in the face of adversity. As long as we hold on to hope, even the smallest spark can ignite the entire world. Fight!" The voices of Qin Chuan and his companions in the World Chat channel sparked a wave of responses. "This gets my blood pumping. I'm going to defend. Count me in if I die, so be it. Brothers, with the Crystal Great Wall and boss Qin Chuan on our side, our chances are pretty good. As long as we work together, there's no obstacle we can't overcome." Are you guys seriously crazy? I don't want to be cannon fodder. I'd rather dig a hole on Beast Island and hide in it. I want to survive. Damn it, the guy above has no backbone at all. The endless sea has too many people like you otherwise. Defending would be easy. Can't help it. That's human nature. How many people truly have a sense of the bigger picture? That's not even the key issue. The real problem is Zhang Li and Guotu's betrayal. It dealt such a massive blow to the endless sea that many people have lost their fighting spirit. Actually, you can't really blame them. After all, who isn't afraid of death? We can't compare to those powerhouses. They have the strength to put up a real fight, while we're just cannon fodder. Yeah, take Qin Chuan for example, 3 divine rings plus dinosaur beast companions. Even if all of us die, he could still hold out until the end. Sai, I have a suggestion. How about we donate all our essence? If we give it all to boss Qin Chuan, wouldn't he become a god in no time? Then defending would be easy. Give me a break. Donate all our essence. If we survive the second phase, Qin Chuan would be the strongest person alive. Do you know how terrifying a dictator can be? That's true. If we repel the alien beasts and Qin Chuan becomes a god, wouldn't the entire endless sea be under his control? In my opinion, with these big shots leading the charge, it's possible to get through this second phase beast tide. There's no need to panic excessively. Exactly. When all's said and done, it's just the second phase. They've made it sound way more terrifying than it is, so let's relax, it's not that big a deal. The World Chat channel was filled with mixed emotions. While some were willing to join the fight, most chose to remain silent, and others simply didn't believe the second phase beast tide could be that terrifying. After all, among the billions of Beast Island lords, only a few ring bearers like Qin Chuan had truly witnessed the Mother of Wisdom's devastating power. Nearly 99.9% of the Beast Island lords regarded the second phase beast tide as merely somewhat stronger than the first phase, which explained their reluctance to contribute effort or donate essence. Damn it. Look at these people, they won't contribute money or effort. Lu Yun cursed as he stared at the chaotic channel. Don't count on them. Until the sky literally falls on their heads, they won't understand how terrifying this really is, Chen Feng sighed. At the end of the day, they're just worried about me. After all, I'm not exactly seen as a good person in their eyes, Qin Chuan said, setting down his terminal and shaking his head gently. Ever since he single-handedly repelled an army of over 10,000 attackers, these people had already branded Qin Chuan as a dictator. Therefore, regardless of how severe the beast tide became, they didn't want Qin Chuan to grow any stronger. Such was human nature. Ideas like pooling everyone's essence for Qin Chuan or having everyone join the battle were nothing more than naive fantasies. 12 hours remained until the beast tide. Half of the final day had passed. The crystal Great Wall gleamed with scattered cold light in the morning sun, stretching endlessly and nearly complete. Before portal number 1, Beast Island lords from all regions had gathered into a dense mass of figures. Lu Yun's statistics were quickly compiled while originally estimated that billions of Beast Island lords might potentially join the battle. Only 800,000 had actually arrived. This number fell far short of his conservative estimate. Zhang Li and Guotu's betrayal had struck like cold water, causing many fence-sitters to retreat. 800,000 people to defend 3 portals, that's no small challenge. Lu Yun frowned, worry growing in his heart. Qin Chuan looked up at the towering walls, appearing calm. With the crystal Great Wall here, 800,000 can hold for 2 days without problem. Our goal is just to delay the beast tide, not to counterattack. Shun Yahweh followed beside them, quietly asking, "Brother Qin, how do you plan to distribute these 800,000 people? 200,000 defenders per portal, that's 600,000 total, with the remaining 200,000 as reservestant. Move them yet?" Qin Chuan answered decisively. 200,000 per portal, can we really hold? Shin Yahweh remained uneasy. Lu Yun glanced at the crystalline patterns gleaming beneath their feet on the wall, adding, Don't worry, this wall's strength exceeds imagination. It won't be easy to break. Qin Chuan placed his hand on Chun Yaohui's shoulder, his tone serious. Yaohui, you bear the heaviest responsibility in this defense. You must constantly teleport between the three portals to ensure support wherever needed. I'll do my best, she agreed with somewhat lacking confidence, fear still flickering in her eyes. Lu Yun, I'll take portal number 1 alone. Leave Alliance leader Yi and Chun Yaohui together. I am afraid she can't handle it by herself, Qin Chuan added. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. All right, we'll do as Mr. Qin suggests. Qin Chuan chose to go alone because his wind god pterosaur was extremely fast, and bringing anyone else would be a burden. Subsequently, Lu Yun ordered the 800,000 Beast Island lords to teleport in batches, ensuring each portal had 200,000 defenders. For 6 full hours, light flashed repeatedly as the crowds dispersed until the deployment was complete. By evening, many Beast Island lords who had already climbed the walls looked down at the quiet portals below, their initial nervousness gradually replaced by swelling confidence. Haha, with this wall here, however many beasts come, that's how many will die. Brothers, this time we'll really show our skills and blast them to pieces. The second stage Beast Tide rewards will definitely be generous. Those who didn't come will just have to be jealous. Right? After this battle, our strength will surge again. The fiery sunset painted their laughing faces golden as they fantasized about post-victory gains, completely unaware of the undercurrents stirring in the air. But they didn't know that the calmer it was now, the more violent the coming storm would be. World announcement. 6 hours remain until the second phase Beast Tide arrives. The more exotic beasts killed during the Beast Tide, the richer the rewards. Killing the Mother of Wisdom will grant unique rewards. During the Beast Tide outbreak, all beast nests will suspend hatching until the tide ends. Simultaneously, a 50-kilometer radius around the teleportation gates will enter lockdown mode, preventing Beast Island lords from freely teleporting. Beast Tide creatures provide no kill feedback, and rewards will be distributed based on kill count after the event concludes. All Beast Island lords are urged to unite and resist the Beast Tide together. With this final world announcement, crucial information was revealed. As the message landed, the communication channels of 800,000 Beast Island lords were instantly flooded. During the Beast Tide outbreak, our beast nests can't breed new beast companions? The real killer is the lockdown mode. No teleportation within 50 kilometers. If we can't win, we're completely trapped. I was planning to retreat to my own island if things went badly, but now even our escape route is blocked. These damn rules are deadly. Discussions erupted everywhere as panic and discontent spread like a tide. However, Qin Chuan merely glanced up at the announcement, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He possessed the wind god Pterosaur. If the 50-kilometer teleportation zone was sealed, he could fly beyond the restricted area and teleport from there. The ones truly trapped were the other Beast Island lords. Once the Beast Tide pressed forward, they could only defend the teleportation gates to the death. Underground world, a certain essence mineral vein. The surface chaos and fear couldn't reach this place. For 7 days, the massive flesh cocoon deep within the mineral vein had been constantly writhing, absorbing the endless essence from the vein. Amid the dull pulsing sounds, terrifying energies surged in waves, shaking the rock walls until stones tumbled down. Around the mineral vein, hundreds of overlord-class exotic beasts stood in formation, their scales and fangs reflecting cold gleams in the dim mineral light. Further away, a dark mass of exotic beast armies filled the valley, their scales so vast it would intimidate anyone who saw them. Zhang Li, Guotu, and Chun Xiaobei stood quietly beside the flesh cocoon, gazing up at the mountain-sized existence. Guotu's eyes blazed with intensity as he murmured, "It's about to emerge." After absorbing 7 days of mineral vein essence, just how powerful will this Mother of Wisdom become? Zhang Li squinted, sensing the energy fluctuations, and analyzed gravely. Its power definitely exceeds the Overlord level, but hasn't reached the demigod tier. It should be somewhere between the two. Chun Xiaobei swallowed hard, excitement and fear intertwining. If this thing really breaks free, it could probably punch Qin Chuan to death. Buzz. Over 100 Overlord-class exotic beasts stepped forward in unison, dropping to one knee as their armor and massive shields struck the rocky ground with dull, thunderous sounds. We welcome the arrival of the great Mother of Wisdom. Bang! The cocoon's surface suddenly split open as a giant hand covered in dark red patterns emerged, tearing through the thick shell. The next moment, the Mother of Wisdom, towering over 10 meters tall, stepped forth. She looked almost identical to the flesh cocoon spawn that Qin Chuan had once killed, but the thick tentacles on her back writhed like massive pythons, radiating even more terrifying power. Her ice-cold gaze swept across the entire scene before finally locking onto the 3 men. "Since you have submitted, why do you not kneel?" Her voice was frigid, yet carried irresistible pressure. Zhang Li frowned slightly, but ultimately knelt symbolically under the oppressive force. Seeing this, the Mother of Wisdom showed satisfaction and spoke slowly. Is the million-strong army fully assembled? The frenzied lizard clan leader respectfully replied. All forces have been assembled, awaiting your orders, Great Mother of Wisdom. Deploy 300,000 to each teleportation gate, with the remaining 100,000 led by these 3 human ring bearers. The Mother of Wisdom's voice echoed throughout the mineral vein. The sudden appointment caught Zhongli off guard. You want us to join the battle now? Since you have submitted to me, you must demonstrate your worth. The Mother of Wisdom replied indifferently. Guotu's face instantly darkened as he cursed under his breath. This creature. She's really treating us like dogs. Zhongli had originally planned to align with the Mother of Wisdom to obtain the 3 divine rings, but she hadn't mentioned the rings at Alonli, treating them as expendable troops. Instead, she was making them lead 100,000 exotic beasts into battle. You promised before that the first 3 powerhouses to submit to you would receive the divine rings. It's time to honor that promise, isn't it? Zhongli asked. I did say that. The Mother of Wisdom's voice descended slowly from above like the tolling of a bell. But whether you're worthy of being called powerhouses remains to be proven in battle. If you can eliminate all the other ring lords, I'll naturally present you with the 3 divine rings. Zhang Li's eyelid twitched involuntarily as a surge of irritation at being manipulated rose in his heart. Having already boarded this pirate ship, getting off wouldn't be so easy now. Alliance leader Zhang, this isn't quite what you told us before, Guotu said in a lowered voice. What's the rush? Zhang Li glanced at him coolly, his tone carrying a hint of suppressed annoyance. Guotu could only remain silent. At the Mother of Wisdom's command, the 900,000 beast army thunderously split apart. Giant beasts stampeded like thunder, dust clouds rolling as they divided into 3 streams charging toward the 3 teleportation gates. Zhang Li and the others followed along. Alliance leader Zhang, which gate are we planning to attack with our 100,000 beasts? Guotu asked loudly while riding on the back of an armored rhinoceros. Let's observe the situation first. Zhang Li raised his hand slightly. Those 3 crystal fortress walls have extremely high defenses. They won't be easy to break through quickly. Qin Xiaobei squinted his eyes and chuckled. How about we lay low for now and strike when both sides are worn down? Zhang Li looked at him. Your divine ring is the blood slaughter ring. It must devour other Beast Island lords' pets to grow stronger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alliance leader Zhang, you're not really making me charge in 2, are you? What if I run into Qin Chuan? Qin Xiaobei immediately broke into a sweat. According to Lu Yun's plan, Qin Chuan will enter through Gate 1 to find the Mother of Wisdom. As long as you exit through Gate 3, you won't encounter him. Oh, that makes sense. I'll go to Gate 3. As long as I kill enough Beast Island lords, I'll become stronger. Qin Xiaobei's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf's. Guotu watched helplessly. I say, you've never even fought Qin Chuan. Why are you so scared? It's not that I'm scared, the blood slaughter ring is scared. I don't know why it fears him so much. When it gets frightened, my whole body starts trembling along with it. Qin Xiaobei said dejectedly, spreading his hands. Enough, stop dawdling. Let's move out. Zhang Li waved his hand. Wait, we came in through Gate 2, right? How do we get to Gate 3? Qin Xiaobei asked again. Guotu slapped his forehead. Are you really that stupid? Although the entrances are different, below is one continuous underground continent. As long as we have the same destination, we'll eventually converge inside. Follow those 300,000 beasts and you'll reach Gate 3. The demon soldiers brought over an Iron Man giant wolf standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder. Qin Xiaobei mounted it and excitedly let out howling cries as he led the 300,000 beasts straight toward Gate 3. Watching his figure gradually disappear into the distance, Guotu shook his head and sighed. Sigh. I wonder if that guy is mentally unstable. Was recruiting him our biggest mistake? If the blood slaughter ring hadn't chosen him as its master, I would have taken the ring from him long ago, Zhang Li said with distaste. Then we'll have to endure it. As long as he can kill enough Beast Island lords in this battle, his growth potential is still considerable, Guotu said. Well, let's move out too. We'll find a place to lay low for now, and once they've worn each other down, we can make our move, Zhang Li said, leading his 100,000-strong army away from the Mother of Wisdom. As the supreme commander of 1,000,000 exotic beasts, the Mother of Wisdom remained hidden underground, yet continuously monitored the battlefield and issued remote commands through her innate abilities. As long as she lived, the beast army would remain perfectly coordinated and nearly indestructible. Only by eliminating this central hub could the million beasts be left leaderless. Meanwhile, less than an hour remained before the beast tide's arrival. The 4 ring masters Qin Chuan, Yi Qingwan, Lu Yun, and Shun Feng had already assembled near Portal 1. Mr. Qin, the beast tide is approaching. Do you need to return to Beast Island to rest? Lu Yun inquired. No need. Qin Chuan gestured dismissively. While 5 dragon eggs should indeed appear in the dragon nest, his materials were exhausted, and returning wouldn't provide any significant improvement. He decided to focus all his energy on hunting the Mother of Wisdom. Lu Yun quickly adjusted the battle map. Once fighting begins, the area around the portals will be sealed, preventing teleportation, so we must redistribute our positions. Mr. Qin, your wind god wyvern is the fastest head to Portal 3. By my calculations, the Mother of Wisdom is most likely to appear there. Even if I'm wrong, you can reinforce portals 1 or 2 more quickly. Sounds good. I'll take Portal 3. Qin Chuan nodded. Since teleportation would be impossible within a 50-kilometer radius of the portals once battle commenced, supporting other war zones would require flying out of the blockade zone first before activating teleportation. The highly mobile wind god wyvern thus became the only reliable mobile unit. Lu Yun continued his deployment. Chen Feng, take 2,000 men to guard Portal 1. I'll go to Portal 2. Alliance leader Yi and Chen Yahue will remain at headquarters. Remember, wait until the beast army has completely emerged before entering the passages, or you'll collide head-on with them. Understood, Chen Feng replied gravely. Lu Yun then turned to Chen Yahue. Once the portals are sealed, we won't be able to transmit intelligence in real time. I've arranged for 2 people to continuously relay battle updates to you, and you can adjust strategy accordingly. All right, Chen Yahue nodded. Worried she might make mistakes under pressure, he added, don't feel burdened. Mr. Qin and I have set the overall strategy. Barring unexpected developments, you probably won't need to command directly. Plus, 150 Alliance lords are stationed along various wall sections, all capable of independent command. With everything in place, Lu Yun waved his hand, opening the portal. Whoosh! A silver-white beam descended as he led 2,000 elite warriors into the light curtain, their figures instantly swallowed. Alliance leader Yi, we're leaving this to you and Hui Wei. If we win this battle, we'll celebrate properly, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Don't worry, Yi Qingwan nodded gently. He turned toward Chen Yahue, still somewhat concerned. Hui Wei, if any situation arises that you can't handle, notify me immediately. Yes. Chen Yahue nodded vigorously. Qin Chuan then activated teleportation, departing Portal 1 with his wind god wyvern. A battle that would determine the very survival of all Beast Island lords across the endless sea was about to begin. Whoosh! A flash of light streaked across the sky and landed, as Qin Chuan's figure successfully appeared at Portal 3. Is that you, Mr. Qin? Weren't we told Chen Feng would be coming? Below the city wall, a burly man of about 30 quickly approached, his broad shoulders swaying with each step, clearly showing his background as a fitness trainer. There was a last-minute change of plans. I'll be entering Portal 3 now, Qin Chuan replied in a steady tone that carried an undeniable authority. The man immediately introduced himself. Mr. Qin, I'm Li Ran, leader of the Bedrock Alliance. If you need anything, just say the word. When the Beast Army arrives, I'll need you to help draw some of their fire so I can find an opportunity to enter the portal. Qin Chuan gazed toward the roiling clouds in the distance. Once the beast tide hits, Portal 3 will be swarming with creatures. The wind god pterosaur can fly high, but it must descend when approaching the portal. Without a distraction, my pterosaur won't survive the earth demon's spears. Tens of thousands of spears, thrown simultaneously, could tear apart even a beast emperor in an instant. Li Ran's expression grew serious as he nodded and shouted orders. Everyone, Mr. Qin has come to Portal 3. When the battle begins, the Bedrock Alliance will deploy 5,000 men to clear a path for Mr. Qin. On the city wall, the many Beast Island lords erupted in excitement upon hearing this. No way. I thought Qin Chuan was at Portal 1, but he came to our side instead. Mr. Qin really puts our minds at ease. Too bad he has to enter the portal. If he could stay and defend Portal 3, our job would be so much easier. The #1 warrior of the Endless Sea, our ultimate fighting force. To fight alongside Mr. Qin, even for just a moment, would be the highest honor. Thunderous cheers echoed through the cold wind as morale soared. In their eyes, Qin Chuan's figure was almost godlike. The 5,000 Beast Island lords, organized by Li Ran, quickly formed ranks below the city, fully armed and ready. Qin Chuan surveyed them, his voice not loud but enough to cut through the noise. You only need to draw their fire. Once the mission is complete, return to the wall immediately. Don't get caught up in prolonged fighting. Keep the risk manageable. Yes, we will absolutely follow Mr. Qin's orders, the 5,000 roared, their voices deafening. The entire defensive battle was divided into 3 phases. Phase 1. All Beast Island lords would hold the city wall, using ranged beast companions to inflict the first wave of damage on the enemy army. Phase 2. When the beasts began scaling the walls, immediately mobilize 80% of forces for a charge to scatter the beast packs. Phase 3. At all costs, keep the scattered beasts pinned down on the frozen plains below the wall until Qin Chuan could kill the Mother of Wisdom. This third phase would be the most difficult and would inevitably cost many Beast Island lords their lives. Rumble. The endless sea suddenly trembled, and fine snow powder on the ice surface bounced up like countless grains of silver sand floating in the wind. They're coming. The beast tide is here. Everyone prepare for battle. Someone on the wall shouted first, followed by a chorus of horns and battle cries. Charge. Kill all the Tuleg sheep. Glory to the Mother of Wisdom. The previously calm Portal 3 suddenly began fluctuating, its intense ghostly light distorting the air. The once peaceful portal instantly convulsed, and the first to emerge was a pack of earth demons riding giant wolves, each wielding spears and letting out deafening war cries. Following closely behind were the frenzied lizard clan wielding gem-encrusted staffs, along with the ice demon clan capable of manipulating ice magic. Further back, a group of demon apes made their first appearance, creatures similar in size to chimpanzees, but far more imposing in build. Bringing up the rear was a column of stone giants whose every step made the ground thunder beneath them. Atop the crystal walls, the 200,000 Beast Island lords who had been chatting and laughing moments before instantly turned pale. My god, how can there be so many? And so many monsters I've never seen before. They're like a black tide, swarming like ants. Don't panic. Use ranged skills to whittle them down first, someone shouted as a reminder. With limited space on the walls, everyone could only summon their strongest beast companions to guard at their feet for now, saving their full arsenal for when the real melee began. Among the 200,000 defenders, 90% were Beast King level, over 1,000 had reached Beast Emperor level, and only a dozen or so were Overlord level, each one a guild leader of major alliances. Gazing at the tsunami-like torrent of exotic beasts, Qin Chuan's heart tightened as well. For this second phase beast tide, the Mother of Wisdom had clearly spared no expense, determined to devour all outsiders in one fell swoop. The surging beast shadows poured endlessly through the portal, and everyone on the walls held their breath. Even with mental preparation, facing such terrifying numbers still sent involuntary chills down their spines. The exotic beast army charged to within 500 meters of the walls before halting and quickly forming battle lines. At the very front stood 30 Overlord-level powerhouses, leaders of intelligent races like the Earth Demons and Ice Demons, radiating menacing auras. These two-legged sheep actually managed to build a defensive line in just a few days. The frenzied lizard leader swished his gem staff, though his tone showed no urgency. Nothing but death throes. My Earth Demon warriors need only one spear volley to turn them into sieves. The Earth Demon leader sat astride a giant wolf, casually waving his golden spear with utter disdain. Hidden among these intelligent exotic beasts was a human Qin Xiaobei, who had come to develop under Zhang Li's orders. TSK, so many Beast Island lords. If my blood slaughter ring could absorb them all, wouldn't I become godlike in minutes? He whispered, eyes gleaming with excitement. Atop the walls, Li Ran stared at the motionless army of 300,000 exotic beasts in confusion. Strange, why aren't they attacking? They're waiting, Qin Chuan answered tersely. Waiting for what? For the sun to fully rise. The crystal walls faced directly east, and once the sun cleared the horizon, its blinding rays would obscure the defender's vision, creating optimal conditions for a charge. Clearly, this wasn't mere beast instinct, but the Mother of Wisdom's tactical command. Time ticked by slowly as the golden sun climbed above the horizon. The crystal and ice layers reflected brilliant white light that stabbed at the eyes. The moment has come, charge immediately. The frenzied lizard leader was first to roar. Whoa! The Earth Demon war horns suddenly blared. Rumble! 300,000 exotic beasts shattered the ground beneath them as they charged forward in unison. The great battle was about to erupt. As the monstrous army charged forward, nearly 100,000 Earth Demons in the vanguard raised their spears. Kill these two-legged sheep. The Earth Demon leader's voice thundered like rolling drums as he roared his command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 100,000 spears instantly blotted out the sky, transforming into a torrential downpour that plummeted straight toward the crystal fortress. Defend! Li Ran immediately bellowed. Atop the city walls, tens of thousands of wind attribute beast companions simultaneously raised their claws or spread their wings, as surging wind elements coalesced into a thick barrier of air. Clang, clang, clang. The dense volley of spears was shredded by the howling winds, with countless iron spears snapping and crashing to the ground. However, some spears still pierced through the wind wall, embedding themselves deep into the crystal ramparts. Thud! Damn it! Why didn't it block them? It hurts so much. I've been hit. Someone help me. In just a single breath, hundreds of Beast Island masters collapsed wounded, their cries of pain echoing across the battlements. Hold the formation. Counterattack immediately. Li Ran commanded once more. Tens of thousands of lightning attribute beast companions surged to the front lines, their fangs crackling as thunder erupted. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle! Electric arcs danced wildly, like 10,000 battle mages simultaneously unleashing lightning, instantly covering the entire battlefield in a web of electricity. Bang, bang, bang. Over 1,000 Earth Demons were devastated by the lightning strikes, tumbling from their charging giant wolves only to be trampled into charred, bloody pulp by the wolves that followed. In this exchange, the human forces traded a few hundred wounded for thousands of Earth Demon deaths, a profitable trade indeed. Stone giants, construct siege ramps immediately. roared the frenzied lizard clan leader from the rear. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled as countless stone giants charged forward, throwing themselves down against the city walls to form sections of gray-brown stone ramps. Qin Chuan remained motionless within the city walls, his gaze calm and calculating as he counted the moments. Once the ramps were complete, earth demons swarmed up them like a tide. Those with rhinoceros, elephant, and other large beast companions block all the breaches. And you 5,000 in the assault team, prepare to charge out with Master Qin. Li Ran ordered. These offensive and defensive deployments had been determined during Qin Chuan and Lu Yun's strategic planning. Everything was proceeding according to plan, without any flaws for the moment. As the earth demons surged upward, massive rhinoceros and elephant beast companions charged to the breaches, their horns and tusks sweeping horizontally, sending the climbing earth demons flying in succession, their mangled flesh tumbling down. In an instant, corpses littered the ground beneath the crystal fortress. That's enough. Help me divert the earth demons' attention and don't let their spears threaten me, Qin Chuan said in a low voice. Understood. Li Ran nodded and raised his hand in a prearranged signal. Boom. The city gates burst open as 5,000 assault troops shot out like arrows. Damn Tuleg sheep. They dare to counterattack. Eliminate them immediately. The earth demon leader roared in fury. Massive numbers of earth demons were drawn by the assault team and turned to engage them. The 5,000 Beast Island Masters summoned their strongest beast companions, tearing open a bloody gash in the front lines of the monstrous army as chaotic battle erupted instantly. Seeing the earth demons continuously engaged, Qin Chuan finally summoned his wind god Pterosaur, preparing to seize the opportunity to fly into the teleportation portal. However, at that very moment, Chen Xiaobei, who had been waiting in the rear, saw the massive number of Beast Island lords appearing and immediately broke into a sinister grin. Ha ha ha, it's my time to shine. These beast companions are all perfect nourishment for my blood slaughter ring. He roared with maniacal laughter, leaping down from the giant wolf's back with arms spread wide, summoning two beast emperor-level anacondas. The anacondas were as thick as water barrels, their scales gleaming with dark red flame patterns. Even as ice and snow blanketed everything, the fire tribute beast cores gave them scorching body heat, instantly melting the snow beneath them into steam as they slithered forward. The two massive serpents twisted into the battle, launching a strangling assault on the surrounding beast companions, filling the air with the sounds of cracking bones and agonized screams. Chen Xiaobei followed close behind, suddenly raising his palm and clenching his fist buzz. The blood slaughter ring erupted in blinding red light. The beast companions still struggling on the battlefield seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, transforming into crimson streams that flew toward the ring's surface. The surging blood energy poured back into his body, instantly creating a steaming aura around him like a layer of dark red blood mist, making him appear like a blood-soaked war god. Damn it! Why is this Beast Island Lord attacking us? Shit, what kind of divine ring is that? Kill him quickly. Several Beast Island Lords who had snapped to attention roared in alarm, commanding their respective beast companions to charge forward for the kill. Chen Xiaobei showed no retreat, his mad laughter deafening. Come on. However many come, that's how many will die? Once I've slaughtered you all clean, I'll be the strongest in the endless sea. The blood slaughter ring flashed red again, and the beast companions that had charged halfway were instantly drained dry, their fur wrinkling as they turned into mummified corpses that thudded to the ground. Only a few Beast Emperor-level Beast Island Lords managed to barely maintain their footing through their profound cultivation. Damn traitor. Brothers, let's all attack together and kill him first. Several roared in fury, charging forward on leopards and fierce tigers. Chen Xiaobei casually grabbed a broken spear from the snowy ground, blood energy blazing along the spear shaft. The ground beneath his feet exploded as he became a blur rushing to meet them. Swoosh. The long spear swept horizontally, directly knocking several Beast Island Lords along with their mounts to the ground, staining the snow a deep red. How is this possible? You're clearly only at the Dark God realm. Don't kill me. Terror expanded wildly in their pupils. But Chen Xiaobei walked straight past the several men, locking onto the woman farthest away. Gripping his spear, he slid along the ground and thrust it through the woman's calf. Blood splashing on the snow immediately froze into dark red crystals. Oh. Heart-rending screams tore through the wind and snow. Scream away. I love hearing women's wails most of all. Chen Xiaobei looked down, his tone excited to the point of madness. Before being transported to the endless sea, I was a murderer. The women who died by my hands weren't just a few locked them up, tortured them slowly. Their screams were the most beautiful symphony. Before his words finished, he suddenly yanked out the spear and thrust it into the woman's thigh again. You sick pervert. Someone save me. The girl cried out, her voice hoarse. The dozens of Beast Island Lords in the distance were completely consumed with rage at the sight, gathering their spiritual power and charging forward with their respective beast companions. In the swirling bloody snow, Qin Xiaobei's eyes grew increasingly crimson as he laughed and raised his hand. But Qin Xiaobei only grew more frenzied, directly raising his hand to unleash the blood slaughter ring once more. The blood slaughter ring was designed to absorb the abilities of beast companions to enhance one's own pets. But in Qin Xiaobei's hands, the ring's power was completely amplified, could even strengthen himself. In other words, he was no longer a normal human being, but a beast wearing human skin. His almost pathological bloodlust was precisely why the blood slaughter ring had chosen him. Only such a deranged killer could provide the ring with an endless supply of bloody nourishment. When Qin Xiaobei activated the blood slaughter ring again, dozens of beast island masters charging toward him were instantly bound by crimson light. Their beast companions beneath hadn't even had time to cast spells before being drained of life force by the red radiance, turning into mummified corpses in the blink of an eye. The girl pierced by the spear was barely breathing, her blood soaking through her dress. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Chuan seized the opportunity while the earth demon was distracted and mounted the wind god pterosaur. "Mr. Qin, please," Li Ran pleaded in a low voice. "Once I'm through the portal, recall them all immediately." Qin Chuan nodded with firm resolve. "Understood." Li Ran responded instantly. Howling winds swept past his ears as the wind god pterosaur beat its wings powerfully, heading straight for Portal 3. Qin Chuan had barely flown one-third of the distance when he detected massive columns of blood-red light erupting below. That evil aura slithered into his perception like a venomous snake. "The blood slaughter ring?" he murmured, instantly recognizing the familiar crimson glow. He had been present during the last battle for the blood slaughter ring, but had abandoned the pursuit due to its sinister, evil nature. On the ground, Qin Xiaobei was completely lost in his frenzy. "Ha! This is a slaughterhouse tailor-made for me. Only through torture and killing can I feel truly alive." The once timid coward had now become a blood-soaked demon, his twisted nature fully exposed. "Damn it! Who can stop him? We can't even get close to that ring." The surrounding beast island masters raged in helpless fury. "Hey, only 2 stabs and you're already quiet? Scream louder, that's what gets me excited." Qin Xiaobei raised his spear, preparing to deliver the final blow to the girl. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from above as the suppressive force of the sovereign ring enveloped his head. Qin Xiaobei's heart trembled as he frantically looked around, but found no one. High in the sky, Qin Chuan had already leaped from his mount. The furnace ring blazed with brilliant light as he instantly fused with his lightning attribute Storm Dragon. Boom! The 10-meter-tall half-dragon form crashed down behind Qin Xiaobei, cracking the earth and sending dust clouds rolling. The violent impact sent Qin Xiaobei stumbling forward, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "You enjoy torture and killing, do you?" Qin Chuan's voice was deep and low, rolling like thunder through the air. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Xiaobei's pupils contracted sharply as he stiffly turned around. The massive half-dragon figure stood towering, dragon scales crackling with lightning, its eyes radiating chilling intensity. Qin Chuan. "This is impossible. How can you be at Portal 3? Qin Xiaobei trembled all over in terror, his speech becoming stuttered and broken. The girl who had been stabbed by Qin Xiaobei and left barely breathing saw Qin Chuan's towering figure and instantly burst into tears. She was saved. Qin Chuan stepped forward in one stride, his hand shooting out like a steel clamp and suddenly gripping Qin Xiaobei's left wrist. Rip! A terrifying tearing force erupted, the sound of flesh rending accompanied by bone shattering as Qin Xiaobei's entire left arm was brutally torn from his body. "Ah!" He clutched his severed limb and staggered backward, his agonized screams heart-wrenching. Qin Chuan had thought that ripping off the arm along with the ring would solve the problem of the blood slaughter ring. But the moment the ring fell off, it flashed with blood-red light and instantly jumped to Qin Xiaobei's right finger, clinging to its master like a symbiotic ring, impossible to remove. Qin Chuan's eyes darkened as his massive hand reached out to lift Qin Xiaobei. Instantly, thunder exploded around his body. Rumble. Dense blue-white arcs of electricity struck down, making Qin Xiaobei's entire body convulse, his pupils rolling back white. "Don't you enjoy torturing and killing? Scream a few more times for me to hear." Qin Chuan's voice was low and menacing. "Lord Qin Chuan didn't kill me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong." Qin Xiaobei's bones creaked under the grip as he begged for mercy. Qin Chuan's palms suddenly tightened, preparing to crush him directly. Buzz. The blood slaughter ring suddenly burst with blinding crimson light. Bang! Blood mist exploded as Qin Xiaobei used the force to break free, rolling and crawling on the ground. "Damn it! Zhongli, you've killed me." Qin Chuan wasn't at Portal 1 at all. He roared frantically, desperately fleeing into the distance. Qin Chuan kicked off the ground, lightning forming afterimages as he gave chase. Qin Xiaobei panicked and hastily controlled 2 giant pythons to return and block. "Quick! Stop him for me." 2 black-scaled giant pythons came rushing through the air. Qin Chuan casually summoned 2 lightning attribute beast dragons. Boom. The beast dragons landed, their massive feet stomping down and directly crushing the pythons into the dirt. Chomp! Their giant maws bit down, tearing the 2 snakes apart like spicy strips, splitting them in half on the spot. While the beast dragons dominated the field, Qin Chuan stepped in front of Qin Xiaobei, his fist falling like a boulder. Ah! The shadow of the massive fist reflected in Qin Xiaobei's pupils as he fell backward in terror, his screams piercing. Thud! The heavy punch crashed down, and even with the blood slaughter ring's protection, his internal organs were still displaced by the impact. Qin Xiaobei spat blood violently, barely alive, still trying to raise his hand to activate the blood slaughter ring. However, just as the ring began to surge with absorbing power, the ring of sovereignty on Qin Chuan's finger hummed and vibrated, an invisible pressure forcibly suppressing the blood light. The blood slaughter ring's power was completely sealed. This was precisely why it feared Qin Chuan. The absolute suppression of the ring of sovereignty. Am I going to die? No, I don't want to die. Spare my life. I'll never dare again. Qin Xiaobei screamed hysterically. Thud. Qin Chuan's second punch landed, the protective red light instantly dimming as Qin Xiaobei's organs were pulverized, another mouthful of blood spurting out before he fell completely silent. Just then, numerous earth demons locked their gazes on Qin Chuan, the most conspicuous figure in the crowd. There's a human ringmaster. Kill him immediately, the earth demon leader roared. Qin Chuan looked up, seeing himself surrounded once again. He casually delivered another punch to Qin Xiaobei to confirm his death, then deactivated the furnace ring, leaped onto his wind god pterosaur, and soared directly toward Portal 3. The earth demons who managed to react wanted to intercept Qin Chuan, but it was already too late. The wind god pterosaur folded its wings and dove like an arrow, disappearing through the portal in the blink of an eye, its form swallowed by the endless blue light of the infinite sea. Qin Chuan has entered the portal. Retreat immediately. The crowd outside the city shouted warnings. The remaining 4,000 Beast Island lords helped the wounded and filed back through the Crystal City walls. The first day's beast tide wasn't particularly intense, making the defense line relatively manageable. As long as they could find and kill the Mother of Wisdom within this day, the tide would automatically collapse. As the teleportation light faded, Qin Chuan found himself in a vast underground world. He had the wind god pterosaur fly close to the rocky ceiling at high speed, the sound of wind and echoes intertwining as rushing air filled his ears. To locate his target as quickly as possible, he needed to focus on the mineral veins. The Mother of Wisdom was born within mineral veins, making them the most likely hiding places. Qin Chuan summoned a goblin. These creatures had an almost instinctive ability to sense mineral deposits. Over the next 6 or 7 hours, he and the goblin navigated through dim tunnels, discovering for mineral veins but finding nothing. It wasn't until they reached the 5th vein that the goblin suddenly rushed out, reporting in a shrill voice. Ringmaster, there's no trace of the Mother of Wisdom here, but I've found something else. Something else? Qin Chuan looked slightly puzzled. Murals. Lead the way. The two ventured deeper into the mineral vein. The passages branched in all directions as they navigated around collapsed stone beams and leaped over broken mining carts, constantly turning and running for over 20 minutes before finally reaching the deepest section. It was a narrow cave where water seeped through the rock walls, and several unknown worms emitted a faint green glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. Each of the cave's 4 walls bore a mural, carved with ancient, simple knife marks of unknown origin. The first mural was divided into 3 panels. 1. The infinite sea beneath the magnificent ocean surface. Countless islands could be faintly discerned. 2. The underground world beneath the sea-complex rock layers and caverns, exactly where Qin Chuan now stood. 3. A lush, complete continent populated with strange exotic beasts and intelligent natives. Qin Chuan stared at the 3rd panel, his brow furrowing slightly. Could there really be another continent beyond the infinite sea and the underground world? The goblin looked up and replied. Ringmaster, that's the infinite continent. We goblins have been digging underground for ages and have seen many similar murals. This world consists of 3 major regions. The infinite sea was already enormous. The underground world was equally vast. And now there was also an infinite continent. The sheer scale of it all left even Qin Chuan somewhat stunned. He turned to examine the 2nd mural. At the center of the image were 5 exotic beasts of varying forms, with fangs, wings, fins, and shells interwoven, embodying both ferocity and mystery unlike any beast he had ever encountered. History never bothers recording the weak. Anything worth documenting must be extraordinary. The claws, fangs, or fins of the 5 beasts extended toward the infinite sea, the underground world, and the infinite continent, seemingly indicating that they controlled these 3 major regions, or rather, that these 5 beasts jointly ruled over these 3 realms. Could these 5 beasts be the starry sky beast gods? Qin Chuan suddenly asked. Reporting to the ringmaster, We have never seen what the starry sky beast gods look like, so we're not sure. The goblin shook its head, its pointed ears trembling slightly under the mining lamp's light. Qin Chuan nodded. Although everyone had been dragged into the endless sea by the starry sky beast gods, their true appearance remained a mystery, and he couldn't be bothered to dwell on such ethereal existence. His gaze shifted to the third mural, and his eyebrows raised. In the mural, the five beasts were locked in brutal combat for against one, the scene bloody and chaotic, seemingly spanning countless ages. The besieged beast was eventually reduced to just a head, its blood staining the stone wall red. The fourth mural that followed was even more bizarre. That solitary giant beast head connected the underground world at one end and the endless sea at the other. If it had lost, how could it still suppress both realms? Yet if it had won, why was only its head left? Qin Chuan stroked his chin as he slowly reasoned. I understand now. Originally, the three worlds were jointly ruled by five great beast gods, but later conflicts erupted, and they went to war against each other. In the end, the beast that was ganged up on sacrificed its entire body to banish the other four to the endless continent. Truly worthy of the ring master. That must be exactly what happened. The goblin nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan proposed another hypothesis. Looking at it this way, our being swept into the endless sea was most likely the work of that head. With the four murals as evidence, the cause and effect became clear. He couldn't help but speculate. Since both the endless sea and the underground world had appeared, might they venture to the endless continent for battle in the future? But currently, everyone's strength was weak, and the beast tide was only in its second phase. The underground world's intensity was 100 times greater than the endless sea, and the endless continent would likely be another 100 or even 1,000 times stronger. For now, he could only gather intelligence. Qin Chuan summoned 10 goblins and had them use steel pickaxes to chisel out the four murals in complete blocks, sealing them in dimensional space before leaving the mineral vein to continue searching for the Mother of Wisdom. Meanwhile, during the half-day, Qin Chuan had been busy in the underground world. The defense battles at the three transmission gates on the surface had reached fever pitch. Within 8 hours, the beast tide launched 26 collective attacks, and the walls of transmission gate number 3 nearly fell at one point. Fortunately, Chen Yahweh quickly dispatched reinforcements upon receiving the battle report, barely managing to hold the line. In the 9th hour, the beasts suddenly retreated to the vicinity of the transmission gates. This wasn't a rout, but rather the Mother of Wisdom ordering a temporary withdrawal to reorganize their forces. Chen Yahweh seized the opportunity to immediately direct repairs to the damaged walls. Oui, how are the battles at the other two transmission gates? Yi Qingwan rushed over to ask. Very grim. Although we held them off, the casualties were too heavy, nearly 40,000 across all three locations, Chen Yahweh said, holding her communicator with furrowed brows. How many beasts died? About 80,000. Not bad. At least we dealt them heavy damage. Yi Qingwan breathed a slight sigh of relief. But Chen Yahweh remained uneasy. However, there are still over 900,000 beasts left, and this is only the first day. If we can't find the Mother of Wisdom tomorrow, the beast tide's intensity will increase tenfold. Our casualties will be even greater then. Hui shook her head. At their current pace, Qin Chuan and his team might not find the Mother of Wisdom even by tomorrow. After all, the entity controlling the neural network of all beasts was no fool, and had surely buried itself in the deepest recesses of the underground world. Yi Qingwan rubbed her temples and shook her head, her dark hair swaying gently across her shoulders. If that's truly the case, we must change our tactics and stop relying solely on defense. Chen Yahweh pushed the tactical sand table before everyone, her voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Time was what worried her most. According to their original plan, they had to locate the Mother of Wisdom within 2 days, with one additional day reserved to end the battle, meaning 3 days was their absolute limit. Beyond 3 days, the beast tide would exponentially intensify beyond its current strength. If tomorrow brought a tenfold increase, the day after would see another tenfold growth on top of that base, leaving virtually no chance of victory after 3 days. What do you have in mind? Yi Qingwan looked up. Withdraw 150,000 troops from Portal 3 to reinforce Portal 1, leaving only 30,000 of our strongest elites to guard Portal 3. Chen Yahweh's finger traced 2 blood-red lines across the sand table. The objective is to capture Portal 1 within a day, then withdraw our forces back to Portal 3 to distribute the pressure. After repeated calculations, she realized this was the only strategy that could reduce the beast tide's numbers before the second day arrived, buying Qin Chuan more time to locate the Mother of Wisdom. But that would leave only 30,000 people at Portal 3. Yi Qingwan frowned, worry etched across her face. Victory requires sacrifice. As long as those 30,000 can hold until sunrise on the second day, I'm confident we can crush the beast tide at Portal 1. Chen Yahweh's tone remained steady, yet carried unwavering resolve. The question is whether they'll be willing. Asking 30,000 people to hold off 200,000 to 300,000 beasts is practically suicide. Once they realize they're executing a hopeless defense, morale will collapse. Yi Qingwan continued shaking her head. That's why we need a lie. Chen Yahui took a deep breath. Tell the defenders at Portal 3 that Qin Chuan is coming to reinforce them. We just need to give them hope. Whether that hope actually arrives no longer matters. She hadn't withdrawn troops from Portal 2 precisely because Qin Chuan had entered the underground world through Portal 3 in the soldier's eyes. That gate should receive his priority protection. Are you certain these 30,000 can hold until dawn? I've calculated it. Currently, there are approximately 270,000 beasts outside Portal 3. Even if another 100,000 surge forth, that's only 370,000 total. 30,000 elite troops defending for 7 hours is more than manageable. We're gambling either way, so we might as well bet big. Chen Yahui looked up, her gaze resolute. Her confidence left Yi Qingwan speechless, and she could only note in terms of tactical planning. She truly couldn't match Chen Yahui. With the strategy decided, Chen Yahui immediately transmitted the troop movement orders to Li Ran, the commanding general at Portal 3, through her communicator. Before Portal 3, the steel walls glowed dark red under the firelight. After the orders were issued, several Alliance lords quickly gathered in the command tower, and arguments immediately erupted. They actually want to withdraw 150,000 defenders from Portal 3? This is madness. Absolutely not. This is unacceptable. Master Qin is currently in the underground world. If reinforcements can't arrive in time, the walls will surely fall. Exactly. We cannot comply with this order. Seeing the Alliance leaders refuse, Li Ran said, Everyone, at the beginning of our defense, we all promised to unconditionally follow the commander's orders. If we choose to ignore them now and all 3 portals fall, that responsibility will be on us. Upon hearing this, the Alliance leaders exchanged glances for a moment before finally nodding. All right, since Mr. Qin will come to reinforce us, we'll accept the order. After brief deliberation, the 150,000 strong Allied army withdrew from the city walls in succession and began their march to the teleportation array 50 kilometers away. The thunderous sound of footsteps rolled into the distance, and the defenders at Portal 3 were instantly reduced to only 32,000 men. As night deepened, time ticked away minute by minute. Meanwhile, the beast army that had been resting for over 2 hours also began to assemble, stirring restlessly. At the same time, in the underground world, Zhang Li and Guotu remained hidden, waiting for the right moment. Guotu frowned. Strange, Chen Xiaobei went to Portal 3 quite a while ago. How is there no news at all? Don't tell me he's dead. Zhang Li shook his head. The blood kill ring isn't that weak, and Qin Chuan isn't there. He's probably having too much fun killing to check his messages. Before he finished speaking, a frenzied lizard soldier emerged from the shadows and knelt on one knee. Ring Masters, the Mother of Wisdom commands you to proceed immediately to Portal 3. Go to Portal 3? Zhang Li raised an eyebrow. We just received intelligence that a large number of Beast Island Masters from Portal 3 are being transferred to Portal 1. Now is the perfect opportunity to break through Portal 3. If you 2 Ring Masters assist in capturing it, the Mother of Wisdom will immediately fulfill her promise. The opportunity had finally arrived. Zhang Li's heart pounded. Wildly had allied with the Mother of Wisdom precisely for those 3 divine rings, even if it meant bearing the name of traitor. Guotu raised his hand. Tell the Mother of Wisdom that I will definitely take Portal 3. 100,000 beasts immediately set out at his command, surging toward the surface like an iron torrent. 2 hours later, the 150,000 allied troops from Portal 3 had completely departed. At Portals 1 and 2, the beasts had also finished resting and resumed their assault on the defense lines, while Portal 3 remained eerily quiet. On the city walls, several Alliance leaders exchanged intelligence. Strange, the beasts at Portals 1 and 2 have all moved, but there's not a sound here. Every minute they delay gives us another minute to prepare, but we still need to be careful of the Mother of Wisdom's schemes. Don't worry, I've already sent flying beast companions to scout. They'll report immediately if anything changes. Just as he finished speaking, a vulture suddenly dove down, its wings stirring up a rushing wind. A Beast Island Master stumbled toward them, terror written across his face. This is bad. Another 100,000 beasts have emerged from Portal 3, and Zhang Li and Guotu are with them. Hiss! A chill shot straight to their heads. The Alliance leaders' faces instantly turned deathly pale. Damn it. No wonder Portal 3 was quiet. They were waiting for reinforcements. We could barely hold off 270,000 before, and now there are another 100,000. That's 370,000 total. Plus those 2 traitors. We can't fight this. There's absolutely no way. In almost an instant, the Alliance leaders had already lost their will to fight. The sudden appearance of another 100,000 beasts at Portal 3 filled the Beast Island lords, who already held little hope for the defense, with even greater terror. The arrival of Zhang Li and Guotu was like 2 blazing fires of despair that spread along the city walls the moment they appeared. Within mere breaths, the 32,000 Beast Island lords stationed near Portal 3 had almost entirely fallen into deathly silence and dejection. I'm done fighting. What kind of bullshit command is this? They clearly want us to die with them. One Beast Island lord threw down his sword and turned to flee. Exactly, another shouted in agreement. There's still a teleportation array 50 kilometers away. If we retreat now, we can still make it back to our own islands. Billions of people are hiding while forcing us to die. Why should we? I never should have come. Since they all want to live, there's no need for us to sacrifice ourselves. I'm out. Me too. I'd rather let those billions perish than die on these damn walls. Complaints rose one after another, and despair surged through the crowd like a tide. In the blink of an eye, nearly 90% of the Beast Island lords abandoned their armor and weapons, sprinting madly toward the distant teleportation array. The entire defensive line instantly developed massive gaps. Li Ran stood atop the battlements, his face ashen with rage as he roared, "You bastards! Qin Chuan will return with reinforcements. Son, can't you hold on just a little longer?" Qin Chuan entered that portal over 10 hours ago. Someone immediately shot back from the crowd. If he was really coming back, we'd all be corpses by now. Either way, I can't defend this city. Whoever wants to guard it can guard it themselves. As the complaints spread, more Beast Island lords leaped from the walls and fled. In moments, only the 3,000 elite troops under the Alliance lords remained at their posts, their discipline intact, refusing to retreat without their commander's orders. Li Ran watched the fleeing figures, gripping his spear helplessly. If only a few scattered individuals had fled, he could have used thunderous methods to execute them as an example. But with 29,000 people simultaneously losing their fighting spirit, even with all his abilities, he couldn't kill them all. Sigh. I said we shouldn't have moved the main army away. Now look, Portal 3 will be the first to fall. Someone nearby lamented. Our supreme commander is too naive, thinking a single order could make everyone fight to the death. Nobody's stupid. No one wants a suicide mission. Li Ran shook his head. Chen Yahui's command isn't the problem. The issue is that these scattered fighters never received proper training and lack unity. So what do we do now? Do we still defend? An Alliance lord asked quietly. Defend what? With just our 3,000 men, we can't withstand even one charge from the beasts. Retreat. It's better than waiting to die. As his words fell, the remaining dozen Alliance lords nodded in agreement and ordered their troops to withdraw. In the blink of an eye, only Li Ran and a few hundred loyal elite soldiers remained on the walls. He pressed his lips together tightly and reported the situation to Chen Yahui at the distant command center. Upon receiving the message, Chen Yahui first froze, then her voice trembled. Why is this happening? How could they run? I calculated precisely if they held their ground, we would definitely win. Her fingers trembled over the map, nearly crushing the light screen. Seeing this, Yi Qingwan's heart suddenly tightened. What happened? The 30,000 defenders at Portal 3 have completely routed. Chen Yahui's voice was almost tearful. Yi Qingwan felt a chill run down her spine. If Portal 3 fell, over 300,000 beasts would sweep across the endless sea like wildfire, and the Beast Island lords at Portals 1 and 2 would surely lose morale upon hearing this news. Once a chain reaction begins, it becomes unstoppable. Yi Qingwan's voice turned cold and hard as she commanded. We cannot afford to lose a single portal. Pull the garrison troops back. We can't pull them back. Chen Yahui clutched the communicator, her voice trembling. If our 150,000 troops see 30,000 defenders in full retreat, they'll immediately follow suit. Sister Qingwan, I've really messed up this time. I never should have trusted those guys. This battle determined the fate of the entire endless sea, and with everyone defending the outer perimeter, each beast island lay vulnerable and exposed. If any exotic beasts broke through, it would spell complete disaster. For Qin Chuan especially, this was a death sentence. With his dragon nest destroyed, he could never cultivate new beast companions again, leaving him only a slow death. The situation had become unbearably dire. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath. Contact Qin Chuan immediately. I'm heading to Portal 3. Sister Qingwan, how can you go alone? I have a sovereign-level polar bear that I've been saving as my trump card. Now it's time to use it. Yi Qingwan raised her hand, the evolution ring glinting coldly on her fingertip. After enhancing it to divine level, it will possess invincible power, albeit briefly. But the evolution ring's consumption is tied to your life force. Chen Yahui panicked. The greater the enhancement leap, the shorter the polar bear can maintain it. Once its lifespan is depleted, you'll also. I've saved myself for this very moment. Yi Qingwan cut her off, resolutely summoning the massive polar bear that stood several meters tall. The moment the snow-white giant appeared, frost instantly spread across the ground. She leaped onto its back, and together they transformed into a whirlwind, charging toward Portal 350 kilometers away. Chen Yahui's eyes reddened, but she forced herself to stay composed and immediately sent an urgent message to Qin Chuan. Brother Qin, I've screwed up. The defense line has fallen. At that moment, Qin Chuan was riding his wind god wyvern near Portal 3, searching for traces of the Mother of Wisdom. When his communicator buzzed, his heart sank. What's the situation? Fallen. Within seconds, Yi Qingwan had relayed the entire sequence of events. Qin Chuan's expression tightened, but he remained calm. He replied coolly, your command wasn't the problem. Those lone wolves refused to cooperate. Even Zhuge Liang couldn't rally fleeing troops. Brother Qin, what do we do now? Sister Qingwan has already gone alone. Chen Yahui's voice shook. I'm returning to defend immediately. Hold Portal 1 and focus on commanding the counterattack. Qin Chuan patted his wind god wyvern's flank, and its massive wings beat powerfully, creating blade-like wind currents. His steady voice calmed Chen Yahui's panic, and she took a deep breath. Brother Qin, I promise. I'll completely annihilate the beast tied at Portal 1, then immediately come to support you. That confidence is enough. Leave the rest to me. Qin Chuan sent a reassuring reply before accelerating to full speed. The wind god wyvern became a blue lightning bolt streaking across the sky. On his outbound journey, he had flown slowly, stopping repeatedly to search for mineral veins, taking over 10 hours. Now at full speed, he could reach his destination in just 1 hour. But this also meant that upon returning to Crystal Fortress, he would face the surging beast tied completely alone. For Qin Chuan, this represented unprecedented pressure. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.